It's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Monday. Good morning to you. Coming up in our final hour, we will get you set for tonight's playoff action in the association game 2 between the Pistons and the Knicks, and the Clippers and Nuggets as well. In 20 minutes, back to the NFL draft coming up on Thursday in Green Bay. We'll bring in Ian Valentino from A to Z Sports, and at 8:40, make sure you stick around for our best bets. Also, you can check us out on our final hour on Stadium via BallySportsLive.com and Bally Sports Live, the app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms as well. We talked about baseball earlier in the hour, made our favorite picks for today. So, Chelsea, I ask you, your husband Jake played Major League Baseball and is now coaching a baseball team. They're in the Nashville, Hendersonville area. Are they still playing? Is the season over? What's the latest?
Oh, no, the season's just getting started. They didn't have a tournament this weekend simply because it was Easter weekend, but we have this going until August. So it's going to be a lot of baseball on the horizon for the family. And it's so funny, like, how much youth sports have changed, you know, since Jake played, because Jake's like an old school guy. Like, I feel like even when he played like in the big leagues, he was very much an old school guy where, like, when you're a rookie or you're new to a clubhouse, you don't spout off and you don't, like, you know, come in with like all this stuff that you wear and these chains, and very much an old school baseball guy. Yeah. Not the case in youth baseball anymore. There will be a guy who has a $400 bat, a huge chain on, these like oven mitts that they use for sliding. The guy doesn't even slide and he hits like $125 in youth baseball. So it feels like nowadays it's more about like the drip as opposed to like your batting average. So it's a tough road for Jake. I can tell that he gets frustrated with like some of these players who think like their TikTok dances are more important than learning, like, I don't know, the fundamentals of baseball.
Yeah. You're there to look good instead of play good. That's a hard thing, man. I can't imagine like trying to manage social media and also use sports, because it's tough enough when you're a kid, right? Kids are kids. They get distracted anyway. They don't always have the right focus. And then all of a sudden you have this completely new avenue that you sort of have to manage where they're constantly consuming that kind of stuff. That's got to be a challenge he probably could have never imagined like a decade ago.
Well, and here's the other thing is all these parents have their kids so far into the world of travel sports at an early age. I read this somewhere where it's like some crazy number of Tommy John surgeries. It's like 65% of them are kids that are high school or younger. Like, it didn't used to be the case because kids were not throwing as many innings.
Yeah.
So it's all these kids want their kids to pitch early and often, but it's like not natural. It's like not a natural movement when you pitch. So these kids have these worn out Tommy Johns before they even get to college. So I don't know. Beware if you're a parent. Overexertion is certainly a thing when it comes to kids' arms.
Isn't there, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know. Isn't there a subset of parents or a school of thought out there that some of these kids should just go ahead and get Tommy John at some point because you're going to need it? I've heard this before where it's like, listen, don't worry if you wear your arm out, because not every great pitcher, but a ton of great pitchers will have Tommy John at some point just because of the wear and tear. Sometimes it makes your arm stronger because of modern medicine. So if you do wear your arm out and you get Tommy John, you rehab from that, then you're ready to go at an earlier age. Have you heard that?
I have not heard that. Like, that's definitely not something that, I mean, I'm not a doctor. Like, I don't know. But I feel like you should never get a surgery like preventative
I
because
agree.
like there's no guarantee that you come back stronger. Like here's the number. 57% of all Tommy John surgeries are performed on kids between 15 and 19.
That's what I mean.
15 and 19. It used to be a thing for 30-year-olds who have been throwing in the big leagues and 9-inning shutouts. Even the guy who was, Tommy John, the actual guy who the namesake was in his 30s and a decade into his major league career before he got the actual surgery. So I don't know if you asked for the deep dive on youth baseball, but you got it.
How do you think Tommy John feels about having this surgery named after him? Because Tommy John was a very good pitcher. He was a 4-time All-Star.
Yeah.
I remember growing up being Tommy John's very good. And so he hears his name all the time, Tommy John surgery, Tommy John surgery. He's like, hey, I'm a guy. I pitched in the majors. I wasn't just known for this surgery. I was a multiple All-Star. I was an All-Star numerous times in the majors, and I'm known for this surgery. I feel like that's got to hurt a little bit.
I feel like the equivalent for football is, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe Theismann. I will always think of him in the gruesome injury, right? But you can maybe give some color into his career. I don't really know that much about him, but I'm pretty sure he was really good at playing quarterback. But that's the narrative. It's the guy that broke his leg in a million places.
Yeah, I mean, his leg just snapped. It's an awful thing to watch. Just snapped in half. But Joe Theismann was a hell of an athlete. He played in the CFL. He used to return punts at one point. So he was an incredible athlete. I will say for Joey T, the one thing about him that I really appreciate, and I'm probably too much in the Redskins/Commanders bubble to sort of know what the outside world thinks, but inside this sort of, Commanders or under this Commanders umbrella, he's just universally respected and doesn't lean on this or doesn't show any bitterness at all. He sort of accepted, hey, that's part of my career, but I also did all of these other things, and the people around me, the people that know my career know that. So he's not, I think it would be easy to kind of be bitter or upset about that, and I've never gotten that feeling from him at all, which is a credit to him.
Yeah, who's the guy that's still mad at Brett Favre? Who's the defensive guy
Mark
for the
Gastineau?
Jets?
Yes. You hurt me, Brett.
The opposite end of the spectrum.
You hurt me, Brett. You hurt me. It's you have to let that go, Mark. Got to let it go, buddy. That's a good point. Well, let's talk about the late game last night in the Western Conference. Then we'll handicap today's games. And we start with the Warriors down in the Rockets, if you missed it last night, 95-85 in H-Town. The Warriors getting a 1.5. They were minus 105 on the money line. They officially began their title run, and Steph was doing his thing.
Post to Curry. Thompson comes out on Curry. 3. Bullseye.
No way. I mean, that's twice. Shot clock running down.
That's from TNT. Curry with 31 goes 12 of 19 from the field, 5 of 9 from deep. Playoff Jimmy, 25 points. Warriors cut the lead to 4 with just 2.5 minutes to play after the Warriors led by as many as 23, but it's Golden State winning game 1. And Steph was, this was kind of vintage Steph Curry.
Oh, for sure. And you knew that the game plan going into this game was stop Steph Curry. So the fact that they knew that this was coming and Steph Curry still had 31 points, even when the defensive game plan was to stop him, is really impressive. And that's why Steph Curry is one of the greatest of all time. And we saw this, especially against the Rockets, who all season long have been one of the best defenses in the NBA, at least statistically speaking. But it's wild to me that going into the series, that we have a team coming in through the play-in that was actually favored to win the series. And now the odds are even more skewed towards the Warriors to win the series at minus 370 over a 2 seed, which is wild. But I think it goes to show, number one, how crowded the standings were in the Western Conference, but two, how much playoff experience matters. Because the Warriors have not one, but 2 closers on this team. Steph Curry, we know, can get it done, but playoff Jimmy is pretty damn good as well. Somebody who is not going to shrink in the spotlight. And I keep reading this, and all of the write-ups is about how he brings a calmness to the team. Somebody who is not going to get rattled. And we see this in all walks of life. When your leader is stoic and feels unfazed, sometimes it trickles down to even the younger guys on the team. So what a combo they have, the 1-2 punch of Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, and the Rockets learned that the hard way in game 1.
They certainly did. Well, here is a basketball offer you will not find anywhere else. Pick the player you think will score first in the game at BetMGM. If it's not your player, but he scores the second field goal of the game, you get your stake back in cash. Just place a first field goal bet. Again, if your player scores the first field goal of the game, you win. If your player scores the second field goal game of the game, you win. But not the first. You get your stake back in cash. Come on, they make it easy for you only at BetMGM. Tonight in the NBA playoffs, we start in the Eastern Conference. Game 2, Pistons and the Knicks. The Knicks laying 6.5. The Knicks minus 250. The Pistons are plus 200. Total 221.5. The Knicks lead this series 1-0. I think I'm going Pistons and the points tonight, Chelsea. You with me, or do you like something else?
I think that you can play this angle one of two ways. You can say, okay, I think the Pistons are going to give a better effort. It feels like hopefully they don't let the Knicks go on a 21-0 run like we saw in game 1, because this game was relatively close between the Knicks and the Pistons, and then the Knicks kind of ran away with things. Or you can say, okay, if the Pistons stand a chance in this game, it's going to be because of Cade Cunningham. Cade Cunningham was not very efficient in game 1, 8 of 21 from the field. If you chalk that up to good defense, you'll say, okay, well, he's going to have a tough time again in this game. Or if you say, hey, Cade Cunningham averaged 30 points in the regular season meetings between the Knicks and the Pistons, he's going to bounce back. You kind of get a discount on his player prop tonight because he was a little off in game 1. So 26.5 is the player prop points number for Cade Cunningham. I think I'm going to hit the over there. I think if the Pistons stand any type of chance, which I think they do, it's going to have to be because of Cade Cunningham. So I'll go over 26.5 points for minus 125 for Cade Cunningham of the Pistons.
Yeah, I love that. And I'm not a big player prop guy. I'm just a chill guy, as we know. But I love that as well. I really do. I mean, he shot 56% against the Knicks during the regular season, and the Pistons won 3-1. I know that wasn't a series, but they got plenty of wins over New York during the regular season. I think this number is too big. I thought it was too big during game 1. I'd go back to the well with the Pistons here. And again, New York had that incredible 21-0 run in the fourth quarter. It's hard to replicate that. So I think I know that's part of basketball, but also I don't think we're going to see something like that again. And also Cade Cunningham, he just struggled. Not good in game 1. I think he steps it up, and I think the Pistons can keep it within the number. But you're right. You do get a bit of a discount based on him disappointing a little bit. So I'll lean Pistons in the points again, but I love the player prop for Cade Cunningham. He's proven time and time again against the Knicks he can get it done. I think he does tonight. In the Western Conference, this should be a good one as well. Game 2 between the Clips and the Nugs. Denver leads this series 1-0. The Clippers laying 1.5. Remember, they were 2.5-point dogs, went up to 3 by game time back in game 1. Clippers minus 118 tonight. The Nuggets are minus 102. Your total is 218.5 at BetMGM. What's going to happen here, Chelsea? I won by the hook because I had Clippers plus 2.5 in game 1. Won by the hook. That was such a sweat. Just had a sprinkle on it. But now we've seen the line swing the other way for game 2. You on the Clippers here? You like something else?
I think this line movement is kind of telling the story here because it was Clippers -1. Now it's -1.5 over at BetMGM. And I think the storyline for me is, okay, the Clippers had 20 turnovers in game 1 on the road and still took this game to overtime. It took late game heroics from Russell Westbrook for the Nuggets to win this game. And also the other X factor here is that Aaron Gordon could be a little banged up. Unexpectedly, he was put on the injury list for right calf injury management. He has been a big part of the Nuggets when they have, their successes, especially against this Clippers lineup. That's pretty big because we know Aaron Gordon, big guy, had, I believe, 25 points. 25 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 steals in that first game of the series. So if he's a little banged up, that's not great for the Nuggets, who are already not the deepest team in the league. Like, Nikola Jokic is going to have a triple-double no matter what. Win, lose, draw, whatever. It just feels like it's automatic. But they need something from their guys not named Jokic. So if Aaron Gordon's not 100%, I think I like the Clippers here.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's sort of, it's not exactly like that, but it's kind of like the Bucks with Giannis. If the Nuggets are banged up, like Giannis is going to get his, Nikola Jokic is going to get his, but who else is going to step up and help? The Bucks are really in dire straits. They need Damian Lillard. They need a lot of help. But, Aaron Gordon being out, that's massive if you're...
Well, he's not out.
or
he's on injury report.
Undergoing management for his calf. So maybe not out, but certainly not at 100%. Let me put it that way. But ultimately, I'm going to go back to the Clippers here, and I just go Clippers on the money line at minus 118. And I know Russell Westbrook was awesome, but Russell giveth and Russell also taketh away. So just like we saw him make a big error, a couple of big errors a couple weeks ago, he was great in game one. What's going to happen tonight? I don't know. I do know. I think the Clippers definitely cut down on those 20 turnovers, and they were talking about that after the game. Also, just going back and taking sort of the macro view from the regular season, Nuggets were not good at home. Again, they didn't cover in game one. Remember that. Nuggets only 18-21-3 against the spread when playing in a mile-high city. So I would not be surprised if we get another close game, but I will take the Clippers in a close one on the money line tonight at minus 118. Coming up on the show, we are just days away from the NFL draft in Green Bay. So as we get closer, our coverage will ramp up, and that means we bring in Ian Valentino from the 33rd team next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. The Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, we'll be in this week's coverage of the NFL Draft with Ian Valentino, who covers pro football and the draft for A to Z Sports and the 33rd team as well. I mean, Chelsea, I'm sitting here as a Commanders fan, and we pick 29th. So it's going to be a long night, like waiting. Because don't you wait? Isn't the first round, isn't it 15 minutes between picks? I think that's correct. Either 10 or 15. I think it's 15. So regardless, you're going to wait a long time to get to 29. I mean, come on, forget about it. Titans fan, number one. Oh, if anyone should be pumped on this show about the National Football League draft, it's you.
Ah, yes. We get the number one overall pick in a quarterback class that's deemed as a dud. And, all mid guys. And I understand there's been, some good comparisons for Cam Ward when it comes to like other quarterbacks. Some people saying like, oh, he looks like he has, some of the traits of Steve McNair. Even some people have like shown these graphs where it's like, oh, he's kind of like Patrick Mahomes in this regard. I'm like, also, he's playing in the ACC and he hasn't played a snap in the NFL. So, like, maybe let's pump the brakes on comparing him to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
But I just feel like there's very little, like, drama about this year's NFL draft because it does feel like there is a neon sign above Nashville that say, hey, welcome to the Titans, Cam Ward. So I will tune in. It is exciting to get a new quarterback. But I feel like, I don't know, it's not as exciting as it was in other years where it's like, hey, this is the guy. He looks like a sure thing in the NFL, even though we've seen guys who haven't panned out. Like, look at Trevor Lawrence right now. He was supposed to be one of the best college quarterbacks coming into the NFL in quite some time. So we'll see. I have some nervous excitement about my Titans.
I think Jamarcus Russell is the name that pops into my head. When's the last time you heard that name? Man. Ooh. You never know with quarterback in the NFL. And also, there's a lot of factors that go into it. Are they in the right situation? Do they have the work ethic? How they're going to play after they get paid? All those different things. But you never know. I like Cam Ward a lot. So good luck to your Titans on Thursday night. We'll talk more about the draft as the week goes on. In fact, we're going to talk more about it right now with Ian Valentino. He covers the NFL and the draft for A to Z Sports. Also NFL analyst for the 33rd team as well. Ian, great to see you again. Thanks for being with us. So let me ask you this. We were talking about this at the top of the segment, but is there a bit of a letdown this year as far as the draft goes compared to last year, or are we just being curmudgeons here?
I think there's a little bit of being a curmudgeon. I think some of it is expectations. Like Adam Schefter dropped this morning a bunch of intel from across the league, and some of it, it's like, okay, it's stuff that we thought we knew. Okay, we know the top 3 picks, or at least we think we do, and then we think we know what New England's going to do, and then maybe the first surprise is at number 5 with Jacksonville. And so if we feel like we already know the top 4 picks, well, that takes a lot of fun away. And then, like you guys talked about, maybe the quarterback class isn't super inspiring, and I think that's a little bit curmudgeon-y. Like, I think it's an okay class, and it kind of depends on where these guys go. If you were to tell me that Jalen Milroe and Shedeur Sanders go to interesting places where they have stability and good playmaking, I don't think this is the world's worst quarterback class, and obviously Cam Ward is going to start that off. But yeah, I like this class. It's just a little bit of a different class because there's not. It's not like the 2014 class where there's like 8 blue chippers and future Hall of Famers, and maybe there will be some of those guys here, but it's just not obvious. I still think that's going to be fun, and I think it's going to be fun to see how teams maneuver because they have guys way different spots on their boards. That's going to create hopefully some draft night chaos, and I think that's better for us.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to know it's not the world's worst draft class as we are getting the number 1 overall pick. But I get what you're saying. As far as chaos goes, because it does feel like we see one wild move that people don't see coming. Who do you think is the top candidate for like making a crazy move? Like, I look at the Giants and I say, okay, just because they have 2 quarterbacks, I wouldn't put it past them to be like, hey, let's take another quarterback. Because we've seen that before. Like last year, Michael Penix Jr. going to the Falcons. A lot of people did not see that coming. So is there a team that you look at and you're like, hey, they could definitely make a wrong or a dramatic move on draft night?
Yeah, I think both of the New York teams, like the Giants, are probably the more obvious team because obviously if they sit there at 3, if they take Abdul Carter, that's like, okay, then they're probably going to move up for a quarterback. Who do they move up for, and what do they move? They've got the picks that they can obviously move, but do they move Kayvon Thibodeau, a guy that was a top 10 pick just a couple of years ago who's been productive, but injuries have kind of kept him unavailable for little bit of spurts? Do they want to move on from a kind of like a young blossoming player like that already in a trade? That might shake things up a little bit. Do they have a preferred quarterback, and how does that affect Shedeur Sanders and his slide? But I think the Jets are the other interesting team. Yeah, they paid Justin Fields $20-some million guaranteed on a $40 million 2-year contract. But for a starting NFL quarterback, that's not that much. So are they really that in love with Fields, or is this just going to be a holdover where maybe at number 7, maybe it's not a quarterback at 7, maybe it's Tyler Warren, maybe it's a defensive player. They have a lot of needs. But what if they move up in the second round? No one's talking about them being the quarterback-needy team that moves up from the second round as someone starts falling. Maybe Cleveland lulls themselves to sleep, and they don't think that at 33 they have to worry about anything. So I think the Jets are in a good position because no one's mentioned that as a possibility for them. Everyone kind of assumes they're just going to build out their roster for Fields. I don't think Aaron Glenn, a first-time head coach, I don't know that he's hitching his wagon to that. Like, he's been so up and down. They don't necessarily have the playmaking. I think they could easily pivot and just use Fields as a bridge quarterback.
So, Ian, let me ask you, if you talk about the Jets or another team, is there a team that you think, based on their draft positioning or their needs relative to that position, that can maybe move out of the first round or trade down?
I think Minnesota makes a lot of sense because they have so many picks. They don't have that many picks. They only have 4 picks. That's going to be a big thing for them. It's just analytics-heavy front office. That's always going to go hand in hand. Like, I could even see the Browns trying to trade down, which sounds strange because of their quarterback needs, but at 33, I think they're going to get some pretty big offers. Just when you have a front office that feels secure like that, they're always going to want more picks. And those are 2 rosters that are good, but they could be better. And I think that they've been coached up a little bit throughout the years, a little bit better than what their talent may indicate. So I can see Cleveland moving down from 33, especially if they don't get lucky with the quarterback that they want there at that spot. Maybe they move down and they're happy with someone that's pretty similar. I could also see even Atlanta. Atlanta only has, I think, 5 picks. That roster is not very good. It's transitioning to Michael Penix, obviously. So they're looking more from a long-term lens, too. Now, they could make a big drop. Do they drop from 15 out of the first round completely? This might be, I think it's like that Deion Jordan, was it like 2011 or 2013 when the Dolphins moved up from, I want to say it was like 12 or 13 to 4, and all they gave up was like a day 2 pick to move up that huge amount. It's just never really happened before, but this is that sort of class where maybe you only have to give up a second-round pick to make that huge type of move from like 34 to 15, or maybe it's Thibodeau and like a 3rd-round pick or something like that in addition to your 2nd-round pick. Like, that's not a ton compared to what we're used to, where you're talking 2, 3, first-round picks and a player or something. So I think there's going to be a lot of flexibility. I do think teams, they're going to have a lot of similar grades from that 15 pick, and even in that range, that 15th pick to that 40th pick. I don't think there's a whole lot of difference in talent there, but you do want to maneuver for the skill set. So there are guys with certain skill sets in that range that are going to be more valuable to certain teams. So I think there will be 1 or 2 big swings like that. I think obviously quarterback's the easy one to talk about, but even defensive tackles, pass rushers, and corners, that late first round is going to be a hot spot for each of those positions. And so do teams want to, I don't think they want to give up 2026 picks, but I do think that they're willing to move 2025 picks because really it's a very truncated draft where it's like it's pretty strong up until kind of like the end of day 2, and then day 3 it's going to taper off pretty quickly.
Yeah, you kind of alluded to this when you mentioned Kayvon Thibodeau, but some of the chaos on draft night isn't just the players being drafted. Sometimes we'll see big-name players get traded. As a Titans fan, I vividly remember the Titans trading away A.J. Brown during the NFL draft. Are there any players that you've heard rumors about that possibly could be traded during the NFL draft?
I think a lot of them are fairly obvious. Ones that we've talked about most of the offseason, like Thibodeau is one of them. Kirk Cousins, obviously, would make sense. I would go out and look at, we saw Jalen Ramsey potentially moving. I think Tyreek Hill is a decent candidate to get moved to. It's not an amazing wide receiver class. If someone like Ted McMillan goes higher than expected, maybe like 5 or 6, well, then I think Tyreek Hill could start getting some calls. Like, I think that's one where teams could potentially start to move a day 2 pick for him. Miami's going to have to be realistic. I don't know that Miami wants to give up already on like this offensive kind of juggernaut that they had built, and I don't think they want to pull the plug on that. But I do think that they're in a spot where they need to move money, and Ramsey's going to be part of that. Like, they're just going they have such a top-heavy build of a roster, and Hill can obviously still contribute to a contender. So if you see a wide receiver go early, I think a team like Dallas would make so much sense, or the Chargers. Like, if they panic and they say, oh, this guy went 5 to 10 spots higher than what we thought, that's going to have a trickle-down effect where maybe we're looking at the second or third best receiver on the board when we come up to like someone we don't even have a first-round grade on. Maybe we should just move for the veteran.
We're talking with Ian Valentino. He covers the NFL and the draft for A to Z Sports, also NFL analyst for the 33rd team. How difficult is it? You were talking about Adam Schefter putting some information out there, and there are all sorts of NFL experts, even people who aren't experts who will throw out opinions, things they've heard. How tough is it to separate fact from fiction this time of year?
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. I always, I mean, at this point, I don't take a lot. I mean, I know that like Schefter's pretty reputable, and obviously, and like Peter Schrager, people like that. It's like you trust what they're saying. I think, you know, you're really trusting that they're using their filter as to when they're reporting stuff. It's like, I think something came out that like Colson Loveland could be the top 10 pick. You know, he's like the tight end 1 for a lot of teams. It's like, okay, yeah, that makes some sense, but there's also some medical history stuff on him to where I actually don't necessarily believe that. So I think there's 32 teams. There's a lot of different personnel within each team. You can find 2 people within a franchise that have 2 varying different opinions, and I think how you report that and how you present that can sometimes, you know, differ. So you always take everything with a grain of salt, especially this late in the process. I don't think people are going to any reporter at this time and just leaking their board or like their intentions. I think you put it through the filter and say, okay, maybe if you can, you know, confirm this through a couple different people, it makes sense. And some of it's just logical too. Like, we'll have some surprises, but you know, ultimately, yeah, I tend to think like 2-3 weeks out, maybe you get more truthful information. Stuff that comes out right now, some of it just seems kind of like games, which is fun. But you know, these things have real impacts, especially now that we can, you know, bet on the draft.
All right, so we have like a minute left. Do you have any bold predictions for us? Whether it's, say, an angle like, okay, 2 quarterbacks taken in the first round, whatever, or a player going to a certain team. Is there anything you feel strongly about in this year's NFL draft?
I think Jacksonville is a wild card. I think Ashton Jeanty's I think they're in consideration there. I think he's firmly on their board, and I think that would not be a shocking pick for me. I think they are looking at offensive playmakers. I do think they'll either go Ted McMillan or Jeanty. That would be my hunch. It's what I've kind of consistently been putting out there and been feeling. I could see that one. I think we'll get 2 first-round quarterbacks. I tend to think we get a little too optimistic there. I think Shador does fall. I think a team moves up for him. I think the Giants make sense to move up for him. They jump Pittsburgh. I don't think that Pittsburgh necessarily wants to draft a quarterback in the first round, too. I think that they'd be interested if it was the right guy, and I think that's Shador. So I think the Giants move up for Shador. They jump over Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh takes like a defensive lineman. It seems like they've been putting a lot of time there. And then Cleveland probably takes Jalen Milroe, I think, at 33. So, yeah, you know, but there's going to be some steps along the way, too, where it's like there's some real wild cards like Nick Emenwari, safety out of South Carolina. Like, he's been linked to Cincinnati. I think that makes a lot of sense, too. So it should be fun. I mean, some of these guys have huge ranges, though, where it's like if you don't get picked at, say, like 12, you might fall to 40. So it's one of the more unique drafts whenever that happens.
He is Ian Valentino covering the NFL and the draft for A to Z Sports, also NFL analyst for the 33rd team, and you can follow him on X at NFL Draft Study. Ian, it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Woo, man. That's good information right there. But I can't imagine, like, it's one thing for us to talk about the NFL draft and look at posts or read stories. Imagine if you are really into the NFL draft and trying to follow all this information and a lot of times misinformation.
Yeah, some people are saying it's the Christmas of football. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, wouldn't you say the Super Bowl is like the Christmas of football? Like, I understand some people are really into the NFL draft. I'm not really one of those people. Like, I'm into it, but I'm not going to call it Christmas. Like maybe it's Thanksgiving or like maybe one of the other lesser holidays, maybe 4th of July, but Christmas, I don't think so.
Yeah, I hear that. I mean, it just depends. I think it's definitely like team and need dependent, right? If you have a top 5 pick and you need a big time draft pick, need someone to improve your team, it's obviously more exciting than if you're later on in the draft. Coming up next here on the show, our best bets from the sports schedule tonight and what's been going on with the Donkster. We've got that as we wrap up hour 3. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us on a Monday. I'm putting in my bets as we speak. I'm trying to multitask here. I think I'm going to go with a big card. Why not? Nothing to lose, Chelsea. Nothing to lose. Let me ask you this. I was thinking about wrestling because we were talking about Wrestlemania 41 earlier, and Double D was giving us his expert opinion on that. When you were in local news, did you ever do a bunch of things like where you would put yourself in the ring, or you would put yourself, in a situation where you were playing the actual sport? Like I did everything from synchronized swimming. I was a goalie one time. I had an MLS player fire shots at me and almost kill me. I did a wrestling thing. I was skydiving once. Definitely ice skating. Trying to think of all the different things that I did. But I did all sorts of different physical activities that if I did now, I would probably die.
My sports director always wanted me to do stuff like this.
Yeah.
And I hated it because I was like this 25-year-old girl that already it feels like people don't take you seriously. He was like, you need to do cartwheels with the cheerleaders. I'm like, do you want me to look like an idiot? Because like if you do it, people like respect you and they're like, whatever, he's being goofy. But like if a girl does it, it's like, oh, she's this like ditzy blonde. So I tried not to do too much of that. But I will say I had this segment that I did during the summer when there wasn't much going on called Trick Shot Tuesday. And so I would go, and for all these people who had like a very specialized skill set, it would be like these basketball players who would do like these fun trick shots. Sometimes I would jump in with them. And we even had like a wakeboarder or somebody who I can't even remember what it's called. I think it's wakeboarding, where it's like you're kind of surfing, but you're in the lake, and he'd do like all these tricks. So it'd be like a 45-second segment, and you would vote on who would have the best trick shot of the month. So that was the only time that I was kind of involved. But for the most part, I tried to stay on the sidelines.
All right. I get that. I was always worried about like hurting myself. When I was younger, I definitely had a lot more reckless abandon. I didn't worry about it nearly as much. But I'll tell you one thing. When I got older, like I remember the last thing I'm trying to think it wasn't skydiving. I think it was, I did a workout with an Army sergeant at like 5:30 in the morning. He was holding these workouts for people locally where they would just show up at an empty parking lot before it got filled up during the day. And so you showed up at 5:30 in the morning and he took you through these Army workouts. It could be boxing. It could be, running in place. It could be these crazy, up downs, and you would never stop, just never stop, never stop. And then after about 20 minutes in, there's an interview with me on camera and I'm trying to talk to him, and I'd take a break because you could see me kind of turning green. It was not easy. And then I remembered, you know what, maybe I need to stop doing this, because it's not like I would prepare for these stories. I would just go out and do them, and it made for good TV. But ultimately I was like, you're going to have to slow down here, because the next time you try something, you're probably going to tear your Achilles or something.
So what was your most favorite experience? Because now that I think about it, I did do some fishing stories. So these football teams in Florida, fishing's really big in the state of Florida. So I would go and we would do like a season preview for some of these teams, and I would go fish with the team. And it was awesome because you get to go on these like nice fishing boats, and like I'm not sitting around fishing. I don't have all the gear. So it was really fun for me. Was there a moment that you had where you're like, wow, this is really cool? I wouldn't get to do this otherwise.
Definitely skydiving, no question about it. And I did it with the Army Golden Knights. So if you're going to skydive with someone, that's who you want to skydive with, right? Because no one's going to be safer and better at it than they are. And it was just and I don't even like heights. So it was a strange experience for me to do that. But you go through a quick course, like it's about an hour course, hour or so, where they teach you just some basics so that you know when you're in the air or how things are going to go down. But I didn't know what to expect. It was absolutely exhilarating, and I've never had such a natural rush in my entire life. Like when I landed, I'll never forget, I just sprinted for like 100, 150 yards. Like I just took off because I was so filled with so much adrenaline. I was just trying to manage everything that was flowing through me. It was unbelievable and an awesome experience. I haven't done it since, but that was the one thing that surprised me. I was a little scared going in, and I finished thinking I would do that again.
That's really cool. Now I see why people like chase that feeling, like the adrenaline junkies. But it does feel like at least you did it with somebody safe. Like it feels like skydiving's not one of those things where you get a Groupon. You're like, oh, I'm getting
Right.
a Groupon on skydiving. Like there are things that you don't want to buy on Groupon. Anything that involves your face, like, is a no for me. Because people are like, oh, Botox is on Groupon. No. We are going to the best of the best if it involves needles and my face.
I do not blame you one bit for that. On that, we are in agreement. Hey, coming up next, it's Bet Sweats. Bet Sweats with our guys. Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski and Sammy P. They're talking about playoff bets in the NHL and the NBA. They've got some baseball bets as well. Keith Smith from Sport Track will be along to talk about the NBA playoffs at 9:20. So coming up here in just about 40 minutes. And then Connor Aller for 4 for 4 football will talk NFL draft at 10 a.m. in the East. All right, new week, new us. Time to hand out our favorite plays of the night.
Time to place your bets.
All right, y'all. So we got a couple of plays that are close to squad plays here, but where are you going tonight?
Yeah, best bet is going to be in the NBA because, knock on wood, the NBA plays have been better than baseball, so we'll try that route. All right, so today I'm going to go with Cade Cunningham over 26.5 points for -140. This number has gone up. It was -120 like 20 minutes ago. So the handicap for me is that Cade Cunningham, not great in the first game, 8 of 21 from the field. Some of that maybe you attribute to the defense, but I feel like the only way that this Pistons team has a chance is if Cade Cunningham fires away. And this is what we saw in the regular season. Cade Cunningham averaged over 30 points a game against the Knicks in the regular season. I understand it's the postseason, but one would think he has a bounce-back performance here because he's just been their go-to guy all season long. So I'm going to go with Cade Cunningham over his points prop, 26.5 for -140.
I am with you there. I like that play a lot. My first play, though, is hoping to get some early money here in the majors. Let's go Red Sox on the run line, hosting the White Sox. Early game today on Patriots Day. And here's the thing. You got Jonathan Cannon going for the White Sox, Walker Buehler going for the Red Sox. There's going to be motivation for the Red Sox. It's always a huge day at Fenway on this day, so they're going to be motivated to get a win and get a big win. And then while you look at the numbers and Jonathan Cannon and Walker Buehler have similar numbers, I mean, Jonathan Cannon hasn't won a game this season. White Sox won yesterday. I don't think they win back-to-back games. And also, Walker Buehler has been much better recently, 3 earned runs in his last 11. Cannon has just been pretty much bad across the board. Both teams are around 500 on the run line this season, but also the White Sox remain the worst hitting team in the majors. Red Sox run line, -130.
Yeah, I think the best part of that handicap is that the White Sox probably not going to win back-to-back games. They've won 5 total games this year. 5. Ooh. That's it. So I'll be on that play as well. A different variation, though. I want to be on the Red Sox -2. You can play these alternate run lines. So obviously if they win by 2, it's a push, but you pay less juice. So it's -112 for that. I do think the Red Sox win this one pretty handily. Next up, let's go back to the association. Going to be on the Clippers as well over the Nuggets in Denver. So we saw a lot of drama in game 1 of this series, and this one went to overtime. Despite the Clippers piling up 20 turnovers, and it took heroics from Russell Westbrook in the final seconds of this game for the Nuggets to secure the win. Also, Aaron Gordon is banged up going into this one. Surprisingly popped up on the injury report, something with his ankle. So that would be a big loss if he's not 100% against a very big Clippers team. So I'm going to go with the Clippers -1. On the road at the Nuggets. And then finally, we're going to go with the first five under 4 runs between the Reds and the Marlins, just banking on a good starting pitching matchup. Max Meyer has been surprisingly good for the Marlins. Not a lot of run support. He's 1-2, but a 2.63 ERA, squaring off with Nick Lodolo, who's been fantastic for the Reds as well. 2.31 ERA, and also faces a very light-hitting Marlins lineup. First 5 under 4 Reds Marlins.
All right, let's go. I am also on the Mets money line today, hosting the Phillies at -118. Aaron Nola going for Philly. Tyler McGill going for the Mets. Look, Aaron Nola should get better at some point, but he's lost a little bit of velocity this season. And if you look at the Mets splits against him historically, Juan Soto, Brandon Nimmo, Pete Alonso, they have crushed his pitching. Also, let's be honest, the Mets have been winners at home. They're 9-1 straight up at home this season. I'll keep following that trend. Mets money line -118. I'm also in the Clippers. I'm going to take the Clippers on the money line at -18. I like your handicap. I like them to even the series tonight. And then finally, Padres Tigers. I'm going to go under 8.5. Slightly juiced to the under at -115. Randy Vasquez going for the Padres. Cater Montero going for the Tigers. Two things here. Padres played late last night, bit of a hangover there. And then ultimately, if you look at the weather today, it's going to be chilly, crosswinds playing at Comerica Park. Under has been good to me there. That's where I'm going back to tonight. A lot of money coming in on that as well. And you're getting it at 8 in the hook, which I think has some value. So under 8.5, Padres and Tigers. Donkster, we handed out our bets. Do you have any bets for us? How are you? What's going on?
Good morning. Here's my review of Wrestlemania. The main event was terrible. First of all, there's no way John Cena should have more world titles than Ric Flair. Woo! What an insult to the entire sport. Also, where was The Rock? Wasn't he a part of this whole promotion? Where was he last night? Nowhere to be found. Probably making a remake of Daddy Daycare. And where were all the naked ladies? I thought this was supposed to be a big event.
Oh, This isn't the 90s, Dogster. My God. I didn't know you were such a wrestling fan. Let's have a bet.
Squad play. Clippers. Money line at the Nuggets.
Okay.
The Quippers.
Coming up next on Bet Sweats, it's our guy, Joe Ostrowski. Joe O, good morning to you. How are you on this Monday?
Eh?
Huh?
Is he
I thought
there?
he was. He was?
He's
a
like
hot
John
second?
Cena. You can't see him.
You can't see him. Joe O logs in. He's like, see ya, I'm out.
A touching
So
tribute.
typical. Joe O reminds me of The Rock. Says he's going to show up, you think he's going to show up, and then it's a no-go.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Pew.
I bet that's the first time Joe O's ever been compared to The Rock. Good for him.
Or John Cena.
Or John Cena, for that matter. Okay. Well, we'll hear him next, we hope. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins and the Dogster as well. Good luck on your bets today. Have a good Monday. Hope your week is off to a good start. We will see you bright and early tomorrow at 6 a.m. Bye.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Happy Monday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys today to kick off the week. We got the NFL draft starting on Thursday. We'll look at some of the markets that I like, dive into some more bets for the NFL draft. Obviously, we got the NBA and NHL playoffs in full swing. We'll look at the 2 NBA games, the 4 NHL games that we have tonight, and give out some of our favorite plays. We got a great baseball slate as well. We got Patriot Day out in Boston. The White Sox and the Red Sox are underway. We got some more games coming up that we will dive into. Our guy Jake Hassan going to join us here in moments, as will Johnny V, talking some college baseball, and then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. You can hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X as well. Send in all your comments that you guys have for us and hit us up. And if you miss any part of the show over the next 30 minutes, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Monday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and check in with Johnny Venezia, who joins us. Give Johnny a follow on X at _JohnnyVTV, and make sure you check out the Breaking Bet podcast. All right, Johnny. Obviously, college baseball, we're getting closer and closer to playoff time, NCAA tournament time. Had some good series this past weekend. Any series that stood out to you? Any performances that stood out to you from the past 3 days?
Great to be back, PJ. Yeah, this was a topsy-turvy weekend in the top 25. There's a few teams that stood out to me. 3 SEC teams in particular. Texas A&M going down to Arkansas, taking 2 of 3. They did not get great performances from Ryan Prager, Justin Lampkin. Bullpen stepped up. The offense is now humming after Caden Sorrell came back, which is something we talked about earlier in the year. Jace Lavalette looks amazing. You have Texas that swept Auburn. Despite the injuries that they have, they keep it rolling, man. Texas is finding a way. No matter who, no matter where, they get it done. And lastly, let's go. I'm rocking the Vandy sweatshirt for the Vandy boys, the home sweeperoo of top 5 Georgia. Vanderbilt had some up and down series, PJ, this year, but I'll tell you, man, they sweep Georgia, who has arguably the best offense in the country. Their pitching shut them down. That is impressive, and that deserves a round of applause.
Certainly does. Another team I want to talk to you about, Johnny, that continues to climb. You look at the D1 baseball rankings, perennial team in the college baseball ranks, a great program, Oregon State. They continue to climb. What do you make of the Beavers this season and the way that they're playing right now?
I've had a Jekyll and Hyde feeling about Oregon State this year. Obviously talented, but I feel a little bit top-heavy. Their schedule in a non-conference isn't brutal, but it's not super soft. It's going to be telling for Oregon State. They have Oregon coming up next weekend, and then they have Hawaii the following weekend at Hawaii, which is a tough place to play. So it's going to be very telling. I think the Beavers are a good team, but I think, I echo the same sentiment. If their top 5, top 6 guys don't carry the load for them, then it's going to be tough for them in a tournament format like the College World Series. I think they definitely have enough juice to get there, but depending on how the ancillary guys perform is a question that is going to be left to be seen once it actually happens.
I want to talk to you about some of the mid-major teams in college baseball. You were talking about Western Kentucky last week, how much you like them. Some other teams that are having really good seasons, Coastal Carolina, Southern Miss, we're used to them being pretty good. Troy's having a really good year. UC Irvine as well. Outside of Western Kentucky, Johnny, like any of those mid-majors, UC Irvine, Troy, Southern Miss, Coastal, maybe somebody else that you would keep an eye on, maybe who will be like a 2 or 3 seed come tournament time you think could be pretty dangerous?
I got to be honest, I think Western Kentucky, Coastal, and UC Irvine are the cream of the crop in the mid-major so far this year. Coastal's big thing this year, they've always been very offensive heavy, always a top team in the country with most major offensive rankings, and it's been fine this year, but their pitching is like come out of nowhere. They have 3 weekend starters with an ERA sub 3.2, and you're thinking, well, it's mid-major baseball, Sun Belt, they should be. Well, Sun Belt's honestly good enough to be a Power 5 conference now. But, Coastal hasn't had pitching like this in a while, and it's kind of crazy to see. And if this keeps up, I think not only they're going to host a regional, but they might have enough juice to make it to Omaha. As for UC Irvine, the starting pitching has been their biggest problem all year. Then I would say about 3 or 4 weeks ago, they switched up the starting rotation, and it's been money putting Riley Kelly in the Friday role. He's been nails. Trevor Hanson in the Saturday role, complete game shutty against Hawaii this past weekend. He's been nails. They have a good bullpen. Their offense is good. Irvine's a team that's probably going to host. They're probably going to win the Big West, and I think they could win a regional. But when you're a 13 or a 14 seed and then you ultimately have to go to a top SEC or ACC in the Supers, that's where the class of the talent really shines is a differentiator. So I think Irvine's good. I think they'll host, but I don't know if I see them having enough juice to make it to Omaha or even coming close to winning it.
We're talking with our guy Johnny Venezia here on Send It In. Make sure you guys follow Johnny on X @_JohnnyVTV, host of the Breaking Bet podcast. Johnny, let's dive into the SEC. We know when we're talking college baseball, they are always the premier program. This year is no different. And all they did was add in Texas right now is the number one team in the country, and Oklahoma, who's having a really good year as well. We saw 14 teams in the NCAA tournament college basketball make it to March Madness. I mean, when you look at the SEC in college baseball, how many teams do you think are going to get in potentially to the tournament this year?
It's wild. There's 16 teams. I think realistically 12 are going to make it, maybe 13. You have Mizzou, South Carolina, who are definitely out. Then I think one of Florida or Mississippi State will end up getting in most likely. So I would say 13 is doable, but 12, I'd be surprised if they don't have at least 12 in there. I mean, SEC every year is loaded, and even the middle of the pack, bottom of the barrel teams are still competitive for the most part.
Always love asking you, Johnny, on Monday, your futures portfolio, you're constantly adding as we get more and more games out of these teams. The numbers continue to shift. As we move into this week, anything in the futures market that you have your eye on, anything that you've either bet or maybe you're considering betting here moving forward?
I mean, I went back to the well with the Texas teams. Texas was a team I gave out at 40-1 in the first few weeks. When it was out there, I just didn't understand it. It made absolutely no sense, and they've done nothing but just win. But now, you're getting 10-1, 11-1, which I actually still think is a good number. They're missing Max Ballou, their best player, who should be a first rounder this year. And once he comes back, they're going to be even better. But I went back again with the Aggies, man. Aggies look good. They finally got hot, and I think their starting pitching is just going to regress back to the mean and being the dominant rotation that they are. But the offense has been the question. And now Jace Lavalette is firmly looking like a number one overall pick this summer. Caden Sorrell, amazing. They're getting contributions from so many different sources, and they're hot. They had no confidence the first 6 weeks, but now they go into Tennessee, take 2 or 3. They go into Arkansas, take 2 or 3. They have a couple really tough series coming up to close out the regular season, but man, the Aggies are feeling themselves, and I think even if they don't host, they're going to be a nightmare for anybody that they are in as a 2 or 3 seed in a region. I think the Aggies, and you're getting them at 25-1 on MGM, we've seen them come down aggressively these last 10 days everywhere else. So I would definitely be buying into the Aggies right now.
I mean, you've been on the Aggies since the beginning. They continue to get better and better, so I like both of that. Keep an eye on the Texas teams. Johnny, before I let you go, Golden Spikes market. You've been talking about how wide open it is this year. Really, nobody's taking grasp of the award. How would you break down Golden Spikes right now?
It's a complete disaster. It's not like last year where Charlie Condon was running away and it really wasn't a consideration for more than 1 or 2 other guys. But this year it is truly wide open. I think Justin LeBron, who's maybe a 1-1 pick next year, he's fallen off big time. Jared Jones from LSU's fallen off. Gavin Killen's still in the mix for Tennessee. But I got to be honest, it's time maybe to go a little bit down the board. Lavalette at 22-1 is something that I would look at because he could still realistically finish with 30 home runs and maybe even a 350, 360 average if he stays hot. But I got to be honest with you, Peach. The guy that's really interesting to me, but nobody knows about because he plays in Oregon, and Oregon's rarely covered. You have to subscribe to the Big Ten Plus to watch them. Mason Neville, their center fielder, has 19 home runs, batting .330. He is soaring up draft boards right now. I don't think it's a first-round grade on him, but he might be able to get himself into the early mid-second if he keeps this going. And Oregon likely to host a regional, maybe even a super regional. And if they make it to Omaha, this kid's going to have a chance to belt 30 home runs and possibly lead the league. And he's out there at 45-1 right now. I think Mason Neville should be closer to 20-1. Considering the production he has and how wide open this market is. And I gave out the preseason requisites for the Golden Spikes. Yep. I think realistically this year it might get thrown out the window because nobody is taking charge. So we might see somebody that's not a first rounder, somebody that's an underclassman, somebody that honestly just would not win in a normal year, maybe step up and take this award and grab it by the horns.
Super interesting. I like the Mason Neville call at Oregon. Nobody better talking college baseball with than Johnny Venezzi. Give him a follow on X @_JohnnyVTV, host of the Breaking Bet podcast. Johnny, always appreciate the time, sir. We'll talk to you next Monday.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Peach.
Absolutely. All right, guys, let's continue talking baseball here on Send It In. From the college ranks, we look at the pros and little big league Peach as we look at today's Major League Baseball slate. We got one game off and running so far today. It's Patriot Day out in Boston. You got the Boston Marathon. They start at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Red Sox up 4-2 on the White Sox right now in the bottom of the 8th inning. If you like the White Sox to come back and win in the top of the 9th, they're 19-1 to come back and win that game. Then coming up, we got Yankees and Guardians at 6:10 p.m. Eastern time with a total of 8.5. Clark Schmidt going up against Gavin Williams. No play for me in this game. Gavin Williams so far has made 4 starts on the year. 3 of them have been on the road. Hasn't fared particularly great on the road. He's normally a better pitcher at home, but the only start he made at home this year was against the White Sox, so it's not really a good tell of what to expect tonight. Coming off a performance against the Orioles where he gave up 5 earned runs. Then on the flip side, you have Clark Schmidt making his 2nd start of the season. Just a lot of unknown for me in the pitching matchup today between Schmidt and Gavin Williams, so I'm staying away in Guardians and Yankees. Then we have the Padres. After a tough series against Houston, they head to Detroit to take on the Tigers right now, are leading the AL Central. You have Randy Vasquez going for San Diego against Kiter Montero going for the Tigers. Montero has a 9.00 ERA for the Tigers. Going up against Vasquez was a sub-3 ERA for the Padres, and yet here we are with Detroit as a -140 favorite on the money line. Keep in mind, tough little travel spot for San Diego, playing Sunday Night Baseball last night against Houston. Have to get on a plane, take a red eye to Detroit, and play the Tigers, a good Tigers team at home in Detroit. I think it's a tough spot for San Diego, so even though Montero has not been great so far this season, I like Detroit at -140. Reds and Marlins tonight in Miami. Nick Lodolo going for the Reds. Max Meyer going for the Marlins. The Reds a -125 favorite in Miami. The Marlins are +105 on the money line. 2 pitchers that have been very good so far this season. Lodolo's been excellent for the Reds. Max Meyer been very good for the Marlins. Both of these pitchers have an ERA under 3, and I'm kind of going with the under tonight, under 8 runs. The Reds beat the Orioles 24-2 yesterday. They scored 24 runs in that game. If any of us know anything about baseball, right, wouldn't it just be so baseball for the Reds to come back the following day and put up like 1 run on the scoreboard today? And they're going up against the best pitcher for the Marlins outside of Sandy Alcantara. Max Meyer is having a good year, as I was mentioning. I like the under 8 today in Reds and Marlins. Phillies and Mets start a 3-game series in Citi Field. Should be a really good one. In the NL East, you got Aaron Nola going for the Phillies, who's struggled mightily so far this season. 0-4 with an ERA over 6. Going up against Tyler McGill, who's been very good so far for the Mets. I like the Phillies tonight in Game 1 at +105. I think this is a nice buy low spot here on Aaron Nola. Again, who has not been good so far this season for the Phillies, but I think this is a time to buy low. And look at what the line's telling you, right? The Mets are at home. They have the better record. They have the better pitcher on the mound so far this season, yet they're only a -125. I think odds makers are expecting a little positive regression from Aaron Nola as well. I think he pitches well. I think the Mets win, or the Phillies win the game over the Mets. I like Philadelphia +105. Cardinals and Braves tonight in Atlanta. The Braves are -190. Cardinals +155. The total is 8.5. You've Spencer Schwellenbach on the mound for the Braves, who's been awesome this year, going up against Eric Fetty for the Cardinals. Give me the over in the game, 8.5. I'd look at a Braves team total over as well. Maybe take some alts like over 5.5, 6.5, 7.5, because Eric Fetty's history against this Braves lineup is not good at all. The Braves have dominated Fetty, including Marcell Ozuna, who's 7 for 12 against him in his career. I expect the Braves offense put up some big numbers tonight. Good pitching matchup in Houston. Hunter Brown going for the Stros. Kevin Gausman going for the Blue Jays. Total is 7.5. Houston a -140 favorite. I'm going with the first 5 under 4 runs in this game. Again, good pitching matchup. Houston played Sunday Night Baseball last night. Blue Jays played at home against Seattle. They have a little bit of a travel going down south to Houston, so think a little bit of a sluggish start for both lineups going up against two very good pitchers. Give me the first 5 under in that game. And then finally, Brewers and Giants out in San Francisco. Robbie Ray going up against Quinn Priester. And Priester in 2 starts with the Brewers has been terrific, only giving up 1 run in 10 innings pitched. He's a plus 118 underdog today going up against Robbie Ray, who's 3-0 on the season. Giants, we know, are a tough team to beat at home, at night. I like the Giants minus 140. All right, let's talk some playoffs, right? Playoff Peach. We got playoff NBA basketball, playoff Stanley Cup hockey. Great time of year. 2 NBA playoff games tonight. We'll start with the Knicks and the Pistons. New York is a 6.5-point favorite tonight against Detroit with a total of 221.5. The Knicks obviously took game 1. They lead the series 1-0. The spread is the same as what it was in game 1. And I'm taking the Knicks again. I'm laying the 6.5 against New York. Pistons did a lot of good things in game 1. They were up double digits late in the third quarter. The Knicks had to go on a 21-0 run in the fourth to win that game. But obviously both teams are going to adjust. And this is when we talk about playoff experience and playoff pedigree and all these sorts of things. You saw it in game 1, how the Pistons crumbled in that fourth quarter when things didn't start to go their way. I trust the Knicks more tonight at home to make the better adjustments. I'll take New York minus 6.5 against the Pistons. Couple player props that I would look at. Jalen Brunson over 6.5 assists for the Knicks. He had 8 in game 1. Got to lay the juice at minus 140, but I think it's worth it. Brunson took a lot of contact in game 1. He hit the floor a bunch, a lot of hard, a lot of times, and that's how he just plays, and that's what it's going to be like in the postseason. But I think the Pistons are really going to force some other guys to try and beat him tonight, especially Mikal Bridges. So I would look at Brunson to be more a facilitator. I like his over assist. I also like Dennis Schroeder over 8.5 points tonight for the Pistons. Played 26 minutes in game 1, had 8 points on 3 of 8 shooting. When Schroeder comes off the bench, they're looking for instant offense out of him and Malik Beasley. They're looking for a spark for that second unit. Again, I think Schroeder's going to play about 25 minutes tonight. I would expect anywhere from like 7 to 10 shot attempts. Think he can get us to double digits. I'll go over 8.5 points on Dennis Schroeder. Then we have the Clippers and Nuggets. Game 2 of this series. Denver winning in overtime, 112-110 in game 1. Total is 218.5. Give me Kawhi Leonard over 24.5 points. There's 2 props I like tonight regarding Kawhi Leonard. The points are the first one. 9 for 15 from the field in game 1. 22 points. Played 41 minutes in that overtime game. Kawhi looks healthy. He looks really good. As good as he looks probably in the last 3 or 4 years or so. And I think the Clippers, look, as good as James Harden has been for you this season and as great of a scorer as he is, when it gets to crunch time and the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, get the ball to Kawhi Leonard. The Clippers should have won game 1. They look like the better team. They have the better coach in Ty Lue. I expect them to make the proper adjustments. I expect Kawhi to have more than 15 shot attempts, probably something north of 20 in this game. So give me over 24.5 points for Kawhi. I think there's a good chance he goes for 30 or more tonight. And then also give me over 6.5 rebounds for Kawhi as well. Somebody's got to help out Zubac down low with the rebounding. That was really one of the big storylines of game 1. How many late offensive rebounds Denver got to extend those possessions, whether it was Jokic, Russell Westbrook had a ton of tip-outs, Aaron Gordon. There were some big offensive rebounds late in that game. Clippers need to do a much better job on the defensive glass. I think that'll be a priority out of Kawhi tonight, not only to score a little bit more, but also rebound a little bit more. So we'll go over on points and rebounds for Kawhi Leonard tonight against the Nuggets. As for the NHL playoffs, we got the Canadiens and the Capitals tonight starting game 1 of their series. Makes me a little nervous as a Caps fan, the fact that we have not had an underdog win yet on the money line so far in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And we know usually the dogs tend to be barking in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the Caps certainly are a franchise here in the Ovechkin era that have disappointed as a favorite. I'm a little bit worried. Logan Thompson, their goalie, has been really good for them this season. Looks like he's going to play in game 1. But this is the playoffs. He's probably going to have to shake off a little bit of rust. I kind of like the over in this game. Caps, one of the best offensive teams in hockey. We're second in goals per game, trailing Tampa. So I think they're going to be able to score. And I think the Canadiens going up against a shaky goalie in Thompson who might have to work off some rust. I like over 6 in Caps and Canadiens. Jets and Blues, game 2 of their series. Blues, the hottest team in hockey right now, had a great chance of winning game 1. They were up 3-2 in the third period in Winnipeg. I expect another close game tonight. Ultimately, I'm staying away. Probably would lean Winnipeg, though. But maybe hope that the Blues get up early, get another nice live number on the Jets. Avalanche and Stars, game 2 of their series. I really like the Stars in game 1. Didn't come through. I'm coming right back with them in game 2 of this series. A lot of great opportunities that they just weren't able to convert in game 1. Mackenzie Blackwood was fantastic. The Avalanche had a couple of fluke goals off the skate, off the shoulder, a bunch of just one of those types of games for Dallas. I think they get better fortune tonight. Give me the Stars at plus 120. And then give me the LA Kings minus 125 tonight against the Oilers. 4th year in a row these teams are meeting in the playoffs. I think the Kings finally get the job done against Edmonton in this series. And I think it starts tonight with a game 1 victory. Give me the Kings minus 125. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM, an NHL playoff odds boost token. You can join the rush this season with a Stanley Cup playoff odds boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet. So make sure you take advantage of that. All right, let's talk some NFL draft bets here on Send It In before we get into our guy, Jake Hassan. And look, the NFL draft coming up on Thursday. We went through all 32 of the teams. If you want to go back and listen to the Send It In podcast and who I think these teams are going to draft with their first position, what position they're going to draft with their first pick in the upcoming NFL draft. Now we'll just look at a couple markets that I thought were really, really interesting. The first one is Ashton Genty. Where is he going to go, right? We have seen the last couple days the number 5 overall pick market held by Jacksonville. We thought for a while it was going to be Mason Graham, the defensive tackle out of Michigan. His odds have diminished. Genty's odds have gotten closer to even money. And now it looks kind of like a coin flip. What Jacksonville's going to do between Mason Graham or Ashton Genty. Adam Schefter came out this morning and said that they have a good shot potentially of trading back, does Jacksonville. So to me, this is really where the draft starts. You look at the top 4 picks in the draft. Cam Ward to Tennessee, Travis Hunter to Cleveland, Abdul Carter to the Giants, and now Will Campbell to the Patriots. Those top 4 kind of look like that's what it's going to be. And then it would appear the draft is going to start at number 5. I still think the Jags are going with either Mason Graham or they're going to go with an offensive lineman. To me, you have Travis Etienne there. I get Liam Cohen was in Tampa, and they did a good job rotating running backs. And he obviously, to have a playmaker like Genty at running back to go along with Brian Thomas on the outside would do wonders for Trevor Lawrence. But they also really need to improve the defense. When the general manager for Jacksonville, James Gladstone, took over, he talked about improving the trenches, getting better up front. They signed 3 linemen in the offseason to take care of that side of the ball. Now I think they address the defensive side and go with Mason Graham. So for the team that's going to draft Ashton Genty, I would not look at the Jags at plus 200. I don't think he goes to the Bears at plus 360 either. I think Ashton Genty is Las Vegas Raider. I like him at minus 110. Chip Kelly's the new OC. Pete Carroll's the new head coach. Think LaShawn McCoy. Think Marshawn Lynch. Both of those guys know what it means to have really good running backs, what that does to your offense. Keep in mind, too, the Raiders have a different front office now. John Spytek comes in from Tampa. Tom Brady's going to be in the war room making decisions. This isn't the old Las Vegas Raiders that just throws dartboards or they kind of surprise us all with what they're going to do. This is going to be a solid, well-thought-out, methodical pick, and I think it's going to be Ashton Genty out of Boise. So I like him to go to the Raiders at minus 110. As for Shedeur Sanders, what's going to happen with him? He's the heavy favorite to go to the Saints at plus 160, followed by the Browns at plus 250, Steelers plus 350, and the Giants at plus 400. I think Shedeur is probably going to end up being a Steeler at plus 350. I would either bet that or I would bet the Giants at plus 400, thinking that New York could either trade into the back half of the first round or they just wait for their early pick in the second round. I don't think the Saints are going with Shedeur at number 9. I think they're either getting an offensive tackle. I think they're getting a defensive player. Just don't think at this point they're going to get Shedeur. Now, they certainly could trade back as well. They could trade back from 9 and end up getting Shedeur. But I don't really want to bet into that theoretical happen. I would rather bet into him sliding all the way to the Steelers at 21 or the Giants trading back in to the first round or getting him in the second round and him being the quarterback. So I like Pittsburgh plus 350 or the Giants at plus 400. Speaking of the quarterbacks, a bet on BetMGM that has since moved since we talked about it last week. Over under 2.5 quarterbacks being selected. The over is minus 285. The under is plus 210. This was plus 310 on Friday. It has since moved, and I think for good reason. Jackson Dart is no longer attending the NFL draft. Would make you think he's probably gotten enough word from teams that he's not going to be taken high in the draft. So it's looking like Cam Ward and it's looking like Shedeur Sanders for me. I think both of those guys are going to be the only first-round quarterbacks taken. So I like under plus 210, under 2.5 quarterbacks taken in the first round at plus 210 over at BetMGM. All right, let's get to our guy now, Jake Hassan. Little crosstalk here on Send It In. Jake, of course, the host of Bet Slips and Bat Flips, who you can catch right here on the BetMGM network, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time to 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Coming up in about 4.5 minutes. Jake, can't wait for this Mets and Phillies series. It is going to be awesome. When it's all said and done, come late Wednesday night, who do you think wins the series, New York or Philadelphia?
I'm going to stick to my guns, PJ. I'm going to stick to what I've been saying the entire year thus far. I'm going to go with the Phillies here. I think it gets off to a rocky start tonight with Aaron Nola because he's been tough and rough to watch this year, but I do think the Phillies come away with the series win.
Can't wait to watch it. Jake, Yankees and Tigers right now, both minus money to win their respective divisions. The Yankees in the AL East, the Tigers in the AL Central. Yanks minus 105, Detroit minus 115. At this point, which team would you be more confident wins their division, New York or Detroit?
I think it has to be the Yankees, right? Just because they have the minus 300 favorite for AL MVP, and the AL Central is just a crapshoot. So I think it has to be the Yankees, especially with Max Fried pitching the way that he is lately. But I think it's the Yankees by just a hair.
All right, very good. Jake, tell us what you have coming up on the show today for Bet Slips and Bat Flips.
Smaller slate of games, obviously, just a handful of them tonight. Obviously, we have White Sox, Red Sox going right now, but a small slate today, so we're going to get into a lot of awards, a lot of Rookie of the Year talk today, PJ, because we had a couple call-ups over the weekend, and I need to yell about Jack Caglione still being at Double-A for a little bit.
Yeah. All right, looking forward to that. Coming up in 3 minutes. Make sure you guys tune in to Bet Slips and Bat Flips. Our guy Jake Hassan. Nobody better to listen to talking baseball than Jake the Snake. Jake, have a great show, pal. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, PJ. Love you.
Love you too, pal. All right, guys, let's wrap up the show. PJ's plays here on Send It In. Let's get a little going streaking going, and let's go with our guy, Marcell Ozuna. I told you guys, Eric Fedde, in his career against this Braves lineup, has some terrible numbers. There's a lot of hitters in that Braves order that have dominated Fedde throughout their careers. Ozuna, probably the biggest one, 7 for 12. That's a .583 batting average. He's going to be our play today in going streaking. Prop lock is going to be Dennis Schroeder, over 8.5 points tonight for the Pistons, going up against the Knicks in Game 2. Schroeder finished with 8 points in Game 1. He played 26 minutes. I would expect about the same amount of minutes for Schroeder in Game 2, probably about 25 type minutes. And look, Schroeder throughout his career, he's been a journeyman. He's bounced around to a bunch of different teams. But the reason he stayed in the league so long is because what a professional scorer he is. Kind of gives you that instant boost off the bench. I think he goes for double digits tonight. So we'll take Schroeder over 8.5 points. My dog of the day is going to be the Phillies. Plus 105 against the Mets. I agree with Jake. I think they win the series. But give me Aaron Nola tonight. I know he has not been good to start the year. 0-4 with an ERA over 6. But I think he's going to pitch well tonight against the Mets, a lineup that has certainly been up and down this season. Line feels a little short to me. It feels like odds makers think Nola's going to pitch pretty well tonight, and I'm in agreement with them. Give me the Phils at plus 105. And then my best bet tonight, give me the Clippers on the money line, minus 118 against the Nuggets. I think the Clips are going to tie up this series. They should have won Game 1. They look like the better team. We all know that these series are all about adjustments. And the Clippers, this is their big advantage, having Ty Lue opposed to David Adelman, who's coaching in his 5th NBA game tonight for the Denver Nuggets. So more Kawhi Leonard, less James Harden down the stretch. Give me the Clippers on the money line against the Nuggets. So once again, that's our best bet. Phillies dog of the day, Dennis Schroeder prop block over 8.5 points, and Marcell Ozuna is going to be our play in going streaking. Thanks again to Johnny V, Jake Hassan for joining us today on the show. Have a great rest of your Monday, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's time for Bet Slips and Bat Flips.
This is going to be unbelievable.
With your host, Jake Hassan.
And what do we do is better. Once everybody else likes something, you hate it. And that's exactly what happened with me.
We'll be betting K's and debating your plays.
No sweat. Have a fun time. Good luck out there. Do your best.
Play ball.
Welcome in another edition of Bet Slips and Bat Flips. Another week of Bet Slips and Bat Flips. They have still not yanked me off the air yet. And so here we are to give you another jam-packed week of Major League Baseball bets, futures, games, college baseball bets. We have to recap the weekend that was in college baseball. Couple things happened that I think were interesting. We'll get into all of that and more right here on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter. You can find me on Twitter at Jake_Hassan. It's double underscored for those of you that need the extra instructions. There we go. Figured it out. Brain stopped working for a second. And that's usually what happens to your brain when you do dumb things like continue to bet the Chicago White Sox on the money line. I need to take the dunce hat out and put it firmly on my head because I need to stop doing this to myself. I see the good number, and I like Jonathan Cannon, and Walker Buehler's on the other side. And the White Sox seemingly have had the Red Sox number so far this year. So I bet the White Sox like a buffoon again. And I did get roasted for it in the group chat, as I should have, because I said, hey, who wants to bet the White Sox today with me? And they said, what's your reasoning? And I said all the things I just said. I like Jonathan Cannon. Walker Buehler's been bad. And then you just lose anyway. So off to a really hot start today to start the week and to start the day on Bet Slips and Bat Flips. But we're going to get into the games that I do like and the other stuff that I like. And hopefully it goes better than White Sox money line. I guess it can't possibly go worse, right? So with all of that being said, it is time to get into it. It is time to get into the bets and the angles and everything that we like here on Bet Slips and Bat Flips. And we will start this week and today's show with the one game that I absolutely love today, the bet that I absolutely love today. And I'm going to start with fading Quinn Priester. We're going to Giants and Brewers. We're going to Milwaukee. Quinn Priester on the mound for the Brewers, going against Robbie Ray for the Giants. Giants minus 135, totals at 8 in this game. And you look at Quinn Priester, and you look at the .90 ERA. It's a shiny number, and it pops out to you, and you go, wow, this guy's pitched really, really well. And yeah, at first glance, at first blush, you would think that. But then when you look at what it actually is and what Quinn Priester actually has looked like, it's not very good. The FIP is much higher than the ERA. His baseball savant page is absolutely hideous. He's like the 5th percentile in barrel rate and hard hit rate and hard contact allowed. It's all real, real bad. So I'm going to fade Quinn Priester here. I'm going to try and pick out that today is the day that the regression comes for Quinn Priester. And I think it's going to be against a good Giants team. So I'm going to be on their team total over 4.5. That's plus money. I think Jung-Hoo Lee is going to have a good day. He's played like an MVP candidate so far this year. Heliot Ramos has started to turn it around a little bit. Matt Chapman's been very consistent at the top of that Giants lineup. So I think Quinn Priester regresses a ton today. Giants team total over 4.5 is going to be the one bet that I absolutely love today. Can't wait to see how it goes wrong. It's going to be really awesome and a lot of fun, and I'll probably tear my hair out just a little bit. But we move on into all of the other action. The White Sox, as we mentioned, already lost today to the Red Sox. 4-2 is your final in that one. And before we touch them all, before we get into the lineup notes, injury updates, everything that you need to know, a reminder to get into the bettor's box. It's a small card today, but I know there's a lot of futures questions that you guys have. A couple of you tweeted at me over the weekend. I got a couple DMs about that. So get into the bettor's box. Ask your questions, your futures bets, your bets for today, throw them in there, and we will get into all of that. And if you're not listening live and you're listening to this in podcast form, please go rate and review the podcast. We would very much appreciate your 5-star reviews and your ratings at Bet Slips and Bat Flips, wherever you get your podcasts. But of course, always join us live here on the BetMGM Network, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, at BetMGM Network across all of those platforms. And you can find this show every day, Monday through Friday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. But like I said, let's get into it. The news, updates, things that you need to know from the weekend that was. And probably our top story today, as I just do a local news thing for some reason, our top story today at 1:34 p.m. Eastern time. Luis Arias, you may have seen yesterday, had a very scary collision in the Padres and Astros game. He and Mauricio Dubon collided, and Dubon got up, popped up. He was fine, but Arias stayed on the ground for a long time. He ended up having to be carted off the field. This was in the first inning of yesterday's game, and Arias, he goes to the hospital, is able to move all of his extremities, his limbs, gives the thumbs up as he's getting carted off the field, ends up getting released from the hospital, and it meets up with the Padres in the locker room following the game yesterday. He ended up staying in Houston overnight just so they could monitor him and make sure everything was all good, and the initial test came back clean. Expects to rejoin the team today. Doesn't sound like he's going to be in the lineup. I think it would be very, very shocking if he was. But overall, everything's good. Luis Arias expects to be playing probably shortly. There was a laceration of his jaw that they wanted to monitor. But overall, comes away from a very scary situation, for all intents and purposes, perfectly fine. So very good news for the Padres. Obviously, very good news for Luis Arias. He made an Instagram post as well, thanking the people at the hospital and the medical staff at the field and the fans for their support. So looks like Luis Arias will be good, and the Padres will be getting one of their better hitters and one of their best hitters back into the lineup sooner rather than later. This one, on a lighter note, I guess it's a later note. It's kind of... It is and it isn't, I guess, depending on how you look at it. Nick Castellanos home run bets are getting absolutely slammed today. And if this is how you're learning about this news, I'm very sorry. But Pope Francis died, passed away overnight. Woke up this morning, saw that news that the Pope was, he was in bad health, passes away on this Easter Monday. But as we do, and as bits go, Nick Castellanos home run props have been absolutely blasted to the point that they opened at plus 750 today in the Phillies game against the Mets with Trevor McGill on the mound. Goes from plus 750 now as low as plus 350 out there. It was off the board for a little bit as the books adjusted the number. And now Nick Castellanos all the way down to plus 350, as low as 3 times more bets on Nick Castellanos than any other player to hit a home run today. That's at BetMGM, of course, the title sponsor of this fine network of this show, ipso facto, Bet Slips and Bat Flips on the BetMGM network. I'm your host, Jake Hassan. But I saw people on Twitter getting kind of mad about it, like, oh, the bit's gone too far and we got to let it go. I don't even know how much of it is a bit. Like, a lot of it is factual, people. You go throughout time and throughout Nick Castellanos' playing career, he's been in the league for a long time. And as Matt puts in our show chat on the side here, we went through all of the events last year. Like, this is a thing. When things happen in the world that have significance, like Nick Castellanos hits a home run more often than not. He's been in the league since 2013. And you go, so over a decade. And more times than not, Nick Castellanos hits a home run on days like today. So is it really a bit if it comes through? I guess we'll find out tonight. And we'll get back to you tomorrow. To some injury news and somebody who will not be coming back anytime soon. Griffin Conine of the Marlins gets placed on the 60-day injured list. He dislocated his left shoulder on Saturday, sliding headfirst into second base on a double. He will undergo further imaging today on this Monday to see the extent of the injury. He led the Marlins in slugging and OPS and was the only player with multiple 5-star catches this season. For those of you who don't know, Fangraphs and Baseball Savant, they grade the difficulty of catches. A 5-star catch is obviously a very difficult catch, and Griffin Conine led. He was the only player with multiple 5-star catches out of all of baseball with multiple catches of 5 stars this season. And this is a big blow and it has a lot of implications on the futures market because Griffin Conine was down to about 13-1, 14-1 for NL Rookie of the Year. His price had crashed significantly, especially over the last couple of weeks. And now that win probability has to go somewhere. And it's kind of why you're seeing Roki Sasaki hold as your significant favorite in that market. Dylan Cruz as well. He hit his first home run over the weekend. He leads as your second favorite there. And so that win probability has to go somewhere. And there is another Marlins rookie who we're going to talk about right now who got called up in what was surprisingly not in relation to the Griffin Conine news, but because of other injuries on the Marlins. But Agustin Ramirez is being recalled by the Marlins and makes his season debut today. He's a catcher, DH, played a little bit of first base in the minor leagues as well. He was kind of the crown jewel of the Jazz Chisholm trade with the Yankees last year. Agustin Ramirez was hitting .254, 18 for 71 with a .792 OPS this season in AAA. 3 home runs, 12 RBI, 5 stolen bases, which is unusual for a catcher. You don't usually see a catcher who steals that many bases, and doesn't have a ton of speed, but he just has like awareness. He said that he times pitchers' windups and their delivery, and that's how he steals bases. He's really good at stealing bases in the minor leagues. He's stolen like 25 bases before. A career in the minor leagues, 266, 352, 816 slash line. He's at 16-1 to win NL Rookie of the Year at BetMGM. There's some 30-1s out there, though, if you shop around. And if you remember, and if you've been listening and watching this show for the last couple weeks and since opening day, Agustin Ramirez was one of those guys who I had circled just a couple of weeks ago, and I was waiting for the Marlins to call him up. And yes, they had injuries in their catcher room. Nick Fortes has been injured. Their only other catcher on the roster is a Rule 5 guy, so they can't DFA him. Otherwise, they can't option in the minors, rather. They have to release him outright if they want to make room. I think that Agustin Ramirez should stick on the roster because the Marlins catchers, like Nick Fortes, when he comes back, he's a journeyman catcher. They're not going to say, okay, Augustin, get back to AAA, even though you've been playing well. We got to make room for Nick Fortes. I don't think that's going to happen. So while he's up on the major league roster, if he performs well, he should stick around, even if it's not at catcher, because there is some question about his defensive capabilities behind the dish and his ability to throw guys out, which isn't very good. But if they're going to give him DH at bats, and listen, the Marlins are 9-12. They're a little bit better maybe than we thought they were, and they're kind of scrappy. So might as well give the future some runway here to earn some at-bats and get some seasoning if you expect him to be part of the bigger picture. I'm going to wait. And what did we learn with guys like Zach Veen? You don't have to rush and bet it right now just because he's up. Because like Zach Veen, for example, kind of stinks so far. And the number crashed all the way to 7-1 and now is back out to 20-1. So the same might happen with Agustin Ramirez, where there's a 16-1 at BetMGM right now. There's 30-1s out there. He is somebody that I like and I think has the upside to win this award, especially when you consider his combination of power and speed. Like, he could legitimately be a 20-20 guy, 20 home runs and 20 stolen bases. And on the Marlins, if they're going to let him play every day, and try to get a vision for what this is going to look like down the road and in the future, then I think they're going to give him the at-bats. So I'm going to watch today's game for the Marlins. I'm going to see how this goes against the Reds, and I'll watch the next couple of games. And if what I thought already comes to be true, gets a couple hits today or tomorrow, maybe hits a home run or a couple extra base hits, then I'm in. I'm not going to rush and bet it right now, but he is definitely somebody that I have circled, Agustin Ramirez, that can win this award going forward. Something to monitor for sure. If you have questions about NL Rookie of the Year or AL Rookie of the Year or any bets in those markets or any bets in general, get into the Bettors Box, get in and send us your questions and your comments and your bets, and we will get to all of them. And while you're doing that as well, while I'm answering these questions, go and rate the podcast 5 stars and leave us a review wherever you get your podcast, Bet Slips and Bat Flips, wherever you are there. And reminder, too, that the live show's better. You can watch it. You can see me be stupid and put on a dunce hat and be the way that I am. And you can find us, BetMGM Network, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, my Twitter as well, Jake_Hassan, where I tweet the show every day. But we go now to the Bettors Box. We go to your comments and to your questions and everything that you, dear listener and dear viewer, have to contribute to today's show. And just because we're in the bettors box right now doesn't mean that it's closed. You can continue to send in bets and questions, and we will answer them as we go along. Furman 50, are we sticking with the Bryce Harper 1.5 total bases streak? Honestly, I don't see why not. It continues to be pretty profitable for us, and he gets a good matchup against Trevor McGill today, who he has good history against. So I still like it. You're getting good prices still, and he's on an insane tear. So yeah, I don't see why not. Furman 50. B Mills, what's up, Jake? How do you like these today? Aaron Nola over 5.5 hits allowed, over 8.5 in Yankees Guardians, over 7.5 in Brewers Giants, and in college, Gonzaga plus 4.5 against Oregon State. Nola over 5.5 hits allowed. I do like that. He hasn't been good this year. And against a Mets team that some of these guys have good history against Aaron Nola, I do like that over 5.5. Over 8.5 in Yankees and Guardians. I get it. The Yankees offense led by Aaron Judge, obviously, and Clark Schmidt, a fly ball pitcher. The wind is crazy in that game as well. So you should have some wind factor and some runs in that one overall as well. Over 7.5 in Brewers Giants. Hell, I think the Giants could get there on their own. So I like that look as well. College Gonzaga against Oregon State plus 4.5. These Monday games get weird, and these teams are getting ready to travel. So I like the look there. Oregon State, especially once you get to that bullpen, things get real wacky. That bullpen is not very good. B-Mills is also looking at Abilene Christian team total over when that number drops against Texas Tech. I like that look going against Texas Tech. They have been absolutely atrocious. Everything that I thought about Texas Tech coming into this year, I had to throw out because they have just been absolutely horrific. So I like that look. B-Mills going with Abilene Christian team total over. I absolutely love it. J-Bro MMG. Tyler O'Neill opening day home run streak is no different. I assume this means to Nick Castellanos. Yeah, right. Exactly. It can still be a bit and still be profitable. Just because it's a bit doesn't mean it's jumped the shark. And I saw people on Twitter saying that about the Castellanos thing. The stats are the stats. The numbers are the numbers. So I'm not going to try and argue with that. Is what it is. Be what it be. History tells us what it is. Game is game. So yeah, I agree, J-Bro. Brian Giles, is Texas A&M back? I think they are. Like, they continue to play really, really good baseball right now. They look awesome. A&M just took care of business against Arkansas, who you guys all know I like a lot, and I still like Arkansas. But Texas A&M was the preseason #1 team in the country for a reason. They had the talent, and even though they lost their manager and it took them some time to figure things out and kind of get settled, it really looks like they figured things out there down in College Station. Because A&M now has turned it on completely and back-to-back weekends and taking care of business against Arkansas and winning that series. I think that says a lot. Jace Lavalette has been unbelievable. He's been red hot, and that's a guy that had #1 overall prospect in college baseball and #1 overall draft prospect kind of pedigree coming into this year. So I think Texas A&M is going to be a problem. I don't think they're going to be hosting. Obviously, they're way behind the 8 ball as far as the standings go. But once we get to tournament time, whether that be conference tournament and overall the NCAA tournament, I think A&M is going to be a problem and could be poised to make a run depending on the draw and who they go up against regionally and super regional in their path to Omaha. But I'm very nearly ready to say that Texas A&M is back. And Brian Giles also says, you think Oregon can get back in front of the Big Ten if they handle Oregon State this week? As far as the conference standings go for Oregon, they have a lot of ground to make up. Iowa, with a sweep this weekend, is 17-4 in Big Ten standings. They have a good 2.5 game lead over UCLA and a couple other teams in the Big Ten. Oregon's 3 games back. Doesn't mean they can't win the conference. We're at the halfway point. So there's still a lot of baseball to be played, but Oregon definitely has some ground to make up as far as the Big Ten goes. But I mean, speaking of Oregon, takes the series against number 10 UCLA over the weekend. Grayson Grinsell, their Friday night ace, continues to just look like a dude. Another 7 strong innings of pitching on Friday night, and their offense looks great right now. Mason Neville is now the single season leader in Oregon history for home runs. He leads the country in home runs with 19 right now. So I still like this Oregon team. I think they're dangerous. I don't know if they can get in front of the Big Ten. They have a tough slate coming up. Oregon State, you mentioned, is still a very good team. So it might be a little bit of work, but can definitely be done for Oregon. Iowa, by the way, I mean, came out of absolutely nowhere there. They've played very, very good baseball, maybe a year later than we all thought Iowa was going to be, but could be a contender. Thank you all, as always, for your comments, for your questions, for your interaction on the show. It is very much appreciated. Love when you guys get in the bettor's box. It really makes the show fly, and it makes the show a lot of fun. You guys throw angles at me that I would have never even thought of, and so I really appreciate your guys' participation. If you missed the bettor's box, you can catch us on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter, BetMGM Network. We will be here Monday through Friday, 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, same place, same time, every day during the week. And you can jump in the bettor's box as well. But if you're listening on the podcast, Bet Slips and Bet Flips, wherever you get your podcasts. And we very, very humbly appreciate your 5-star reviews and ratings. But let's get into the bets. Let's get into the games. Let's get into everything for today's truncated slate, but we still have a bunch of bets. And the starter spotlight today, we start with Kevin Gausman, Blue Jays versus Astros. The Astros hit just 173 against Kevin Gausman in 87 plate appearances. He's having a very strong year. They have an expected batting average of just 150, a 2.49 ERA for Gausman on the year. And as a Blue Jay, ever since he joined Toronto in 2022, he's been better on the road away from Rogers Center. So I think Kevin Gausman is in for a good day today against an Astros team that continues to disappoint as well. You're getting plus money with the Blue Jays. I do like them on the money line today. I'll back Kevin Gausman, and I'll continue to fade this Astros team that continues to just kind of look like they're just more average than anything, even though Cam Smith has started to emerge as maybe an AL Rookie of the Year candidate, but we'll get into that after we go through these games here on Bet Slips and Bat Flips. And so let's get into it. Let's get into the 7-minute stretch. Let's get into the rest of these games. Only a handful, not a ton of games, but we do have thoughts and angles for them. We start with a game that we mentioned in the bettor's box, Yankees versus Guardians, totals at 8.5. Yankees favored in this one, -125. Clark Schmidt on the mound for the Yankees, Gavin Williams going for the Guards. I have one bet in this game. I like Kyle Manzardo over 1.5 total bases. He has really started to break out. He has 2 home runs in his last 2 games. He has an extra base hit in 3 straight games coming into this one. He's 2 for 3 with a home run versus Clark Schmidt. As I mentioned, the weather in this game, there should be some significant wind in this game blowing to right field. In this one, strong gusts in Cleveland. So I like Kyle Manzardo. It's blowing out to right field. He's a lefty hitter. That's to his pull side. Clark Schmidt, I still think, shaking off some rust for the Yankees after his injured list stint to start the year. So that'll be my bet. And that one, Kyle Manzardo, over 1.5 total bases. Padres and Tigers in Detroit. And this one totals at 8. Tigers are your favorite at -145. Randy Vasquez versus Keter Montero. And I'll just address something off the top that I think everybody is thinking. Padres +120. Whoa. How is that possible? Keter Montero was terrible in his first start for the Tigers last week. Randy Vasquez is a 1.74 ERA. And I tend to agree. I do think that the Padres shouldn't be getting +120 here, even with Arias out of the lineup. They still have Manny Machado. They still have Fernando Tatis Jr. But another game with a lot of wind. Wind is blowing straight out to left field, 17-mile-an-hour winds in Detroit tonight. And Montero was terrible. I don't think he's as bad as the 9 ERA through one start implies. But also Randy Vasquez, his peripherals are all showing that there's some regression coming for him. So I'm going to take the over 8 in this game because of Vasquez vastly outperforming his peripherals. I think that starts to catch up to him tonight, and a fade of Keter Montero as well, and leaning into the wind factor. So over 8 there for me in Padres and Tigers. Reds versus Marlins in Miami. Total is at 8. Reds your favorite here, -125 with Nick Lodolo on the mound for Cincinnati going against Max Meyer. I'm going to take a shot with the Marlins on the money line here. I think the wheels started to come off for Nick Lodolo a little bit in his last start. He had like a 0.6 ERA going into his last start for Cincinnati. Got knocked around a little bit. Now you're sitting at that 2.31 mark. But Max Meyer, somebody who I think is able to outperform his peripherals because he has a very strong ground ball rate. He's 88th percentile as far as ground ball rate goes. At home in Miami, the lineup gets the boost with Agustin Ramirez in there tonight. I'll take the Marlins on the money line. I'll back Max Meyer and the Fish in this one. Phillies and Mets, a game that we've talked about at length today. Mets minus 125 at home at Citi Field. Total is at 8. Aaron Nola, who we've discussed already, going against Tyler McGill. I'm pretty sure I said Trevor off the top. It's Tyler McGill. Trevor McGill, the closer for the Brewers, of course. But Tyler going tonight. If anything for me, it would only be the Mets. Maybe Aaron Nola figures it out for the Phillies, but I'm not going to bet on that happening. I don't feel very strongly that is going to happen. Do have a home run bet in this game that we will get to close out the bets in the walk-off. Cardinals and Braves here. Braves minus 190 in Atlanta. Totals at 8.5. Eric Fetty going for the Cards. Spencer Schwellenbach going for the Braves. I get why the Braves are minus 190, but Schwellenbach kind of got tagged by the Cardinals a couple times last year, had 2 starts against them, lost both of them. Eric Fetty, though, bad history against some guys in this Braves lineup. So this is a stay away for me. Couldn't get a good angle that I really liked in this one. It's Schwellenbach to get the win is plus 140, and this would be a bounce back spot for him after he got knocked around in his last start for the Braves. So if anything, maybe that's the angle, but nothing officially for me in this one. We did already talk about Jays and Astros in the starter spotlight, but away from the starter, I do also like something else on top of the Blue Jays on the money line. Give me George Springer to steal a base. That's almost 4-1. He's having a bounce back year. He's been awesome this year, getting on base at a 41% clip, and he has good history versus Hunter Brown and a revenge spot for George Springer against his old team. And Yandir Diaz is the worst catcher in all of baseball at throwing out runners. So I'll take a shot with George Springer. He has 2 stolen bases already this year, and I will close the card with that. We already talked about the Giants and the Brewers. I like the Giants team total over 4.5. That's the late game. Let's really quick go to Jake's college tour. It's a Monday. There was a weekend in college baseball that happened, and I'm going to tell you everything that you need to know in that one. Texas continues to entrench themselves as the clear-cut number 1 team in college baseball. Number 8 Auburn came to Austin, Texas, came to town. And what did Texas do? Oh, they just swept them. It was a little dicey in game 1 on Friday night. We had the run line. That kind of stunk. Texas wins 3-2 in a comeback effort. But then what happened the rest of the weekend? Oh, just 8-3 and 14-2 wins. That's all in a sweep of the number 8 team in the country. Still really like Texas. I think they're a true contender. They are one of 2 teams in all of college baseball that have not lost a weekend series yet. Clemson, the number 2 team in the country, is the other one. Vanderbilt sweeps Georgia at home. We talked about how we were going to bet Vanderbilt in every single game. They were going to be dogs against number 5 Georgia. And now Vandy crashes the top 10. They have the 3rd best RPI. And if you're new here, you don't know what that is. RPI is, of course, your strength of schedule, the quality of your opponents. Vandy, the number 3 there. Really fast lightning round. Clemson up to number 2 after taking a ranked series against Louisville. If you didn't see Cam Cannarella's home run robbery over the weekend, go look it up. It was awesome. Arkansas and Tennessee, 2 teams that were in the top 3. They both lose their series over the weekend. Arkansas loses to A&M. Tennessee loses to Kentucky. We talked about, I think A&M might be back. Tennessee, this is why I don't like them that much. They have some serious flaws. Kentucky's a very mid team. I can't believe that Tennessee lost that series. Oregon took their series against number 10 UCLA. I think this Oregon team is going to be dangerous, and their arrow is pointed way up, especially led by Grayson Grinsell in the rotation and Mason Neville in the lineup. LSU shook up their rotation over the weekend. Chase Shores, their Sunday starter, is now been ousted to the bullpen. That pitching staff really needs some work with LSU. I think their offense can carry them, but I'm starting to lose a little bit of faith that they can win it all. To wrap up the walk-off here for all of my bets, everything that I have today. Kyle Manzardo, over 1.5 total bases. Miami on the money line. San Diego and Detroit, over 8. Blue Jays on the money line. George Springer to steal a base. San Francisco Giants team total over 4.5. And the Jake Hassan, just for funsies, plays of the day. We'll start in the Phillies and Mets game. It is not Nick Castellanos. Give me Juan Soto to hit a home run today. 4-1 at BetMGM. That's the best price out there. Strong series versus St. Louis, starting to turn around. 3 home runs versus Aaron Nola. Slugs 579 versus Nola overall. Wind way out at Citi Field. And also give me Fernando Tatis Jr. Lean into the win game. Go against Keter Montero. Has a double against him in his career. Tatis is awesome over the last 15 games and 1,100 OPS home runs in his last 2 games. I know I teased we would do Rookie of the Year. I know there were guys that were called up over the weekend. I know everyone wants to talk about Chandler Simpson. I promise we will get to it tomorrow. So tune into Bet Slips and Bat Flips tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. I know I've been teasing AL Rookie of the Year. I'm sorry. I promise. We will get to it tomorrow. Don't give up on me yet. I would never give up on you. I have been Jake Hassan. This has been Bet Slips and Bat Flips. Catch us tomorrow, same time, same place on the BetMGM Network.
Happy Monday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys today to kick off the week. We got the NFL Draft starting on Thursday. We'll look at some of the markets that I like, dive into some more bets for the NFL Draft. Obviously, we got the NBA and NHL playoffs in full swing. We'll look at the 2 NBA games, the 4 NHL games that we have tonight, and give out some of our favorite plays. We got a great baseball slate as well. We got Patriot Day out in Boston. The White Sox and the Red Sox are underway. We got some more games coming up that we will dive into. Our guy Jake Hassan going to join us here in moments, as will Johnny V, talking some college baseball, and then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. You can hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X as well. Send in all your comments that you guys have for us and hit us up. And if you miss any part of the show over the next 30 minutes, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Monday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and check in with Johnny Venezia, who joins us. Give Johnny a follow on X at @JohnnyVTV, and make sure you check out the Breaking Bet podcast. All right, Johnny. Obviously, college baseball, we're getting closer and closer to playoff time, NCAA tournament time. Had some good series this past weekend. Any series that stood out to you? Any performances that stood out to you from the past 3 days?
Great to be back, PJ. Yeah, this was a topsy-turvy weekend in the top 25. There's a few teams that stood out to me. 3 SEC teams in particular. Texas A&M going down to Arkansas, taking 2 of 3. They did not get great performances from Ryan Prager, Justin Lampkin. Bullpen stepped up. The offense is now humming after Caden Sorrell came back, which is something we talked about earlier in the year. Jace Lavalette looks amazing. You have Texas that swept Auburn. Despite the injuries that they have, they keep it rolling, man. Texas is finding a way. No matter who, no matter where, they get it done. And lastly, let's go. I'm rocking the Vandy sweatshirt for the Vandy boys, the home sweeperoo of top 5 Georgia. Vanderbilt had some up and down series, PJ, this year, but I'll tell you, man, they sweep Georgia, who has arguably the best offense in the country. Their pitching shut them down. That is impressive, and that deserves a round of applause.
Certainly does. Another team I want to talk to you about, Johnny, that continues to climb. You look at the D1 baseball rankings, perennial team in the college baseball ranks, a great program, Oregon State. They continue to climb. What do you make of the Beavers this season and the way that they're playing right now?
I've had a Jekyll and Hyde feeling about Oregon State this year. Obviously talented, but I feel a little bit top-heavy. Their schedule in a non-conference isn't brutal, but it's not super soft. It's going to be telling for Oregon State. They have Oregon coming up next weekend, and then they have Hawaii the following weekend at Hawaii, which is a tough place to play. So it's going to be very telling. I think the Beavers are a good team, but I think, I echo the same sentiment. If their top 5, top 6 guys don't carry the load for them, then it's going to be tough for them in a tournament format like the College World Series. I think they definitely have enough juice to get there, but depending on how the ancillary guys perform is a question that is going to be left to be seen once it actually happens.
I want to talk to you about some of the mid-major teams in college baseball. You were talking about Western Kentucky last week, how much you like them. Some other teams that are having really good seasons, Coastal Carolina, Southern Miss, we're used to them being pretty good. Troy's having a really good year. UC Irvine as well. Outside of Western Kentucky, Johnny, like any of those mid-majors, UC Irvine, Troy, Southern Miss, Coastal, maybe somebody else that you would keep an eye on, maybe who will be like a 2 or 3 seed come tournament time you think could be pretty dangerous?
I'm going to be honest. I think Western Kentucky, Coastal, and UC Irvine are the cream of the crop in the mid-major so far this year. Coastal's big thing this year, they've always been very offensive heavy, always a top team in the country with most major offensive rankings, and it's been fine this year, but their pitching has come out of nowhere. They have 3 weekend starters with an ERA sub 3.2, and you're thinking, well, it's mid-major baseball, Sun Belt, they should be. Well, Sun Belt's honestly good enough to be a Power 5 conference now, but Coastal hasn't had pitching like this in a while, and it's kind of crazy to see. And if this keeps up, I think not only they're going to host a regional, but they might have enough juice to make it to Omaha. As for UC Irvine, the starting pitching has been their biggest problem all year. Then I would say about 3-4 weeks ago, they switched up the starting rotation, and it's been money putting Riley Kelly in the Friday role. He's been nails. Trevor Hanson in the Saturday role, complete game shutty against Hawaii this past weekend. He's been nails. They have a good bullpen. Their offense is good. Irvine's a team that's probably going to host. They're probably going to win the Big West, and I think they could win a regional. But when you're a 13 or a 14 seed and then you ultimately have to go to a top SEC or ACC in the supers, that's where the class of the talent really shines is a differentiator. So I think Irvine's good. I think they'll host, but I don't know if I see them having enough juice to make it to Omaha or even coming close to winning it.
We're talking with our guy Johnny Venezia here on Send It In. Make sure you guys follow Johnny on X @_JohnnyVTV, host of the Breaking Bet podcast. Johnny, let's dive into the SEC. We know when we're talking college baseball, they are always the premier program. This year is no different. And all they did was add in Texas right now is the number 1 team in the country, and Oklahoma, who's having a really good year as well. We saw 14 teams in the NCAA tournament college basketball make it to March Madness. I mean, when you look at the SEC in college baseball, how many teams do you think are going to get in potentially to the tournament this year?
It's wild. There's 16 teams. I think realistically 12 are going to make it, maybe 13. You have Mizzou, South Carolina, who are definitely out. Then I think one of Florida or Mississippi State will end up getting in most likely. So I would say 13 is doable, but 12, I'd be surprised if they don't have at least 12 in there. I mean, SEC every year is loaded, and even the middle of the pack, bottom of the barrel teams are still competitive for the most part.
Always love asking you, Johnny, on Monday, your futures portfolio, you're constantly adding as we get more and more games out of these teams. The numbers continue to shift. As we move into this week, anything in the futures market that you have your eye on, anything that you've either bet or maybe you're considering betting here moving forward?
I mean, I went back to the well with the Texas teams. Texas was a team I gave out at 40-1 in the first few weeks. When it was out there, I just didn't understand it. It made absolutely no sense, and they've done nothing but just win. But now, you're getting 10-1, 11-1, which I actually still think is a good number. They're missing Max Ballou, their best player, who should be a first-rounder this year, and once he comes back, they're going to be even better. But I went back again with the Aggies, man. Aggies look good. They finally got hot, and I think their starting pitching is just going to regress back to the mean and being the dominant rotation that they are. But the offense has been the question. And now Jace Lavalette is firmly looking like a number 1 overall pick this summer. Caden Sorrell, amazing. They're getting contributions from so many different sources, and they're hot. They had no confidence the first 6 weeks, but now they go into Tennessee, take 2 or 3. They go into Arkansas, take 2 or 3. They have a couple really tough series coming up to close out the regular season, but man, the Aggies are feeling themselves, and I think even if they don't host, they're going to be a nightmare for anybody that they are in as a 2 or a 3 seed in a region. I think the Aggies, and you're getting them at 25-20 on MGM, we've seen them come down aggressively these last 10 days everywhere else. So I would definitely be buying into the Aggies right now.
I mean, you've been on the Aggies since the beginning. They continue to get better and better, so I like both of that. Keep an eye on the Texas teams. Johnny, before I let you go, Golden Spikes market. You've been talking about how wide open it is this year. Really, nobody's taking grasp of the award. How would you break down Golden Spikes right now?
It's a complete disaster. It's not like last year where Charlie Condon was running away and it really wasn't a consideration for more than 1 or 2 other guys. But this year it is truly wide open. I think Justin LeBron, who's maybe a 1-1 pick next year, he's fallen off big time. Jared Jones from LSU's fallen off. Gavin Killen's still in the mix for Tennessee. But I got to be honest, it's time maybe to go a little bit down the board. Lavalette at 22-1 is something that I would look at because he could still realistically finish with 30 home runs and maybe even a 350, 360 average if he stays hot. But I got to be honest with you, Peach. The guy that's really interesting to me, but nobody knows about because he plays at Oregon, and Oregon's rarely covered. You have to subscribe to the Big Ten Plus to watch them. Mason Neville, their center fielder, has 19 home runs, batting .330. He is soaring up draft boards right now. I don't think it's a first-round grade on him, but he might be able to get himself into the early mid-second if he keeps this going. And Oregon likely to host a regional, maybe even a super regional. And if they make it to Omaha, this kid's going to have a chance to belt 30 home runs and possibly lead the league. And he's out there at 45-1 right now. I think Mason Neville should be closer to 20-1, considering the production he has and how wide open this market is. And I gave out the preseason requisites for the Golden Spikes.
Yep.
I think realistically this year it might get thrown out the window because nobody is taking charge. So we might see somebody that's not a first rounder, somebody that's an underclassman, somebody that honestly just would not win in a normal year, maybe step up and take this award and grab it by the horns.
Super interesting. I like the Mason Neville call at Oregon. Nobody better talking college baseball with than Johnny Venezzi. Give him a follow on X @_JohnnyVTV, host of the Breaking Bet podcast. Johnny, always appreciate the time, sir. We'll talk to you next Monday.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Peach.
Absolutely. All right, guys, let's continue talking baseball here on Send It In. From the college ranks, we look at the pros and little big league Peach as we look at today's Major League Baseball slate. We got one game off and running so far today. It's Patriot Day out in Boston. You got the Boston Marathon. They start at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Red Sox up 4-2 on the White Sox right now in the bottom of the 8th inning. If you like the White Sox to come back and win in the top of the 9th, they're 19-1 to come back and win that game. Then coming up, we got Yankees and Guardians at 6:10 p.m. Eastern time with a total of 8.5. Clark Schmidt going up against Gavin Williams. No play for me in this game. Gavin Williams so far has made 4 starts on the year. 3 of them have been on the road. Hasn't fared particularly great on the road. He's normally a better pitcher at home, but the only start he made at home this year was against the White Sox, so it's not really a good tell of what to expect tonight. Coming off a performance against the Orioles where he gave up 5 earned runs. Then on the flip side, you have Clark Schmidt making his 2nd start of the season. Just a lot of unknown for me in the pitching matchup today between Schmidt and Gavin Williams, so I'm staying away in Guardians and Yankees. Then we have the Padres. After a tough series against Houston, they head to Detroit to take on the Tigers right now, are leading the AL Central. You have Randy Vasquez going for San Diego against Kiter Montero going for the Tigers. Montero has a 9.00 ERA for the Tigers. Going up against Vasquez was a sub-3 ERA for the Padres, and yet here we are with Detroit as a -140 favorite on the money line. Keep in mind, tough little travel spot for San Diego, playing Sunday Night Baseball last night against Houston. Have to get on a plane, take a red eye to Detroit, and play the Tigers, a good Tigers team at home in Detroit. I think it's a tough spot for San Diego, so even though Montero has not been great so far this season, I like Detroit at -140. Reds and Marlins tonight in Miami. Nick Lodolo going for the Reds. Max Meyer going for the Marlins. The Reds a -125 favorite in Miami. The Marlins are +105 on the money line. 2 pitchers that have been very good so far this season. Lodolo's been excellent for the Reds. Max Meyer been very good for the Marlins. Both of these pitchers have an ERA under 3, and I'm kind of going with the under tonight, under 8 runs. The Reds beat the Orioles 24-2 yesterday. They scored 24 runs in that game. if any of us know anything about baseball, right, wouldn't it just be so baseball for the Reds to come back the following day and put up like 1 run on the scoreboard today, and they're going up against the best pitcher for the Marlins outside of Sandy Alcantara. Max Meyer is having a good year, as I was mentioning. I like the under 8 today in Reds and Marlins. Phillies and Mets start a 3-game series in Citi Field. Should be a really good one. In the NL East, you got Aaron Nola going for the Phillies, who's struggled mightily so far this season, 0-4 with an ERA over 6, going up against Tyler McGill, who's been very good so far for the Mets. I like the Phillies tonight in Game 1 at plus 105. I think this is a nice buy low spot here on Aaron Nola, again, who has not been good so far this season for the Phillies, but I think this is a time to buy low. And look at what the line's telling you, right? The Mets are at home. They have the better record. They have the better pitcher on the mound so far this season, yet they're only a minus 125. I think odds makers are expecting a little positive regression from Aaron Nola as well. I think he pitches well. I think the Mets win, or the Phillies win the game over the Mets. I like Philadelphia plus 105. Cardinals and Braves tonight in Atlanta. The Braves are minus 190. Cardinals plus 155. The total is 8.5. You've Spencer Schwellenbach on the mound for the Braves. Has been awesome this year, going up against Eric Fetty for the Cardinals. Give me the over in the game, 8.5. I'd look at a Braves team total over as well. Maybe take some alts like over 5.5, 6.5, 7.5, because Eric Fetty's history against this Braves lineup is not good at all. The Braves have dominated Fetty, including Marcell Ozuna, who's 7 for 12 against him in his career. I expect the Braves offense put up some big numbers tonight. Good pitching matchup in Houston. Hunter Brown going for the Stros. Kevin Gausman going for the Blue Jays. Total is 7.5. Houston a minus 140 favorite. I'm going with the first 5 under 4 runs in this game. Again, good pitching matchup. Houston played Sunday Night Baseball last night. Blue Jays played at home against Seattle. They have a little bit of a travel going down south to Houston, so I think a little bit of a sluggish start for both lineups going up against 2 very good pitchers. Give me the first 5 under in that game. And then finally, Brewers and Giants out in San Francisco. Robbie Ray going up against Quinn Priester. And Priester in 2 starts with the Brewers has been terrific, only giving up 1 run in 10 innings pitched. He's a plus 118 underdog today going up against Robbie Ray, who's 3-0 on the season. Giants, we know, are a tough team to beat at home, at night. I like the Giants minus 140. All right, let's talk some playoffs, right? Playoff Peach. We got playoff NBA basketball, playoff Stanley Cup hockey. Great time of year. 2 NBA playoff games tonight. We'll start with the Knicks and the Pistons. New York is a 6.5-point favorite tonight against Detroit with a total of 221.5. The Knicks obviously took game 1. They lead the series 1-0. The spread is the same as what it was in game 1. And I'm taking the Knicks again. I'm laying the 6.5 against New York. Pistons did a lot of good things in game 1. They were up double digits late in the third quarter. The Knicks had to go on a 21-0 run in the fourth to win that game. But obviously both teams are going to adjust. And this is when we talk about playoff experience and playoff pedigree and all these sorts of things. You saw it in game 1, how the Pistons crumbled in that fourth quarter when things didn't start to go their way. I trust the Knicks more tonight at home to make the better adjustments. I'll take New York minus 6.5 against the Pistons. Couple player props that I would look at. Jalen Brunson over 6.5 assists for the Knicks. He had 8 in game 1. Got to lay the juice at minus 140, but I think it's worth it. Brunson took a lot of contact in game 1. He hit the floor a bunch, a lot of hard a lot of times, and that's how he just plays, and that's what it's going to be like in the postseason. But I think the Pistons are really going to force some other guys to try and beat him tonight, especially Mikal Bridges. So I would look at Brunson to be more a facilitator. I like his over assist. I also like Dennis Schroeder over 8.5 points tonight for the Pistons. Played 26 minutes in game 1, had 8 points on 3 of 8 shooting. When Schroeder comes off the bench, they're looking for instant offense out of him and Malik Beasley. They're looking for a spark for that second unit. Again, I think Schroeder's going to play about 25 minutes tonight. I would expect anywhere from like 7 to 10 shot attempts. Think he can get us to double digits. I'll go over 8.5 points on Dennis Schroeder. Then we have the Clippers and Nuggets. Game 2 of this series. Denver winning in overtime, 112-110 in game 1. Total is 218.5. Give me Kawhi Leonard over 24.5 points. There's 2 props I like tonight regarding Kawhi Leonard. The points are the first one. 9 for 15 from the field in game 1. 22 points. Played 41 minutes in that overtime game. Kawhi looks healthy. He looks really good. As good as he looks probably in the last 3 or 4 years or so. And I think the Clippers look, as good as James Harden has been for you this season and as great of a scorer as he is, when it gets to crunch time and the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, get the ball to Kawhi Leonard. The Clippers should have won game one. They look like the better team. They have the better coach in Ty Lue. I expect them to make the proper adjustments. I expect Kawhi to have more than 15 shot attempts, probably something north of 20 in this game. So give me over 24.5 points for Kawhi. I think there's a good chance he goes for 30 or more tonight. And then also give me over 6.5 rebounds for Kawhi as well. Somebody's got to help out Zubac down low with the rebounding. That was really one of the big storylines of game one. How many late offensive rebounds Denver got to extend those possessions, whether it was Jokic, Russell Westbrook had a ton of tip-outs, Aaron Gordon. There were some big offensive rebounds late in that game. Clippers need to do a much better job on the defensive glass. I think that'll be a priority out of Kawhi tonight, not only to score a little bit more, but also rebound a little bit more. So we'll go over on points and rebounds for Kawhi Leonard tonight against the Nuggets. As for the NHL playoffs, we got the Canadiens and the Capitals tonight starting game one of their series. Makes me a little nervous as a Caps fan, the fact that we have not had an underdog win yet on the money line so far in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and we know usually the dogs tend to be barking in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the Caps certainly are a franchise here in the Ovechkin era that have disappointed as a favorite. I'm a little bit worried. Logan Thompson, their goalie, has been really good for them this season. Looks like he's going to play in game one. But this is the playoffs. He's probably going to have to shake off a little bit of rust. I kind of like the over in this game. Caps, one of the best offensive teams in hockey. We're second in goals per game, trailing Tampa. So I think they're going to be able to score. And I think the Canadiens going up against a shaky goalie in Thompson who might have to work off some rust. I like over 6 in Caps and Canadiens. Jets and Blues, game two of their series. Blues, the hottest team in hockey right now, had a great chance of winning game one. They were up 3-2 in the third period in Winnipeg. I expect another close game tonight. Ultimately, I'm staying away. Probably would lean Winnipeg, though. But maybe hope that the Blues get up early, get another nice live number on the Jets. Avalanche and Stars, game two of their series. I really like the Stars in game one. Didn't come through. I'm coming right back with them in game two of this series. A lot of great opportunities that they just weren't able to convert in game one. Mackenzie Blackwood was fantastic. The Avalanche had a couple of fluke goals off the skate, off the shoulder, a bunch of just one of those types of games for Dallas. I think they get better fortune tonight. Give me the Stars at plus 120. And then give me the LA Kings minus 125 tonight against the Oilers. Fourth year in a row these teams are meeting in the playoffs. I think the Kings finally get the job done against Edmonton in this series. And I think it starts tonight with a game one victory. Give me the Kings minus 125. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM, an NHL playoff odds boost token. You can join the rush this season with a Stanley Cup playoff odds boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet. So make sure you take advantage of that. All right, let's talk some NFL draft bets here on Send It In before we get into our guy, Jake Hassan. And look, the NFL draft coming up on Thursday. We went through all 32 of the teams. If you want to go back and listen to the Send It In podcast and who I think these teams are going to draft with their first position, what position they're going to draft with their first pick in the upcoming NFL draft. Now we'll just look at a couple markets that I thought were really, really interesting. The first one is Ashton Genty. Where is he going to go, right? We have seen the last couple days the number 5 overall pick market held by Jacksonville. We thought for a while it was going to be Mason Graham, the defensive tackle out of Michigan. His odds have diminished. Genty's odds have gotten closer to even money. And now it looks kind of like a coin flip. What Jacksonville's going to do between Mason Graham or Ashton Genty. Adam Schefter came out this morning and said that they have a good shot potentially of trading back, does Jacksonville. So to me, this is really where the draft starts. You look at the top 4 picks in the draft. Cam Ward to Tennessee, Travis Hunter to Cleveland, Abdul Carter to the Giants, and now Will Campbell to the Patriots. Those top 4 kind of look like that's what it's going to be. And then it would appear the draft is going to start at number 5. I still think the Jags are going with either Mason Graham or they're going to go with an offensive lineman. To me, you have Travis Etienne there. I get Liam Cohen was in Tampa, and they did a good job rotating running backs. And he obviously, to have a playmaker like Genty at running back to go along with Brian Thomas on the outside would do wonders for Trevor Lawrence. But they also really need to improve the defense. When the general manager for Jacksonville, James Gladstone, took over, he talked about improving the trenches, getting better up front. They signed 3 linemen in the offseason to take care of that side of the ball. Now I think they address the defensive side and go with Mason Graham. So for the team that's going to draft Ashton Genty, I would not look at the Jags at plus 200. I don't think he goes to the Bears at plus 360 either. I think Ashton Genty is Las Vegas Raider. I like him at minus 110. Chip Kelly's the new OC. Pete Carroll's the new head coach. Think LaShawn McCoy. Think Marshawn Lynch. Both of those guys know what it means to have really good running backs, what that does to your offense. Keep in mind, too, the Raiders have a different front office now. John Spytek comes in from Tampa. Tom Brady's going to be in the war room making decisions. This isn't the old Las Vegas Raiders that just throws dartboards or they kind of surprise us all with what they're going to do. This is going to be a solid, well-thought-out, methodical pick, and I think it's going to be Ashton Genty out of Boise. So I like him to go to the Raiders at minus 110. As for Shedeur Sanders, what's going to happen with him? He's the heavy favorite to go to the Saints at plus 160, followed by the Browns at plus 250, Steelers plus 350, and the Giants at plus 400. I think Shedeur is probably going to end up being a Steeler at plus 350. I would either bet that, or I would bet the Giants at plus 400, thinking that New York could either trade into the back half of the first round, or they just wait for their early pick in the second round. I don't think the Saints are going with Shedeur at number 9. I think they're either getting an offensive tackle. I think they're getting a defensive player. Just don't think at this point they're going to get Shedeur. Now, they certainly could trade back as well. They could trade back from 9 and end up getting Shedeur. But I don't really want to bet into that theoretical happen. I would rather bet into him sliding all the way to the Steelers at 21 or the Giants trading back in to the first round or getting him in the second round and him being the quarterback. So I like Pittsburgh plus 350 or the Giants at plus 400. Speaking of the quarterbacks, a bet on BetMGM that has since moved since we talked about it last week. Over under 2.5 quarterbacks being selected. The over is minus 285. The under is plus 210. This was plus 310 on Friday. It has since moved, and I think for good reason. Jackson Dart is no longer attending the NFL draft. Would make you think he's probably gotten enough word from teams that he's not going to be taken high in the draft. So it's looking like Cam Ward and it's looking like Shedeur Sanders for me. I think both of those guys are going to be the only first-round quarterbacks taken. So I like under plus 210, under 2.5 quarterbacks taken in the first round at plus 210 over at BetMGM. All right, let's get to our guy now, Jake Hassan. Little crosstalk here on Send It In. Jake, of course, the host of Bet Slips and Bat Flips, who you can catch right here on the BetMGM network, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time to 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Coming up in about 4.5 minutes. Jake, can't wait for this Mets and Phillies series. It is going to be awesome. When it's all said and done, come late Wednesday night, who do you think wins the series, New York or Philadelphia?
I'm going to stick to my guns, PJ. I'm going to stick to what I've been saying the entire year thus far. I'm going to go with the Phillies here. I think it gets off to a rocky start tonight with Aaron Nola because he's been tough and rough to watch this year, but I do think the Phillies come away with the series win.
Can't wait to watch it. Jake, Yankees and Tigers right now, both minus money to win their respective divisions. The Yankees in the AL East, the Tigers in the AL Central. Yanks minus 105, Detroit minus 115. At this point, which team would you be more confident wins their division, New York or Detroit?
I think it has to be the Yankees, right? Just because they have the minus 300 favorite for AL MVP, and the AL Central is just a crapshoot. So I think it has to be the Yankees, especially with Max Fried pitching the way that he is lately. But I think it's the Yankees by just a hair.
All right, very good. Jake, tell us what you have coming up on the show today for Bet Slips and Bat Flips.
Smaller slate of games, obviously, just a handful of them tonight. Obviously, we have White Sox, Red Sox going right now, but a small slate today, so we're going to get into a lot of awards, a lot of Rookie of the Year talk today, PJ, because we had a couple call-ups over the weekend, and I need to yell about Jack Caglione still being at Double-A for a little bit.
Yeah, all right, looking forward to that. Coming up in 3 minutes. Make sure you guys tune in to Bet Slips and Bat Flips. Our guy, Jake Hassan. Nobody better to listen to talking baseball than Jake the Snake. Jake, have a great show, pal. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, PJ. Love you.
Love you too, pal. All right, guys, let's wrap up the show. PJ's plays here on Send It In. Let's get a little going streaking going, and let's go with our guy Marcell Ozuna. I told you guys Eric Fetty in his career against this Braves lineup has some terrible numbers. There's a lot of hitters in that Braves order that have dominated Fetty throughout their careers. Ozuna, probably the biggest one, 7 for 12. That's a .583 batting average. He's going to be our play today in going streaking. Prop lock is going to be Dennis Schroeder, over 8.5 points tonight for the Pistons, going up against the Knicks in Game 2. Schroeder finished with 8 points in Game 1. He played 26 minutes. I would expect about the same amount of minutes for Schroeder in Game 2, probably about 25 type minutes. And look, Schroeder throughout his career, he's been a journeyman. He's bounced around to a bunch of different teams. But the reason he stayed in the league so long is because what a professional scorer he is. Kind of gives you that instant boost off the bench. I think he goes for double digits tonight. So we'll take Schroeder over 8.5 points. My dog of the day is going to be the Phillies. Plus 105 against the Mets. I agree with Jake. I think they win the series. But give me Aaron Nola tonight. I know he has not been good to start the year. 0-4 with an ERA over 6. But I think he's going to pitch well tonight against the Mets, a lineup that has certainly been up and down this season. Line feels a little short to me. It feels like odds makers think Nola's going to pitch pretty well tonight, and I'm in agreement with them. Give me the Phils at plus 105. And then my best bet tonight, give me the Clippers on the money line, minus 118 against the Nuggets. I think the Clips are going to tie up this series. They should have won Game 1. They look like the better team. We all know that these series are all about adjustments. And the Clippers, this is their big advantage, having Ty Lue opposed to David Adelman, who's coaching in his 5th NBA game tonight for the Denver Nuggets. So more Kawhi Leonard, less James Harden down the stretch. Give me the Clippers on the money line against the Nuggets. So once again, that's our best bet. Phillies dog of the day, Dennis Schroeder prop lock over 8.5 points, and Marcell Ozuna is going to be our play in going streaking. Thanks again to Johnny V, Jake Hassan for joining us today on the show. Have a great rest of your Monday, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's time for Bet Slips and Bat Flips.
This is going to be unbelievable.
With your host, Jake Hassan.
And what do we do is better. Once everybody else likes something, you hate it. And that's exactly what happened with me.
We'll be betting K's and debating your plays.
No sweat. Have a fun time. Good luck out there. Do your best.
Play ball.
Welcome in another edition of Bet Slips and Bat Flips. Another week of Bet Slips and Bat Flips. They have still not yanked me off the air yet. And so here we are to give you another jam-packed week of Major League Baseball bets, futures, games, college baseball bets. We have to recap the weekend that was in college baseball. Couple things happened that I think were interesting. We'll get into all of that and more right here on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter. You can find me on Twitter at Jake_Hassan. It's double underscored for those of you that need the extra instructions. There we go. Figured it out. Brain stopped working for a second. And that's usually what happens to your brain when you do dumb things like continue to bet the Chicago White Sox on the money line. I need to take the dunce hat out and put it firmly on my head because I need to stop doing this to myself. I see the good number, and I like Jonathan Cannon, and Walker Buehler's on the other side. And the White Sox seemingly have had the Red Sox number so far this year. So I bet the White Sox like a buffoon again. And I did get roasted for it in the group chat, as I should have, because I said, hey, who wants to bet the White Sox today with me? And they said, what's your reasoning? And I said all the things I just said. I like Jonathan Cannon. Walker Buehler's been bad. And then you just lose anyway. So off to a really hot start today to start the week and to start the day on Bet Slips and Bat Flips. But we're going to get into the games that I do like and the other stuff that I like. And hopefully it goes better than White Sox money line. I guess it can't possibly go worse, right? So with all of that being said, it is time to get into it. It is time to get into the bets and the angles and everything that we like here on Bet Slips and Bat Flips. And we will start this week and today's show with the one game that I absolutely love today, the bet that I absolutely love today. And I'm going to start with fading Quinn Priester. We're going to Giants and Brewers. We're going to Milwaukee. Quinn Priester on the mound for the Brewers, going against Robbie Ray for the Giants. Giants minus 135, totals at 8 in this game. And you look at Quinn Priester, and you look at the .90 ERA. It's a shiny number, and it pops out to you, and you go, wow, this guy's pitched really, really well. And yeah, at first glance, at first blush, you would think that. But then when you look at what it actually is and what Quinn Priester actually has looked like, it's not very good. The FIP is much higher than the ERA. His baseball savant page is absolutely hideous. He's like the 5th percentile in barrel rate and hard hit rate and hard contact allowed. It's all real, real bad. So I'm going to fade Quinn Priester here. I'm going to try and pick out that today is the day that the regression comes for Quinn Priester. And I think it's going to be against a good Giants team. So I'm going to be on their team total over 4.5. That's plus money. I think Jung-Hoo Lee is going to have a good day. He's played like an MVP candidate so far this year. Heliot Ramos has started to turn it around a little bit. Matt Chapman's been very consistent at the top of that Giants lineup. So I think Quinn Priester regresses a ton today. Giants team total over 4.5 is going to be the one bet that I absolutely love today. Can't wait to see how it goes wrong. It's going to be really awesome and a lot of fun. And I'll probably tear my hair out just a little bit. But we move on into all of the other action. The White Sox, as we mentioned, already lost today to the Red Sox. 4-2 is your final in that one. And before we touch them all, before we get into the lineup notes, injury updates, everything that you need to know, a reminder to get into the bettor's box. It's a small card today, but I know there's a lot of futures questions that you guys have. A couple of you tweeted at me over the weekend. I got a couple DMs about that. So get into the bettor's box. Ask your questions, your futures bets, your bets for today, throw them in there, and we will get into all of that. And if you're not listening live and you're listening to this in podcast form, please go rate and review the podcast. We would very much appreciate your 5-star reviews and your ratings at Bet Slips and Bat Flips, wherever you get your podcasts. But of course, always join us live here on the BetMGM Network, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, at BetMGM Network across all of those platforms. And you can find this show every day, Monday through Friday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. But like I said, let's get into it. The news, updates, things that you need to know from the weekend that was. And probably our top story today, as I just do a local news thing for some reason, our top story today at 1:34 p.m. Eastern time. Luis Arias, you may have seen yesterday, had a very scary collision in the Padres and Astros game. He and Mauricio Dubon collided, and Dubon got up, popped up. He was fine, but Arias stayed on the ground for a long time. He ended up having to be carted off the field. This was in the first inning of yesterday's game. And Arias, he goes to the hospital, is able to move all of his extremities, his limbs, gives the thumbs up as he's getting carted off the field, ends up getting released from the hospital, and it meets up with the Padres in the locker room following the game yesterday. He ended up staying in Houston overnight just so they can monitor him and make sure everything was all good. And the initial test came back clean. Expects to rejoin the team today. Doesn't sound like he's going to be in the lineup. I think it would be very, very shocking if he was. But overall, everything's good. Luis Arias expects to be playing probably shortly. There was a laceration of his jaw that they wanted to monitor. But overall, comes away from a very scary situation, for all intents and purposes, perfectly fine. So very good news for the Padres. Obviously, very good news for Luis Arias. He made an Instagram post as well, thanking the people at the hospital and the medical staff at the field and the fans for their support. So looks like Luis Arias will be good, and the Padres will be getting one of their better hitters and one of their best hitters back into the lineup sooner rather than later. This one, on a lighter note, I guess it's a later note. It's kind of... It is and it isn't, I guess, depending on how you look at it. Nick Castellanos home run bets are getting absolutely slammed today. And if this is how you're learning about this news, I'm very sorry. But Pope Francis died, passed away overnight. Woke up this morning, saw that news that the Pope was, he was in bad health, passes away on this Easter Monday. But as we do, and as bits go, Nick Castellanos home run props have been absolutely blasted to the point that they opened at plus 750 today in the Phillies game against the Mets with Trevor McGill on the mound, goes from plus 750 now as low as plus 350 out there. It was off the board for a little bit as the books adjusted the number. And now Nick Castellanos all the way down to plus 350, as low as 3 times more bets on Nick Castellanos than any other player to hit a home run today. That's at BetMGM, of course, the title sponsor of this fine network and of this show, ipso facto, Bet Slips and Bat Flips on the BetMGM network. I'm your host, Jake Hassan. But I saw people on Twitter getting kind of mad about it, like, oh, the bit's gone too far and we got to let it go. I don't even know how much of it is a bit. Like, a lot of it is factual, people. You go throughout time and throughout Nick Castellanos' playing career, he's been in the league for a long time. And as Matt puts in our show chat on the side here, we went through all of the events last year. Like, this is a thing. When things happen in the world that have significance, like Nick Castellanos hits a home run more often than not. He's been in the league since 2013. And you go, it's so over a decade. And more times than not, Nick Castellanos hits a home run on days like today. So is it really a bit if it comes through? I guess we'll find out tonight. And we'll get back to you tomorrow. To some injury news and somebody who will not be coming back anytime soon. Griffin Conine of the Marlins gets placed on the 60-day injured list. He dislocated his left shoulder on Saturday, sliding headfirst into second base on a double. He will undergo further imaging today on this Monday to see the extent of the injury. He led the Marlins in slugging and OPS and was the only player with multiple 5-star catches this season. For those of you who don't know, Fangraphs and Baseball Savant, they grade the difficulty of catches. A 5-star catch is obviously a very difficult catch, and Griffin Conine led. He was the only player with multiple 5-star catches out of all of baseball with multiple catches of 5 stars this season. And this is a big blow, and it has a lot of implications on the futures market because Griffin Conine was down to about 13-1, 14-1 for NL Rookie of the Year. His price had crashed significantly, especially over the last couple of weeks. And now that win probability has to go somewhere. And it's kind of why you're seeing Roki Sasaki hold as your significant favorite in that market. Dylan Cruz as well. He hit his first home run over the weekend. He leads as your second favorite there. And so that win probability has to go somewhere. And there is another Marlins rookie who we're going to talk about right now who got called up in what was surprisingly not in relation to the Griffin Conine news, but because of other injuries on the Marlins. But Agustin Ramirez is being recalled by the Marlins and makes his season debut today. He's a catcher, DH, played a little bit of first base in the minor leagues as well. He was kind of the crown jewel of the Jazz Chisholm trade with the Yankees last year. Agustin Ramirez was hitting .254, 18 for 71 with a .792 OPS this season in AAA. 3 home runs, 12 RBI, 5 stolen bases, which is unusual for a catcher. You don't usually see a catcher who steals that many bases, and doesn't have a ton of speed, but he just has like awareness. He's said that he times pitchers' windups and their delivery, and that's how he steals bases. He's really good at stealing bases in the minor leagues. He's stolen like 25 bases before. A career in the minor leagues, 266, 352, 816 slash line. He's at 16-1 to win NL Rookie of the Year at BetMGM. There's some 30-1s out there, though, if you shop around. And if you remember, and if you've been listening and watching this show for the last couple of weeks and since opening day, Agustin Ramirez was one of those guys who I had circled just a couple of weeks ago, and I was waiting for the Marlins to call him up. And yes, they had injuries in their catcher room. Nick Fortes has been injured. Their only other catcher on the roster is a Rule 5 guy, so they can't DFA him. Otherwise, they can't option in the minors, rather. They have to release him outright if they want to make room. I think that Agustin Ramirez should stick on the roster because the Marlins catchers, like Nick Fortes, when he comes back, he's a journeyman catcher. They're not going to say, okay, Augustin, get back to AAA, even though you've been playing well. We got to make room for Nick Fortes. I don't think that's going to happen. So while he's up on the major league roster, if he performs well, he should stick around, even if it's not at catcher, because there is some question about his defensive capabilities behind the dish and his ability to throw guys out, which isn't very good. But if they're going to give him DH at bats, and listen, the Marlins are 9-12. They're a little bit better maybe than we thought they were, and they're kind of scrappy. So might as well give the future some runway here to earn some at-bats and get some seasoning if you expect him to be part of the bigger picture. I'm going to wait. And what did we learn with guys like Zach Veen? You don't have to rush and bet it right now just because he's up. Because like Zach Veen, for example, kind of stinks so far. And the number crashed all the way to 7-1 and now is back out to 20-1. So the same might happen with Augusto Ramirez, where there's a 16-1 at BetMGM right now. There's 30-1s out there. He is somebody that I like and I think has the upside to win this award, especially when you consider his combination of power and speed. Like, he could legitimately be a 20-20 guy, 20 home runs and 20 stolen bases. And on the Marlins, if they're going to let him play every day, and try to get a vision for what this is going to look like down the road and in the future, then I think they're going to give him the at-bats. So I'm going to watch today's game for the Marlins. I'm going to see how this goes against the Reds, and I'll watch the next couple of games. And if what I thought already comes to be true, gets a couple hits today or tomorrow, maybe hits a home run or a couple extra base hits, then I'm in. I'm not going to rush and bet it right now, but he is definitely somebody that I have circled, Augusto Ramirez, that can win this award going forward. Something to monitor for sure. If you have questions about NL Rookie of the Year or AL Rookie of the Year or any bets in those markets or any bets in general, get into the Bettors Box, get in and send us your questions and your comments and your bets, and we will get to all of them. And while you're doing that as well, while I'm answering these questions, go and rate the podcast 5 stars and leave us a review wherever you get your podcast, Bet Slips and Bat Flips, wherever you are there. And reminder, too, that the live show is better. You can watch it. You can see me be stupid and put on a dunce hat and be the way that I am. And you can find us, BetMGM Network, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, my Twitter as well, Jake_Hassan, where I tweet the show every day. But we go now to the Bettors Box. We go to your comments and to your questions and everything that you, dear listener and dear viewer, have to contribute to today's show. And just because we're in the Bettors Box right now doesn't mean that it's closed. You can continue to send in bets and questions, and we will answer them as we go along. Furman 50, are we sticking with the Bryce Harper 1.5 total bases streak? Honestly, I don't see why not. It continues to be pretty profitable for us, and he gets a good matchup against Trevor McGill today, who he has good history against. So I still like it. You're getting good prices still, and he's on an insane tear. So, yeah, I don't see why not. Furman 50. B Mills, what's up, Jake? How do you like these today? Aaron Nola over 5.5 hits allowed, over 8.5 in Yankees Guardians, over 7.5 in Brewers Giants, and in college, Gonzaga plus 4.5 against Oregon State. Nola over 5.5 hits allowed. I do like that. He hasn't been good this year. And against a Mets team that some of these guys have good history against Aaron Nola, I do like that over 5.5. Over 8.5 in Yankees and Guardians. I get it. The Yankees offense led by Aaron Judge, obviously, and Clark Schmidt, a fly ball pitcher. The wind is crazy in that game as well, so you should have some wind factor and some runs in that one overall as well. Over 7.5 in Brewers Giants. Hell, I think the Giants could get there on their own, so I like that look as well. College Gonzaga against Oregon State plus 4.5. These Monday games get weird, and these teams are getting ready to travel. So I like the look there. Oregon State, especially once you get to that bullpen, things get real wacky. That bullpen is not very good. B-Mills is also looking at Abilene Christian team total over when that number drops against Texas Tech. I like that look going against Texas Tech. They have been absolutely atrocious. Everything that I thought about Texas Tech coming into this year, I had to throw out because they have just been absolutely horrific. So I like that look. B-Mills going with Abilene Christian team total over. I absolutely love it. J-Bro MMG. Tyler O'Neill opening day home run streak is no different. I assume this means to Nick Castellanos. Yeah, right. Exactly. It can still be a bit and still be profitable. Just because it's a bit doesn't mean it's jumped the shark. And I saw people on Twitter saying that about the Castellanos thing. The stats are the stats. The numbers are the numbers. So I'm not going to try and argue with that. Is what it is. Be what it be. History tells us what it is. Game is game. So yeah, I agree, J-Bro. Brian Giles, is Texas A&M back? I think they are. Like, they continue to play really, really good baseball right now. They look awesome. A&M just took care of business against Arkansas, who you guys all know I like a lot, and I still like Arkansas. But Texas A&M was the preseason #1 team in the country for a reason. They had the talent, and even though they lost their manager and it took them some time to figure things out and kind of get settled, it really looks like they figured things out there down in College Station. Because A&M now has turned it on completely and back-to-back weekends and taking care of business against Arkansas and winning that series. I think that says a lot. Jace Lavalette has been unbelievable. He's been red hot, and that's a guy that had number 1 overall prospect in college baseball and number 1 overall draft prospect kind of pedigree coming into this year. So I think Texas A&M is going to be a problem. I don't think they're going to be hosting. Obviously, they're way behind the 8 ball as far as the standings go. But once we get to tournament time, whether that be conference tournament and overall the NCAA tournament, I think A&M is going to be a problem and could be poised to make a run depending on the draw and who they go up against regionally and super regional and their path to Omaha. But I'm very nearly ready to say that Texas A&M is back. And Brian Giles also says, you think Oregon can get back in front of the Big Ten if they handle Oregon State this week? As far as the conference standings go for Oregon, they have a lot of ground to make up. Iowa, with a sweep over this weekend, is 17-4 in Big Ten standings. They have a good 2.5 game lead over UCLA and a couple other teams in the Big Ten. Oregon's 3 games back. Doesn't mean they can't win the conference. We're at the halfway point. So there's still a lot of baseball to be played, but Oregon definitely has some ground to make up as far as the Big Ten goes. But I mean, speaking of Oregon, takes the series against number 10 UCLA over the weekend. Grayson Grinsell, their Friday night ace, continues to just look like a dude. Another 7 strong innings of pitching on Friday night, and their offense looks great right now. Mason Neville is now the single season leader in Oregon history for home runs. He leads the country in home runs with 19 right now. So I still like this Oregon team. I think they're dangerous. I don't know if they can get in front of the Big Ten. They have a tough slate coming up. Oregon State, you mentioned, is still a very good team. So it might be a little bit of work, but can definitely be done for Oregon. Iowa, by the way, I mean, came out of absolutely nowhere there. They've played very, very good baseball, maybe a year later than we all thought Iowa was going to be, but could be a contender. Thank you all, as always, for your comments, for your questions, for your interaction on the show. It is very much appreciated. Love when you guys get in the bettor's box. It really makes the show fly, and it makes the show a lot of fun. You guys throw angles at me that I would have never even thought of, and so I really appreciate your guys' participation. If you missed the bettor's box, you can catch us on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter, BetMGM Network. We will be here Monday through Friday, 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, same place, same time, every day during the week. And you can jump in the bettor's box as well. But if you're listening on the podcast, Bet Slips and Bat Flips, wherever you get your podcasts. And we very, very humbly appreciate your 5-star reviews and ratings. But let's get into the bets. Let's get into the games. Let's get into everything for today's truncated slate, but we still have a bunch of bets. And the starter spotlight today, we start with Kevin Gausman, Blue Jays versus Astros. The Astros hit just 173 against Kevin Gausman in 87 plate appearances. He's having a very strong year. They have an expected batting average of just 150, a 2.49 ERA for Gausman on the year. And as a Blue Jay, ever since he joined Toronto in 2022, he's been better on the road away from Rogers Center. So I think Kevin Gausman is in for a good day today against an Astros team that continues to disappoint as well. You're getting plus money with the Blue Jays. I do like them on the money line today. I'll back Kevin Gausman, and I'll continue to fade this Astros team that continues to just kind of look like they're just more average than anything, even though Cam Smith has started to emerge as maybe an AL Rookie of the Year candidate, but we'll get into that after we go through these games here on Bet Slips and Bat Flips. And so let's get into it. Let's get into the 7-minute stretch. Let's get into the rest of these games. Only a handful, not a ton of games, but we do have thoughts and angles for them. We start with a game that we mentioned in the bettor's box, Yankees versus Guardians, totals at 8.5. Yankees favored in this one, minus 125. Clark Schmidt on the mound for the Yankees, Gavin Williams going for the Guards. I have one bet in this game. I like Kyle Manzardo over 1.5 total bases. He has really started to break out. He has 2 home runs in his last 2 games. He has an extra base hit in 3 straight games coming into this one. He's 2 for 3 with a home run versus Clark Schmidt. As I mentioned, the weather in this game, there should be some significant wind in this game blowing to right field. In this one, strong gusts in Cleveland. So I like Kyle Manzardo. It's blown out to right field. He's a lefty hitter. That's to his pull side. Clark Schmidt, I still think, shaking off some rust for the Yankees after his injured list stint to start the year. So that'll be my bet. And that one, Kyle Manzardo, over 1.5 total bases. Padres and Tigers in Detroit. And this one totals at 8. Tigers are your favorite at -145. Randy Vasquez versus Keter Montero. And I'll just address something off the top that I think everybody is thinking. Padres +120. Whoa. How is that possible? Keter Montero was terrible in his first start for the Tigers last week. Randy Vasquez is a 1.74 ERA. And I tend to agree. I do think that the Padres shouldn't be getting +120 here, even with Arias out of the lineup. They still have Manny Machado. They still have Fernando Tatis Jr. But another game with a lot of wind. Wind is blowing straight out to left field, 17-mile-an-hour winds in Detroit tonight. And Montero was terrible. I don't think he's as bad as the 9 ERA through one start implies. But also Randy Vasquez, his peripherals are all showing that there's some regression coming for him. So I'm going to take the over 8 in this game because of Vasquez vastly outperforming his peripherals. I think that starts to catch up to him tonight, and a fade of Keter Montero as well, and leaning into the wind factor. So over 8 there for me in Padres and Tigers. Reds versus Marlins in Miami. Total is at 8. Reds your favorite here, -125 with Nick Lodolo on the mound for Cincinnati, going against Max Meyer. I'm going to take a shot with the Marlins on the money line here. I think the wheels started to come off for Nick Lodolo a little bit in his last start. He had like a 0.6 ERA going into his last start for Cincinnati. Got knocked around a little bit. Now you're sitting at that 2.31 mark. But Max Meyer, somebody who I think is able to outperform his peripherals because he has a very strong ground ball rate. He's 88th percentile as far as ground ball rate goes. At home in Miami, the lineup gets the boost with Agustin Ramirez in there tonight. I'll take the Marlins on the money line. I'll back Max Meyer and the fish in this one. Phillies and Mets, a game that we've talked about at length today. Mets -125 at home at Citi Field. Total is at 8. Aaron Nola, who we've discussed already, going against Tyler McGill. I'm pretty sure I said Trevor off the top. It's Tyler McGill. Trevor McGill, the closer for the Brewers, of course. But Tyler going tonight. If anything for me, it would only be the Mets. Maybe Aaron Nola figures it out for the Phillies, but I'm not going to bet on that happening. I don't feel very strongly that is going to happen. Do have a home run bet in this game that we will get to close out the bets in the walk-off. Cardinals and Braves here. Braves -190 in Atlanta. Totals at 8.5. Eric Fetty going for the Cards. Spencer Schwellenbach going for the Braves. I get why the Braves are -190, but Schwellenbach kind of got tagged by the Cardinals a couple times last year, had 2 starts against them, lost both of them. Eric Fetty, though, bad history against some guys in this Braves lineup. So this is a stay away for me. Couldn't get a good angle that I really liked in this one. It's Schwellenbach to get the win is +140, and this would be a bounce back spot for him after he got knocked around in his last start for the Braves. So if anything, maybe that's the angle, but nothing officially for me in this one. We did already talk about Jays and Astros in the starter spotlight, but away from the starter, I do also like something else on top of the Blue Jays on the money line. Give me George Springer to steal a base. That's almost 4-1. He's having a bounce back year. He's been awesome this year, getting on base at a 41% clip, and he has good history versus Hunter Brown and a revenge spot for George Springer against his old team. And Yandir Diaz is the worst catcher in all of baseball at throwing out runners. So I'll take a shot with George Springer. He has 2 stolen bases already this year, and I will close the card with that. We already talked about the Giants and the Brewers. I like the Giants team total over 4.5. That's the late game. Let's really quick go to Jake's college tour. It's a Monday. There was a weekend in college baseball that happened, and I'm going to tell you everything that you need to know in that one. Texas continues to entrench themselves as the clear-cut number 1 team in college baseball. Number 8 Auburn came to Austin, Texas, came to town. And what did Texas do? Oh, they just swept them. It was a little dicey in game 1 on Friday night. We had the run line. That kind of stunk. Texas wins 3-2 in a comeback effort. But then what happened the rest of the weekend? Oh, just 8-3 and 14-2 wins. That's all in a sweep of the number 8 team in the country. Still really like Texas. I think they're a true contender. They are one of 2 teams in all of college baseball that have not lost a weekend series yet. Clemson, the number 2 team in the country, is the other one. Vanderbilt sweeps Georgia at home. We talked about how we were going to bet Vanderbilt in every single game. They were going to be dogs against number 5 Georgia, and now Vandy crashes the top 10. They have the 3rd best RPI. And if you're new here, you don't know what that is. RPI is, of course, your strength of schedule, the quality of your opponents. Vandy, the number 3 there. Really fast lightning round. Clemson up to number 2 after taking a ranked series against Louisville. If you didn't see Cam Cannarella's home run robbery over the weekend, go look it up. It was awesome. Arkansas and Tennessee, 2 teams that were in the top 3. They both lose their series over the weekend. Arkansas loses to A&M. Tennessee loses to Kentucky. We talked about, I think A&M might be back. Tennessee, this is why I don't like them that much. They have some serious flaws. Kentucky's a very mid team. I can't believe that Tennessee lost that series. Oregon took their series against number 10 UCLA. I think this Oregon team is going to be dangerous, and their arrow is pointed way up, especially led by Grayson Grinsell in the rotation and Mason Neville in the lineup. LSU shook up their rotation over the weekend. Chase Shores, their Sunday starter, is now been ousted to the bullpen. That pitching staff really needs some work with LSU. I think their offense can carry them, but I'm starting to lose a little bit of faith that they can win it all. To wrap up the walk-off here for all of my bets, everything that I have today. Kyle Manzardo, over 1.5 total bases. Miami on the money line. San Diego and Detroit, over 8. Blue Jays on the money line. George Springer to steal a base. San Francisco Giants team total, over 4.5. And the Jake Hassan, just for funsies, plays of the day. We'll start in the Phillies and Mets game. It is not Nick Castellanos. Give me Juan Soto to hit a home run today. 4-1 at BetMGM. That's the best price out there. Strong series versus St. Louis, starting to turn around. 3 home runs versus Aaron Nola. Slugs 579 versus Nola overall. Wind way out at Citi Field. And also give me Fernando Tatis Jr. Lean into the win game. Go against Keter Montero. Has a double against him in his career. Tatis is awesome over the last 15 games and 1,100 OPS home runs in his last 2 games. I know I teased we would do Rookie of the Year. I know there were guys that were called up over the weekend. I know everyone wants to talk about Chandler Simpson. I promise we will get to it tomorrow. So tune into Bet Slips and Bat Flips tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. I know I've been teasing AL Rookie of the Year. I'm sorry. I promise. We will get to it tomorrow. Don't give up on me yet. I would never give up on you. I have been Jake Hassan. This has been Bet Slips and Bat Flips. Catch us tomorrow, same time.
What's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet. Brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can also watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And from 6 to 7 Eastern Time, head on over to the NBC Sports Now channel, available on Peacock. That is where we reside, 6 to 7 Eastern Time. It's a Peacock Power Hour each and every weekday here on YBYB. And as always, make sure to listen to us live on Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And hit us up on social media throughout these 4 hours. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet. You can hit me up on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. If you like the entire network, not just our show, but the entire network, you're interested in Bet Sweats, Bet Slips and Bat Flips, BetMGM Tonight, all the shows that we have across the network, hit us up at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We got the crew hanging out with us here on this Monday. Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan. Welcome back, our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. We'll hear from Billy Z coming up in about 20 minutes. Mike Brown, Addie Bates, Nick Costos, the Prop King. He joins us 1 hour from now with his thoughts on what we saw over the weekend in the NBA playoffs. The game ones, 8 of them. Had some blowouts, had some interesting results as well. I thought Saturday's slate a little bit better than Sunday's slate. Of course, Sunday we had the 1 seeds going up against the jabroni 8 seeds, which did not go well for the 8 seeds as we saw Sunday afternoon. But if you miss anything across these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, you might as well go ahead and subscribe, rate, and review. You tell us how much you love the Wagertainment. Well, boost us up those podcast charts. We have a couple of awesome guests joining us here on this Monday, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern. ESPN NFL analyst Benjamin Solak joins us here on You Better You Bet. Ben's been grinding the film, looking at all the prospects. We'll get his opinion on where these prospects should go and what he thinks will happen at the top of the NFL draft. Because now, hey, we got 4 days to go until the first round of the draft. It is officially draft week. Last Thursday was like, okay, we're within 7 days, so it's technically draft week, but now we are officially in NFL draft week, first round Thursday night from Green Bay, Wisconsin. Then during the NBC Sports Now Power Hour at 6:20 Eastern, we'll be joined by our NBC and Peacock teammate, betting analyst for NBC Sports Bet, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, returns to You Better You Bet, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast. We'll get all of Wales' opening weekend NBA playoff takes and also some best bets for the game twos that are tipping off as early as tonight. 2 of them, to be exact, tonight, with a really, really cool slate that we have between the Pistons and the Knicks and the Clippers and the Denver Nuggets. And also, we want to hear from you guys as well on social media. We join in on the conversation. You can tweet us at You Better You Bet. You can tweet at Nick at the Costos. You can tweet at me at Femi Abebefe. What was your reaction to the main event last night in Wrestlemania 41 in Las Vegas? John Cena taking the belt off of Cody Rhodes. Your thoughts on last night's main event? I know Nick's got some thoughts on that one. I don't know if we'll have time to get to Nick's thoughts because there's just so much to pack into today's show, but we want your guys' thoughts. Once again, tweet us at You Better You Bet on Twitter and let us know what you thought of the WrestleMania main event. John Cena, now the WWE Undisputed Champion, taking the belt away from Cody Rhodes. But let's go ahead and get into last night and the weekend's betting recap for the playoffs that we saw in the NBA and the NHL. And gotta be honest, we've had much better weekends, man. I kind of got smoked a little bit in both the NBA and the NHL. Like, thank goodness for our guy Tyler Morales, which we'll get to a little bit later on, hopefully at the bottom of this hour, with Justin Thomas winning the RBC Heritage. Because if not for that, it would have been a disastrous weekend for yours truly here. Started off with the 8-seed play-in game in the Eastern Conference. Bet the Hawks money line. Like, come on. It's silly. Goes to overtime. Davion Mitchell turns back the clock to his Baylor days, like looking like the Davion Mitchell that led Baylor to winning the national title. That didn't work out too well. Bucks plus 5.5, probably just a bad read. Like, they just got blown out in the game. They could be getting some really good news, though, for game 2 tomorrow night. We'll get into that shortly. Clippers money line. We will discuss that here during this segment. Clippers money line and how just disgusting a loss that was and how that game played out. The one winner in the NBA, T-Wolves plus the 4, T-Wolves money line. T-Wolves win going away against the Los Angeles Lakers, so good to see Minnesota get home. Rockets laying the 1.5. I thought Houston would come out just like a little bit more intensity with their hair on fire. The lights were a little bit too bright. Maybe they got to turn down the lights, turn down the iris a little bit. Like, the lights were too bright for the Houston Rockets, and that offense was just putrid last night, which we'll detail here in this segment. So that was the NBA. NHL, I thought the dogs would be barking. Nope. It's the National Chalky League is what we're calling it. It was chalk, 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 chalk all throughout the NHL. 5 of the favorites winning. I was on Dallas. They lose. I was on New Jersey. They lose. Get even more injured than they were coming in, even though they were already banged up. That was not great. I was on the Senators. They lose. Maple Leafs. I mean, if I hear Panama one more time, which is like the Maple Leafs goal song, like that, it was like ingrained in my head yesterday watching the game because they kept getting goal after goal after goal. Every time I flip to it, another goal. Flip again, another goal. Like, I'm bouncing back and forth between the NBA and the NHL. That did not go well with the Senators against Toronto. But that is the betting recap. Let's get into the NBA Western Conference recap because that's what interests me the most with these NBA playoffs. I've been saying it for about 6-7 weeks now. The Western Conference is where it's at with these playoffs. It's going to be really, really good every single night. And I think my main takeaway after the first round of game ones that we saw over the weekend is I think the 2 LA teams are going to be fine. Like, I'm not pressing the panic button on the 2 LA teams. We saw both the Lakers and Clippers lose game 1. LA losing, the Lakers, I should say, because they're both LA. The Lakers losing to the T-Wolves Saturday night at home, 117-95. Like, going in, we've been saying it all since last week, since this was the matchup that we got. this is going to be a long series. Like, I don't think that just because Minnesota ran away with the game, that it's like, whoa, like, is this T-Wolves? Like, they're that much better than the Lakers? No. Basketball sometimes, like, when one team makes all their threes and the other team doesn't, guess what? The team that makes their threes, they end up winning the game. I don't really, I don't want to put too much stock into these game ones because there's so much buildup for the playoffs. And these teams, they've had a whole week off since before these game ones. So there's just so much anticipation that you're so prone to overreacting to what you see in game one. We will not overreact to what we saw with the T-Wolves and the Lakers. I doubt that this is going to be T-Wolves blowing them out every single game, or even the T-Wolves just being that much better than what we saw from the Lakers. And traditionally, too, like what do we always say about LeBron James teams? They kind of dip their toe in the water a little bit for these game ones. He uses that as a time to kind of assess what the other team wants to do to them. And then game two, he starts to make the adjustments and so on and so forth. And then his teams usually grab control of the series. That's how his career has gone in these playoff games. And that's kind of what it looked like. It looked like the Lakers didn't realize that they were in a playoff game, honestly. The T-Wolves just had a little bit more intensity, a little bit more physicality. And the physicality, I understand. Minnesota's the bigger team. And that was one of the reasons why I think this is going to be a long series, because I see both teams with advantages. Like Minnesota, size advantage. Boom, they have it. The Lakers, they have the playmakers, and they have an offense that could potentially put Rudy Gobert in a bind in this series. So we didn't see the Lakers advantage. We saw more so the Minnesota advantage Saturday night. And come on, Minnesota, you're looking at the box score, they were knocking down three after three after three. Julius Randle, 4 of 6 from three. Does anyone think that's really going to happen every game this series? No, it's not going to. Jaden McDaniels, who I love, go Washington Huskies. Jaden McDaniels, he's not going to go 3 for 3 from three in every single game. The T-Wolves hit more than 50% of their three-pointers. Good on them for getting it done. Defensively, they're always going to be locked in. So I would see that probably continues going forward. But I don't think that you're going to get the offensive output that you got from Minnesota in Saturday night's game. And then conversely, LeBron and Austin Reeves were bad in the game. LeBron wasn't good, obviously he didn't score much, 8 of 18, so the box score doesn't look like he was that bad, but he wasn't good in the game. It didn't look like LeBron was the aggressive LeBron that we usually see taking over. It looked like more so the LeBron that's usually in a game one. It's the LeBron who likes to assess the situation. Reeves was a disaster in the game. And that was unexpected because Reeves, I don't think that this is, the moment's too big or the matchup is just not really advantageous for him. He can score. He's a playmaker. This dude gets buckets against pretty much everyone. He's a borderline all-NBA guy. I expect Reeves to be much, 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 much better in game two and going forward. How often are you going to get 16 points from Reeves, 19 points from LeBron? It was just one of those games where what could go wrong did go wrong. And then for Minnesota, what could go right did go right. They hit their shots. They were rebounding. They were doing all the things that they do defensively. The Lakers, defensively, they thought that it was January. There was no defensive urgency. None of that going on. Also, offensively, they didn't really have a rhythm in the game. Reeves and LeBron just never really found their footing. And I would expect that to change going forward. So I'm not concerned about the Lakers. I think they'll be okay. I still think the Lakers are going to win. Before the series started, I thought Lakers in 7. That was my prediction. It will be a long series. It will be an uncomfortable series for both teams. It was just to start off on Minnesota's racket. Now we'll see what happens with the Lakers. I know the series price right now at BetMGM, T-Wolves minus 140, Lakers plus 115. I think that's bettable. If you like the Lakers before the series, they were minus 200 and minus 190 in some spots before the series started. Plus 115, I think that's a pretty solid bet to bet on the Lakers if you think the Lakers can win, or if you felt the Lakers could win before game one. If you like Minnesota, hey, hang out and sit with your bet. But I think the Lakers are going to win the series. I bet the Lakers in 7 exact series score because I just think that it's going to be a longer series, and the Lakers will ultimately pull it out, having the home court advantage in that decisive 7th game. Nuggets and the Clippers. Come on. This game was just absolutely tilting for those of us who bet the Los Angeles Clippers. Nuggets win 112-110 in overtime. And watching the game, as I was watching it very closely, because this was the one that I really wanted to keep an eye on, because I had a suspicion going in that I think the Clippers are just so much better than the Nuggets. And watching the game, I was 100% right that the Clippers are so much better than the Nuggets. The Clippers are clearly the better team. Now, Denver has the best player, without a doubt. Nikola Jokic, going to be top 2 in MVP. He's awesome, best player in the world. Jokic is that dude. But after that, Kawhi, I felt like he could get whatever he wanted when he was locked in and focused. James Harden was awesome in the game, 32 points, 11 assists, 6 rebounds. Harden was getting whatever he wanted. Denver cannot defend. And that was very, very clear. Denver's defense is horrendous. And the Clippers, there were so many bunnies that they were missing, so many open looks that they missed, so many turnovers by the Clippers. And that was really the biggest part of the story for this game. The turnovers that the Clippers had. Like, you would thought these dudes were like I use this just tongue in cheek, but it's like part way through the game, I'm like, are these guys on the take? Like what's going on here? Like what is happening? How can they were double agents all over the place for the Los Angeles Clippers. There's no way you have 20 turnovers in a playoff game. 20 turnovers. And still, with those 20 turnovers, they lost by 2 points in overtime. Like that's just not going to keep going on. And that's what you want to ask yourself when you're watching these games. Like, okay, what is sustainable? What will continue moving forward? What was an anomaly? The 20 turnovers are an anomaly. Now, if the Clippers are just going to kind of trick the game off every single game here and just like beat themselves, yeah, that's Denver's path to winning the series and advancing to the second round. I don't think that's going to happen because the Clippers are a well-coached team. Ty Lue's too good of a coach. Kawhi has playoff pedigree. Harden, playoffs, it's a little shaky, but at least in game one, he was really good. And maybe Harden steps back, but you're going to get more from other guys going forward. Norman Powell will give you some better games. Like, I just have the Clippers beat themselves more than Denver actually beat them. And the way that the final 3 minutes of this first half went, when the Clippers let them back into the game, that really gave Denver the spark. And the final minutes in regulation to get the game to OT, where the Clippers are turning the ball over once again. Like, it's just the stupid mistakes after stupid mistakes, not fouling Russell Westbrook when he has the ball, when Russell Westbrook is like a 60-something% free throw shooter. Like, he's not going to knock him down. Like, there's so many errors by the Clippers. And Denver, like, you got to give them credit for being the more like composed team, but I don't think Denver, like, coming away from that game, I feel better about the Clippers. And at price, with the series price, I'm looking to double down on the Clippers at plus 125 to win this series. I'm not buying it. Yes, they lost one game, but they lost a road game. If they win tonight, they will have mission accomplished, getting the split and stealing home court, going back to LA for games 3 and 4. So not shaken one bit by the LA Clippers, even though they beat themselves Saturday afternoon in Denver. So I think the two LA teams are fine going forward. The team that does have a problem, and it's fitting with the saying, Houston. Houston, yes, we have a problem with this Rockets team. Offensively, it was offensive last night. Like, it was just putrid. Couldn't get looks. Just looked absolutely disjointed. Nobody that was like a floor general. It's supposed to be Fred VanVleet. He's messing things up. Like, it did not look crisp, and it looked like they were just a little bit, I don't want to say rattled, but just like that the moment was just a little big for the Houston Rockets. And it's a young team. That's to be expected. And on the other side, I mean, here's Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, two of the better playoff performers in the NBA. I mean, the shots that Curry was making, you want to feel demoralized? Oh, my goodness. Like, this dude's pulling up from like 38 feet, nothing but net, like before the shot clock expires, doing whatever he's want. He's looking at CJ Stroud sitting courtside and all that stuff. Like, Steph Curry is a menace, and that dude was on one. And then Jimmy Butler, the reason why they traded for this guy, 25 points, 7 boards, 6 rebounds, or 6 assists, I should say, in a playoff game in a game one. Mission accomplished by Golden State. I thought Golden State going in was the better team. I think they're going to advance in this series. I like the Warriors to win the West. Got a little cute betting Rockets game one, Warriors to win the series. That's my bad, but nothing that we saw yesterday would shake me from the opinion that I had going in that Golden State has a lot more experience, and Houston up against it with this matchup, even though they're the much deeper athletic team. All right, on the other side, we'll get to today's headlines on a Monday here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
tell me what you think of the start that the Reds are having, because I did take a flyer on the Reds at plus 475 to start the year, and I got to admit, I was expecting a lot more out of this team out the gate. I've loved their pitching, but their offense still hasn't quite come into their own yet. I thought Tito Francona was the right man at the helm. Granted, 10-10 right now as the season starts. Definitely not out of the realm that they can get it going, but what are your thoughts on this team going forward?
It's a baffling team. You see the speed on that roster. You think the second they get a guy on base, they should be scoring every time. They have to clean the defense up. They might need to move De La Cruz off of the shortstop position. Mm-hmm. It's every game. You know, he's such a flashy player and such I mean, you obviously have to have him out there, but maybe McLean at short and try to hide him somewhere else. He's just making too many errors. That was like the big takeaway anytime I've watched the Reds this year. Too many mistakes. They just make too many mistakes, and that's probably why they're 10-10 and not like not above 500 team. That being said, there's still a ton of upside. Their bullpen's been banged up, so you got to expect they get healthy. Got to get Zach Maxwell up. Don't know why he's still in AAA. In my opinion, he should be out there in the 7th or 8th inning for them at this point. So I do think there's like a ton of upside, but man, it's been sloppy baseball through 20 games for that team.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet coming at you on a Monday. Femi Abebefe hanging out with you guys as we are here on the BetMGM Network, of course, presented by BetMGM. 40 minutes from now, I'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on what we saw over the weekend in the NBA, the 8-game ones for Saturday, for Sunday. Just a great sports weekend, you know, 3 NHL games Sunday, 2 on Saturday, 4 NBA Saturday, 4 Sunday, WrestleMania 41, which, oh, by the way, please tweet us at You Better You Bet with your thoughts on the main event last night, WrestleMania 41. John Cena taking the belt off of Cody Rhodes, become the new WWE Undisputed Champion, 17-time champion John Cena, which of course is a record, as they were proclaiming on the broadcast last night, because I was watching it late Sunday night and bouncing back and forth between the Warriors and the Rockets. John Cena, GOATed, now I believe the GOAT in WWE circles, 17-time WWE champion. So we'll get Nick's thoughts on the NBA coming up in about 40 minutes. We want your guys' thoughts once again by tweeting us at You Better You Bet what you thought of WrestleMania's main event last night. But let's go ahead and welcome back our guy who it's been a minute. It's been a week to be exact since we last heard from our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, on vacation, took some time off last week, but back in the saddle, ready to roll with it being NFL Draft Week. Bill, hello, how are we, man? What's going on? Did you watch sports while you were away? You were away for quite some time, man. At least it felt like it.
Yeah, I absolutely watched some sports. Speaking of which, we'd like to thank The Rock for his participation in WrestleMania last night. That was a great appearance by The Rock. We were all looking forward to that. But yeah, watched some sports, had some downtime. It was a good week.
There we go. Good week watching sports. I mean, like, you came back just right on time. Like, the playoffs are back. Now we're, like, NBA, NHL every single night with big-time games. So it's a good time. But good to have you back. Hope the time off was good. And now let's go forward. Now let's get to the nitty-gritty. Like, we're back in the saddle. Let's waste no more time. Bill, what is the number one story that we need to know this Monday afternoon?
Well, Femi, it is draft week, and that's right. It is a good time to remind everyone that this is the only socially acceptable week of the year to watch the movie Draft Day. That's more important. But more importantly, this is a great week for betting. And Femi, let's start with the quarterbacks. Now, we've been under the assumption for the last several weeks that Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders would go in the first round, and Jackson's Dart was the guy that was up in the air as a round one QB. That number has been set at 2.5, the over-under for QBs in round one for weeks. But Femi, we're getting some movement with those numbers that makes you wonder if it's more likely that just 2 or maybe even 1 quarterback goes in round one.
Yeah, now that we're getting close, starting to get some, I don't even know if I want to call it concrete, because this could all still be lies. You know, you never know. Like, whenever the draft, like, you hear some nugget, it's like, okay, like, well, who does this help? And why is this out there? Why am I getting this right now? But it does feel like the momentum is now going towards fewer quarterbacks being selected on Thursday with the first round. And, like, this was a market over at BetMGM, which, by the way, like, 2 weeks ago, the over 2.5, especially when the Derek Carr news came out that he needed the shoulder surgery or maybe needs shoulder surgery. When that news came out a couple weeks ago, this went all the way out to like over 2.5 minus 500. Like, people were just assuming like, oh, well, now all the quarterbacks are going to go because the Saints definitely need to take a guy. The Steelers need to take a guy. Tennessee's going to take a guy with the number 1 overall pick with Cam Ward. It just felt like it was almost like a certainty that we're going to get 3 QBs. But the more and more that we're starting to hear from the teams, or the more and more we're hearing from now front office executives and no longer anonymous scouts, the more we're hearing that, like, hey, like, maybe the league is actually not in love with these QBs, which actually makes a lot of sense. This is where we started the draft process. It almost feels like the draft process is like, it's so cyclical. It starts out with like the true opinions of, okay, yeah, the quarterbacks aren't that good. Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, that's about it. But the quarterbacks aren't that good. And then the combine gets here, and like some of the workouts, the pro days start happening, and all of a sudden, oh, you know, I'm hearing about Tyler Shuck. Oh, I'm hearing about Jackson Dart. They invited Jalen Milroe to the draft, which he's still attending, by the way. Even though there's been like 3 rounds of like attendee lists, but Jalen Milroe's been on all of them. But like, you start hearing more about these guys, and you start maybe talking yourself into thinking that, wow, could all these guys potentially go? Which we've been trying over the last handful of days to caution people from thinking that it's just going to be these QBs flying off the board. In fact, we've been saying, since this was like plus 350 on the under, we've been saying, at least I've been saying that, hey, I like the under 2.5. I think a lot of this is smokescreen. I think a lot of this is just the QBs tend to drive draft content engagement. So that's the kind of content you're going to get. People want to talk about the quarterbacks, whether they're good or they're bad. I mean, we all lived it in 2022 when Kenny Pickett was the only quarterback drafted in the first round, and everybody in the process was, well, you know, I heard Desmond Ridder might sneak into the first round. I heard Malik Willis might sneak into the first round. Yeah, they never snuck into the first round. In fact, they snuck into the third round. Like, that's what they didn't even go in the second round. So, like, it's so funny how these things tend to work. And I think the reporting from Schefter in his draft intel column that he had over the weekend, I think that is really like how the league truly feels about these guys. Now, there could always be the QB desperate team that maybe takes Jackson Dart or Tyler Shuck in like the late 20s or something like that. That could definitely happen. I just don't think it's as likely as the betting market thinks, which is why, from a betting standpoint, we're getting a little bit closer to what, in my opinion, is the actual true price in the market, which is, I think we're more likely than not to have 2 guys than we are to have 3 or 4 guys go on Thursday night. Bill, hit me with another story.
Well, Femi, you had mentioned it just there about Derek Carr's injury and what the Saints would do at 9 because of it. The world assumed that was going to force their hand and force them to take a QB, presumably Shedeur Sanders, with that 9th overall pick. But, Femi, that may not be the case here. It's starting to be some smoke and some noise that the Saints may be more comfortable perhaps focusing on the trenches at 9 and taking a QB later in the draft.
Yeah, because like the Saints are the team that sort of like kind of kickstarted this QB craze, if you will. And if they actually are cooler on the quarterbacks, then it definitely makes it a lot more interesting from a value standpoint with some of those other positions. So like you look at the betting market for the Saints, like the Saints to draft position X with their first pick. Quarterback over the last couple of weeks has been an odds-on favorite, which means there's a lot of like big prices elsewhere because the quarterback was taking up so much of the win probability in terms of your bet. Like this morning, I was looking at Saints to draft a defensive lineman with their first pick, plus 425. That's still pretty good odds, like especially when we're 4 days out. And now we're starting to hear that they might be targeting O-line and D-line, plus 425. If you think the Saints are going to draft an offensive lineman with their first pick, 11-1. That's a massive price. What news did we just get over the weekend, by the way? Oh, Ryan Ramczyk, their right tackle from like many, many years, he's retiring. Now, he didn't play last year, so they've already kind of dealt like being without him, but like he's officially retiring. The offensive line needs work for the New Orleans Saints. Like this is a team that needs so much to where in a draft where the quarterbacks, once again, are not seen as like the belle of the ball, why not go ahead and draft some of these other positions to fill out the roster? And like just because they have interest, because I do believe that the Saints have genuine interest in Jackson Dart. I'm not saying that there's no interest there. They probably do like him, but they might like him at pick 35. They might not like him at pick 9. Which, like sometimes like we do get into this situation where it's like, well, if you like him at 35, why don't you just take your guy? Because at quarterback, you don't want to like risk losing the guy that you really like. Yeah, like there is an argument to be made for that, but it doesn't look like the Saints like him enough to say that we're going to do it at 9. At least it doesn't feel like that right now as we're 4 days away. Now, maybe come Thursday, the Saints are just like, you know what? Rip up the paper. We can't risk losing Jackson Dart to either Cleveland or New York trading into the first round or whatever. We're just going to do it at 9 because, damn it, you can't reach for a quarterback, especially if you get the quarterback right. That could definitely happen. I just think that it's more likely, once again, that maybe all of the smoke around the Shucks, the Darts, the Milrose, and all that stuff was maybe in the second round. And like, I don't think teams are ever going to truly tell you what round they have guys. I think they'll just tell you whether they like a guy or they don't like a guy. Yes, Saints, they like Jackson Dart, but I think they like Jackson Dart later on with that second pick. They probably like some other guys higher than Jackson Dart with the 9th overall pick, which is where they are tending to draft right now. So I think that taking a shot on some of these O-line or D-line plus 425, 11-1, that's how I would be betting the Saints' position of the first drafted player coming up on Thursday. Bill, hit me with another one.
All right, Femi, let's stick with the NFL draft here because the number 5 pick is starting to get interesting. Now, for the last couple months, mock draft season, it's been wildly popular to mock Mason Graham, the Michigan defensive tackle, to the Jaguars at 5 and Ashton Jeanty to the Raiders at 6. But now we're starting to hear some noise that perhaps the Jaguars are targeting an offensive player, a skill position player, and specifically Jeanty with the 5th pick. So we're starting to see a shift there, Femi. Now, the numbers still favor Mason Graham at BetMGM at minus 105 to be that 5th pick, but Jeanty has jumped and is now just plus 150.
Yeah, this thing continues to move. Like this was, I believe, Mason Graham minus 135 earlier this morning. Now it's minus 105. The Jeanty to Jacksonville thing has really picked up the pace here over the last handful of days. And I want to say it started with The Athletic's Dane Brugler, who put out his 7-round mock draft, which once again, I mean, that's like yeoman's work, putting out a 7-round mock draft. Shout out to Dane Brugler, absolutely grinding the film and grinding these mocks. But he put out in his 7-round mock that Jeanty to 5 to Jacksonville. And that was the first time I ever saw it. I was like, whoa, that's interesting, because that finally breaks course from what everyone has been saying. Like Bill just said, it's been popular to put Mason Graham. I don't think it's been popular. It's been a requirement to put Mason Graham at 5 in your mock draft. Like that's how people have been treating this. It's just like, oh yeah, it's Mason Graham. Next, let's move on to the Raiders. Like, like that's how it's been kind of gone about this process. But he was the first person to do it. And ever since then, now you're starting to hear, well, Jacksonville's a little bit of a wild card. That was the phrase Adam Schefter used in his draft intel notebook from earlier this morning. Like we've seen other people, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, connecting the two dots, saying Jacksonville with Ashton Jeanty. That could be a sleeper pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like there's reporting out there that Jacksonville maybe wants to move down in the draft. And if they can't move down, maybe they just stick and pick Ashton Jeanty because he's one of the elite players in this draft. I think it's incredibly interesting. I'm interested in Jeanty, of course. I'm also interested, okay, then what happens to Mason Graham if he's not going to the Jacksonville Jaguars? Is he just going to the Raiders at 6? Does he fall a little bit to the Jets or to the Panthers or whoever? What happens to Mason Graham, who we've all been already printing the jersey for Mason Graham, aka defensive tackle for the Jacksonville Jaguars? I don't know what happens with him, but Jeanty being one of the top players in this draft, and obviously coming off the season that we just saw in the NFL, where what was the story? Saquon Barkley and his emergence as an all-time season as a running back. Derrick Henry, even though it wasn't as good as Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry had a great season with the Baltimore Ravens. Maybe off of the Heisman campaign type season that Ashton Jeanty had, maybe these teams just say, you know what? yeah, running back, maybe the value is only for about 5 to 6 years, but damn it, in this draft, he's the best guy, and let's just go ahead and take him because these other players, yeah, we might get more years out of them, but they're like maybe B- level players where we feel like Ashton Genty is an A+ guy for 5 or 6 years. So I don't think it's crazy if Genty went 5, even though it felt like the whole time he was either going to go to the Raiders or the Bears later on in the draft. Bill, hit me with another story.
All right, Femi, let's switch over to the NBA because on Saturday, the Pacers beat the Bucks 117-98, giving Indiana a 1-0 series lead. But Milwaukee could be getting some significant help for Game 2 tomorrow night. Dame Lillard, who's been out with that blood clot issue, has been upgraded to questionable for the game. Bucks currently a 4.5-point dog tomorrow night with the total points 228.5 over at BetMGM.
Man, they really need Dame Lillard. Like, they need him. Like, I bet Milwaukee Saturday afternoon, and like just watching the game, I'm like, this is rough, man. Like, I thought Giannis could do it himself, and Giannis was awesome. He's Giannis. He's always awesome. 36 points, 12 rebounds. He's a stud. But nobody else was. I mean, they had an AJ Green, like who, if you don't watch much Bucks basketball, you might look like, what, AJ Green? Like, what do you mean AJ Green? Yeah, so there's an AJ Green on the Milwaukee Bucks, decent shooter. You know, like that's a guy that they're relying on to take big time shots in the second half. Like, you need to get Dame Lillard out there. And it sounds like Dame, like Bill said, maybe it's Game 2. Worst case scenario, this feels like Game 3 for sure. Lillard will be back when the series shifts to Milwaukee. So that will be great because, I mean, Kyle Kuzma, we don't have to go in depth on Kyle Kuzma, but 0 points, 0 rebounds. The man put up zeros in 22 minutes. Like, he was out there doing cardio on the court. Like, he was doing nothing. Like, he's no statistical output whatsoever from Kyle Kuzma. And that's one of the players that they're relying on without Damian Lillard. Heck, they're relying on him when they do have Damian Lillard. That's how dire the situation is for Milwaukee. So it would be a big, big boost. And also you'd be getting a pretty motivated Dame Lillard who, like, if you stuck around for the end of that game, Lillard kind of like rekindling his rivalry with Tyrese Halliburton, sort of jawing back and forth. You know, they didn't really there was a little bit of a skirmish on the court, you know, and Lillard was in the street clothes, but he wanted to fight Tyrese Halliburton there for a little bit. I think there's at least an added edge that you get with Damian Lillard, and is a player who's been through these playoff wars. Much, much needed for Giannis to have a running mate to have any sort of chance to be competitive in this series. Like, I think Milwaukee can win the series if Lillard gets back, but they need him back quick, fast, in a hurry because you can't rely on these other guys, even though Giannis is one of the 3 best players in the NBA. Bill, hit me with another one.
All right, Femi, how about the OKC Thunder? What an absolute thrashing of the Memphis Grizzlies yesterday. 131-80, a 51-point victory. Grizzlies were never competitive, down 12 after 1, 32 at the half, and 49 at the end of 3 quarters. Now, Femi, I know advanced analytics have said this Thunder team is one of the best teams of the century, and I think a lot of people dismiss those claims, but a statement win there on Sunday by the West's top seed.
Yeah, they just won by 51 points, which I'm like, it's insane. Like, I was actually wanting to watch the RBC Heritage, which was going on at the time. So I appreciated OKC doing this number on Memphis, where it's like, okay, I don't really have to pay too much attention to the Thunder beating the Grizzlies. But when I was paying attention, I did notice that OKC, despite SGA having one of his worst games of the season, like, they were just so much better than Memphis. And I didn't think Memphis was going to get thrashed to this degree. Like, I thought that OKC would sweep, and that's what I bet. I got plus 150 OKC to win the series 4-0. But man, 51 points. It's like, did you even show up? Like, I was texting you guys in the YBYB group chat over the weekend. Like, Memphis was like a 16 seed in the NCAA tournament. That's how bad it was. And this is a team that has John Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. Oh, by the way, Jaren Jackson Jr., the invisible man, apparently, Sunday afternoon, 2 of 13 with 4 points. This is a guy that won Defensive Player of the Year like 2 years ago. Where is he at? Like, Memphis was just so bad. I doubt it continues this way, but I still don't think that they can win a game because they don't beat the good teams, and the season numbers tell you OKC is the best team that we have in the NBA. On the other side, we wrap up the hour with tonight's marquee games and best bets in the world of baseball as well here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
know this is chalk. This guy is a presumed front runner, but it's a really good price. Ben Johnson, a bear down, Chicago Bears. Yeah, there's a little bias baked into this, but at plus 650, I think it's worth a sprinkle. I think Ben Johnson is going to come in kicking down the door as a new head honcho of the monsters of the Midway. Look, I called the Misa Midway over the last several years, but the culture is about to change. The personality of this team is about to change, and as a result, how the things shake out in the win column are about to change as well. I think Caleb Williams going to be a lot of 1, 2, 3 release on his drops this year, which is going to be a stark improvement when we saw last year. Is holding on the football forever. He can make plays as a scoring duelist with the legs. You look at the wide receiver core. Yeah, they lost Keenan Allen to free agency. He's still an unsigned free agent. But you got Roma Dunze, certainly had his moments as a field stretcher last year. You got DJ Moore as a do-it-all wide receiver. And Olamide Zaccheaus, I think, is an unsung signing as well. And I think Cole Kmet is going to be more utilized in the offensive scheme to boot. You throw in who the Bears get at number 10 overall. Maybe somehow, some way they get Ashton Genty. Maybe they get Hampton in the draft. And they make that upgrade at the running back position, which they sorely need. They've made a lot of investments in the offensive line. I think this defense, at a minimum, is going to be a top half unit. It's going to flirt with the top 10 overall. I know it's a very competitive overall division, but the Bears have a top 10 easiest strength of schedule projected coming into the regular season. If they can galvanize quickly underneath this new direction that they have installed, I think Caleb Williams could flourish in year 2. Really, the key is what they do in the NFL draft, getting that key running back as a, not more, he'll be more than a compliment to DeAndre Swift, and the Bears could really take off. So, Ben Johnson, if this team wins 9, 10 games, he is very much going to be in the conversation for Coach of the Year at plus 650. Invest now, because I believe this line is going to come tumbling down the mountainside in short order.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it, shall we? This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bebefe hanging out with you guys here during this 3 o'clock hour on a Monday. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts, what we saw last night and over the weekend in the NBA with all the game ones. We're now to the game twos. Got a couple of them tonight coming up a little bit later on, which we'll detail here when discussing the marquee games. With Nick's thoughts on the game ones, we want your guys' thoughts, though, from last night in Las Vegas with WrestleMania 41. What'd you think of the main event? John Cena taking the WWE Undisputed Championship belt off of Cody Rhodes. It was like a 370-day run for Cody Rhodes. After winning against Roman Reigns last year in the main event, he loses to John Cena this year. So your thoughts on how it all unfolded at Allegiant Stadium last night in Las Vegas. Jake Hassan, Tyler Morales will be joining me shortly to give out their best bets on this Monday. But let's get into tonight's marquee games. A lot of them, because guess what? It's the NBA and NHL playoffs. 6 marquee games that we have on the docket. And we'll start in the NBA on the hardwood with the Detroit Pistons and the New York Knicks. Knicks leading the series 1-0 after Saturday night's awesome end to the fourth quarter. I mean, like 20-something to nothing run by the New York Knicks. MSG was going absolutely crazy, getting shots of Ben Stiller, Spike Lee, all these Knicks fans out there. Always great to have the Knicks. Like, I'm not a Knicks fan. honestly could not care less about like how this team does, but I just think it's really, really cool to see MSG. So I guess I do care a little bit because I do want to see as many MSG games as possible in the playoffs because it kind of gives you that real home court advantage that you get. It feels like a college atmosphere, honestly, at the Garden. So the Knicks beat the Pistons Saturday night. They now have a 1-0 series lead. The number a little bit smaller, though, than what it was on Saturday. The Knicks were about 7.5 point favorites Saturday night. Now they're down to a 6.5 point favorite. You'll see this often in the NBA playoffs. Some places have 7, so if you want 6.5, make sure you do that over at BetMGM. But you'll see often throughout the NBA playoffs and even in the NHL playoffs, to a lesser degree, more so in the NBA, is the old zigzag theory. Like people tend to play on the team that just lost, at least on the point spread. Sometimes on the money line, but at least with the point spread, they like to kind of grab the points with the team that just lost the previous game, thinking that especially a team like Detroit, there's going to be a lot of urgency by the Pistons, even though they're not on their home court. So, if they go and lose this game, it's okay, they just lost 2 road games. They still have 2 home games coming up, games 3 and 4. There's still going to be some urgency being down 0-1 in a series. So the market kind of shades it that way, anticipating some of the Pistons money that we'll see with this game. And we've actually seen New York money more so than Detroit money over at BetMGM, at least. 53% of the bets and 66% of the handle is on the Knicks laying the 6.5. 60% of the bets on the over 221.5, but 57% of the handle is on under 221.5. 58% of the bets and 52% of the handle. This is where it gets to the Detroit side. It's on the money line with the Detroit Pistons plus 220. No strong opinion for me. If anything, I'd honestly go back to the well with the New York Knicks. I guess to go back to the well is not a good way to say it because I didn't bet game 1, but I would go to the well with the Knicks in this game. I think the Knicks are just being a disrespected favorite in this series. And the Pistons are good. It's a fun story. I think a lot of people want to believe in it. I think Cade Cunningham's going to have a tremendous career. It just seems a little bit too soon, too early for this Detroit team. Knicks are so much better than Detroit, and we saw it in that fourth quarter when the game really got tight. New York was the team that was comfortable. Detroit just looked a little bit frazzled. So if anything, I had to bet it. I bet Knicks 6.5, getting a little bit of a cheaper price than what we saw on Saturday night. To the Rocky Mountains for the nightcap in the NBA, Clippers at the Nuggets. The Clippers 1.5 point favorites on the road, total 218.5. Once again, this shaded towards the team that lost game 1. Nuggets, they went off as about a 2.5, almost 3 point favorite Saturday afternoon. RIP, those Clippers moneyline bets. They did cover the 2.5, which I was more so mad about because I didn't bet the points. I just took the money line. And you see the 3-pointer at the end. I think it was Norman Powell that hits it to get them inside the 2.5. I'm just these guys, of course they cover the 2.5, but they can't actually win the game. But now they're favorites on the road. And I agree with that. They're just better. They're better than Denver. It's a nice story. 2 years ago, champions, whatever. Nikola Jokic is awesome. The Clippers are a better team. Denver doesn't defend whatsoever. No defense. It's Olay to the rim. How many times do you see guys blowing by Jokic or blowing by other defenders to get to the basket? So the Clippers are the favorites. The betting market, though, the tickets, the bets are on Denver. 56% of them, to be exact, rocking with the Nuggets at 1.5. 60% of the money, though, is on the Clippers laying the 1.5 as a short road favorite. 50% of the bets, 72% of the handles on under 218.5. And you get 63% of the bets on Nuggets money line, minus 102, but 53% of the handle is on the Clippers money line, minus 118. I have a bet in this game, which I will reveal later on tonight, 6:40 Eastern, during gambling night in America. So that's what's going on between the Clippers and the Denver Nuggets. Let's get to the ice with the marquee games. We have the Canadiens and the Capitals. Game 1 between these two teams. NHL kind of spacing their game 1s out a little bit more than what the NBA did. But the Capitals right now, minus 190 on the money line. Canadiens plus 160. That total sitting at 6. Washington won the season series 2-1. But these two teams haven't played in a long time. January 10th was the last time these two teams played. It's been more than 3 months since then. Montreal, they just get into the playoffs. I think Montreal by far is the worst team in the playoffs. We'll see what happens tonight. I like the Capitals with the series. I laid the series price, laid the 2.5 series spread with Washington to win this in either 5 games or 4 games. I just think that the Capitals are just much, much better. Even though I'm not even in love with the Capitals, I think they're much better than Montreal. I have a bet for tonight's game in particular. Once again, we'll give that out during gambling night in America. Winnipeg is hosting St. Louis for game 2. We saw the Jets able to win 5-3 game 1, which is a little bit of a higher scoring game for a Winnipeg Jets playoff game, a Winnipeg game in general, but in the playoffs, that total was 5.5. We get 8 goals in the game. Hellebuyck, figured he'd give up less than 3 goals. Like St. Louis at times were in control of that game. My problem with St. Louis is that I feel like they kind of blew their opportunity to win this series. Like, you had to snatch game 1, and for them to give up those 3 goals in the third period, tough look for them over the weekend on Saturday. But Winnipeg now has the 1-0 series lead. They're out to -190. This is a game that I did bet as well, which we'll reveal later on at 6:40. Dallas is hosting Colorado. Tough scene for the Dallas Stars. Just the injuries, they just look undermanned. Colorado, especially in the third period, you really saw it. They pull away from the Stars. The Stars hung in there for a little bit. Like, the score is probably not indicative of actually what happened on the ice. It was a little bit closer than that 5-1 score, but Colorado pulls away late. They're -145, so a slightly smaller favorite like they were on Saturday for the game. Dallas is +120. Dallas is about +140 Saturday night. I bet that did not get there. Total sitting at 6. Tough game for me to kind of give a strong opinion. Like, I want to like Dallas. They make sense historically with a lot of the profile that they have. But, man, these injuries, it's hard to quantify that stuff, especially late in the game with someone like Jason Robertson, who's out there. Heiskanen's also not expected to be playing in this series. Just a tough draw for the Dallas Stars against a capable Colorado team that's a little bit flawed, but they got 2 of the better players in the NHL. The Oilers and the Kings is our final NHL game for tonight. And, boy, this one is high leverage for your boy. We need LA. We need air to breathe. Woo! My goodness. The Kings, -125 on the money line. Edmonton, +105. That total sits at 5.5. Kings, best team on home ice all throughout the NHL this season. They won the season series 3-1. Now, you do want to put the caveat and add a little bit of context. The Kings, they won the season series 3-1, including last Monday when they beat Edmonton 5-0. But Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, both those guys did not play in the game. In fact, they didn't play in the last 2 games between these 2 teams. So we only saw Draisaitl and McDavid for 2 of the games between these 2 teams. So maybe it's not as lopsided towards the LA Kings, which is why the betting market is how it is, with the LA being just a small favorite at home and also a small favorite in the series price. Pick them in other spots. Edmonton small. So it's kind of like all over the place with the series price. You can find Edmonton as a favorite. You can find LA as a favorite. You can also find Pick'em. I like the Kings in this series. I like the Kings to win the West. So I'm not betting this game because I'm so leveraged with all these other bets, whether it's Stanley Cup exactas, Conn Smythe bets. We talked Conn Smythe on Friday with Darcy Kemper and Adrian Kempe as guys that you could bet in that market at big prices. I need the Kings. Just to put it bluntly, I need them, and I'll be rooting for them heavily in the late night action. So need the Clippers, need the Kings, the 2 LA teams. Do not let me down, LA. Do not let me down. But that is what we need in the world of sports. But let's go ahead and bring on our guys, Jake Hassan and Tyler Morales here to give out some of their best bets for the night in the world of sports on this Monday. And we'll start with Tyler Morales, who is the only reason why I was not playing in traffic after the weekend that was in the NBA and NHL playoffs. Justin Thomas, he did it. It was a little bit nervy, went to a playoff with Andrew Novak, but Justin Thomas wins to end the near 3-year drought for not having a win as he gets it done at the RBC Heritage. Tyler, go ahead and take a bow, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Of all the golf bets we've ever given out on this show, this is in my top 3 with Bryson at the U.S. Open and the Lucas Glover back-to-back wins. The fact that I've been calling him a Ponzi scheme all year, and then the one time I decided to bet him, he ends his 3-year drought, is just chef's kiss. And it was I was celebrating Easter with some people, and I'm just in the corner watching Joel Damon try to close out the Corrales and Justin Thomas trying to win the RBC. It was an experience. Everyone was huddled around watching me sweat this and pace back and forth. It was a lot of fun. Shout out Justin Thomas. Let's do it again next week. Why not?
Do you think that this sparks anything for Justin Thomas, or is it just a one-off, just the course fit his game? Because he's won at Quail Hollow before, and that's where our next major is. Is that Justin Thomas a viable guy at the next major next month?
The thing with him is his putter's really bad, and if you look at his stats from the past 24 rounds, he's found something. He's on a heater all of a sudden. He's gaining 3 to 4 strokes putting, and he won with that long putt at the RBC. If his putter's cooperating, he can win anywhere. That's the one thing with him, and he's hitting the ball well. So if the putter's still going by Quail Hollow, we have to absolutely consider him to win that.
All right, well, we'll consider Justin Thomas coming up next month. Real quick, Tyler, any bet that you have for tonight that you want to give out?
Yeah, this is going to be a popular one. I like the Mets tonight. The Mets have the Phillies number. Aaron Nola's been terrible. That's going to be an awful contract in the next few years. So I think the Mets are going to win tonight.
All right, rocking with the Mets. Jake, host of Bet Slips and Bat Flips, 1:30 to 2 Eastern here at the BetMGM Network. What do you like tonight in Major League Baseball or elsewhere in the world of sports?
Yeah, I'm going to go the Giants team total over 4.5 against Quinn Priester tonight. He's got a nice shiny ERA below 1, but he walks everybody, strikes out nobody, and gives up a ton of hard contact. So I'll go the Giants team total over 4.5 at plus money tonight.
All right, rocking with the San Francisco Giants tonight. One bet that I do like in Major League Baseball, I'm going to back Hunter Brown at home. I know Toronto's been really good, and Gossman is really good, but I like Gossman away from Toronto is not as great as the Gossman that you get in Toronto, where it's okay, this guy should probably be favored against anybody he's facing, not named Skubal or whoever. So I'll go ahead and back Houston with Hunter Brown, Minute Maid Park. Let's get it done, Stros. Minus 130, first 5. Money line for tonight in baseball. I got some other baseball bets that we'll give out later on during the 640 segment, but it's going to be a fun night in sports. We got baseball, NBA, 4 games in the NHL. Buddy, we have made it. April is awesome. And on the other side, Nick Costos will join us with his thoughts on what he saw from the 4 NBA Game 1 Saturday and Sunday in the association. We'll be back. This is You Better You Bet here, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Tonight in the NBA playoffs, we start in the Eastern Conference. Game 2, Pistons and the Knicks. The Knicks laying 6.5. The Knicks minus 250. The Pistons are plus 200. Total 221.5. The Knicks lead this series 1-0. I think I'm going Pistons and the points tonight, Chelsea. You with me, or do you like something else?
I think that you can play this angle one of two ways. You can say, okay, I think the Pistons are going to give a better effort. It feels like hopefully they don't let the Knicks go on a 21-0 run like we saw in Game 1, because this game was relatively close between the Knicks and the Pistons, and then the Knicks kind of ran away with things. Or you can say, okay, if the Pistons stand a chance in this game, it's going to be because of Cade Cunningham. Cade Cunningham was not very efficient in Game 1, 8 of 21 from the field. If you chalk that up to good defense, you'll say, okay, well, he's going to have a tough time again in this game. Or if you say, hey, Cade Cunningham averaged 30 points in the regular season meetings between the Knicks and the Pistons, he's going to bounce back. You kind of get a discount on his player prop tonight because he was a little off in Game 1. So 26.5 is the player prop points number for Cade Cunningham. I think I'm going to hit the over there. I think if the Pistons stand any type of chance, which I think they do, it's going to have to be because of Cade Cunningham. So I'll go over 26.5 points for minus 125 for Cade Cunningham of the Pistons.
Yeah, I love that. And I'm not a big player prop guy. I'm just a chill guy, as we know. But I love that as well. I really do. I mean, he shot 56% against the Knicks during the regular season, and the Pistons won 3-1. I know that wasn't a series, but they got plenty of wins over New York during the regular season. I think this number is too big. I thought it was too big during Game 1. I'd go back to the well with the Pistons here. And again, New York had that incredible 21-0 run in the fourth quarter. It's hard to replicate that. So I think you I know that's part of basketball. but also
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see something like that again. And also Cade Cunningham, he just struggled. Not good in game one. I think he steps it up, and I think the Pistons can keep it within the number. But you're right. You do get a bit of a discount based on him disappointing a little bit. So I'll lean Pistons in the points again, but I love the player prop for Cade Cunningham. He's proven time and time again against the Knicks he can get it done. I think he does tonight.
Presents to you the show where anything can happen.
Yeehaw!
It's the king of Wagertainment, the prop king himself.
Your boy has got this ish figured out like I always have.
Nick Costos.
Go eat your Five Guys burger with your 1-star take.
You better, you bet.
We need to celebrate betting on sports.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, magnificent Sports Monday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, the final hour on NBC Sports Now and Peacock, and radio stations nationwide. We're in your hearts. We are in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment as we talk all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by the sportsbook born in Vegas, the great people at BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, visit BetMGM.com. All right, you know how we do. Costos, Femi, the crew, and you here on You Better You Bet. So much sports betting goodness is coming your way, including two tremendous guests on the two big topics of the week this week on You Better You Bet. Because I don't know if you heard, draft week in the National Football League and the NBA playoffs underway. Ben Solak from ESPN, star NFL analyst, will join us next hour on the show. And he will give us the latest on what he's hearing on the 2025 NFL Draft. Round 1 coming up on Thursday night. Ben is super plugged in, talks to a lot of people in the league, a lot of plugged-in media members. Ben Solak joins us coming up at 5 o'clock Eastern. And then in the NBC Sports Now hour, NBC sports betting analyst Drew Dinsick, the whale capper, breaking down everything related to the NBA postseason. Ben Solak, Drew Dinsick. That's how you get a week started talking the NFL draft and the NBA. We will talk the NBA playoffs throughout the show. I'll get to it here in just a second. Femi and I will update all the NFL draft markets that are relevant after this weekend, and we'll talk about why Femi's take last week on under 2.5 quarterbacks in round 1 might just prove to be prescient. We'll also touch on the Stanley Cup playoffs. At least 2 notable results from this weekend. A couple series still to start. 4 games tonight, but 2 results I found noteworthy from the Stanley Cup playoffs this weekend, and I think will impact bets moving forward. We'll get to them as we move along, and in the final hour, the Power Hour, the NBC Sports Now Hour, all our bets for tonight. We got 2 games in the NBA playoffs, the Knicks and the Pistons, the Clippers and the Nuggets. I've got bets in both. 4 games tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I'm going to have bets in 3 of those 4 games. One of those is going to be a small bet, a speculative bet, but I will be placing it nonetheless, and will tell you, dear listener and dear viewer, what it is at the end of the show. And there is baseball tonight. I'm going to be real with everyone. I got a lot going on with the NBA and the NHL. So maybe Femi's got some baseball. We could bring Jake on the show, and Jake can give us his baseball bets. Your boy is staying away from baseball for, I don't know for how long here, but got a lot cooking tonight in the NBA and the NHL. Just want to leave that alone here. So feeling good tonight about my hockey bets and my NBA bets. It's all coming up at the end of the show in the Power Hour, the final hour, the NBC Sports Now hour. But I want to begin with what we saw this weekend in the NBA. And if you're here for the NFL draft, we're going to give you tons of content on the show today, and tomorrow, and Wednesday, and Thursday, and Friday. Femi and I doing the show together, getting you set for rounds 2 and 3. But need to open today's show off of the weekend that was in the NBA playoffs. Every game won in the books. I've got takes. I've got bets. We will discuss bets that were won this weekend, bets that were lost this weekend. Candidly, a lot more wins than losses, and it feels great to say that. Coming off of a great weekend betting the National Basketball Association. So I'm going to give you takes on all 8 games that were played this weekend, and some of them will be juicier than others. I don't know how much there is to say about the Thunder and the Grizzlies, the Cavs and the Heat, the Celtics and the Magic, but I'll give you some thoughts there and some bets moving forward on those 3 series. But I want to start with the game that we saw last night, the final game of the weekend in the NBA playoffs. And I just want to set the stage a little bit here. I'll talk about this later in the show. I'm a lifelong pro wrestling fan. I can't say I'm a diehard wrestling fan anymore just because, I have a kid and my job is to talk about sports, not about wrestling. So I don't watch a ton of wrestling. Like I don't watch Monday Night Raw, I don't watch SmackDown, I don't watch AEW every week, right? But I watch the big stuff. And I know what's going on. Like, I'm always reading. Like, I always know what's happening. And I'm locked in last night for Wrestlemania. And I'm fired up for the main event with John Cena and Cody Rhodes. And I watched this main event, and I couldn't be more disappointed. It was awful. It was terrible. And for all the people that want to defend it and say, well, that's the story. John Cena said he wants to ruin wrestling because he's a bad guy now. And, like, he made everybody really unhappy. Like, the point can't be to put on a bad main event on purpose at WrestleMania. You understand how crazy that is? How ridiculous it is to sit in a room in advance of the biggest show of the year on the main event and say, you know what? We're going to make this bad on purpose. Not by accident, on purpose. What the hell are you people talking about? So, WrestleMania ends last night. And otherwise, a really good show. And I watched it on Peacock, and it was great. No buffering issues. I really enjoyed it. So, WrestleMania ends last night. And I'm in a bad mood. I'm pissed off. So I turn on Warriors-Rockets. And if you've been listening to the show at any point recently, you know that I love Golden State in the series. I said 1 week ago on this show, after the Warriors lost to the Clippers in the final game of the regular season, I said Golden State won by losing. That they would beat the Grizzlies in the play-in game, which they did. And they would beat the Rockets in game 1, and they would go on to win the series against Houston. Well, Meatloaf once said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Well, you know what I think? I think we're going 3 for 3 on those predictions. Because Golden State last night stuffs the Rockets in a locker and beats Houston 95-85. And really made my night a lot better. After WrestleMania ends, I get to watch the Golden State Warriors take care of business. And then I got to watch our Vegas Golden Knights take care of business against the Minnesota Wild. Vegas had a bunch of money line parlays. We talked about that on the show on Friday. So, Warriors beat the Rockets. Final score, 95-85. And here's what I got to say to people. Like, come on. Come on. Do we really think the Rockets were going to win this series? And I know it's just one game. I understand. And I don't think the Warriors are going to sweep. I don't think Golden State's going to sweep. I don't think this is going to be a super short series. Maybe it's Golden State in 6 and the Warriors win game 6 at home. But I mean, really? Like the Houston Rockets. And this is not meant to be disrespectful to the Rockets. I said this last week. Ime Udoka's a terrific coach. Great young core of players. Love Şengün. Jalen Green's okay. Like, Amen Thompson's a star also. Like, people actually thought. We had this conversation last week that people were saying that Amen Thompson was going to shut down Steph Curry. Do you understand how insane this is? And it's not disrespectful to Amen Thompson, who's a great player. But, I mean, the thought of, I like the Rockets because Amen Thompson's got, like, he's prime Gary Payton. He's prime Scottie Pippen. Going to shut down Steph Curry? What? What are we talking about? Really? The Rockets don't have that big-time scorer, not yet. Maybe this offseason they trade for Devin Booker, Kevin Durant. We'll see. I think they need that big-time scorer. And I do think things will get better for the Rockets as the series moves along. And Jalen Green's terrible, and maybe that's what it's going to be. It's not easy being Green, especially last night. 3 for 15, 7 points. Not great for a playoff debut for Jalen Green. Fred VanVleet, of course, notoriously streaky playoff performer, 4 for 19. He's brutal in the game last night. So I think you'll get at least one game in this series where VanVleet goes off, has a big shooting night. Jalen Green likely won't be as bad as he was. But, I mean, come on. Like, the Rockets are going to win this series. The Rockets are ready for prime time in the way that the Warriors have been in prime time for the last decade with 2 closers. And they said it perfectly on the broadcast last night with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. You can't even foul these guys because they're both auto-frickin-matic at the line. Moses Moody making one of the biggest shots of the game. How about my guy Pajemski? I learned how to pronounce his name because he's really good. Like, there are some moments with Pods, honestly, watching the game, and I've got Golden State, where he's dribbling the ball, and I'm thinking, oh, my God, please pass. Stop. Like, whatever it is that you're doing, stop. Like, he's just got to stop. I've been on a real yacht rock kick recently. Anyway, but then he makes these crazy circus layups, and I'm thinking, man, this guy's got balls of steel. He got balls the size of grapefruits, man. Like, I actually don't mind when the ball's in his hands in a big spot. I was super impressed with Pods. Curry and Jimmy Butler are obviously good. And maybe the Rockets win a game. Maybe they win 2 games. So, again, this is not me saying Dubs are going to sweep and that Houston's a bunch of curtain-jerking jabronis. Like, they're not. They're a good team. But they ain't ready for this. They ain't ready for Golden State. Now, had the Warriors in Game 1. I'm going to like Golden State coming up tomorrow night in Game 2. The point spread is almost Rockets -3. Thought, oh, Rockets bounce back at home. Like, oh, okay. Okay. Like, spread's going to be 2 points more than it was in Game 1. I'm going to disagree with that, and I could very well be wrong, but just saying, looks like Golden State plus the points again for me in Game number 2, and maybe the Rockets win Game 2. Golden State's winning the series and advancing to the next round. I don't think there's any question about it. Now, Golden State is one of the 2 teams that coming into the postseason that most people felt if there were going to be a team to knock off the Oklahoma City Thunder, Golden State would be one of those teams, and the other team would be the Los Angeles Lakers. Allow me to say, in the wake of Saturday's dominant win by Minnesota, oh, baby. You know, I got to give a big-time shout-out. And I texted him on Saturday night. He texted me back on Sunday morning. And I don't know if this is just a picture he had in his phone or if it was actually what he was wearing. I texted our friend, NBC sports betting analyst Jay Croucher. And I just texted him the wolf emoji. And he texted me back on Sunday morning a picture of him wearing like a Timberwolves, like crew neck and a Timberwolves hat. I don't know if that was his actual attire on Sunday. Easter morning. Here's the Minnesota Timberwolves reference. Also, it goes noted that at Wrestlemania, like in a prominent on-camera spot both nights, was a Nas Reed sign. Like, it's just like those random words. Like, it's like signs like George Costanza. My worlds are colliding, Jerry. Nas Reed in Wrestlemania. Absolutely ridiculous. Jay Croucher comes on the show on Thursday and talks about the Minnesota Timberwolves. And in that moment, and I said it after Jay was off the air, and I said it to close the show on Thursday, I said, you know what? That's what I needed. Me, Nick Costos. I needed this kick in the ass from Jay Croucher. I needed to hear the love for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Our Minnesota Timberwolves. My Minnesota Timberwolves. Love this team down the stretch of the season. Love the Lakers, too. But you know what? It's like Highlander. There can only be one. Bet Minnesota plus the points in game number 1. Now, didn't necessarily expect it to be the ass-whipping that it was. Minnesota winning 117-95, just destroying the Lakers despite 37 from Luka Doncic. And look, there are a lot of things you can point to in this game and say unlikely to happen again. Right here is Jaden McDaniels and Naz Reid combining for 48 points. They literally shoot 50% from three and shoot a million threes in the game. Like, unlikely that those things happen again. But man, Anthony Edwards walks on the court and he looks at Luka Doncic. What was I don't even know what that was. Like that hand motion. I tried to look it up. It looked like Spider-Man or something. I don't know what he was doing. Anyway, he made some kind of hand motion like taunting Luka Doncic. I think I'm too old to know what that was. Maybe every people in the chat, I don't know. But I love Edwards taunting Luka Doncic. He wants all the smoke from the Lakers. And Julius Randle's got something missing in his brain that should say to a normal person, like, don't get into it with like LeBron James and the players on the Lakers. He's missing that. He's a dog. They didn't even need anything from my guy Dante DiVincenzo on Saturday night, and they still won, and they still won big. It goes noted, and I'm not just saying this for content purposes. I think it's actually kind of interesting. Magic Johnson, what a fun segue. Magic Johnson actually was critical of J.J. Redick after the game, and people know Magic Johnson is never critical in his tweets. He's just like the AP game recap. I do think that the Lakers will, and I'm not claiming to know what the adjustment is. That's not what I do, right? But I think it's fair for people to say, like, the Lakers will probably try to do something different, and maybe they're able to win the game and get back in the series, right? I look at this game and say, are they? Side of the game, Lakers are a 5.5-point favorite after they closed, 4 in game 1. I do not think, I want to be clear on this, I do not think that this series is going to go like last year's first-round series with Minnesota, when they just humiliated the Phoenix Suns and swept the Suns and sent them home. That was a harbinger of things to come for Phoenix. What we saw this year, them missing the playoffs, firing another coach. The Lakers are not that. That's not what this is. But the idea that the Lakers are just rolling out of bed and beating the crap out of the Wolves in game 2, I don't see it. The Wolves won't shoot as well from downtown in game 2, most likely. Jaden McDaniels likely won't score 25. Naz Reid likely won't score 23. And I still think the Timberwolves can cover the spread. So, I think Wolves will win the series, and I'm going to like the Wolves plus the points in game 2. On the other side, we'll get to the rest of the weekend that was in the NBA, and we'll begin with just a brutal loss by our LA Clippers on Saturday in Denver.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
In the next 3 days, I'm going to go rogue. I'm not going to give this out in lightning bets. I'm not going to write about this, but I will bet a little more Abdul Carter. You're just teasing me now at 40-1 to go first. You're just teasing me. I'm going to bet $100. I'm going to bet 100 to win 4,000. I don't care. I expect it to lose. I'm doing it. Nobody can talk me out of it. Everybody I ask says it's a dumb idea, so I like it even more.
I know that's why you asked that to Connor Allen. I know exactly why you wanted that answer.
40-1. It should not be 40-1. Other books have 20. Other books have 30. MGM right now has 40-1, and MGM will likely keep that 100. But I want them to feel it if he goes first.
All right, I'm going to play the Sammy P role because this is what you would normally do in this situation. What is the ward number now?
Minus 10,000.
Sam, it's minus 10,000 for a reason. Like, you've got to respect the market. The betting market has pushed it this way. It's been one-way action for the last couple of months. So I'm not saying that they know something, but it's there for a reason.
I'm betting it right now just to piss you off. 100.
No, I mean, I'm probably going to bet it too, honestly.
Can you imagine if he goes first? If it's a Fontaine Mac no matter what situation, I'm going to speak this into existence.
I love it.
Here's Murray down one in game one. 25 seconds. Westbrook a three. You bet! How about them apples?
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
What is this, Goodwill Hunting? How about them apples? I don't understand. Brian Rucco with the call. My fellow Fordham Ram on Saturday for ESPN as the Nuggets beat the Clippers. This one was a really frustrating one for yours truly. I know it was frustrating for Femi as well. I did have some Clippers plus 2.5, and they did cover on like the miracle Norman Powell 3 at the end of overtime. But I mean, Clippers series, Clippers money line, just an absolutely frustrating end of game for the Los Angeles Clippers. I don't know how you don't watch that game. Watch the whole thing, right? Four quarters and overtime, and not walk away thinking the Clippers are 50 times better than Denver. Like, I don't even think it's close. I think LA's way better than Denver. Way better. And this was not an instance, and you people can tell me I'm a hater, like, I don't care. Like, I just tell the truth one way or another. Denver did not win that game. The Clippers lost it. The Clippers handed it to the Nuggets on a silver platter. 20 turnovers, brain-dead late-game execution. And I'll say, man, and I can't believe I'm saying this, Kawhi would get double-teamed and look like he had never seen a double-team before. Like, what the hell was he doing in some of these spots? I thought James Harden overall played a really good game, and he gets the ball, and it's a freaking adventure. Here's Chris Dunn, like, wide open for threes. And, like, of course you leave Chris Dunn wide open because couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. He was absolutely terrible. And the Clippers just yak away a million opportunities. Can't get an offensive rebound to save their lives. Like, the Nuggets wanted it more. I don't know what else there is to say about it. Like, the Clippers are way better. Obviously, Jokic is the best player on the court. Like, that needs to be said. Like, Denver has the best player. But otherwise, LA's way better. And Denver out-efforted them and outsmarted them. The Nuggets were smarter. The Nuggets had better effort. And the Nuggets got actually, like, that big shot from Russell Westbrook and Christian Brown with a huge three also. Surviving a couple of brain-dead plays from Russell Westbrook, like going to the basket with 16 seconds left. Like, what are you doing? He does this stuff all the time. Like, he's nuts. Like, something's off with this guy. So that was really frustrating. But I left that game as pissed as I was, because I had the Clippers a couple different ways, and again, I did cover 2.5, but like, I really wanted them to win. Had them in some money line parlays, and like every other leg won. So that was really frustrating. I walk away from that game thinking, how do the Clippers not win game 2? How do they not win game 2 by 10? How do they not win the series? Like, here's how the Nuggets win the series. The Clippers are this stupid for another 3 games. Like, that's it. I don't think you're getting a Jamal Murray 30 spot in any game in this series. Like, it's possible that Michael Porter could have, like, one big game, but he stinks. The Clippers are way better than the Nuggets. Way better. I love the Clippers tonight in game 2. And they're a favorite in the game. I love the Clippers tonight. And I think now's a decent time to come back. If you have no exposure to it already, I would bet the Clippers to win the series. Like, there's no way you can watch that game. And I can be wrong. The Nuggets can win. The Clippers can be stupid. They can lose. Jokic is the best player. I don't know how anyone walks away from that game saying, well, Denver's the better team. You can't think that. You can't think it. And I don't think the Clippers are this stupid to screw this up. Kawhi's too good. I think Harden's good in the second banana roll. The players are too good. The coaching staff is too good. I'm actually, like, Ty Lue, Van Gundy, how do you let this happen? If this happens again, we need to have a conversation about Ty Lue. Everyone loves Ty Lue. Has Ty Lue been coasting off of 2016? We can't let Ty Lue get, this is what it's going to be. Whether they just absolutely piss down their leg in the biggest spot. Brutal. Do you have faith in Ty Lue? Do you have faith in Kawhi Leonard? Do you believe in Joe Hendry? I say yes to all of these things. I love the Clippers tonight to even the series against the Denver Nuggets. Say their name, and they appear. I believe in Los Angeles. Like the Clippers to get it done tonight against the Nuggets. That will absolutely be a bet for me coming up on Monday night, tonight, in the world of sports. The other game, too, tonight in the NBA. My Knicks against the Detroit Pistons. Knicks win game 1. Said they would, and they did. 123-112. Now, I would be lying if I said I did not have extreme agita at points during this game. And that's not just because I attended a first birthday party on Saturday and had like 6 slices of pizza and 9 buffalo wings. This is, by the way, this is how I'm going to be fat. That's how it's going to happen. This is why I'm fat. This is why I'm fat. It's because of these birthday parties where you go, and it's like everyone's like my daughters, everyone's having kids. At these birthday parties, it's pizza and wings and ice cream. That's what kids eat. And then the adults eat them. This is how we get fat. Like, I'm going to be on Ozempic in like 2 years, and I want everyone to remember this when I'm giving myself the shot. Oh, Ozempic, I'm fat. So I got agita, man. Pistons are playing awesome. Tobias Harris. What year is it? Awesome first half for him. Pistons kicking the Knicks' ass in the third quarter. Going into the fourth, and I'm thinking, and I got Knicks money line parlay 9 different ways. I had Knicks money line with the 3 favorites yesterday. I got Knicks money line tonight with the 3 favorites tomorrow. I'm loving this right now with the Knicks. I'm thinking they're going to lose the game. And I'm getting ready to fire off my takes. The Towns trade was a disaster. Where's Randall? Where's Dante? As we're getting abused by the physical, the rough and rugged Detroit Pistons. And then the fourth quarter happens. And I'm just Yeah, but put my feet up here. I think the Knicks are going to sweep. They should. This series should not go past 5 games at the very least. Detroit should not win more than 1 game in this series. Not meant to be disrespectful to Detroit and Cade Cunningham and Bickerstaff. I think that team is on the come. I think they're really fun, but they ain't ready for this. And I don't think the Knicks are one of the best teams in the league. I think the Knicks will lose to the Celtics if and when they play. But, I mean, the Knicks are on a different tier than the Pistons. And you saw it on Saturday night. Garden crowd's electric. Pistons are deer in the headlights. Knicks go on that 21-0 run, and they just, like, the Pistons have got nothing for them in that spot. And you just saw, like, the effort's great for Detroit, and that's true. There's no question. But, I mean, you can't out-talent the Knicks. And if the Knicks are going to put that effort forward, like, there's just no chance for Detroit. So maybe I'm an overconfident Knicks fan here. I think I'm a pretty honest and objective fan of my teams when it comes to betting. I don't know if the Knicks are going to cover the spread tonight. I just feel super confident they're going to win the game. I would be shocked if they lost. Now, I do think you'll get a better Cade Cunningham performance. And, like, the stats are good for Cade. 21 points, 12 dimes on Saturday. You watch the game, you know that he can play better. And if I'm a Pistons fan or a Pistons bettor, I didn't love his post-game comments where he's like, yeah, it was really cool to be out there. My guy, you lost. There's nothing cool about losing. Maybe I'm the a-hole here. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. And I think winning's the most important thing. That's just me. My one Knicks complaint would be I might start calling him Jalen Roethlisbrunson. Enough with, like, I can't deal with it. And I love him. He's, like, the best player on the team. I can't deal with him, like on the ground, like, every couple of minutes, like, holding his ankle. Like, I can't handle it. And I don't mean that to be, you know what, I am annoyed by it. I do mean it to come off the way that, like, just enough. Enough with the histrionics and the dramatics and the theatrics. And he was awesome in the game. 34 points. Towns was great, too. Anunoby was great. Would be nice for Mikal Bridges to show up tonight. But, I mean, enough Jalen Brunson. Like, can we not do this with the injury stuff here? Please. Like, are you healthy or not? Love the Knicks tonight to beat the Detroit Pistons, go up 2-0, and I think the Knicks are going to win this series in 4 or 5. You bet here on this Monday. Nick Kostos rolling through the NBA playoff results from this weekend. Femi will join me shortly, and we will go through the Game 2s coming up here in the NBA. Staying in the Eastern Conference. First game on Saturday. Pacers beat the Bucks 117-98. I'm not surprised at all by the result. Watch the show last week. You know I liked Indiana in this series. Now, it looks like Damian Lillard is going to be back either tomorrow night. He's questionable for Game 2, or he'll be back coming up for Game 3 later in the week on Friday. And the Milwaukee Bucks absolutely need him. And they need him tomorrow. Because I got news for everybody. If Lillard doesn't play tomorrow, the Pacers are definitely winning. The Pacers are not losing to the Bucks without Lillard. Like, Giannis can be the best player on the court, and he is. He is surrounded by curtain-jerking jabronis. By absolute scrubs. Kyle Kuzma with the 2025 Tony Snell stat line. Zeros across the board in 25 minutes. Like, are you trying? Torian Prince. Not Seth Rollins, but Ryan Rollins. Kevin Porter. Bobby Portis. The other AJ Green. The other Julio Jones wasn't available. I mean, they stink. Like, they're not, Indiana's good. Without, like, no Lillard, no chance. So, like, Lillard doesn't play tomorrow night. Like, Indiana's going up 2-0, and I think the Bucks have no margin for error at that point, and even if he comes back in Game 3, the series is over. They have to have Lillard back tomorrow night. If Lillard plays tomorrow night in Game 2, I'm not going to bet the game. I'm going to watch it, and I'm going to gain more information. Lillard doesn't play, that's Pacers money line, and that's, Pacers to win the series, parlayed with other stuff. Because Indiana's not going up 2-0 and then losing 4 to this Milwaukee team, even with Damian Lillard back. So this series hinges on Damian Lillard playing tomorrow night in Game 2. Questionable at the moment. Now, a couple thoughts here on the three the three ridiculous series in the NBA playoffs. Thunder, Grizz, Celtics, Magic, Cavs, Heat. I ended up having like all the favorites in like 100 money line parlays. Wasn't necessary. They all covered. Probably just should have just laid the points. We'll start with Oklahoma City and Memphis. 131-80. The Thunder were up by more than 50 points in this game. They won by 51. I mean, wow. And I don't know if any further analysis is required other than this. And how many times do we have to say it? The Grizzlies beat bad teams and lose to good teams. So the question you ask yourself is, the team the Grizzlies are playing, is that team good? Are the Oklahoma City Thunder good? Yes. Are the Grizzlies going to beat them? No. I don't care what John Morant says after the game. We're going to play better. We won't play this bad again. My guy, we've been watching this for 84 games now. 85 games, including the 2 play-in. It ain't happening, buddy. So Oklahoma City was 13.5 in game 1. They're 14.5 in game 2. Could you imagine ever betting Memphis? I don't care what John Morant says. I think the Thunder are going to win by 30 again. The Grizzlies stink. They're bad. Oklahoma City's good. Never, ever, 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 ever Memphis in game 2. Celtics beat the Magic 103-86. Wow, what a fun game. Was it? I was thinking of Femi during the game. Femi bet Celtics in 5, so basically needs Orlando to win 1. I don't know how fun that sweat's going to be for my guy Femi. I don't. How's Orlando winning? I guess if you had to pick one of the 3 teams, Grizzlies, Magic, or Heat, to win a game, it might actually be Orlando, just because the Celtics can play with their food for a game and like go 8 for 40 from 3 and lose. Like, it's possible. Just feels really unlikely. This is just, if you're playing like 2K, you would just simulate the series, and if anyone gets hurt, you'd reset the game. That's what I would do. I like to cheat when I play games, though, and play on easy mode. Just like get through to the next round healthy. That's what it's all about for Boston. And that's also what it's about for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Like, credit to the Heat. Awesome game on Friday night in the play-in. Had them. That was great. Beating the Hawks in overtime. That ruled. Also had Memphis against Dallas. That ruled also. Miami is not one of the... Miami's terrible. Like, good on Spo. Good on Hero. Davion Mitchell. Like, fun story. Good culture. Blah, 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 blah. Also, Jerome sent it in an insane manner last night. Like, you didn't even lose to, like, Donovan Mitchell and Evan Moore. Like, you lost to Ty Jerome. And Ty Jerome's a good player. I mean, the Heat going to win 1 game in the series? I think we're going to see sweeps across the board. Thunder sweep Memphis. Boston sweep Orlando. Cleveland sweep Miami. 8 games, 8 takes, a bunch of bets. On the other side, Femi Abebefe joins me, and we will spin it forward to all the game 2s and series prices in the NBA playoffs.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
so last year, right, San Francisco loses in walk-off fashion in overtime against the Chiefs, and I was like, yeah, there's going to be some regression and there's going to be a Super Bowl hangover because they've made 2 or 3 deep runs. Like the year before, they're in the NFC Championship game and Brock Purdy's elbow explodes against the Eagles, so they don't have a quarterback, or 2 years ago, I should say. But I don't see a Super Bowl hangover for the Chiefs. As crazy as it sounds, man, I think that they're going to be even better. So I did play over 11.5 wins. I think that's short. I think as long as Mahomes is healthy, they win 12-plus games. And last year, you know, like next to his standards, that was a down year for Pat Mahomes. Also, though, the offensive line play was a mess, especially at the tackle position. So I do think that they have to go defensive line and offensive line in this draft. I also, in a deep running back class, wouldn't hate them going with another back. You have Pacheco and Kareem Hunt both entering contract years, and Pacheco wasn't the same back coming back from injury, man. Kareem Hunt is going to be another year older, and they were 22nd in PFF rushing grade last year. So you have Travis Kelce, maybe his last year, not the player he once was, but he should be extra motivated. Mahomes is going to be extra motivated. And like you said, man, you get Rashee Rice back healthy. Xavier Worthy will be in year 2. I like bringing back Hollywood Brown on a 1-year deal once again. I love that move last year. Unfortunately, we didn't see him till week 14, week 15, because he got hurt before the season began. But, you know, even with, you know, you lose some players on the defensive line, they're probably going to have to go a little bit younger. You still have Steve Spagnuolo calling the defense, Andy Reid calling the offense, and Pat Mahomes. So I'm going to continue to bet the Chiefs over 11.5 wins.
A little room service off the careless pass. DiVincenzo flying charter. Minnesota takes game 1. They say that a series doesn't begin until a home team loses a game.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Mark Jones, who? Mark Jones with the call on Saturday night on ESPN as the Wolves absolutely destroy the Los Angeles Lakers 117-95 to take a 1-0 series lead. Femi Abebefe going to join me in just a moment, and we'll talk about everything we saw in the NBA this weekend. We'll spin it forward. Femi's got an interesting thought on the 2 LA teams he's going to share with everybody in a moment. I want to remind our audience, 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by ESPN NFL analyst Ben Solak, and Ben will tell us all the latest that he's got on the 2025 NFL Draft before Femi and I dive into it next hour here on the show. But Femi with me now. Femi, you got something good here on the LA teams. We were talking about it during the break. Lay it on our audience.
Yeah, I'm stuck in La La Land. I think both the LA teams are A-OK. We are on schedule. Both teams will win their series in advance. And I think this is a nice buying point from a series price standpoint on the Clippers and the Lakers. I'll start with the Lakers first because that's the one where I think it's most up for debate. Because I think anybody who's objective can watch that Clippers-Nuggets game. And maybe some Denver people out there, if you're out there, I mean, good on you because you got a win that you probably shouldn't have gotten. But on the Lakers side of it, the Lakers, I mean, we see this often with these LeBron James teams. Now, not to this extent to where they just got blown out in the game, but like LeBron uses game one as a feeling out process. It's very much, okay, like let's see how this team wants to attack us. And also, too, like when you think about how these series play out, what is most likely to be sustainable? What's sustainable for Minnesota? They're much bigger than the Lakers. That's never going to change. That's just the facts of the matter. They're a bigger team. But is Jaden McDaniels going 3 for 3? Is that sustainable? Like Julius Randle going 4 for 6 from 3? Is that sustainable? I don't think shooting 50% from 3 is sustainable on the T-Wolves side. And also the Lakers, I don't know if it was just the week off or whatever it was. They just looked completely like kind of just like in a malaise to where they thought this was like February 12th or something like that. And it was the regular season. They didn't really match the T-Wolves intensity and probably like till like late in the third quarter. And by then it's way too late. Like the T-Wolves have already been just kind of hitting you with threes for like the entire like first half and then into the second half. So like it almost like they felt like they were not like really prepared for it to being the playoffs. Whether I don't know why, but that was just what it looked like watching the game. I think you'll see much, much more urgency on the Lakers side. And two, like once the Lakers playmakers start playing better, that being LeBron James and Austin Reeves, because Luka was terrific. Luka was awesome. I think Luka's always going to play well against Minnesota. Maybe he just loves that matchup.
I don't think you're getting the Austin Reeves games. I don't think that's happening.
But you think he's going to be as bad as he was Saturday night? Like he was terrible.
I just like Minnesota's got so many like Minnesota's perfectly built like to stop multiple.
They have a lot of wing defenders.
Now,
yes,
like, Luka's gonna get his because he's Luka. Also, Nico Harrison's quote today that I didn't realize that. Look, I knew the Mavericks fans like Luka, but I didn't realize this much. Like my guy, go away, go away.
Was that the last presser for him? I hope it was.
You would hope so. I honestly, I can't believe I'm saying this, and I want you to get back to this. I actually like felt a little bad for him, which I shouldn't because he's a fool. Maybe he's a nice guy. I don't know. Just
seems like he's very soft spoken and just.
I just feel like I don't know. Like I probably should. If I were a Mavericks fan, I probably wouldn't feel bad for him. I actually feel a little bad for him. Anyway, Luka's gonna get his because he's Luka. LeBron's gonna get his. He's LeBron. I worry about Austin Reeves in this series, and that's where like some of this. My concern for the Lakers comes from. You're more bullish on the Lakers, and I'm Mr. Laker coming into the playoffs. I'm concerned about the Lakers in this series. I think we're going to agree on the Clippers, but Lakers, I don't think I can get there.
You abandoned your guys. Like I was Mr. Warrior, Mr. Laker. Then just
the
here
Wolves
comes
are
the
my
T-Wolves.
guys too.
It's your two kids that are going at it. So the reason why I think Reeves is much better than this because we've seen Reeves against top level competition play well, like against the Celtics, against the Thunder. Like the T-Wolves are in that same conversation from a defensive standpoint. Now, like are their defenders maybe a little bit longer, a little bit taller? Yeah, like McDaniels is like a cyborg out there, like looking like a praying mantis as how tall he is. But like I still think Reeves can still get his game off against Minnesota. Like I don't think it's going to be 5 for 13 every single night for Austin Reeves. He'll be better. And like that is where I think when the Lakers, when they get the playmakers going, that's where they can maybe put Rudy Gobert in a bind. Because that's the whole thing. Everyone like going into the series, like, oh, well, Rudy's going to get played off the court, da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, okay, let's pump the brakes. Rudy's a good player. Like, there's going to be nights where maybe it's not a good Rudy game. There's going to be nights where it is a good Rudy game. I think when the Lakers, when their 3 playmakers are going, that's when it's problematic for Rudy. I think we will see that coming up tomorrow night, I believe, is game 2. And I think we'll see that throughout the duration of the series to where the Lakers win a close series, a 7-game series, which has been my opinion from the start. Like, this was always going to be a long series. One game didn't go their way. Credit to the T-Wolves. They shot the lights out of the gym. Let's see what happens in game 2. And I think what happens is the Lakers winning it as they are a 5.5-point favorite right now across the betting market.
So how are you betting the game tomorrow night?
I think I'm going to lay it. Like let's see where this number goes. Like if it's under 6 though, under 6 I'm laying the Lakers. Like I'll lay the Lakers. Like if it gets to 6 at that point, it's like, okay, like maybe play some props or maybe look to like a contrarian over because I see the unders getting bet quite a bit. Open 217, now 210.5. Like obviously it's a playoff game, but I think maybe the adjustments get a little bit too crazy. And maybe the T-Wolves also approach this as, well, you know what? Mission accomplished. Like, yeah, like they probably want to get greedy, but they've also have mission accomplished since they stole home court advantage. But it's Lakers or over, maybe.
Like you can make that case for a lot of teams, and I would be like, okay, like I understand. Mm-hmm. No way with Minnesota. Like, that's not how this team is wired.
Well, I'm not saying they're going to mail it in. No, I'm not saying they're going to mail it in whatsoever, but I think the Lakers will have, obviously, much more urgency than the T-Wolves. Like, I don't think the T-Wolves are going to be able to, I guess it's human nature. They're not going to be able to match the Lakers' desperation because, like, they did get the game.
I think if there were one team, for me at least, that I could point to and say, I actually think they could, it would be this team.
Like, now
they're playing another team, like they're playing the Clippers. I'm not going to say that. Playing the Nuggets, I'm not going to say that. Playing the Knicks, I'm not going to say that. Timberwolves, I think I'll say that. Because Minnesota's different, dude. Doesn't mean that they're going to win or I'm going to be right. You could be right. The Lakers could dominate. I go into that game thinking the Lakers can absolutely win. Absolutely. They could win by 10. I think if they win, I think it's close at the end. I think we'll be on opposite sides tomorrow, and I think I'll be on Minnesota.
Be a fun night. Water pistol to the head. Who wins the series and how many games?
Wolves in 6.
I'll stick with Lakers in 7.
Well, how about this? If it goes to 7, I'm going to have a hard time picking against the Lakers. I think it'll end before then. You bet. Costos, Femi, the crew, and you. You like the Clippers. We don't need to talk. You like the Clippers.
Yeah. I mean, okay. I don't know how you can watch that game and not like the Clippers. I mean, other than them just being idiots, I guess. Yeah.
So we agree. We'll talk about it more at the end of the show. Femi and I both like the Clippers. You were big on Milwaukee coming into the series against Indiana. Like them in game 1. Now, obviously, if Lillard's going to be back, it's going to change things. How do you feel about the series now? Milwaukee's getting bet at BetMGM. This is now Indiana minus 3.5 tomorrow night in game 2. Lillard is questionable. So give me 30 seconds on game 2 and how you see the series playing. Do you agree with my thought that it's Indiana here if Lillard doesn't play? What do you think about Milwaukee moving forward here?
If Lillard doesn't play, Indiana's going to get bet out. I think Indiana's going to win. The other players, the role players, whatever you want to call them, they were not even atrocious is a strong enough word. They were just absolutely flagrantly bad in the game, in game 1 Saturday afternoon. And
but they're just bad though, right? that's my thing. It's not like they're good players who played bad.
They're bad.
They're bad players that are bad. They're just bad.
They are bad. Now, Kuzma's not going to give you zeros every game, but Kuzma's not he's not a great player by any stretch of the imagination. He's a serviceable NBA player. Bobby Portis, a good bench player. He was the third best player on the title team. He was the third best player on that Lakers bubble team. Technically,
is he a jabroni? Yes, right.
Yes, I would say
he's a jabroni.
I'm more so lean yes than on no. But he's not a guy that you want to rely on, and that's the case for Milwaukee. They rely on him to do things. You want him to be Kuzma gave us 12 tonight. That's great. It's not Kuzma, we need 15.
Hey, Kuz, we're trying to win like the NBA fashion Instagram tonight. Pop off in
That's
the
when you want him.
That's when you want Kyle Kuzma. Scoring 20 points to win a playoff game on the road, not so much.
No. How
about scoring 1 point?
The non-Giannis starters
or 1
made
rebound,
5 baskets.
or 1 assist, or 1 block, or 1 steal. Something. He gave you
2
nothing.
fouls.
Well, how about this? Points, rebounds, assists, blocks, steals. Kyle Kuzma, game 1. Add them up, multiplied it by 1 million. The number, 0. Goose egg.
0 for 2 from free throws as well for Kyle Kuzma. You could have got some cheapies.
They need Lillard, or this is a wrap.
It's done. It's done if they don't get Lillard. And I don't think they need Lillard 100% for tomorrow. Because if they get Lillard back game 3, I think they can still protect home court and win game 3, win game 4, and now we're squared up best of 3 series going 2-2 back to Indiana. But they're eventually going to have to win in Indiana, and you're not doing that without Damian Lillard. That's for damn sure. So Lillard coming back and at least the optimism around the reporting, I think is a positive sign for Milwaukee. I don't know if it's as positive as what the betting market thinks for game 2 in particular. That's getting a little bit crazy if we're starting to whiff 3.5 out there in the market. If that's what it's going to be, as much as I like the Milwaukee Bucks, I'd bet Indiana laying 3.5 or 4. And it's 4 pretty much painted everywhere here in Vegas where I'm at. So, let's see what happens with that. If Lillard comes in, I'll probably just pass the game because I already have a series bet on Milwaukee, and I'll just sweat that out. But if Lillard's out and it's under 2 possessions, it's probably got to be a bet on the Indiana Pacers because Milwaukee, especially on the road, they're not going to get anything out of these guys.
Yeah.
I still think Milwaukee can win the series because Lillard's going to come back. But, for game 2 in particular, they need Lillard. If he doesn't play, it's a bet on Indiana.
Lillard's back for game 3 in Milwaukee. You think the Bucks can come back and win the series?
Yes, I think they can come back and win the series.
Yeah. Oh man, maybe you're right.
They got good looks. As bad as they were, they did get good looks. They were just bricking them. The brick house was being
they're
built.
bad.
And
because they're bad.
They're still NBA. They're open looks where they're just clanking.
Dude, they stink. They're not good.
Brook Lopez can give you a 5 3-point game every now and then. He can shoot it.
Think about where we're at here. You're selling me on Brook Lopez hitting 5 threes in a game. I'm not saying it can't happen. I would not be bullish on it if Lillard's not back for tomorrow night. Anything on Warriors Rockets quickly to end the hour?
I got too cute. I mean, I tried to do the double result thing with the series. Rockets win game one, Warriors win the series. Yeah, I thought the extended rest and like a home team with nobody giving them much of a chance in the series outside of like a couple people that like were really building up the Amen Thompson statue. Like nobody really gave Houston a chance from like a collective. So I thought that maybe the Warriors not go in like lax, but maybe they get overwhelmed by the home court advantage and all that stuff being an older team. But yeah, it was Steph and Jimmy, and Steph's probably the most demoralizing player that's out there in the NBA with some of the shots that he can make.
I mean, the Amen Thompson is going to.
And I love Amen, but man, people were building that statue.
He's good. He's a good player. I mean,
Curry stopper.
No amens on Easter Sunday for the Houston Rockets. Hour one done. Hour two for you coming up on the other side. Ben Solak gets us started talking NFL draft.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Yeah, so last year, right, San Francisco loses in walk-off fashion in overtime against the Chiefs, and I was like, yeah, there's going to be some regression and there's going to be a Super Bowl hangover because they've made 2 or 3 deep runs. Like the year before, they're in the NFC Championship game and Brock Purdy's elbow explodes against the Eagles, so they don't have a quarterback, or 2 years ago, I should say. But I don't see a Super Bowl hangover for the Chiefs. As crazy as it sounds, man, I think that they're going to be even better. So I did play over 11.5 wins. I think that's short. I think as long as Mahomes is healthy, they win 12-plus games. And last year, you know, like next to his standards, that was a down year for Pat Mahomes. Also, though, the offensive line play was a mess, especially at the tackle position. So I do think that they have to go defensive line and offensive line in this draft. I also, in a deep running back class, wouldn't hate them going with another back. You have Pacheco and Kareem Hunt both entering contract years, and Pacheco wasn't the same back coming back from injury, man. Kareem Hunt is going to be another year older, and they were 22nd in PFF rushing grade last year. So you have Travis Kelce, maybe his last year, not the player he once was, but he should be extra motivated. Mahomes is going to be extra motivated. And like you said, man, you get Rashee Rice back healthy. Xavier Worthy will be in year 2. I like bringing back Hollywood Brown on a 1-year deal once again. I love that move last year. Unfortunately, we didn't see him till week 14, week 15, because he got hurt before the season began. But, you know, even with, you know, you lose some players on the defensive line, they're probably going to have to go a little bit younger. You still have Steve Spagnuolo calling the defense, Andy Reid calling the offense, and Pat Mahomes. So I'm going to continue to bet the Chiefs over 11.5 wins.
best in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
The magnificent Sports Monday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. Draft week in the National Football League. Femi and I will get back to the NBA. Spent the entire first hour of today's show breaking down the weekend that was in the NBA playoffs. Next hour on the show, we'll be joined by the whale capper, Drew Dinsick. He'll give us his thoughts on all the Game 2s coming up in the NBA. And Femi and I will finalize our bets for tonight. Knicks and the Pistons, Nuggets and the Clippers. Please, Clippers, don't blow this one. Need it. Big time coming up tonight.
Yeah,
Femi and I will dive into the NFL draft coming up 20 minutes from now. All the relevant market moves from when we went off the air on Friday to where we sit right now on Monday, just a couple days out from round one of the 2025 NFL draft. And joining us right now to break it down, one of the best NFL analysts out there, and is just in the weeds big time as it concerns the NFL draft. And when we use that phrase on this show, we mean it as the ultimate compliment. ESPN NFL analyst Ben Solak on Twitter at Benjamin Solak. He'll be a part of ESPN's draft coverage on YouTube after round one on Thursday night, throughout the entire day two, rounds 2 and 3 on Friday night on the ESPN YouTube page. Absolute star NFL analyst. What's going on, buddy? Happy draft week.
Yeah, we're here officially. Got to watch draft day, watch Kevin Costner trade some picks, get myself firmly in the mood. Yeah, that's the best way to set the table. Always has been.
Absolutely love it. So, Ben, let's start with, in this draft, it's not the sexiest thing, but quarterback's the sexiest position, obviously. And, you know, Femi said on the show last week, and Femi and I will get to this coming up in about 20 minutes here, that he felt last week under 2.5 quarterbacks, and he bet that last week. And the betting market is moving in that direction right now. So we think at least, betting market thinks, Cam Ward's going first overall to the Tennessee Titans. How do you see the rest of Thursday night, Ben, playing out as far as the quarterbacks are concerned? Where over 2.5 quarterbacks is no longer, it's still a favorite, but no longer an overwhelming favorite at our show sponsor, BetMGM.
Yeah, I would be on under plus money at 2.5 quarterbacks. I think that you expect Ward, like you said, at 1. And then I think that Browns at 2, Giants at 3, and Saints at 9. I think no one's interested in taking a quarterback that early. Maybe you get a team that trades back from there, but stays in front of the Steelers at 20 to go take the second quarterback. Even then, I think you're a little bit reaching. I think all these teams would far prefer to play the trade back up into the end of the first round sort of a game where you're going to have some teams who are willing to buy on those trade downs. Minnesota Vikings at 24, Ravens at 29, Eagles at 32, all teams that you can look at as potential trade back teams. And you get the Browns at 33 and the Giants at 34 as well on day 2. Remember, the order flips a little bit, round 1 to round 2. So the Titans don't have the first pick on day 2. The Browns do. So the Browns in particular, if they have control of the board on day 2, you can expect them to take a quarterback at that spot. So if you're the Giants at 34 or the Saints at 40, you have to be making calls up into the first round to potentially go get that guy. And so to me, I think 20 to 40 is where I expect that range of quarterbacks more so to go. A lot of it depends on what the Steelers precisely do at 20, who they take, right? If it's Shedeur, then maybe that's everybody's quarterback too, and no one's interested. If it's like, the Jalen Milroe wild card and Shedeur and Jackson Dart are still there, then maybe we get a little bit more aggressive trading up.
We might have a really, really interesting round 2, Friday show coming up on You Better You Bet if none of the quarterbacks outside of Cam Ward go on Thursday night. So, Ben, it feels like right now, and just based on what you just said, right, the Browns and the Giants are not into quarterbacks. Then I think we could probably slot in picks 1 through 3 pretty confidently. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter to Cleveland, Abdul Carter to my New York Football Giants. I'm guessing you think, and if you don't, I'd like for you to tell me why you think it'll be somebody else. But betting market seems to think Will Campbell's going 4th overall to the New England Patriots, which means that the draft kind of starts at 5 with the Jacksonville Jaguars, and there is reporting all over the place on the 5th overall pick. Ted McMillan, Mason Graham, Ashton Genty, Jalen Walker. You talk to a ton of people, Ben. What's your best guess right now as to what the Jacksonville Jaguars will do at 5th overall?
Yeah, my impression has been Mason Graham, the defensive tackle out of Michigan, for the whole process. And as a general rule of the draft process, if you believe something in March and then it suddenly starts to change like 10 days out from the first round, you were probably right in March, right? And it's smoke, and it's maybe it's ownership getting involved, or a last push for a guy, or there's a trade thing they're talking about. But in general, like, the truth of the front office and the scouting staff is kind of more so known in that March time. And so to me, when the Jaguars largely passed on defensive linemen in free agency, they talked about wanting to get young players at that position, especially at defensive tackle post free agency. That to me brought me to Mason Graham. I think Graham is very similar in style to Braden Fisk, who was a pick of the Rams last season. New Jaguars general manager James Gladstone comes from the Rams. And so there's enough connections there for me. I think the Ted McMillan smoke is smoke. I think the Ashton Genty smoke is maybe closer to fire, but also if I wanted to maybe trade back from 5, knowing that the Raiders have been highly tied to Genty at 6, Genty would be the name that I would be talking about. I'd be giving to media as well. I'd be like, oh, we might take Genty at 5 and seeing if I get the Browns on, the Bears on the line, if I can get the Cowboys on the line. And so I still lean Graham. Genty would not surprise me. Tet would really take me for a spin if that was the Jaguars pick at 5.
Well, let's talk about Ashton Genty, who, like, over at BetMGM is now the favorite to be the 5th overall pick, now even money. So he's surpassed Mason Graham, despite what you're saying, that, like, Graham, who's been the guy that's been all throughout this process, mocked to Jacksonville at 5. The team to draft Ashton Genty market, Raiders and Jaguars are now co-favorites at plus 120. You have the Bears at plus 450, then the Saints and the Cowboys after that. So if Genty doesn't go 5 to Jacksonville, is it as easy as you place him in at 6 for the Raiders, or does he kind of trickle down to the Bears, or is there trade-up scenarios into the top 10 like you were kind of outlining?
Yeah, I think that market right now where it's 50-50, I would lean taking the Raiders on that market, but I don't think, like, it's a draft market, it's an index market. There's gonna be so much juice taken out of it that I would largely prefer to be on like Genty's over under or something, just because I think you're gonna get just better bang for your buck overall betting into that market. If he's getting past those two teams, then the Bears are extremely tempting because that's the third team that's been paired most with Genty, and obviously it makes a lot of sense and it's a need. But because the need is so evident, and because Genty will be perceived as falling, I honestly would not be surprised if a team aggressively gets in front of the Bears to go make that happen. Whether that's the Saints at 9 staying and making that pick, or if it's a team like the Cowboys at 12 moving forward to go make that pick. And so I would much rather be on, like, if I can get Genty over under 6.5 and be on the under. Probably that's terrible juice now at this point. You're not going to get a market like that. But that's where I prefer to be on Genty, as opposed to trying to window the team. Because if he gets past the Raiders at 6, there's going to be calls. There's going to be potential trade-ups. I don't want to be on a specific team in an index market in that scenario.
You bet here on this Monday, draft week in the National Football League, talking the NFL draft with ESPN NFL analyst, our buddy Ben Solak, on Twitter at Benjamin Solak. You can catch him on the ESPN YouTube page for the NFL draft after round 1 on Thursday night and for the duration of rounds 2 and 3 on Friday night. Want to hit you with a couple first player to be drafted markets and a couple positions. That cool?
Yeah. If I were sprinting to the books right now, the first thing I would want is Nick Amonwari to be the first defensive back off the board. That'd be the first thing I'd be trying to bet. Because Will Johnson at this point,
I agree with you.
I'm very suspicious.
I don't like Will Johnson either. Tell us why you like Amonwari there to be first defensive.
So with Will Johnson, you're hearing, listen, the film was the film. 24 was worse than 23 in terms of the film. There's a knee issue. The teams are worried about longevity. Albert Breer had that in Sports Illustrated this morning. He didn't run a 40, and he's probably not very fast. I've got a lot of red flags popping up, right? And so now the over-under has been moving now. It's around 13.5. Dolphins at 13, obviously a pretty key team. What with Jalen Ramsey expected to be traded. However, he's still the favorite to be the first defensive back taken. And right behind him, a very close second, is J.D. Barron, who's the defensive back out of Texas. Barron's a nickel. Barron is not viewed by most teams as a full-time outside corner. If he is viewed as an outside corner, it is in a zone-heavy team. That sort of team is not going to be investing very early in cornerback in general, because that's a position that they can minimize. Nick Amonwari is, I think, viewed as the top safety in most league, not all, but for most teams in the league, has the high level of athleticism. And you say, the Dolphins at 13, go get Will Johnson to replace Ramsey. And they lost Javon Holland, right? And they got another defensive back to replace there, and they've known about that plan for a little bit longer. And Amanwari is that sort of a box safety, and so he's at ESPN Bet. Amanwari is 13-1 to be the top defensive back on the board, whereas Malachi Starks is plus 850. That is not reflective of how the league views this safety class. At worst, it's 50-50, if not a lean to Amanwari. And so that the closer you get to the draft process, the more you want to be, I think, taking some of those long shots, and because the markets are getting sharper and smarter, you want to be, if you're doing anything, trying to window those exact hits. To me, Amanwari 13-1 first defensive back off the board would be where to go.
Yeah, Amanwari 18-1 at BetMGM. Ben's an ESPN guy. We're a BetMGM show, so we're giving out all that. Would totally understand, right? I took a shot also, Ben, on Maxwell Hairston last week at 80. He's 40. I still don't hate that for Hairston to be the first non-Travis Hunter defensive back selected. Couple other of these markets. We've been obsessed with the first wide receiver market on the show.
Yep.
We haven't had one person, maybe you'll be the first one, come on the show. Bettors, analysts, former players, front office types. Not one person has said Tet McMillan's going to be the first receiver. Everybody says Matthew Golden. Market doesn't move. Market finally moved this weekend and then went back in the favor of Tet McMillan today, where Tet now at BetMGM is minus 145, so not as big a favorite as he was. Golden even money, plus 100. How are you betting this market, Ben, or your analysis of this market? First receiver off the board.
If I were betting it right now, I would want Golden at plus money. And then the moment enough news broke that I could arbit with Tet at plus money, then I would. And then I'd be like, all right, thank you for my, 4% return on investment. And that's all I'm doing with this market, right? Like it is very tough at the top of the first wide receiver market. I agree that there's been so much golden smoke since the combine. And the fact that it isn't making a dent in the market is very peculiar to me, especially because it's not like there's a Tet team that is keeping this thing pinned. Like, oh, well, obviously, if we get to 12 at the Cowboys or McMillan. No, there's no, clear top 10. Oh, the Panthers at 8. Like, you've heard some rumors about connections there, but there's no team that's like, all right, we know that Tet's wide receiver 1. So if Golden doesn't go before then Tet's going to be the first receiver off the board. The market has behaved very peculiarly. So if I'm trying to do anything here, I'm trying to take Golden at plus money, anticipating news breaking, right? The Cowboys, I feel like every single mock drafter has them with Golden at 12. Okay, then maybe I get this market to flip, on a Wednesday, on a Thursday morning, and I can take Tet McMillan at plus 160 after it flips and feel like I've at least locked in something. So that way my Nick and Monwari bet doesn't look as stupid as it did, that's all I'm trying to do in this market right now.
I want to preface this by saying I buy this. I've been talking about it for a couple weeks. Do you? I do. Do you buy that Colston Loveland can be the first tight end drafted ahead of Tyler Warren? Betting market's been moving in that direction. At BetMGM now, Warren minus 400. He was minus 1,000 on Friday. Colston Loveland now plus 250.
If you asked me 24 hours ago, I would have been a much more full-throated agreement with you, because since I watched the players, and I have Loveland personally above Warren, and in every conversation I've had, it's split, right? This is not something where Warren is the consensus tight end 1, or it's 80%, and maybe there's a Loveland team. No, it's been pretty 60-40 in that family. So to me, Loveland's been the bet in the market the whole time. Now, there was a good amount of Jets Tyler Warren smoke today, right? As we're recording, it's Monday. And so that has me a little bit less gung-ho about the pick, just because the way it looks is if Armin Membu, the tackle out of Missouri, doesn't get all the way down to the Jets at 7, if he goes, say, at 6 to the Raiders, then it seems like Warren is pretty high on their board. There's been a little bit of that smoke today. So that takes a little bit of my enthusiasm for the bet away, but also that's a whole new smoke. I don't even know how much I believe in that just yet. So I would still prefer to be on the Loveland side of things, but there was a little bit of a conflating factor today.
You gave us something really interesting, Ben, with the Yawan Mori, right? First defensive back, non-Travis Hunter picked. Do you have something else that you're sitting on here that's contrarian at the moment right now, at least in the betting market, that you feel confident happening on Thursday night in round 1, or at least confident enough to place a bet at plus money? Give us something that you're sitting on, like a hot take that you've got coming up for the draft.
Shedeur Sanders for the Rams plus 2,100 plus 2,100. I would say in the first round is the Rams. The Rams and Shedeur are a very good scheme fit. I don't know how much that matters. Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay described that deal, that extension, after they got everything settled. He described it as a year-to-year agreement. I don't know how much that matters, right? Rams finally have picks again, right? They're not in a position where they have to be drafting for need constantly all the time. They filled out the roster. I don't know how much that matters, right? What I do know is that Les Snead took Stetson Bennett in the 4th round, right? The man has his own quarterback board very clearly and is willing to address the position as he sees fit. McVay said that they haven't done a lot of work on the quarterback class. He said that very openly when asked about it in a scrum with LA reporters several weeks ago. If I hadn't done a lot of work on the quarterback class, I didn't want to take a guy, I would say that. If I had done some work on the quarterback class and I kind of wanted to take a guy, I would also say that. So it doesn't move my needle too much. But I will say that the more it seems like Shedeur might fall, the more I become interested in getting away from, Saints at 2-1, Steelers at 3-1, and saying, all right, who's going to be the team that says, we didn't think we were going to be in on this guy's market, but now all of a sudden we are because he's falling down the board. Rams to me fit that bill.
Ben, awesome job. At Benjamin Solak on Twitter, ESPN NFL analyst, ESPN YouTube page Thursday night after round 1 for the duration of rounds 2 and 3 on Friday night. Happy draft week, my friend. We'll catch up again soon.
Thank you, Nick. You take care.
Ben Solak doing an awesome job. And again, in them NFL draft betting streets.
Oh, yeah.
On the other side, Femi and I put the sneakers on. We get back in them streets. Coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
We got the Canadians and the Capitals tonight starting game 1 of their series. Makes me a little nervous as a Caps fan, the fact that we have not had an underdog win yet on the money line so far in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And we know usually the dogs tend to be barking in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the Caps certainly are a franchise here in the Ovechkin era that have disappointed as a favorite. I'm a little bit worried. Logan Thompson, their goalie, has been really good for them this season. Looks like he's going to play in game 1. But this is the playoffs. He's probably going to have to shake off a little bit of rust. I kind of like the over in this game. Caps, one of the best offensive teams in hockey. We're second in goals per game, trailing Tampa. So I think they're going to be able to score. And I think the Canadians going up against a shaky goalie in Thompson who might have to work off some rust. I like over 6 in Caps and Canadians. Jets and Blues, game 2 of their series. Blues, the hottest team in hockey right now, had a great chance of winning game 1. They were up 3-2 in the third period in Winnipeg. I expect another close game tonight. Ultimately, I'm staying away. Probably would lean Winnipeg, though. But maybe hope that the Blues get up early, get another nice live number on the Jets. Avalanche and Stars, game 2 of their series. I really like the Stars in game 1. Didn't come through. I'm coming right back with them in game 2 of this series. A lot of great opportunities that they just weren't able to convert in game 1. Mackenzie Blackwood was fantastic. The Avalanche had a couple of fluke goals off the skate, off the shoulder, a bunch of just one of those types of games for Dallas. I think they get better fortune tonight. Give me the Stars at plus 120. And then give me the LA Kings minus 125 tonight against the Oilers. 4th year in a row these teams are meeting in the playoffs. I think the Kings finally get the job done against Edmonton in this series. And I think it starts tonight with a game 1 victory. Give me the Kings minus 125.
Gonna keep it on the ground with Genty on 2nd and 10. Look at him bounce off tacklers. Genty with some room. Genty has the speed. You call it long speed. We call it a touchdown.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
FS1 coordinates is the call. I liked that. You call it long speed. We call it a touchdown. That's pretty good.
We call it a touchdown. Genty TD. I'm not going to do that. We're not going to do that.
Why are we doing that? No, like we're like enjoying ourselves.
I know it gets under your skin. I'm sorry. I just the moment was
you don't
right
like
there.
it either, though.
Yeah, but I mean it's funny. Sometimes things that piss people off are funny.
Moderately humorous.
I got a chuckle out of it.
Slightly humorous. Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to try to get to a couple thoughts on the Stanley Cup playoffs from the weekend that was.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do that next segment, maybe, depending on
Dogs weren't barking.
how hot and heavy we get with this NFL draft betting stuff. So we have a lot to discuss here. We saw ESPN's Adam Schefter release like an info dump this morning on ESPN.com. A lot of good stuff in there. Like, a lot of insiders are starting to put out a lot of information. Peter Schrager had a tweet last night with a couple nuggets in it. Albert Breer released a scouting notebook today. I don't know if the scouting notebook, whatever, like a notebook for Sports Illustrated.
Yeah.
Jonathan Jones from CBS had a mock draft today. He had Michael Penix going in the first round last year to the Atlanta Falcons. So a lot of information out there, Femi, that's now being baked into the market. We'll discuss all of it here over the course of the next 20-plus minutes. But let's start here with Ashton Genty. And your thoughts on him now, since we went off the air, me on Thursday, you on Friday, with all the information that's out there right now, your expectation for him as it concerns the Jaguars and other teams coming up on Thursday night.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where there's smoke. Doesn't have to be fire, but I feel like there might be a little bit of fire here, as Benjamin Solak was telling us in the last segment. We saw around this time last week when Dane Brugler of The Athletic put out his 7-round mock draft. He was the first person that I saw that said, Genty to the Jaguars, at least make that connection nationally with Genty going to Jacksonville. And I was like, that's interesting. Like knowing Dane Brugler, and following his content, he doesn't just throw stuff out there if he's not hearing it. So I'm like, he must be hearing this, but this is something that I have not seen in any of the mock drafts. And then shortly after that, then you start to see more of the smoke on Genty at 5 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And you know what? When you kind of think about this stuff, just logically speaking, because that's why I try to think about these things, because I'm not super connected or have people that I can just hit up and hey, what's this team doing? What's this team doing? I just try to think things through as a team. I could see where a team would say, you know what? This draft isn't loaded with a lot of blue chip guys. We think this guy's a blue chip guy. Let's just take him because he's one of the best players. And yeah, the position is not of value, quote unquote, since it's a running back, but he's a stud and he's going to be maybe a top 3 running back for the next 5 years. Let's just do that because that will help us this season and beyond, instead of taking somebody who's just an above average player in the grand scheme of the NFL. So logically, I think it makes sense. It's not what I would do, but I'm not the general manager of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And my opinion doesn't matter because I'm not the one that's making the pick. But I think that at price, I mean, it's tough to now bet it at even money when this was 3-1, 4-1 prior. But man, I just think that Mason Graham's smoke was all just a lot of assumptions, and maybe Genty is more alive, and now the market is actually correct where maybe Genty should actually be odds on. So if you put a gun to my head and say you have to make a bet, I think I'd make a bet on Genty at 5 going to the Jacksonville Jaguars, just trying to read everything that we've been getting from all the draft intel.
I'm going to, I don't know if I'm going to do my first one tomorrow or Wednesday, but I'll do 2 top 10 mock drafts this week. I've done that the last couple of years here on the show.
You want to do 3?
Maybe no. I mean, if I'm ready to do it, I will. If I'm ready, if I feel like I've got good stuff. Right now, I think the top 4 picks are pretty set, and the betting market will tell you that's the case also. But I believe that. And I'll talk about the one curveball that I think could get thrown here as far as the top of the draft is concerned. Cam Ward's going to go first. I had actually was thinking last night a little bit, is there a chance that the Giants could bowl Tennessee over with an offer? A bunch of insiders were all saying about Tennessee that the Giants have been trying to trade for the first overall pick and kept getting rebuffed by Tennessee. Titans want to reset at the quarterback position, move on from Will Levis to take Cam Ward. So I think Tennessee is going to take Cam Ward. Betting market agrees, obviously. That seems to be the fait accompli of this draft. Travis Hunter, second to the Cleveland Browns, feels like a fait accompli as well. Abdul Carter, third to the Giants, seems to be like connecting the dots, the best fit right now. And I feel pretty confident in this moment that the favorite will go to the Patriots at 4th overall. That Will Campbell will be the 4th pick. Now, I'll talk about Jacksonville in a second. Femi, I think that if there were going to be a curveball in the top 5, I think it would be the Giants, with the rationale being, is there a chance that ownership gets involved and tells Joe Shane and Brian Dable, because like they're going to draft a quarterback. Like there's no question about it. They're going to draft somebody. What happens if ownership says, hey, we're not screwing around here. Like, take your guy at 3. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I think Carter, like the water gun to my head, it's Carter. I do think there's a chance for bleepery here with the Giants at 3. So that would be, Femi, the one curveball that I could think gets thrown in the top 4 to maybe upend things, would be the Giants going off script to take a quarterback. I don't think that's going to happen, but that would be...
Would that be Shador?
The other 4 picks, I guess. Yeah. I don't even have that intel. And, you know, the Giants have smokescreened pretty well in the Shane Dable era. Like, with Gettleman, everyone knew who they were taking every year. I've reached out to a couple Giant sources who, at the very least, where even if they've been wrong, like a couple years ago when the Giants took Evan Neal, everyone thought they were taking Charles Cross. Like, effective smokescreen, right? And everyone was saying Charles Cross. My point in saying this is that everybody had a name. When you ask people now, who's the quarterback, nobody has a name. Like, well, we think it's Milroe. Nobody has a name. I think this has the potential to get weird. I don't know that I would bet it, but this is something that I'm thinking about and I'm talking to people about here, Femi. Is like, could the Giants get weird at number 3 if ownership gets involved? So I wanted to just put that out there.
Yeah.
That I think that would be the curveball.
I feel like if that's the case, but like we don't know what the weird would be, isn't the application then going to the 4th overall pick market and betting Carter 8-1 be 4th? Like, I feel like that would be the application to the Giants, because like it sounds like it's like weird is on the table, but we don't know what the weird is. But we do know if Carter's there at 4, like New England's like running that up to the commissioner, aren't they? Like at least that's what's kind of been reported. Yeah,
he
visited with them too a couple weeks ago.
This is why I'm not ready, because like I need to find out if that were the case, what would happen. And I think you're probably right that it would be Abdul Carter and not Will Campbell at 5.
Who's 8-1 right now.
And then what are the other dominoes that fall as a result of this? So now Carter goes 4th, and now Will Campbell's on the board. Like kind of like, now what happens? I don't think it's the most likely scenario, but just thinking it through logically, there's only one team I think that gets really weird here, and that team is the Giants. It's the only one that has the potential to get weird at the very top of the draft.
And to your point, like we say get weird, like look at the betting market. The betting market's telling you that this is not like 100% a lock. People have a pretty good guess that it's going to be Abdul Carter to the Giants at number 3, but it's minus 650. He hasn't reached Travis Hunter territory at 2 where it's minus 1,000, or even Cam Ward territory at 1 where it's minus 10,000, where the betting market's like, yeah, nothing else here. Like this is just going to be what it is. And I guess even 2, you can make the argument that Hunter's not at that territory either, that like maybe there's a weird case that he's not going to be the 2nd overall pick, but I think most people would believe that it's going to be Hunter. But Carter's hanging out at minus 650. So like we think, and like we might be right, and I think we will be right, but there's room for weirdness, and the weirdness I think would be applying that to the 4th overall pick, because I think that's where
Love that.
New England's just kind of being like, okay, what happens in the top 3? We like our guy at 4, but if one of those, like at least not top 3, but top 2, I guess, with Hunter and Carter, if one of those guys is ever there at 4, let's run the card up and let's celebrate and do cartwheels because we got a game-changing kind of player. But at least as of right now, maybe they just have to settle for Will Campbell, even though settle sounds like a harsh word.
Well, no, I mean, no, I think you used it pretty appropriately. Just being fair. It's fair. It's harsh, but fair. You bet on this Monday. Costos, Femi, the crew, and you. Just to play it out a little bit, at 5, my best guess, Femi, would be that the Jaguars right now would take Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
And you were saying that
right
would be,
too.
if you had to bet it, that you would bet Genty even money to go to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
If that happens, the Raiders at 6, I think probably your Membu. This is where I'm not ready, where I have more work to do here on the top 10. If things get weird, even if things don't get weird, like let's say that Carter goes 3, Campbell goes 4, Genty goes 5. Like everyone thinks Genty's going to the Raiders. Then what do the Raiders do? I'm not there with my Jets stuff yet. Carolina, I feel pretty confident is Jalen Walker if he's on the board.
Well, let's reverse real quick. I wanted to ask you about the Jets because I'm sure you saw it reading the Adam Schefter notebook. Like, he kind of put, like, Jahdae Barron as a potential guy at 7 for the Jets. Like, I guess they've done a lot of work on him. He's 17-1 at BetMGM to be the 7th overall pick. Now, like, who knows? Like, that could be crazy high, but, like, this is a draft where we all acknowledge, like, once you get past those top blue-chip guys, I mean, it could go all sorts of different directions we could go. You say you're not there yet with the Jets. The Jets have been very, very tight-lipped, which is completely different with the previous regime where, like, everybody kind of knew what the Jets were going to do. Now it's like, I have no idea. We all think it's Membu or some sort of offensive lineman, but if Aaron Glenn sees himself in Jahdae Barron, maybe he just says, you know what? Let's take the guy that's like the undersized corner that I think could be an absolute stud, and it's a massive, massive price for a team that we don't really have any intel on other than just team needs.
It's really interesting. And then, like, what does Chicago do? I would like to get Bill's thought on this. If Bill's here, if he's not editing a promo or something, like Bill's thought on what the Bears would do at 10 if Ashton Genty. Bill, pop on here for a minute here, even if you don't have your video. So Bill, as we talk about on the show, this is Bill's second most important job. You bet. His number one gig is Bears banter, writing about the Bears. Like Chicago Bears media member Bill Zimmerman. Bill, you are in the weeds on the draft as well, my friend. If it's not Genty, what do you think the Bears do at 10?
I do think they want to do something on the offensive side of the football. There was a lot of talk that they wanted Will Campbell. That certainly doesn't look like that's going to be able to happen at all. So if it's not Genty, I wouldn't be surprised if they go tight end, Tyler Warren, or even possibly Loveland from Michigan, and maybe he goes really early because everyone talks about what kind of fit he would be with Ben Johnson. Michael Williams, the Georgia edge, maybe, because that's a good Dennis Allen fit, but I think it's going to be offensive player.
Okay. Bill says offense for the Chicago Bears at number 10. I don't think Genty's going to be available for them.
And Warren's now the favorite. It's not like a strong favorite. It's like plus 350, the shortest price to go to the Bears. Or go to 10, which is being held by the Bears right now. But, of course, they could trade.
Yeah, maybe we'll do the first mock draft tomorrow. Maybe it'll be Wednesday. But I still have some more work to do here. Let's hit a couple markets, Femi, that moved over the weekend, and ones that we've been talking about a lot on the show. Let's start with receiver, and we did this with Ben Solak in the last segment. So Tet McMillan is now, and I'm just did a search on McMillan here, trying to get to this market. Here we go. The first receiver drafted non-Travis Hunter. Tet's minus 145. Matthew Golden is now even money. Last week when we were talking about this market, literally every day, Tet was, minus 200, and Golden was plus 170. We couldn't understand. Now, earlier today, and you were following this, right? Golden was actually the favorite for a little bit this morning, before this flipped to Tet being the favorite again. What's your best guess as to what's happening here? Is there a bet you want to make at current prices right now? And again, for people that listened to the show, watched it last week, hopefully you've got a better price right now on Matthew Golden to be the first receiver.
Yeah, my best guess on what happens, and like I've been Team Golden throughout this draft process. Like, I think that he has been seen as a guy that is ascending, and Tet McMillan has been seen as a guy that the league might be falling out of love with. There's some strong connections with Tet and Dallas that you can tie, and I think that's why I think this weekend we finally got the answers to why the betting market has been so adamant in making Tet McMillan the favorite. Dane Brugler, the Athletic, who like we continue to talk about him, like he does an awesome job. Like he used to like work and like do stuff with the Dallas Cowboys draft show and like all that stuff. So he's very connected in that building. He knows a lot of people. He's usually pretty good with the Cowboys draft pick. Like he's talked about Tet McMillan being a fit there. I know our Odyssey station down in Dallas, 105.3 The Fan, Brian brought us his shows with them. He's talked about how he thinks that the Cowboys prefer Tet McMillan. So I think that is what the Cowboys with McMillan, I think, is why we continue to see him as the favorite, even though like a lot of the analysts and the mock drafters and bettors are telling you Matthew Golden. I think there is a connection there with Tet McMillan and the Cowboys. Can Golden go before 12? I mean, that to me seems a little far-fetched. Nick, you probably know more than I would in that range. If maybe these other teams draft a guy, like the Raiders could use a wide receiver, they could use a pass catcher. Like a lot of those teams, the Panthers could use a guy, but would it be of a Golden type or would it be more of a big body guy like McMillan? But I think that's why McMillan's kind of held steady as favorite.
Would you bet anything now in this market?
What I would bet I would look for a position price, an over-under on Ted McMillan. I'd bet under. I think is what I would do. Because I think it's around 16.5 right now. That's what I would do. If I would avoid this market until we get more intel. But I think there's a little bit of smoke here where maybe Ted, like the league as a whole might not love him, but maybe there's some teams that are picking high and might like him more than what people think.
Yeah, we need some of these domestic sports books from BetMGM to please put the position over-unders back up.
Yes,
they were up
please.
for a time. Yeah, we would love for those to be put back up, guys. It would be great. On the other side, we'll talk first tight ends. We'll talk first defensive back. And if we have time, and I hope we do, we'll talk some Stanley Cup playoffs. We've got takes on 2 Western Conference series. We can't wait to share with you.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Yeah, I appreciate the confidence, and I think that you have to do this going into the draft because you have to sell yourself. Like, this is marketing, and you have to do this if you are a running back. And I think that's where the conversation starts for me. It is not a personal knock on Ashton Genty. It's just because, teams don't want to draft running backs that high simply because they're not as big of a return on their investment as, say, if they hit on a quarterback. Like, you look at the highest paid running backs, even Saquon Barkley, his AAV, I believe, is $20 million a season. Like, there are mid quarterbacks who are making $37 million a year. Derek Carr is making $37 million per year. So I think that's it for me. And like you bring up, Saquon Barkley, the generational talent who also, when he was on a bad team, would he play on one playoff game for the Giants? Like, we've seen this because that's the thing. Ashton Genty's probably not going to one of the best teams. If you don't play behind a great offensive line, if you don't play for a contender, there's a chance that you're still not going to put up great numbers because we saw that with Saquon Barkley, who is the best running back in the NFL and still couldn't will his team to anything meaningful when he played for the Giants.
Love more of the motion man. Tuttle looking to the air. Tuttle.
Oh, he had his tight end. Missed
now
it.
has to escape. Throws. Oh, it's there. Loveland. Touchdown.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
The great Noah Eagle, Little Bird, with the call on Peacock last season, college football. Colston Loveland, pretty good at football. Peter Schrager of ESPN tweeting overnight last night that he is hearing that Colston Loveland will go way earlier than expected Thursday night, round 1 of the draft. Something we've been telling you on the show for a couple weeks now. We talked about Colston Loveland, Femi, last week, 2 weeks ago even, as being the best bet in the first tight end to be drafted market when Tyler Warren was minus 1,000. As we sit right now, Tyler Warren minus 400, Colston Loveland about plus 250, right? Any thoughts from you on first tight end now with Loveland starting to get bet quite a bit in that particular market?
Yeah, I think like this is where it gets fascinating because it's like they're two different tight ends, so like it just depends on the team that might be picking, which is of course is going to be based on what happens prior to them selecting. So that's why I think that at price, I would still go Loveland, even though it's shortened a little bit. Like this was 5-1. You could have gotten when we were discussing Colston Loveland. I know Nick, that was one that you were dead on, like early on in the process. Like still at plus 250 though. I mean, I don't want to lay minus 400 when there's a team that could just say, you know what, we want a gadget tight end. We're not going to take Tyler Warren. Like, I'm not laying that kind of price. Now, can I match the Loveland team, Loveland with a team? I mean, there's been stuff about Indianapolis that maybe they like him. I don't know. Maybe Chicago. Bill just came on last segment, said the Bears could be interested in both guys. That's where it gets tricky of like matching which team to which guy. But I think at price, I would still look at Loveland at plus 250. Just taking a shot. Doesn't have to be a big bet and probably can't be a big bet. It's a draft market. But plus 250, I think, is interesting, just given the fact that people seem to think these guys are much closer than what the market thinks. I mean, I was even reading Daniel Jeremiah's top 150 prospects that he put out earlier this morning over at NFL Network, and he has, I believe, Warren as his 6th rated player and Loveland as his 7th. Like, it's that close how he sees it. I'm assuming that his opinion is also helped shape by people from around the NFL, and they maybe see it similarly as well, to where it's kind of like, once again, that conversation that we had last week. What flavor ice cream do you want? You want Rocky Road? You want chocolate chip? Like what do you want to do with the ice cream? And I think that's the conversation with these guys. And if that's the case, I'm always going to lean to the plus money guy.
I found that I spent like way too much time. What day was this? What day did we talk about ice cream on the show?
It was either Wednesday or Thursday. It was one of the last. Yeah, I think it was maybe Wednesday or Thursday. One of the 2 days.
So whatever that night was, it was a night that I stayed up late watching whatever the late game was, and
maybe
I go to sleep at like.
So it must have been Wednesday.
Maybe it was Wednesday, and I go to sleep. It's like 12:30, like in the morning, whatever. And I'm laying in bed, and I can't stop thinking about the gelato flavor that I had in Athens on my honeymoon that I couldn't think of. And I found the place that we went to. It was called like La Dèche, I think, or L-E and then D-E-C-H-E, I think is the name of it. Something like that. It's like a French name. Or like Gresh, maybe, like G-R-E-C, something like that in Athens. If you Googled Athens gelato, it would be one of the first things. They're one of the best places, like highly reviewed. And I went to the menu, current menu, and it was as I knew I would know the word as soon as I saw it.
Le Gresh.
So I went on.
Yeah, it's G-R-E-C-H-E. Is it?
Yeah. So I went on Travel Advisor, and I searched this place, and there are like 300 pictures that users post, and I kept finding pictures of the menu and the menu changes until I found the flavor. I did this for like 45 minutes in bed on like Wednesday or Thursday night into the morning instead of sleeping. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The flavor.
Did you dream about it?
I did not dream about it, but I found the flavor. The flavor is mastic, M-A-S-T-I-C. If you Google it, mastic is a resin obtained from a mastic tree. It is a natural resin, and it's used in the Mediterranean, and it's like kind of like vanilla. So that was the weird flavor that I had, was mastic. It felt like sharing.
So it was a nice little palate cleansing flavor. Like it's kind of like, so it's very. Did you put anything on it, or did you just have it plain?
No, yeah, I had it plain, man. I like
plain?
The weird ice creams. Yeah,
mastic. But if it's like vanilla, maybe it's not too weird. Vanilla adjacent.
Would you ever? Let me see. So mastic. Let's see. Mastic gelato flavor. Let's see what it says. We are at here. Okay, so it's the Greek equivalent of vanilla ice cream, uniquely flavored. The crystallized sap of the wild pistachio shrub, which only grows on the southern part of Chios Island. It has a unique, subtle, and often described as piney or herbal flavor. Yeah, this is what I'm into. So there you go.
Yeah, like
Anyway,
chocolate chip cookie dough, please.
Back to, yeah, and honestly, like, fair enough. The vast majority of people will side with you here. Japan changed my dessert tastes. Because you go to Japan, and they strip everything down. Like, in America, it's not an insult. You go and you get, like, I want chocolate and vanilla ice cream with cookie dough and Reese's peanut butter cups and Oreos and chocolate syrup and caramel syrup and butterscotch and whipped cream and a cherry. And then you go to Japan, and it's like, here's matcha. Or here's red bean. And so I'm more in line with that these days. So there's Nick Costos on dessert. Anything else today? Yeah, but just look, and that's this is why we're fat, and this is why we're on Ozempic. Anything else betting wise on the NFL draft for today? And if not, we can get into some hockey from the weekend.
Yeah, I continue to be fascinated by the total running backs drafted in the first round market. Like, that's kind of gone against me because that's the one where, like, I felt that we're going to get 3 running backs. I think these guys are too good. And the back half of the draft, I don't know if it's going to be filled with QBs. I think it's going to more so be filled with teams looking to get ahead of the eventual run that we see Friday with the second round. Daniel Jeremiah was on Mina Kimes' podcast earlier this morning. I was listening to that while prepping for the show. And he said, quote, "There's a very good chance that TreVeyon Henderson goes in the first round." Right now, over 2.5 running backs at BetMGM, plus 200, the under minus 275. So, like, I don't know why, like, we're getting, because, like, Hampton, I feel like we're all kind of just said that he's going to be a first round guy. Genty might go 5th now at this point. So maybe that pushes Hampton up a little bit. If these teams like Denver or Washington, and Jeremiah specifically mentioned Washington as well when he was talking about TreVeyon Henderson and maybe that being a fit, like, he seems to check all the boxes that NFL teams like for running backs who can play early, which is pass protection and being able to hit the home runs with his speed. I think he's going to go on Thursday, where especially at price, you're going to give me 2-1 on TreVeyon Henderson to go in the first round. That interests me. So that's, I think, like the last thing from the intel and all the stuff that we've been reading and listening to this morning and over the last about 24 hours, I think is a very actionable market to bet into, despite what the market seems to think with it going against it and betting the under.
30 seconds on this. I don't think you're going to have an answer to this, which is because you probably haven't thought about it. I haven't. Is it possible that Hampton doesn't go on night one and Henderson does along with Genty? I think it's something we should, like, talk about maybe tomorrow, because that's, like, that would be the answer, right? Maybe that's what it is, that Henderson's actually the second running back. I need to do some work on that. Like, I'm not prepared to have that conversation right now.
Everyone loves, like, to do, like, the Hampton to Broncos thing in the mock draft. Maybe they go somewhere else, or maybe they trade up for Genty. I mean, that could also happen as well. If Sean Payton wants to go ahead and get his future running back to be the franchise guy. But Denver right now, minus 130 to take a running back. So I think Genty's going to go well out of their range. And if running back is their need, we might get a couple guys after Genty on Thursday.
I think a pretty prescient call by you last week on under 2.5 quarterbacks in the first round. Not that has to happen, but that was a mega contrarian opinion when you gave it out last week. Like, it feels like you talk to insiders, experts right now. Solak was on the show with us earlier this hour. He said he'd go under right now.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I think that may have been pretty good stuff. We'll talk more about it tomorrow.
We'll see Thursday.
Just let's do hockey for a couple minutes here off the weekend. I want to talk about the Winnipeg series for a second, and then I want you to talk about the Colorado-Dallas series.
Yep.
So we saw Carolina beat the Devils. I don't know if anyone's surprised by that, in a series that everyone kind of universally agrees kind of bores them to tears, right? What was the other result? Oh, Vegas beat Minnesota. My take on that, I think Vegas is going to win the series, but I think Minnesota can push them a little bit there in that series. Winnipeg's beat St. Louis on Saturday. Femi and I agree on this, so I'll just give the take very quickly. That was St. Louis's best shot to win. They were winning in the game 3-2 with Binnington in net, and they couldn't hold the lead. And Winnipeg ends up winning the game 5-3. Femi and I both like Winnipeg to win that series. And I like them tonight in game 2, big time against St. Louis. Femi, I think the more interesting one is Colorado-Dallas. So Dallas is, a couple of their players are ruled out, like, prior to the series starting. Colorado gets slammed in the betting market. Avs beat them in game 1. It was close early, and then Colorado pulls away late. What are your impressions of this Colorado-Dallas series now?
I don't think the score was indicative of what we saw on the ice because, I mean, that was 2-1 with about, I want to say 7 minutes to go in that third period. Then the game got a little bit loose. Then, like, empty net goal starts to kick in. But, like, I'll have to be honest, as somebody who thought that Dallas would win the series going in, Colorado was the better team in game 1 on Saturday. Like, they outplayed them. They deserved to win. I don't know if they deserved to win by a 5-1 margin, like a margin of 4 goals. That seemed like just, sometimes games go that way when you're trying to get back into them. But it's hard to look at them and not be a little bit like, man, like these injuries are really killing the Dallas Stars. Like the Jason Robertson injury. And the problem with Dallas, like that's like the nitpick that you can get to Dallas is that they don't have like the mega star. They don't have a McKinnon or a Makar or a McDavid or Draisaitl. Their team is more so based on like depth and like, hey, like they have like a lot of really good players. They don't have like a superstar level player. Like Wyatt Johnston's pretty good. Jason Robertson, who's injured right now, he's a pretty good player, but there's nobody who's like flirting with 100 points on an annual basis for their team to where maybe if they lose one of those guys, all right, you don't have like the put the team on my back guy, and now you're down one of your depth guys. That's where it's like you wonder what the ceiling is for the Dallas Stars. You hope that Ottinger can put the team on his back. Like, is he supposed to be the guy? But it's Jake Ottinger in the playoffs. And I think I don't even want to blame him for the game Saturday because like he was under assault. Like, like it's like there's a bunch of shots coming at him. Like, what is he supposed to do at that point? I don't have a ton of faith, but man, the price is massive on the Dallas Stars. But I don't think, based on what I saw Saturday, like I don't want to get involved. Like I need to see some kind of sign of life from them coming up in game 2 before I even think back to going back to the well with the Dallas Stars. Like, because it was offensively lackluster to say the least what they did against Colorado, who's not like even like a defensive juggernaut to begin with.
And I don't trust Ottinger.
It's like, and he needs to be put the team on my back guy because that's the only way that they're going to win the series. And I mean, maybe Saturday it's like, all right, like what can you do? But man, like it's got to look like a Bennington type of performance, like in years past or something like that, if they have a chance to beat this team. Because Colorado has the upside.
Colorado is the co-favorite right now to win the Stanley Cup at BetMGM. After one game where they are the visiting team in the series against the Dallas Stars.
Everyone says a lot.
That was a little hockey on the show. We'll do more hockey at the end. It's Gambling Night in America when we give you all our bets coming up for tonight. In the world of sports. Coming up next, final hour, Power Hour, NBC Sports Now Hour. It'll feature all our bets for tonight, and we will get a ton of thoughts on the NBA postseason with our friend, NBC Sports betting analyst, the whale capper Drew Dinsick. It's all coming up in the next 60 minutes here on this Monday. Nick Costos, Femi, and Bebefe, the crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I certainly could see Tyler Warren going to the Bears. I think he's actually worth a look to go to the Carolina Panthers, and I bet this at 20-1, Jared.
Oh, wow.
20-1. I think that's a great price. I had Chad Reuter from NFL.com on my show, Send It In, right here on the BetMGM Network on Wednesday. He was compiling his mock draft. He had Warren to go number 8 to Carolina. And I love that idea. Panthers had arguably the worst defense in the NFL last year. Makes a lot of sense that they would go defense. But again, I think what we saw out of Bryce Young in the second half of the season really looked like the guy that we thought he would be coming out of college. Did some great things. The Panthers finally started to score points. They invested a lot in the offensive line last year. Then they went out and got Rico Dowdle this offseason to go along with Chuba Hubbard. You still don't have a good wide receiver on the outside, but I don't think you can really take Tet McMillan this early on or take Matthew Golden. So if you don't go defense, I think you're sitting there looking at them going with the tight end. Warren's such a great blocker. He's such a good pass catcher. We all know in the NFL what's a great way to help out a young quarterback. You get him a tight end. So I just thought the price, Jared, like if they don't go defense, what position on offense would make the most sense for Carolina? I think it's tight end, and I just think the price at 20-1 for Warren to be the pick for, or tight end to be the first pick for Carolina makes sense to me. So I think that Tyler Warren could end up being a Carolina Panther potentially at number 8.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. NBC Sports Now, Power Hour. You better you bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you. You better you bet's NBC Sports Now Power Hour, presented today and always by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app and visit BetMGM.com. Coming up 20 minutes from now, me, Nick Costos, and the great Femi Abebefe. We will be joined by the great, a lot of greats on the show. The show is great. Our guests are great. The bets are sometimes great. We hope that they'll be great tonight and in perpetuity. The great Drew Dinsick will join us on the show. Better known to you and yours as the Whale Capper, NBC sports betting analyst, one of the most respected NBA betting minds and handicappers and bettors out there. Drew's going to talk about what we saw this weekend, all the game ones in the NBA playoffs, and we will spin it forward as well. We're going to ask Drew. Are the Lakers cooked? Are the Knicks going to go up 2-0 tonight against the Detroit Pistons? And can the LA Clippers please not screw it up tonight on the road in Denver? Can you tell that we like the Clippers to bounce back and even the series against the Nuggets tonight? Drew Dinsick will join us in 20 minutes with the answers to all of these questions on the NBA playoffs. And 40 minutes from now, you know who we are, and you know why we are here. To get you, dear listener, you, dear viewer, set to bet and win tonight in the world of sports, gambling night in America. I always do this weird thing with my hands when I say that, and it's like jazz hands for gambling night in America. If you're listening to the show and not watching it, shame on you. All of our bets, all of the handicaps, all of the analysis for Major League Baseball tonight. I'm passing the Major League Baseball card. Femi will have some bets. I'm passing because I am loaded tonight on the NHL playoffs. 4 games tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Absolutely can't wait for it. And 2 games in the NBA playoffs with the Knicks and the Pistons, the Clippers and the Nuggets. All of our bets for tonight and all of the analysis will close the show. It is all on the way in the fastest hour in all of Wagertainment. And it starts right now.
Lights. Camera. Action.
Here in draft week in the National Football League. Tons of NFL draft content coming up over the course of the next 4 shows here on You Better You Bet, getting you set for round 1 on Thursday night. I'll give you a couple NFL draft betting takes coming up in a few minutes here, but we need to start on this magnificent Sports Monday in the NBC Sports Now Power Hour on You Better You Bet, talking about what we saw this weekend in the NBA playoffs. Every game 1 in the books. And look, you watch the show, you listen to the show, you know that we are an honest show. When we win bets, we celebrate. When we lose, we talk about it. How about the Monday after the Final Four? The Duke losing to Houston. I think that game needs to reach Voldemort status, like from Harry Potter. The game that shall never be named again. Duke in Houston. So I say that to say this. Man, we crushed this weekend betting the NBA playoffs. Just awesome reads on game 1s. And obviously we hope to keep it forward here with the game 2s starting tonight. And want to start with betting takes on the 2 teams in the Western Conference that coming into the postseason, most people looked at as the primary challengers to the 1 seed out west, the Oklahoma City Thunder. One of those teams we saw play and win last night, the Golden State Warriors, and one of those teams we saw play on Saturday night and lose, the Los Angeles Lakers. We'll start with the Dubs last night. Golden State beats Houston 95-85, to which I say, are you really surprised? Who's shocked by this? Who's surprised by this? How about the people, and we talked about this last week on the show in the NBC Sports Now Power Hour, the people that were making the case for the Houston Rockets in this series because Amen Thompson was going to shut down Steph Curry. Here's what I want. I'm being serious. You, the person watching, you, the person listening. I want you at the end of, or even do it now if you want. We'll do it now. We'll do it live. Say that sentence out loud. Amen Thompson shuts down Steph Curry. And see if you can say it without laughing. Because it's funny that people actually, Amen Thompson, like he's Scottie Pippen. No disrespect to Amen Thompson, emerging star in this league. Like he's Gary Payton. Or it's like shorter Victor Wembanyama. And Steph Curry, some curtain-jerking jabroni that's going to get shut down in the playoffs? Guy's got 4 rings. What the hell are we talking about? The Rockets aren't ready for prime time. And that's not an insult. They're a really good young team with an awesome coach in Ime Udoka. And this offseason, I'm sure they'll make some big move for Devin Booker, Kevin Durant. They need a scorer. They don't have one right now. They can't beat the Warriors in a series. I don't think they're going to get swept. Jalen Green, Fred VanVleet will have better shooting nights. The Rockets are going to win a game or 2 in the series. I'm not suggesting Golden State's going to slam them here. But I mean, come on. Golden State Game 1, Golden State Series feel like pretty good bets at this point. I would be floored beyond belief if the Warriors lost this series to the Rockets. I like Golden State coming up in Game 2, plus 2.5. Maybe that goes to 3. I'm going to be on the Warriors, and I'm going to feel really, really good about it in Game 2. As for the Los Angeles Lakers, who didn't just lose on Saturday night to the Timberwolves, they got embarrassed by the Timberwolves, 117-95. Shout out goes to NBC sports betting analyst, our friend Jay Croucher, who joined us on the show on Thursday and talked about the Timberwolves as his favorite value bet to win the Western Conference. All I needed was Jay Croucher's confidence in Minnesota in the Western Conference to get me back on board with hashtag #MyWolves. Oh, 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 oh! That was my attempt at imitating a wolf howling. It wasn't great. What was great, Minnesota's three-point shooting on Saturday. 21-42, 50%. Tough to lose when you go 50% from downtown in a playoff game. Jaden McDaniels, 25. Naz Reid, the world is his, 23. Also, Wrestlemania sign, both nights, huge. Supporting Naz Reid, you absolutely love to see it. Now, you would expect the Lakers to come out with a better performance in Game 2 and moving forward than what we saw when the Wolves just smacked them in the mouth and abused them the entire game physically. I'm not saying the Lakers can't or won't win Game 2. But the Lakers are a 5.5-point favorite in that game right now. The Lakers closed about a 4-point favorite in Game 1. Now people want to bet like we're zagging now. Lakers lost, now let's bet the Lakers. Okay. I don't think Minnesota's lying down for this team. And maybe the Lakers have like a couple stylistic switches they can make, like getting into the X's and O's of basketball in the weeds. That's not my job. Here's what I do know. Minnesota's way more physical, and they're a lot bigger, and they have a guy in Anthony Edwards who has the ability to be the best player on the court in a series in which Luka Doncic and LeBron James are also on the court. Oh! I'm going to love me some Minnesota Timberwolves plus the points in Game 2. And if you ask me right now, I think the Wolves will win that series against the LA Lakers. Quick takes on the two games tonight, the two Game 2s in the NBA. Femi and I will go more in depth at the end of the show in Gambling Night in America. My Knicks taking care of business on Saturday against the Pistons. 21-0 run in the fourth quarter was absolutely unbelievable. It was majestic. You love to see it unless you bet the Pistons or you're a Pistons fan, in which case I'm sorry for you. Your team's not ready. Just like with Houston, it's not an insult. You're a really good young team with a good coach in Bickerstaff and a star in Cade Cunningham who can play way better than he did in Game 1. But let's be real. And I am a Knicks fan, but I'm always honest about my teams, and I can be objective when talking about my teams from a betting perspective. The Knicks are way better than Detroit. I think the Knicks are going to sweep. Love the Knicks to win tonight. Knicks and moneyline parlays, we can talk about at the end of the show what I want to pair that with. As for the Clippers and the Nuggets, in what was otherwise an amazing betting weekend with the NBA, the Clippers managed to make me want to break stuff in my house on Saturday. Just an unbelievably frustrating loss in Denver to the Nuggets. And this is going to sound like sour grapes, but it isn't. We all watch the game, right? We love sports. We love the NBA playoffs. I don't know how anyone watches that game, no matter who you bet on, who you root for, and doesn't think the Clippers are the better team. The Clippers lost that game, and it doesn't mean they can't keep losing, keep being stupid, keep not executing at the ends of games. They could get swept by Denver. I'm not trying to paint this as the greatest bet of all time or a fait accompli, nothing's a lock. But really, you walk away from Saturday's game thinking the Nuggets are better? Yes, Nikola Jokic is the best player in the series. He's the best player in the world. The Clippers are absolutely better than the Denver Nuggets. And yeah, they were really stupid in the game. Mind-numbing turnovers, late-game execution, etc. Honestly, the Nuggets wanted it more. They out-efforted the Clippers. If it's true, and I think it is, that Ty Lue's a great coach, and that staff is really, thank God, that staff is awesome that the Clippers have, you're going to get a much better Clippers effort tonight. It makes me slightly nervous to say this, only because of how Game 1 ended. And I want to see Kawhi a lot better down the stretch in this game than he was in Game 1. I love the LA Clippers tonight. Love the Clippers tonight. To even up the series at a game apiece, winning tonight on the road in Denver. Can I interest anybody in a quick Stanley Cup playoff take? I'll be quick here, and then we'll get to a couple NFL draft notes. The Winnipeg Jets, the President's Trophy winners in the National Hockey League. And I understand you may be watching, listening, and be like, well, I don't care about Winnipeg. Well, I'm going to make you care right now. So I'm going to give you a bet that I like coming up in this series. Winnipeg plays St. Louis on Saturday in Game 1. What's interesting about the series is the two goalies, Winnipeg, Connor Hellebuck, the American, and Jordan Binnington for the American team in St. Louis, the Canadian, they played in the Four Nations Final when Canada beat the United States. And Jordan Binnington has won a Stanley Cup on the road, Game 7 in 2019 against the Boston Bruins. And Connor Hellebuck, who's going to win the Vezina and one of the contenders to win the Hart Trophy for MVP, is a notorious playoff choke artist. So going into this game on Saturday, I'm thinking, man, I think Winnipeg's way better than St. Louis, but I don't want to bet Winnipeg because what happens if Hellebuck urinates down his leg and Jordan Binnington's awesome? So I didn't bet the game. St. Louis is up 3-2 in the game, and I'm thinking, I'm happy I didn't bet this. And then Winnipeg scores the final 3 goals of the game and wins 5-3. I'm texting with Femi after the game on Saturday, and we both have the same reaction. That was St. Louis's best shot. They're not in Winnipeg's class. They needed a great Binnington performance. They didn't get it. Game 2's tonight. 1 of 4 games tonight in the National Hockey League. I love Winnipeg in the game tonight. You want to do puck line with Winnipeg? I like Winnipeg series. So Winnipeg money line with Knicks money line is a parlay that I love tonight. Love me the Winnipeg Jets. Dun, dun, da, 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 da. Go. I think that's a thing, right? Go Jets, go. That's the Packers chant. Whatever. I like Winnipeg tonight in Game 2 and in the series against St. Louis.
Drop the puck.
Was gonna close with some thoughts on Wrestlemania, but instead we'll give you a little on the NFL draft. Here's my thoughts on the Wrestlemania main event. Hated it. Can the match at least be good? Travis Scott, Peacock did a great job. No buffering issues watching WrestleMania on Peacock. But can we get The Rock? That's so much to ask for. Little Rock appearance in the WrestleMania main event. Tons of NFL draft content, betting content coming up this week in the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. Here's where I'm at right now with my sourcing, and I do have good NFL sources. I won't say that about any other sport. Here's where I'm at right now with the top 5. Cam Ward's going 1 to Tennessee, fait accompli. Travis Hunter's going 2 to the Cleveland Browns, fait accompli. I think Will Campbell is going to go 4th to the New England Patriots. But the thing that makes this interesting, I am starting to believe that there is potentially fire where there's smoke around the Giants and ownership potentially getting involved and forcing a quarterback pick, which would be Shedeur Sanders at number 3 to the Giants, where the assumption has been it's just going to be Penn State edge rusher Abdul Carter. I think Carter's the most likely choice at 3, but I don't feel as confident in that as I did at the end of last week. I'm not saying the Giants are picking Shedeur, just that I think it's likelier today than it was 24, 48, 72 hours ago. We'll cover that a lot this week on the show. And if you made me pick right now, who are the Jaguars taking at number 5, if they don't trade back, I think it's Boise State running back Ashton Genty. That's even money right now at BetMGM. On the other side, Femi Abebefe joins me. Baseball bets for the game starting later this hour, and then NBA playoff bets with NBC Sports betting analyst Drew Dinsick.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
You knew that the game plan going into this game was stop Steph Curry. So the fact that they knew that this was coming and Steph Curry still had 31 points, even when the defensive game plan was to stop him, is really impressive. And that's why Steph Curry is one of the greatest of all time. And we saw this, especially against the Rockets, who all season long have been one of the best defenses in the NBA, at least statistically speaking. But it's wild to me that going into the series, that we have a team coming in through the play-in that was actually favored to win the series. And now the odds are even more skewed towards the Warriors to win the series at minus 370 over a 2 seed, which is wild. But I think it goes to show, number one, how crowded the standings were in the Western Conference, but two, how much playoff experience matters. Because the Warriors have not one, but 2 closers on this team. Steph Curry, we know, can get it done, but playoff Jimmy is pretty damn good as well. Somebody who is not going to shrink in the spotlight. And I keep reading this, and all of the write-ups is about how he brings a calmness to the team. Somebody who is not going to get rattled. And we see this in all walks of life. When your leader is stoic and feels unfazed, sometimes it trickles down to even the younger guys on the team. So what a combo they have, the 1-2 punch of Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, and the Rockets learned that the hard way in Game 1.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Kostos and Femi Abebefe, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Oh, just a really fun conversation in the break there with myself, Femi, and Drew Dinsick, who will join us in a moment. Just, y'all really would like for the Clippers to win tonight. Femi, Saturday was before. Okay, so we'll get to the NBA. We'll get to the NBA in a second with Drew. We'll get to baseball in a second. But Femi, Clippers on Saturday was not a pleasurable experience for us.
No,
really
it was
to win that game against Denver.
And it's so stupid because I was watching the game at like one of my favorite like local like patio spots. My wife and I go there when it's nice out. We want to watch some sports.
Yeah,
still.
you texted us on the You Better You Bet. I thought this text was great. I wasn't gonna say this, and then like you jogged my memory here. You wrote, I think, in the text, this was a verbatim quote. I'm not even going to look it up. I remember it. It was, I'm going to go get my patio on.
Yes. It's patio season. Gotta soak it up, man, because you don't want to be out there.
You're going to get your patio on. I saw that, and I was at a first birthday party, and I was extremely jealous. I also would like to get my patio on.
Yes.
Instead, I was crawling through like a play maze for like 1-year-olds, eating pizza and buffalo wings.
You're in the ball pit. The ball pit that all the kids are playing in. That's where you're at.
No. You know what we call it in my house? You know what we call it? It's not the ball pit. It's the neurovirus pit. It's where you go to get a stomach virus. That's what the ball pit is.
Yeah, what was it, a foot and mouth disease? That's where the kids go get that. Isn't it that little pit? Like all that stuff.
Like there's a disease that like I don't even know if you can say the name out loud because it sounds ridiculous, but parents will know what I'm talking about. I don't even know how to spell it. So just continue.
Yes, but in Vegas, we gotta take advantage of patio season while it's here because July is gonna be here around the corner. You don't want to be sitting out there in 115 degrees. So like I went to watch the game at that spot because we love going there. But like the last 2 times I've gone, it was Florida, Texas Tech, and then now it's this game where I'm just getting kicked in the where with these games. So maybe I got to find a new patio spot. But Clippers very, very tilting. The fact that the game ended that way, even though like they should have easily won by double digits, but somehow they tricked the game off to the Denver Nuggets. But hey, we can go ahead and get this thing back tonight, hopefully, at least in the NBA.
So Femi's getting his patio on. They tricked off the game. Like I'm too old for this stuff, man. Like we can't. Give me your baseball bets for the game starting.
You're in range.
No, I'm not. Not the patio on. That's okay. What was the expression with trick?
They tricked off the game. Like they messed it up. Like they blew the game. Like
it's just too much. Really quickly here because we got to get Drew on. Like 15 to 20 seconds. Your baseball bets for the games that are starting later this hour.
100%. Yeah, we're going to fade pitchers that are just a little bit overvalued, in my opinion, in the market just because their underlying stuff is not as great. So that's 2 games before we get to Drew here real quick. I like the first 5 over Reds and the Marlins. That's -120. That's over 4. And I also like the first 5 over 4.5 in the Padres and the Tigers and the Motor City. So those are the 2 bets that I like that are about to get underway in about 20 minutes.
All right, so there you have it. And with that, we welcome into the show NBC sports betting analyst, our good friend, the great Drew Dinsick, on Twitter at whale_capper. He's got videos with our friend Jay Croucher breaking down everything going on in the world of sports from the betting perspective on the NBC Sports Now page, on Peacock, etc. Drew, how did the weekend treat you very quickly, my friends? And then we'll get into a bunch of game 1s and game 2s in the NBA.
Well, Femi and I sharing a common love for patio season. I spent my Clippers Nuggets game at a patio as well. Our favorite spot with my wife. We went to the Palapa, which is beautiful open air.
What a name!
Mexican restaurant that overlooks the harbor.
Oh,
overlooks the harbor in Long Beach. Oh, it was wonderful, except for the end. The end of the game really didn't need that. Would have loved Clippers to win, but you know what? A lot of basketball left, a lot of games left, and a lot more that the Clippers, I think, can do in terms of twisting, turning, trying different combinations. Would love to see them go back to the Harden-Zubac 2-man game that was just eviscerating the Nuggets defense, and hopefully we'll get a healthy dose of that tonight and then again on Thursday.
We'll close the interview with your thoughts on the game tonight, Drew. But let's start with the Lakers and the Wolves from Saturday. Minnesota shoots 50% from downtown. Your guy Jay Croucher talked me into betting Minnesota. I absolutely loved it. I mean, I've said it like 4 times on the show today. I texted him on Saturday night. He wrote me back on Sunday morning. Said I don't know if it was like a picture in real time. It was a picture of him wearing like a Wolves sweatshirt and hat. It's like, are you wearing this on Easter Sunday? In which case, like, I absolutely love it. How concerned are you about the Lakers moving forward in the series after the way the Wolves handled them? Lakers a 5.5-point favorite coming up in game 2. The Wolves now favorites to win the series at BetMGM.
I mean, I'm ready to just fast forward to the Eastern and Western Conference Finals, guys. It's going to be Wolves Thunder. I mean, I'm not impressed at all with the Lakers defensively. I'm not impressed at all with really just, the Warriors, trying to figure out how to get guys involved who should not be playing playoff basketball. And I think the Timberwolves are going to come through here once it's all said and done. Now, that was obviously a pretty important, it was a big, big high leverage swings with how many made 3-pointers they had. But it wasn't like those were fluky, lucky shots. Like the Lakers defense was just consistently breaking down. And I've always been a little bit haunted with my immediate reaction to the Doncic Anthony Davis trade, which was like, well, everybody's immediate reaction was, this is fake. Like, I'm being punked. And then once you kind of digested it, you're like, okay, fine. But, they can't be done. Right. Like these guys, they don't fit together as far as a coherent defensive set of pieces. And all of the data that came out of that run after the trade was over, and a lot of that sample did not have Anthony Davis or Luka playing, and the Lakers, defense was just screaming white hot through the middle of that stretch, and it's like this can't be sustainable. It can't be real, and bang, now we see that there are kind of key issues and limitations with it. I think the Timberwolves have something very special going with, both their kind of plan A, and then, when they put some of the off-speed stuff with Naz Reid out there. Like, I love their closing five, with the, McDaniel and Reid are just the perfect, kind of 1-2 punch off the bench there. And it is a very, very impressive, to see them kind of realize what we saw from them in last year's playoffs, which, for a lot of this regular season just didn't seem like it was going to happen. And so, if you're not at DEFCON 1 as a Lakers fan, then you're not paying attention, because the Timberwolves are good. They've been good all along. And they're obviously here to play playoff basketball, and you don't have an answer for what they do best right now. And the fact that their offense really couldn't take advantage of some of the weak spots on that defense was pretty telling, because the Lakers, if they were going to win this series, they were going to need to score into the 120s every game, and they just didn't even come a sniff of that against the Wolves in game 1.
Yes or no? Wolves plus 5.5 for game 2. Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm back in. I'm back in on Timberwolves until this gets corrected. And this happened last year against the Suns.
All right, we got a lot of stuff. We love it. I just will you howl like a wolf for us?
Oh
yeah, our Timberwolves. You better be around this Monday. Yeah, mine was a little better than mine. Like, honestly, let's be real.
We're going to throw a lot of cold water on these guys. We're going to throw a lot of cold water in these guys once they come up against our Thunder. So, enjoy it while you got it, Timberwolves fans.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't enjoy the last 10 seconds of what you just said. You bet on this Monday. Nick Costos, Femi, Bet Buffet, NBC Sports Now Power Hour. Femi, we are talking the NBA with our friend, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick. And it sounds like Drew wants to bounce the Warriors in the next round of the playoffs. Yeah. And Femi, that is not something you want to hear, right, as someone who likes the Golden State Warriors in the Western Conference and in this series against Houston.
No, I am team Golden State Warriors, team Steph Curry, team Jimmy Butler. Let's go out there and let's take on OKC is my opinion, but let's see what happens, though, first in this series, where last night, Houston's offense was just horrendous in what they were doing. Warriors win it by 10. You think that Golden State has short-lived maybe after this series, but do you think in this particular series, is last night's performance sustainable for Golden State, or do you think Houston can actually get back into this thing as early as Wednesday night for game 2, where they're right now a 3-point favorite in the market?
Yeah, no, I think the Rockets actually had a chance to steal that potentially, and they kind of fumbled the bag a bit. You're telling me that everything that they wanted to do defensively effectively worked. They got Steph Curry taking circus shots, and they went in. Bad luck for you, but ultimately that's the kind of game that the Rockets. Well, kind of.
It's kind of been doing it for a day. Is it bad? Kind of does it all the time.
Made a career.
At least he's not getting the stuff he wants. Plan A. You're forcing him into some very tough stuff, and
best shooter
Steph
ever. Curry,
he's the best shooter ever, but he's not a young man, right? Like, as this, the Rockets need, clearly, if they lose game 2, this is a wrap. But they need to split this early portion, and they need to push this series as deep as they can, because once the rest gets a little bit compressed at the end here, and you got these the old legs, and you're running around with your young legs, like at some point, they're going to stop making those shots. And the Rockets, I feel like, blew a pretty crystal opportunity to win a game 100-95, which is what they want to do when they play the Warriors. And but their offense is a huge problem. I thought Golden State didn't really do anything that really made things tough for the Rockets. It's just that the Rockets don't really have the key identity and or really any good offensive players. They have fine offensive players. Şengün obviously is a player I like, but he is without a question, of the 8 teams who are playing in the Western Conference, your best offensive player is the worst of the 8 teams, and it's not close. You are nowhere close to having the elite guy that every other team has in this fight. So the Rockets are likely drawing dead unless they can kind of scuffle out some 100-95 point wins. But I feel like that was a good chance for the Rockets when they closed that gap in that fourth quarter. If they could have kept that momentum up and stolen the game, then we're talking about something interesting happening. Now I feel like this is just probably Warriors in 5 or 6.
Need to be quick with this one here. I'm gonna bypass Thunder, Grizzlies, Celtics, Magic, Cavs, Heat. So we think that the favorites are all going to win those series. So and I think they all sweep. So let's move past that. My Pacers Bucks opinion, and we don't know right now if Damian Lillard's going to play tomorrow night in Game 2. Pacers win Game 1. As Giannis is just flanked by me, Femi, and Drew. Just curtain jerking. Not that I think we're pretty good at this job. I don't think we're good basketball players. It's Giannis and a bunch of nobodies. Lillard doesn't play tomorrow. Pacers win by double digits, and the series is over because I don't think they can win 4 of the next 5, even if Lillard comes back for Game 3. Give me 30 seconds here on this so we save time for tonight's games, please.
Yeah, so my series bets are in good shape except for this one. I took the Bucks thinking that this was an upside only if and when Lillard comes back. I'm not expecting Lillard back till Game 3. And you're right, the guys that they have out there with Giannis, that was apparently good enough to put up a phenomenal net rating when you were playing against, everybody who is tankathon. But, now that you're in playoff basketball, it's not good enough. And I was actually kind of disappointed with Doc Rivers. Shocker. Doc Rivers did not look like he had his A game in terms of his rotations. I don't know what was going on. And, all the spacing, all of the stuff that really kind of got me involved at all with the Bucks in this series, none of it was really present. So I think that's fixable. I would expect they have a better game plan, and I'm going to go back to the well with these clowns in Game 2.
Oh well, I wish you good luck. It's because it's Giannis, and here's not Seth Rollins, but Ryan Rollins.
Rollins.
Not Cincinnati Bengals receiver and potential Hall of Famer AJ Green, but the other AJ Green. I don't know what the other Julio Jones is up to. Maybe the Bucks could have him on the court in Game 2 tomorrow night. In the time we have remaining, Knicks Pistons tonight, Game 2. I'm a Knicks fan, but Drew, I am not a homer. I think the Knicks are going to sweep. I don't know if they're going to cover tonight. I think they're going to win. I love Knicks money line as a parlay piece. I like the Clippers tonight. We have about a minute for this answer here. Bets for tonight in the NBA: Knicks, Pistons, Clippers, Nuggets. Clippers a short road favorite in Denver.
Yeah, side is inflated for the Knicks, so this is Pistons or pass. I'm going to pass. Total is 4 points too low, so I took the play on the over 221.5. I think there's actually scope for this to go way over, so getting involved with an all over is not crazy. The Knicks really have every answer you want offensively for this Pistons defense, so they're going to score into the 120s, I think.
Anything with Clippers Nuggets?
Back to the well with the Clippers. I got involved early. I don't know if I would really love to smash the table and say you should lay minus 120 with these guys now. My spare is minus 131, so I guess there's a little bit of an edge, but there's just so much more the Clippers can do with the pieces that they have in terms of really trying to scramble this Nuggets squad. And like I said, what they were doing with the two-man game between Harden and Zubac was so freaking good and was absolutely shredding these guys. And if Michael Porter Jr. is going to be a no-show, then this could be a nice little on-ramp for the Clippers to put themselves in the driver's seat. So back to the well with the Clips.
I'm gonna be sweating in this game tonight.
Oh yeah.
This will be the biggest sweat since I don't even want to say it. Since the Baltimore College basketball Final Four game, the game that will not be not Florida Auburn, the other game, the game that will never be mentioned again on this show.
I forgot
great
that
job,
happened.
Drew. I think about it. At Whale_Capper on Twitter, NBC Sports betting analyst, VOD, tons of videos up on the NBC Sports Now page on Peacock and otherwise. He's great. He's handsome. He's generous with his time, and he's an awesome bettor. We appreciate you, my friends.
Enjoy the week. Enjoy the playoffs. Good luck at the draft.
Oh, no, draft week. Great Drew Dinsick joining us on the show. Now, Femi just wrote in our show chat, there will be a game tonight that will produce sweats potentially equal to Clippers Nuggets. What game is that? How are we betting it? We'll tell you next. Gambling Night in America.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
knew that the game plan going into this game was stop Steph Curry. So the fact that they knew that this was coming and Steph Curry still had 31 points, even when the defensive game plan was to stop him, is really impressive. And that's why Steph Curry is one of the greatest of all time. And we saw this, especially against the Rockets, who all season long have been one of the best defenses in the NBA, at least statistically speaking. But it's wild to me that going into the series, that we have a team coming in through the play-in that was actually favored to win the series. And now the odds are even more skewed towards the Warriors to win the series at minus 370 over a 2 seed, which is wild. But I think it goes to show, number one, how crowded the standings were in the Western Conference, but two, how much playoff experience matters. Because the Warriors have not one, but 2 closers on this team. Steph Curry, we know, can get it done, but playoff Jimmy is pretty damn good as well. Somebody who is not going to shrink in the spotlight. And I keep reading this in all of the write-ups is about how he brings a calmness to the team. Somebody who is not going to get rattled. And we see this in all walks of life. When your leader is stoic and feels unfazed, sometimes it trickles down to even the younger guys on the team. So what a combo they have, the 1-2 punch of Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. And the Rockets learned that the hard way in Game 1.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Some thank yous. The camera cut to me, and I wanted to stop dancing before it came back to me. I like this. Like a little. I'm a bad dancer.
Baby, ain't nothing but mammals. So let's do it.
A little bloodhound gang for everybody on a Monday in the year of our Lord 2025. I'm a bad dancer when sober, and a less bad but still bad dancer when intoxicated. My wedding videos prove it. We have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the show with all our bets for tonight. Gambling Night in America. We had 2 awesome guests on the program today. Ben Solak, star NFL analyst for our friends at ESPN, who's big in these draft betting streets. Ben Solak joined us at 5 o'clock Eastern, and Ben was magnificent, giving us tons of information on the NFL draft, including a long shot bet in the first defensive back market. You can find that over at BetMGM. The best price in the market can be found over at our show sponsor, BetMGM. And you just heard our good friend, the whale capper Drew Dinsick, in the preceding segment, talking the National Basketball Association. As always, my mind goes to pro wrestling, and when I said the preceding segment, it reminded me of the preceding announcement was paid for by the New World Order. Anyway, if you missed any of today's show, which started at 3 p.m. Eastern, so we're wrapping up a 4-hour odyssey here, on Odyssey and NBC. I got good news for everybody. You can find the show wherever you find your podcasts. Femi and I, deep dives into the NFL draft betting market, tons on the NBA, NHL playoffs, all the usual things you think we'd discuss on this Monday in the world of sports. And you can find it on the Odyssey app, Spotify. You can find it on Apple. It's like Macaulay Culkin said at the end of the critically acclaimed 1990 Christmas comedy Home Alone. Frankly, my dear, I don't care where you listen to You Bet or You Bet. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Our executive producer is the returning Bill Zimmerman, who once again wants it bad enough. Bill back from vacation. Great to have Bill Zimmerman back in the saddle. Our technical director, Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake Hassan. Our video producer, downtown Mike Brown. And Addie providing a lot of color in our chats. We love Addie here on the show, the great Addie Bates. Coming up after us here on the BetMGM Network is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours. Is BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvat, who I know has just released his first mock draft of the season. And I know that because I follow him on Instagram. I think he called it, and I'm going to try and say this without getting fired, the Horvath draft. He put it on his Instagram. And it's good stuff. People should check it out. Ryan's a big NFL draft bettor. So Ryan on the show tonight, along with our guest at this time, the one and only, the legendary Brad Evans. Brad, happy Monday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos! And way to walk that crooked line, mi amigo.
That is what he calls it, right? The Horvath? The Horvath
Yeah,
draft?
you gotta be really careful how you spell that out. You did a masterful job. Bravo to you.
Thank you, buddy. What's your best bet tonight, Brad, in the world of sports? And actually, Femi, pop on here for a second. Let's set a betting market. Mm-hmm. Brad loves bet, and this doesn't mean that like Brad thinks baseball is the most important thing right now, but Brad Evans loves betting baseball.
Yes.
So set the betting market. Is Brad's best bet NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs, or Major League Baseball game?
Baseball has to be like minus 350 in this market.
I don't know if I would go that high for it.
I'll go that high. But here's what I'll go say. It's that on the way out, then I think we're like NBA, probably like plus 110,
secondary
plus 105.
Market for I'm
secondary,
out?
Yes, the I'm out secondary market. I think he goes to the association.
Okay, double result. Baseball first, basketball for I'm out second. Pays about even money. No, that's a minus price.
It's got to be because I'm betting the hell out of even money. Yeah, so yeah, like minus 175. Yeah, that's what I'll say.
You know what? Because minus 150, I'm betting that son of a bitch all the way out to minus 200. Let's find out if we're right. Brad, what is the best bet for tonight in the world of sports?
Oh, you got half it right, gentlemen. Let's start the world of Major League Baseball, shall we? Let's go out to left coast, which indeed is the best coast. And I'm going to take the under on 1.5 HRR, also known as her, with Christian Yelich taking on the San Francisco Giants and Robbie Ray. Not a great history against Robbie Ray. 1 of 11 lifetime with a pair of strikeouts. Yelich is only hitting 147 on the road with a 590. Yikes. OPS. He has been under 1.5 on the HRR. That's his plus runs, plus RBI in 5 of his last 8 games. And on top of that as well, my friends at batters-box.com, excellent and free resource, grades this as a poor matchup for Yelich against Robbie Ray. So put all together under 1.5 HRR on Christian Yelich.
All right, good stuff from Brad. The first bet is baseball. Brad, have a great show tonight, my friend, on BetMGM Tonight.
Nikola Jokic triple-double plus 130.
Cash the double result. Brad, you know what? I honestly, I love Brad. I want Brad to win all his bets, except that one. Go Clippers. Brad and Ryan, BetMGM Tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, following us here on the BetMGM Network. All right, we're gonna pay the bills real fast. Then we're gonna get to the bets for tonight. Jake the Snake, please drop the dope-ass beat. BetMGM is our show sponsor. BetMGM is the sportsbook born in Vegas, and BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Love that. You score a bigger payout if your wager hits with the Parlay Boost token. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. How awesome is NBC Sports now? The lineup is incredible. Fantasy Football Happy Hour, Dan Le Batard, Dan Patrick, selfishly, us on You Better You Bet, and PFT Live with Mike Florio and Bill Zimmerman. Am I allowed to make this announcement on the air here? Can I promote what you think I'm going to promote here? Can I promote this on the show? Oh, yeah. Tomorrow in the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. Mike, put me on camera here for this, please. And then I want you to go back. Tomorrow on the NBC Sports Now Power Hour, it's our white whale here on You Better You Bet. Chris Sims will join us tomorrow in the NBC Sports Now Power Hour on You Better You Bet. Mike, put the damn graphic back up. PFT Live with Mike Florio and Chris Sims get you all the news about the NFL Draft and more. Watch PFT Live weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on Peacock and the new NBC Sports Now channel, or listen wherever you get your podcasts. All right, and with that, I'm feeling patriotic, ladies and gentlemen. Jake wrote something in our chat that's so funny, I feel the need to share it. That is our white whale, like Moby Dick. Jake writes in our chat, our white whale, not to be confused with the white whale, Drew Dinsick, we had on 30 minutes ago. It's a good line. I felt that we had to share it.
It's a great line.
Jake. Okay.
Patio Drew.
Let's start in the NBA. Knicks and Pistons. Knicks, 6.5-point favorite in Game 2, trying to go up 2-0 in the series. Total 221.5. And Femi, we need the Clippers tonight. Basically, pick the winner of the game, LA at Denver.
Yeah, Clippers money line for me. It's minus 115. I think the Clippers, it's my favorite bet so far of these very, very long NBA playoffs, 3 days to be exact. But I think the Clippers a nice bounce back spot. They easily should have won game 1. I mean, you see a more focused, more dialed in effort. I mean, think about it. 20 turnovers to get that game to overtime and only lose by 2 with 20 turnovers. Clearly, if the Clippers just take care of the basketball, make smart plays, they will beat the Denver Nuggets. So I like the Clippers to win tonight. Nothing for me with the Pistons and the Knicks. No strong opinion. If I actually had to lean and make a pick, I would lay the 6.5, funny enough, with the Knicks. Like, I think there's just a little bit too much Detroit love that I'm just not really seeing nor buying. JB Bickerstaff, not a great coach in the playoffs, going back to his days in Cleveland. So I think there's some question marks there. So small lean to the Knicks, laying the 6.5, but the big bet, the favorite bet, Clippers on the money line. They win tonight.
Love the Clippers tonight. That's like, yeah, I need it. Let's go Clippers. I will be parlaying Knicks money line with Clippers money line. I will also be parlaying Knicks money line with Oklahoma City, Boston, and Cleveland money lines in Game 2. I will also be parlaying Knicks money line with the Winnipeg Jets tonight. And basically any other bets that I like right now in sports with Knicks money line tonight. So that's how I'm choosing to bet it. So Knicks money line, you get that I like that? And I love the Clippers tonight. So Femi and I, both of us, let's go Clippers, baby. All right, National Hockey League. 4 games tonight. A couple Game 1s and a couple Game 2s. Canadiens, Caps, Game 1 of that series. Oilers, Kings, Game 1 of that series in LA. And then Game 2s, Winnipeg up 1-0 against St. Louis. Colorado up 1-0 in Dallas. Femi, I'll go first here. I have Winnipeg, same way with the Knicks. Jets, money line parlayed with everything tonight. Go Jets, go. LA Kings, Game 1, minus 130 for me. Love the Kings in the series against Edmonton. Kings tonight. And I will have a small bet on the Montreal Canadiens tonight in Game 1 on the road in Washington. Logan Thompson's first game in a long time in net for Washington. The Capitals have been foot off the accelerator for a while, getting Ovechkin the goals record. The Canadiens had to play this up until the final game of the regular season. Sam Montembeault in net. Young studs for Les Habitants. Canadiens, small bet. Kings minus 130. Jets money line parlayed with everything. Femi, my bets for tonight in the NHL.
Yeah, we will be Oppo Taco in our nation's capital. I'm laying the puck line with the Washington Capitals, laying the 1.5 plus 145. I also like laying the 1.5 plus 145 with the Winnipeg Jets. Call me square. I don't care. We saw all 5 of the favorites win over the weekend. Doesn't have to happen tonight, but I do think these teams are just a step above the others, especially in Montreal's case. Like Nick, you mentioned they had to win their way into it. They had to win their way into it because the team's not very good. I think Montreal is by far the worst team that we have in the playoffs currently. I think Washington, who I'm not really high on, is a team that takes care of business against the Montreal Canadiens. At least tonight, I like Washington to win that one big. And like we said, the Blues, if they wanted to win a game in this series, they want to make this series competitive, they had to win that game Saturday. To give up those 3 goals in the third period, just not a good look. I think you'll see the Winnipeg defense be a little bit more dialed in. I like Winnipeg on the puck line at the plus 145 price.
Let's go. And go Kings go is there.
And right? Kings, yeah, I just have way too. I don't need to bet the game because we got a lot going on with the Kings. Trust me, need them to win the damn game tonight.
So for people that are just paying attention here, and you want to root along or bet along, Clippers and Kings are the 2 show needs tonight.
Yes.
So let's go LA tonight.
LA, baby. Let's do it.
I'm not paying attention to baseball, just being honest. I'm locked into the NBA and NHL. Femi, 4 games tonight yet to start in Major League Baseball. Mets-Phillies, the headliner at Citi Field. Anything for you in 30 seconds on baseball?
Yeah, I'm going to plug my nose and bet an over in a game involving Spencer Schwellenbach. Schwellenbach's been really good, but I like the first 5 over 4.5 between the Cardinals and the Braves. Fetty's horrendous. Like, I don't think Fetty's a good pitcher at all. Like, some of the underlying stuff shows that he's pretty mediocre, to say the least. So I like the over first 5 in that game. And also go first 5 money line with the Houston Astros minus 130. We're going to back Hunter Brown in a really tough pitching matchup, but at home, I think Houston gets it done against Kevin Gossip.
Does he have his trap queen or no?
Let's go.
It's actually a great song. Yeah, a great show today. We'll catch everybody tomorrow on a terrific Sports Tuesday. And until then, dear listener and dear viewer, I am Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Go Clippers, go Kings. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Clippers and Nuggets, game 2 of this series. Denver winning in overtime, 112-110 in game 1. Total is 218.5. Give me Kawhi Leonard over 24.5 points. There's 2 props I like tonight regarding Kawhi Leonard. The points are the first one, 9 for 15 from the field in game 1, 22 points, played 41 minutes in that overtime game. Kawhi looks healthy. He looks really good as he looks probably in the last 3 or 4 years or so. And I think the Clippers, look, as good as James Harden has been for you this season and as great of a scorer as he is, when it gets to crunch time and the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, get the ball to Kawhi Leonard. The Clippers should have won game 1. They look like the better team. They have the better coach in Ty Lue. I expect them to make the proper adjustments. I expect Kawhi to have more than 15 shot attempts, probably something north of 20 in this game. So give me over 24.5 points for Kawhi. I think there's a good chance he goes for 30 or more tonight. And then also give me over 6.5 rebounds for Kawhi as well. Somebody's got to help out Zubac down low with the rebounding. That was really one of the big storylines of game 1. How many late offensive rebounds Denver got to extend those possessions, whether it was Jokic, Russell Westbrook had a ton of tip-outs, Aaron Gordon. There were some big offensive rebounds late in that game. Clippers need to do a much better job on the defensive glass. I think that'll be a priority out of Kawhi tonight, not only to score a little bit more, but also rebound a little bit more. So we'll go over on points and rebounds for Kawhi Leonard tonight against the Nuggets.
Sledgehammer Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well.
Daddy gotta have it. I am Sledgehammer. How you doing, girl?
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
There was a pair of shoes for $200, and they went on sale this past weekend. You had 3 days to get them for $60, and you didn't. Now they're back to $200. Would you buy them? And she's like, no. I said, then why would you bet the Mavs at 6.5?
Bringing you all the late night sweats and bets.
It's seduced by that juice, gentlemen.
Never forgive Al Horford. No, he's old. He's 6'10". Dunk the basketball. Instead, he tries to lay it in, and he misses a bunny.
And helping you win big in fantasy.
I think Baker, the touchdown maker.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here to the raucous edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans. Joining me, my main flame is back with me yet again. Ryan Horvat is in the house, and it is his week as the NFL Draft is going down on Thursday night. Of course, we're going to have all the action right here on BetMGM tonight. It's been everything for gaming purposes. Are you a sports gambler? I'm sure, of course you are. Are you a fantasy football player? Yes, checking that box. Are you a fan of the professional tackle football? Hells yes, you are. We're going to have it covered wall to wall. Every single pick broken down in live real time on Thursday and 2 on Friday. Friday's going to be absolutely berserk, absolutely bananas when it comes to some of the meaningful, potentially impactful players that are going to be selected for fantasy football devices. So again, make sure you listen to BetMGM tonight, Thursday and Friday, as we're going to have you covered all gaming all the time on this year's NFL Draft, live from Lambeau and Green Bay Packers there in northern Wisconsin. On tonight's show, we got a lot to cover, of course. So we're going to be viewing our cards this evening. Our top 3 plays of the night could be the NBA playoffs, could be Major League Baseball, could be drop of the puck and making some bucks in the NHL. We're going to roll the shoulders, get seduced by the juice. We're going to say hello to our little friend with the Sledgehammer special. We're getting some bonus time bets, Parlay Pete. Of course, he's throwing it back right now at the bar. I'm going to pry him away and get his selection tonight. I can tell you this is going to be in Major League Baseball. And on top of that as well, we're going to do another edition of Better Up. We're going to be looking at a game that's going to be on the later night tip tonight, and Brewers and Giants are going to look ahead. Maybe some of those series props that have dropped there at BetMGM or the futures market as well. Jared Smith's going to stop on by, and he is going to be breaking down everything, his thoughts on the NFL Draft, Major League Baseball, maybe a little Nerfy action on the late night tip. You don't want to miss that interview. We're going to also kiss it off the glass with another edition of Hoop Scoop, some early fantasy football leans in terms of the average draft position, whether guys are overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued. And we're going to be focused on quarterbacks tonight. Anthony Irwin then is going to drop in Seg 7. We're going to break down the LA Lakers and their playoff series and their chances moving forward in the NBA postseason. And then on top of that, another edition of Pigskin Prophecy. All NFL drafts all the time. So again, a lot to discuss tonight. Another locked and loaded edition of BetMGM tonight. And we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. If you got any questions for us, whether on the NFL Draft, maybe your fantasy football franchise, the NBA, the NHL, Major League Baseball, all you got to do to contact Tori and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our poll question of the day, and it's asking you this. It's NFL Draft Week. Team Huevos. How many quarterbacks do you believe are selected in round 1 on Thursday night? Is it going to be 2 QBs, 3 QBs, or 4 QBs. Over 230 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming. And fire off your comments. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show and give you a shout-out on air. Again, on X, at BetMGM tonight. On X, at BetMGM tonight. Right now, let me bring in my handsome and esteemed colleague, Mr. Ryan Horvat. And Horvey, it is the lying season when it comes to the NFL draft. We're only days away from the events going down up there in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Earlier today, Adam Schefter reported on ESPN that the Denver Broncos are willing to trade up in the first round of the draft. And it's a possibility they could be connecting with the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are drafting a number 5 overall. Why is that important? Well, the Broncos have been saying, Sean Payton has said it, the front office members have repeatedly said it, time and time again. They are focused on the running back position, and we may just have a generational talent in this year's draft. His name is Ashton Jeanty. And, of course, Las Vegas would certainly like to invest in his services. Or picking at 6. Maybe Jacksonville stays at 5. You know, they have Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby, who look pretty damn good at times last season on roster, but maybe they want to show up their offensive backfield, add some weapons there for Trevor Lawrence. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being like supremely truthful, no lies detected whatsoever, 10 being nothing but lies. I mean, they couldn't pass a polygraph to save their life. Where do you believe this report by Adam Schefter rates on that 1 to 10 scale, knowing we're like, 72 hours or so were left until night 1 of the NFL draft?
If it's coming from Shefty, honestly, probably like 7.5 to 9 for me, right? Because like you said, it is lying season. I keep going back and forth on this. Right before I left to go back home, I took a shot with Jeanty to go number 5 overall, just thinking, okay, Jacksonville needs some playmakers for T-Law this season. They need a whole lot of help on the defensive side of the ball. That was one of the worst defenses in the league, but it was mainly the secondary, and I just don't think you're going to take a corner as a top 5 pick. Now, don't get me wrong, like if maybe Abdul Carter falls, and that's a guy that they can't pass up on, but I don't know. You already got Walker and Allen on the ends there as the edge rushers. And I think like the reason they struggled so much was really the injuries in the secondary, and they went from playing a ton of zone to man coverage. So I think you got to get some weapons for T-Law. And, my thought process there was Liam Cohen, right? Even if they were to hold on to Tank and to ETN, I mean, look what they did in Tampa last year, man. Me and you, we loved that backfield. He found ways to use all 3 of those guys. Bucky Irving was the star, obviously, as a rookie, but they used Tucker in creative ways, and they were able to get White on the field as well. So maybe they do the same thing in Jacksonville, or maybe they just go Tet McMillan. But if you're Jacksonville, if you're even the Giants, this is a draft where if you're not in love with somebody, like the Giants, obviously Abdul Carter is going to be the best available player, but they already have a pretty solid pass rush. They don't maybe they don't love Shador or any of these quarterbacks. I don't think this is a bad draft for them to move back. So I could see a team like Denver, right, who was a playoff team last year. Again, quarterback on a rookie deal looking to move up. But here's where I keep wondering, man. Is a team really going to take Ashton Jeanty as a top 5 pick? I love Jeanty, right? I would love to see him as a top 5 pick. But if you take him number 5 overall, whether it's Jacksonville, whether it is the Denver Broncos, he'd be right now the 6th highest paid running back in the NFL. I mean, you know what I mean? And that's the thing. Like a lot of these teams, they look at these running backs when they hit the free agent market, like you could get really good backs for cheap, or even in this draft, Omarion Hampton, right? Scatabo, all these guys, they're going to be 2nd, 3rd round picks. You don't have to pay them, top money this year. So I could see it being a real thing for Denver. Maybe especially if Sean Payton says, hey, this offense, we're a running back away, right? I think Jeanty is going to be a generational back. I think he's the best back in this draft, but I do like Hampton. So I wouldn't hate them just staying where they're at. But yeah, man, like if Sean Payton wants Jeanty, I could see this being a real thing. But that's what I keep going back and forth on. Do you want to make him, one of the highest paid players in the league, or do you want to get a running back for the cheap?
Yeah, that's absolutely the key. By the way, the Denver Broncos, they were plus money to go running back with their first overall pick in this year's NFL draft. It is now minus 105 in that market. Could be a telltale sign. All right, we're going to put that in the back burner. Let's go in and get after our cards this evening. Horvey, our top 3 plays of the night. What is numero uno on your list?
Yeah, I'm super jacked, man, because for whatever reason, I was like, we don't got any games tonight. That shows you where my head's been at in the last couple days. We're going to go with Karl Anthony Towns over 1.5 threes. I also kind of like his points. Not the biggest cat guy, right? But I do like over 1.5 threes. Right now, the price plus 125. He hasn't went over this number. He's made 2 threes. He hit 2 threes, I should say, back on April 5th. But the Pistons, 25th in NBA team opponent 3-point percentage. He had the looks in game 1. He went 1 for 3, 10 of 14 from the floor. So I'm going to take the plus money. Cat over 1.5 threes, plus 125 for play number 1.
All right, numero uno for me. I'm going to go with the diamond, and I say Spencer Schwellenbach of the Atlanta Braves gets the dub against the St. Louis Cardinals. A guy this season who has gone over 17.5 outs. I mean, he's worked at least 6 innings and 3 of 4 starts. He only has 1 win to show for it, but outstanding. 2.55 ERA, 3.27 xERA says maybe a slight correction is on the horizon, but also an outstanding 4.40 strikeout to walk split this year. You look at St. Louis over the last couple of weeks, they're just number 25 in total runs scored, while Atlanta number 14 in total runs scored over the same stretch. So Spencer Schwellenbach to get the victory against St. Louis, plus 140, my top play tonight. Numero dos for you, mi amigo. Please share.
All right, so I was looking to back the Capitals tonight at home against Montreal. Love this team, hometown team, right? But they're minus 202 right now on the money line. I looked at the puck line, but I don't trust that. So Maddie gave me a good recommendation. I'm going to go with the Caps to win in regulation. I know we all love playoff OT hockey, right? But I don't want to see that tonight. So let's go in regulation. Caps get the dub. Minus 110 is the price. They're 26-9-6 at home this season. I know that's in the regular season, but on the road this year, Montreal 17-19-5. And they struggled down the stretch. They dropped 3 straight. They end up beating Carolina in the final game of the season to get their playoff spot. But I'm going to go with the Caps to win in regulation, minus 110 for play number 2.
All right, numero dos to me. I'm going to get down with a little Hunter Brown. Let's work at a same game parlay and some negative correlation on this. Really jacks the juice. I think he's going to pitch at least 6 innings. So give me the over on 17.5 outs. And then I'm going to live in the land down under on 5.5 strikeouts against the Toronto Blue Jays. That shakes out to a cool plus 172. Yeah, roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. I look at Toronto over the last couple of weeks, the second lowest K rate of any team Major League Baseball, only punching out on 16.2% of their plate appearances. Middle of the pack in total runs scored, but Brown, so far this year, 1.50 ERA. Same as Schwellenbach, 4.40 strikeout to walk split, which is outstanding, 8.25 K per 9. So it's not through the roof. Now, he has gone under in strikeouts on 5.5 in a couple of starts this season, but he has gone at least 6 innings in every single start, all 4 this year. So put all together, same game parlay. Hunter Brown over 17.5 outs. Hunter Brown getting down and under on 5.5 Ks against the Jays, plus 172 there at BetMGM. Numero tres on your card. Mi amigo, bring it home.
All right, so full disclosure, got smoked in the NBA this weekend. I'm not going to lie. I'll be honest. I didn't give this out or anything, but I took Kyle Kuzma over 12.5 points. Game 1, he pulled a Tony Snell. No points, no rebounds, no assists in 20-plus minutes. And then I had the Pistons. And I don't know if you guys caught that game, but I bet the Pistons. They were up 98-90 with 9:16 to play in the game. I had to make a quick run. Knicks all of a sudden go on a 21-0 run. I get back, and it's 111-98 with 4:49 to play. So they don't cover. But I'm going to go back to Detroit. I like Detroit in this series. I took them on the series price plus 1.5. I grabbed the 7. I still like it at 6.5. I don't trust this Knicks team. I think they win the series, but I look at them as paper tigers. Pistons shot 47% from the floor. They were 15-32 from 3. They beat the Knicks 37-36 on the glass in that game. They just turned the ball over too many times. So I'll roll with Detroit here.
All right, numero tres on my card. I'm going to bookend it with Braves, and I'm going to go with Marcell Ozuna over 1.5 total bags, again, against the Cardinals. And more plus money on the board. My third straight plus money bet. That's at a plus 105. So little babysitters by the juice on that. And look at Ozuna. He has gone over in total bags on the 1.5 number, 6 of his last 8 games. He's batting .340 with 6 extra base hits in the month of April, an outstanding 1.094 OPS. He's going against Eric Fetty. What a storied history against him. 7 for 12 lifetime with 4 extra base knocks and nearly a 2,000 OPS at a decent sample size there. Fetty this season, 40.3% hard hit rate allowed. Yeah, he's got a decent 3.43 ERA, but the 5.00 expected ERA suggests that ERA could be on the rise. So yet again, Marcell Ozuna over 1.5 total bags against St. Louis at a plus 105. All right, we got an exit stage left. When we come back here on BetMGM tonight, Parlay Pete's going to drop on by, get his selection. We're going to say hello to our little friend, Roll the Shoulders again, and get seduced by the juice and work at some bonus time bets. We're just getting warmed up right here. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath back in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the program. You want more bets? Of course you want more bets. We're going to give you more bets because we are ambassadors for the people and the sports betting market. Parlay Pete's going to work his Bodie button here in a second. We're going to get his parlay of the day on the board in Major League Baseball. We're going to work the Sledgehammer Special. It's saying hello to our little friend. Roll our shoulders and get seduced by the juice and work in a bonus time bet or three as well. And hey, if you want to talk to Ryan Horvath and I, maybe you want to talk a little Major League Baseball betting, you want to talk some NBA, some NHL, or NFL draft, heck, maybe some fantasy football as well. Our ears are open and so are the lines. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. It's NFL Draft Week. Hashtag Team Huevos. How many quarterbacks do you believe are selected in round one? Your options are 2 quarterbacks, 3 quarterbacks, or 4 quarterbacks. Nearly 240 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming. If you have any comments, fire those off, and we're going to read them a little bit later on in the show and give you a shout out as well. So keep them coming on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. And I got to tell you, speaking of BetMGM, about this sweet promo going down right now at the Lions Roar. It's called the Any Sport Parlay Boost Token. And here's what it's all about. BetMGM account holders will receive an Anytime Sport Parlay Boost Token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with a Parlay Boost Token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and, my favorite, SGP, same game parlay. So opt in right now on the Any Sport Parlay Boost Token only at the King of Sportsbooks, BetMGM. And pardon me for a second, I gotta yell at my friend at the bar. Hey, you guy with the eye patch, get over here! Yar! Shiver me timbers, I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house, and he's gonna work in a little 2-leg parlay tonight in Major League Baseball. Both these games underway, but you still do a live dive and get it a similar juice. Just checked here during the siesta. So Parlay Pete's like, hey, this is still good stuff. And I got his reasoning right here. Leg numero uno, Spencer Schwellenbach. I like him to get a win. He likes to go at least 17.5 outs. And leg numero dos, Eric Fetty, 2 or more walks issued tonight as well. So again, Schwellenbach over 17.5 outs. Fetty, 2 or more walks. I'm going to hold off on the juice. Let me give you the reasoning straight from the bony fingers of Parlay Pete. Speaking of Schwellenbach on the over 17.5 outs, he has done this in 3 of 4 starts. Means he's gone at least 6 innings. Got an outstanding 2.55 ERA. As I mentioned earlier as well, 3.27 expected ERA. Sensational 4.40 strikeout to walks, but really don't pile up the pitches because they didn't, issue a lot of free passes. So as a result, Schwellenbach, Parlay Pete believes, going to go at least 6 innings and hit the over on 17.5 outs. Meanwhile, leg numero dos, Eric Fetty, 2 or more walks in this same game parlay. Atlanta, they're only number 23 in base on balls percentage over the last couple of weeks, getting that free pass on 8.2% of their plate appearances. But Fetty has been missing the mark early and often in his starts. A 4.71, yikes, based on balls per 9 this season. He's gone for 0, 4, and 4 walks in his first 3 starts. So, shiver me timbers. Parlay Pete tonight got to roll with those same game parlay. Spencer Schwellenbach over 17.5 outs. Eric Fetty, 2 or more walks. That checks out to a cool plus 138 there at BetMGM. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brando. Yeah. Going back to the boys tonight. They actually opened as 1.5-point dogs. Now 1.5-point favorites. That would be my Los Angeles Clippers. And they almost took home court advantage in this series against the Nuggets, but they do lose 112-110 in overtime. Luckily, though, I had the Clippers. That was one good thing that happened to me this weekend. It was, I don't know if you saw that one, a meaningless three pretty much at the buzzer with like 0.3 of a second. So I get the cover there, but they do lose the game by 2. But I got them winning the series. More on that later. James Harden played really good. He's been pretty good all season, but he had 33, 11 dimes in the loss. Clippers were up 8 after first quarter. They had the lead pretty much all game long, and then typical NBA fashion, like I always joke, you want to be down going into the third quarter, and the Nuggets went on a run. Clippers, though, way sloppy with the basketball, too sloppy with the basketball. 20 turnovers in that game, and Kawhi, especially down the stretch, man, gave it up too much. But I do like them to bounce back. I still like them in this series, so I'm on the Clippers tonight, 1.5. Money line I played a little bit of as well. I like Los Angeles.
All right. The truth be told, my sledgehammer is in the shop, and I've got another on back order going to be coming to Casa de Evans. So I don't have my little friend with me, but still, I'm going to proverbially wave it around. So daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Ooh, yeah. And I'm going to go with the diamond. Work in a little same game parlay, and I am going to go out to the left coast because it's the best coast. Give me San Francisco on the money line, and give me the game under on the all total against the Brew Crew at 11.5 runs. Put those hands together. Cool, plus 110 at BetMGM. We got Robbie Ray going against Priester in this one. You look at Milwaukee, a team that's just 3-6 on the road this season, batting .241 away from Wisconsin. An OPS is barely hovering around 700 so far this season, but most unsightly is their 6.19 ERA away from Miller Park. Meanwhile, look at San Francisco, 4-2 at home this year. Batting a little bit better at .251 with a 712 OPS, but it's all about the pitching. 2.84 ERA there along the bay. So I believe San Francisco is going to score the win tonight. And the game in that heavier air along the bay, I think will keep this game somewhat suppressed. So give me the Giants money line and give me the game total under the alt total on 11.5 runs at a cool plus 110 again there at BetMGM. All right, it's time to switch gears and roll the shoulders, my man. It's time to get seduced by the juice. Oh, thank you, bartender, for the healthy pour. Horvat, what you sipping on at plus money tonight?
All right, so I really like your look on Schwellenbach just to get the dub, but I just went Braves run line, which usually I don't do in Major League Baseball, but I took it plus 116. I'll go Atlanta over St. Louis. What a great weekend, man, right? Like Cubs at Wrigley, although they dropped the game on getaway day on Sunday yesterday in extra innings. But a great weekend for the Cubbies, and St. Louis gets smoked by the Mets. They got swept in the 4-game series. They're now 1-9 on the road this season. St. Louis is away from home, and they got Eric Fetty on the mound tonight. He's been destroyed by the Braves in his career, 0-6. He's got a double-digit ERA, and that's 40 innings of work, so a pretty big sample size. So I'll roll with the Braves. I like your look a little bit better, to be honest, because I never not a big run line guy, but I'll do it tonight. Braves, 1.5 standard run line, plus 116.
Yeah, and it's right now 0-0 in the bottom of the first in that matchup between the Bravos and Redbirds. 2 outs and a runner on for the Atlanta Braves. All right, I'm going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice on Kate Cunningham. Give me the over on 15.5 rebounds plus assists at a plus 105. So little baby seduced by the juice there as a result. Game 1, he soared over on this. He had 6 rebounds and 12 assists. Now, I'm not looking for a complete duplication there. But you look at 4 games in the regular season, only one time he went over this mark against the Knicks. He averaged 5 rebounds per game, 8.3 assists per game. That's 13.3. So not too far off this summer. That's why it's a plus money. But look at New York in their last 15. Yes, they've allowed the 5th fewest opponent rebounds per game. And sure, they've given up the 2nd fewest assists per game to opponents as well. But Kate Cunningham is a supreme facilitator and a guy that likes to get his nose dirty there in the paint and secures some boards. So I think it's going to be a bit of a sweat. You're going to be puckering up in all the wrong places, but I think he's going to get to 16 exactly in rebounds and assists. He achieves that plus 105 there at BetMGM. Oh, guess what, Horvey? We got plenty of bonus time. Whether it's in the NBA, Major League Baseball, the NFL draft, if you want to look ahead, or drop the puck and make some bucks in the NHL, just give me another wager and promise me it's going to cash. What do you got?
Yeah, I don't know if this one is, but I'm going to take a shot. So right now we got the Caps going, NHL, Stanley Cup playoffs, obviously. Scoreless right now, 9:34 to go in the first period. Feel good about the Caps in regulation. I don't have anything in St. Louis, Winnipeg, but I'm going to take a shot here with the Stars, actually, plus 125. Most likely not going to be a popular pick. Colorado open, though, is minus 155 favorites. Right now down to minus 150, I'm seeing. Dallas lost 8 straight games following Saturday's loss in Game 1. They got smoked in that one, 5-1. They took 24 shots, but they had 1 goal in the game, and they didn't score until there was 6:45 to go in the third period. They're 0-7 in series openers, though, so I just never really trust them. Game 1, got a weird shot they're actually going to pull off this little minor upset and even up this series tonight. So give me Dallas plus 125 against Colorado.
Oh, all right. Love that play there on the Dallas Stars, especially considering you're tossing out more plus money. I think it's like our 10th or 11th plus money bet between the card and what we've done so far in this segment. Look, folks, we do that practically every night here on BetMGM tonight. It's not like the lowest of low-hanging fruit. We're not going to, like, mystify you. Oh, here's the L word. Here's the G word at minus, like, 500. That's for morons who are betting. We're actually people who bet, and we're trying to seek out the values each and every night, trying to squeeze that blood from the turnip. And I'm going to do it yet again. Here's another plus money bet, same game parlay. Give me OG Anunoby, 1+ block and 2+ steals. Okay, so OG for a block and 2 swipes, that pays plus 116. And he sailed past this in Game 1 against Detroit. He had 5 steals in that game and 2 block shots. So utterly ridiculous. All I need is less than half, and we're going to be cashing in yet again. If you look what he did in the regular season, 3 games against the Pistons, he hit over on both thresholds 1 time in the same game, averages 0.7 blocks per game, but 2.3 steals per game. And you look at Detroit, in their last 15, they've allowed the 3rd most blocks per game at 5.5 to opponents, but the 8th fewest steals per game to opponents at 7.3. Still, I think these are 2 buyable and easy to cross thresholds for OG Anunoby. Give me a block shot and 2 steals. And again, I cash in at plus 116. Now, Horvey already said he loved my same game parlay there on the Giants on the money line, the game under on 11.5. What about my 2 NBA bets? Kate Cunningham over 15.5 rebounds and assists, or the OG SGP I just laid out? If I gave you $100 free to play with, which one are you backing?
I'm going to back Cade just because I'm in love with this Pistons team. They went over their win total. That was one of the easiest bets of the NBA season. I wish they were all like that. And if he doesn't have at least, I would say 18 rebounds and assists, then I don't think the Pistons are covering the 6.5. And that's one of my favorite plays. I'm also with you on OG, though. So I threw him in a little SGP. I had a free bet. So I took the steal, took a block, and I took his points together. And then I went under. I played this one separate, too. Under on Josh Hart assists. It's 5.5. It was plus money. Now it's like minus 110. No, you can still get plus 105 on Josh Hart under 5.5 assists. He had 6 assists game 1 on 9 potential assists. Again, I'm hoping that the Knicks struggle a little bit from the floor tonight. So I would go under on him, over on OG, though. I love Anunoby tonight. And I always love Cade, man. One of the more, I feel like, still really underrated players in the league.
Yeah, Kate Cunningham is a baller, man. Shot caller extraordinaire. I'm totally with you. And he's a stat sheet stuffer. The guy gets a little bit of everything. Every single game he goes out there. He's been a centerpiece and a cornerstone of that Pistons franchise. Again, you and I both believe that series was going to go the full extent of 7 games. That's why I was preaching it before the series began last week. I said it was probably going to get there at plus 270, and I feel really good about that. By the way, friendly reminder before we take a little siesta, Thursday night here on BetMGM tonight, we're going to be spinning live every single round 1 pick of the NFL draft for fantasy football and sports betting purposes. So make sure that you tune in. All right, we got to exit stage left here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to step to the dish and take some hacks. Another edition of Better Up. Don't you go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
be the only move.
Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
He sends another one to deep center. Can Myers get to this one? No, he can't. Touch of all time again for Fernando Tatis. His 8th of the year, and the Padres get a late clutch home run by the superstar Tatis.
Yeah, monster masher, no doubt about it, is Fernando Tatis as his Padres are in action right now, trailing the Detroit Tigers 4-2 in the bottom of the third. Shout out to ESPN for that rejoiner. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you here. Ryan Horvat in the house on a Manic Monday edition of BetMGM Tonight. And we're going to talk some Major League Baseball here in this segment. If you want to talk a little rawhide with us, maybe the NBA playoffs, the NHL playoffs, or the NFL draft, nearly days away from night one of that exercise. Where is Ashton Genty going to wind up? Man, the rumor mill is really circling about and spinning wildly and violently in regards to the prized running back out of Boise State. So I can't wait to see where he lands, because fantasy fans are going to be chomping at the bit to acquire his services in their leagues this year. And hey, if you want to talk to us about any of those sports, you can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this. It's NFL Draft Week. Team Huevos, how many quarterbacks do you believe are selected in round one? Your options are 2 QBs, 3 QBs, or 4 QBs. Nearly 240 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop off a comment. We're going to lead them a little bit later on in the show. We'll give you a shout out on air. So keep them coming on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, Orby, it's time to pick up the stick, step the dish, and take some hacks in another edition of Batter Up.
Let's cash in on the diamond. Ryan Horvat and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Batter Up on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, rather light slate of games. A lot of action already live right now. We do have one game that is yet to start, and it's going to be out west, and it's not going to start here for a few minutes. And we're going to maybe have some bets side that here momentarily between the Milwaukee Brewers visiting the San Francisco Giants here at Oracle Park by the Bay. So, whether you're picking from that game, maybe you're looking ahead to tomorrow's slate or the futures market. And heck, I'll even allow a live dive, whatever is top of mind. That's all I ask, and I need a bet. So here's how we're going to play this. Out of those options, Ryan's going to be my leadoff man. Vintage Ricky Henderson, hopefully, is going to swipe multiple bags here to start things off. He's going to give you his play, and then he's going to drop a little baseball-ism, and then Brandon is going to hit a button, and he's probably going to play a reference to a movie, maybe a quote from a show or elsewhere. Crack of the bat, who knows, some baseball-related sounder. I'm going to take it from there for the handoff, and I will give a bet, do the same thing, fire off another handoff. We're going to go back and forth and squeeze in as many rawhide bets as we possibly can in this segment. So, Ryan, hope you knock the dirt off the cleats, my man. It's time to step in that box, take a hack, and give me your first Batter Up.
All right, so you know what? Let's. I don't want to do this. I really don't. So I got a buddy, and I call him my Brewers whisperer. So anytime he tells me that the Brewers to back the Brewers, and especially when they're plus money, I have to do it. Now I kind of hate this spot for them because I love this Giants team, man. Robbie Ray's on the bump in his last start. Did give up 4 runs on 6 hits. Had 5 walks. That was against Philly, though. I'm looking right now, though, 3-0 record, 4.19 ERA, 1.55 WHIP in 4 starts, 19 and 1/3. He's been pretty good, for what he is at this stage of his career. And the Brewers are going with Quinn Priester. And I know, like, Red Sox fans, I was actually reading a blog last week, are pissed off that they didn't give him a shot. His first 2 starts, pretty solid. So I'm going to go with the Brewers. They did win 2 of 3 against the A's in their previous series, 5-5 straight up, 2-6-2 against the run line in their last 10. So they haven't been all that great. I like the Giants to win the series, but I kind of like the Brewers tonight with Quinn on the mound. So I'll take a shot with them, plus 119, little plus money price with the Brewers tonight.
Now, give me baseballism. What do you got?
All right, so Brando, let's play 2.
This is going to be a tough play. The Cubs win the World Series. Brian wins the play. It's over, and the Cubs have finally won it all.
Oh, one of the greatest lines.
Best call ever.
Oh, seriously. It's like ranks right up there, losing your virginity. Seriously. I mean, the Cubs won the World Series during my lifetime. It still happened. Somebody pitch me. Yeah. I was in Denver, Colorado. Party ensued. Party won. Actually, my wife came down. I tossed her there. We're hugging. We were joyful. Tears were streaming down the face. I cracked up with a fresh bottle of tequila at like midnight because obviously with the rain delay, it was really late, and the party commenced. Hopefully I experienced that feeling once again. All right. I am going to disagree with you on that Brewers game. Now, listen, I'm on San Francisco, and you and I both can be right as long as this guy doesn't do any damage. Christian Yelich. Give me the under on 1.5. That's hits plus runs plus RBI at a minus 115. I grabbed this earlier today, and here's the reason why I like it. Not a great history against Robbie Ray, who's going to be taking the ball and towing the rubber for the Giants in this one. He's 1 for 11 lifetime with a pair of strikeouts. He's been under 1.5 on the HRR in 5 of his last 8 games, and he has been riding on the front seat of the struggle bus on the road this season. Yelich batting not so robust, 147 away from Milwaukee with a 590 OPS. My friends at batters-box.com rate his matchup as poor tonight. So with the advanced data, that tremendous side, the recommendation it has, given the history against Robbie Ray, I think Christian Yelich at basically nearly even money in terms of the standard market, minus 115 on the under 1.5 HRR or her. That's his plus runs plus RBI. Digging that one quite a bit. Brandon, touch them all.
There's 1 strike away. The 0-2. A bouncer. Ruiz in time. Roy Halladay has thrown a no-hitter.
Oh, R.I.P. Outstanding.
Yeah. Legend. Brando motivated me right there. So I did bet the Cubs this weekend to win the World Series 25-1. I think that's a good price. I also have a ton on the Dodgers because the Dodgers on paper could be the best team in baseball history, of course, right? Especially when they're fully healthy and the weather warms up. Obviously, that's the team to beat. But this Cubs team is good, man. I already, I'm being serious here. I would already say that this is probably, for me, a top 10 Cub team in my lifetime. I don't know how the season finishes, but they're fun. This is all I've asked for. They run the bases. They play really good defense. I love PCA. I'd give PCA, I was talking about this with my brother yesterday, I'd give him right now 10 years, 150 mil. I think he's going to be a 25 homer guy. Love him. Kyle Tucker, I would give him a blank check. I love Kyle Tucker. I know they're waiting right now for him to fall in love with the city. I hope come June, July, August that happens. Even though he's 28 years old, I'd give him another 10, and I'd let him sign on the blank check, man. Guy could win the MVP this year. I do think they're going to have to add a couple arms. Obviously, the Justin Steele injury sucks. He's going to be out for the season. They are adding some weird dudes to the bullpen as we speak. But I think this team's too good not to make moves at the deadline, especially in the bullpen, which is their weakness. In this division, the NL Central is brutal this season, man. So I like the Cubs 25-1 to win the World Series. Hopefully, they at least make a run to the divisional or the NLCS. That would be great. And then I get a hedging opportunity with my Dodgers. But go Cubs, go 25-1. Brando, give me a moonshot.
Oh, outstanding. I hope that one actually comes to fruition because I would love everybody if it certainly did. All right. Give me the Giants to win the series over the Brew Crew. Again, I already kind of laid out why I like this earlier on the show, but I think it warrants a second look. I mean, it's plus 145 right now for them to steal that win in this series. And Milwaukee's not played well away. They're only batting 241 on the road this season, which is right around a 700 OPS and that 6.19 ERA. San Francisco at home, 4-2 straight up, 712 OPS and a 2.84 ERA. So better pitching overall. Hitting is just like a step above, a notch above. Compare the Brewers, who just have not really traveled well this season so far. I know it's a limited sample size, but I think the Giants hold the home diamond and they win the series against Milwaukee straight up. They achieve that feat. Again, plus 145 there at BetMGM. Brando, go Yard!
Well, hello. Okay, bombs away for Brent Rooker. Man, when he gets a hold of one, he sends it a long ways.
Long ways, he does. I wanted to take the Blue Jays at plus 120, to be honest with you, but I don't know if I could trust Gossman right now. Just gave up 6 hits, only 2 runs in 6 innings. So far, not so far, but in his career against the Astros, 2-2 with a 5.09 ERA. So you know what? It's a Monday night. I'm back. Needs to be done by somebody. Vladdy's plus 575 to homer tonight. So we're gonna bet that. We're gonna bet Vladdy to homer. Of course, finally gets off the schneid over the weekend, last weekend, and I had no scratch on it. But I'll bet a little plus 575. The problem is, you talked about Brown, man. He's been outstanding, a 1.50 ERA, 2-1. Maybe he gets it against the bullpen in the 6th or 7th, the third time around. But I'm taking Vladdy to homer. It's plus 550. The Blue Jays didn't give this man $500 million to hit singles and doubles all season. Brando, let's play 2.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
There it is.
Yeah, they certainly were, and hopefully again, so you can cash in potentially on that 25-1 ticket. Absolutely love that call. All right, we got to exit stage left here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, Jared Smith's going to join us. You know he's going to be locked and loaded with some Nerfies in the NFL draft. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
begins tonight.
This four-legger, let's come out of the gate strong.
With the sledgehammer, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action. They got to listen to the sharps. Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well.
Daddy gotta have it. I am Sledgehammer. How you doing, girl?
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
There was a pair of shoes for $200, and they went on sale this past week, and you had 3 days to get them for $60, and you didn't. Now they're back to $200. Would you buy them? And she's like, no. I said, then why would you bet the Mavs at 6.5?
Bringing you all the late night sweats and bets.
It's seduced by that juice, gentlemen.
Never forgive Al Horford. No, he's old. He's 6'10". Dunk the basketball. Instead, he tries to lay it in, and he misses a bunny.
And helping you win big in fantasy.
I think Baker, the touchdown maker.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with and in the house on this Manic Monday, Ryan Horvat. We're going to be talking to our good buddy Jared Smith here momentarily. But a friendly reminder, if you want to talk with us, maybe got some bets in the NBA going down tonight. How about the NHL, Major League Baseball, or just maybe you're looking ahead to the NFL draft going down at Green Bay on Thursday. Got some early fantasy football thoughts or just random wagers. All I got to do to talk to Horvey and I and share your various inquiries you may have as you pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. It's NFL Draft Week. Team Huevos. How many quarterbacks do you believe are selected in round one out of 2 quarterbacks, 3 quarterbacks, or 4 quarterbacks? Over 240 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic rights. Keep the votes coming. And drop off a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on, and the show will give you a shout out as well. So keep them coming on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Now, to the power of animated picture and sound, the handsome one himself from Viva Las Vegas, Jared Smith, is joining us right now. He's a betting analyst for Fox Sports Radio and right here on the BetMGM Network. Make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, welcome to BetMGM tonight. Straight away from me, it's NFL Draft Week. As I already mentioned, the movement of many event-tied futures are all over the map with the rumor mill churning about. What are 3 investments that you've already locked and loaded in this exercise? And there's anything at all that you could possibly be debating now that we're fully in the season of lying?
Gentlemen, it's great to be back. Brad, during that poll question, you could have done count quarterback, a 1 quarterback, a 2 quarterback, a 3 quarterback. I think 3 would be my cap. And I'm not entirely sure of the 3rd. I think it's all about if one of these GMs, falls in love with Jackson Dart or Jalen Milroe. Personally, I wouldn't draft either of them in the 1st round. I think both of them are second, kind of Will Levis type picks, 2nd round and beyond. I have a bunch of draft bets. I'll give you some. I don't have any 60-1s. Remember last year we hit the Bowers to the Raiders. That was awesome. I don't have any 60-1s in my portfolio this time around. You just have to go with the flow, right? You got to be like Aaron Rodgers, right? You have to be attached to nothing, open to everything. I do a couple long shots that I have. So I think the Chiefs are candidate to move up in the 1st round. If they don't and they stay at 31, I've heard some buzz for Travion Henderson, and you can get 13-1 for the Chiefs to take a running back with their 1st pick. They've done it before at the end of the 1st round. I think you want to try to take the pressure off Mahomes as much as possible. They need an offensive line depth. I don't argue that, but if we're looking for long shots, I think running back's an intriguing candidate for the Chiefs. If you can pick which team is going to take the safeties at the end of the 1st round, I think you can also make some money. I went Bills and Commanders because if you look at those 2 teams, I think I got 6-1 on the Bills, 9-1 on the Commanders. If you look at those 2 teams, The safety help, the secondary was a huge need for them. And there's really 2 safeties in this draft in the first round that I think are going to go somewhere between picks 20 through 30. And I just threw a dart, and I thought the Commanders and the Bills were the 2 teams with the highest needs. I'm not buying the Ashton Genty to the Jag stuff today. Maybe I'm going to have egg on my face on Thursday night, but I'm very skeptical of things, especially around non-premium positions that break very late in the draft. Because let's be honest, if you're a GM, what incentive do you have to put out your real true information at this stage? To me, it's like, telling the guy across from you at the poker table what you're, holding before the river card comes. So I'm very skeptical of all the information. I'm not buying the Genty stuff. I still think it's Mason Graham at 5 to the Jags.
I'm glad that you went there. Yeah. Because I could see like Jacksonville kind of floating some stuff out there too. Because if I'm Jacksonville, or even if I'm the Giants, man, this might be a draft where I'm looking to move back if I'm not in love with anybody. So, and that's the other thing about Genty. I was talking about this with Brad. If you draft him top 5, he's going to be one of the highest paid backs in the league, and you can get value, like you said, man, Henderson, Hampton in this draft, or even in free agency. I just don't know if you're going to pay a rookie back that much money. Where do you think he does land? Do you think he's a top 10 pick? Any chance he falls out of the top 10 or gets past, let's say, Chicago at number 10?
No, I think the Raiders makes a ton of sense. I mean, I know that's where he was originally supposed to go, and then Spy Tech. I think that dynamic between Spy Tech, who's 44 years old, the GM of the Raiders, and 73-year-old Pete Carroll is fascinating. How often is your boss 29 years younger than you? And with Tom Brady might be in the war room too. So, you got Chip Kelly in there. I mean, you talk about being outnumbered and outgunned. And I know Tom and John have a, history in Tampa, but I think that dynamic is fascinating. And you're right. I was actually looking earlier today. We haven't had a running back drafted higher than 8th, Bijan Robinson, since Saquon. So it's rare that a running back gets taken in the top 7. I think Genty makes sense because if you look at what Pete Carroll and especially Chip Kelly, their offenses have been in the past, right? You think Marshawn Lynch, you think LaShawn McCoy, and I think you got to get Geno Smith some kind of help back there. So I think Genty to the Raiders makes sense. I would be surprised if he fell completely out of the top 10, just based off of A, his draft position, and B, I do think the Saquon Barkley effect, some GM is going to view him. In fact, I've heard some GMs have him as their top overall prospect if you adjust for position or before adjusting for positional value. So I think someone's going to take him in the top 10, Ryan. I think the Raiders are the best fit.
I agree, man. Like, especially with last year being the resurgence of the running back position. You brought up Saquon. Obviously, Derrick Henry had a monster year as well, too. So I can see it. What do you think about, so you brought up the quarterbacks. Because the Steelers, we still have no idea what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. I think he plays, but I think he shows up like late July, maybe August, right? Skips OTAs. Other than that, you have Mason Rudolph right now on that roster. Would that be a team that you could see maybe taking a shot on Shador if he's still there, looking to move up, or just drafting like Jackson Dart, or you think they go elsewhere?
So the problem is the Steelers don't have a ton of picks, and they have a lot of holes. That's why I don't see Pittsburgh trading up. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a little emotionally scarred after going through this with Aaron Rodgers, and we're all kind of emotionally scarred just watching his interviews and watching this scenario play out in real time. But the smart move, like if Mike Tomlin wants to continue this above 500 streak, you're not doing it with Mason Rudolph. You need to go get a quarterback. So I would plug one of the holes you have, preferably on the defensive line. I think Cameron Hayward's contract, he turns 36 in May. He's due over $20 million over the next 2 years. There's going to be a good D tackle available in the 20s. Harmon, the kid from Oregon, I love. And there's a couple kids from Michigan out there, right? I think that would be the direction I would go. And then you sign Aaron Rodgers like the next day. Because if I'm Aaron Rodgers, to be fair, why would you want to sign before the draft and get Penixed again like Kirk Cousins did last year? So I think we're going to get through this first round, and then we're going to see Aaron Rodgers make his decision. Maybe not the next day, but probably before OTA start. And I think Pittsburgh makes the most sense. I think Shador to New Orleans at 9 is a perfect fit, perfect need. I know the Saints beat writers hate it, but it feels like the stars are aligned there. And who knows, maybe there's a team that really loves one of these quarterbacks and moves up. But I would put, in my final mock, I had Shador going 9 to the Saints. I had the Steelers taking a defensive tackle.
Yeah, Nick Underhill, who writes for Saints.com, was one of those guys who's like, I don't think they're going to go Shador Sanders or any quarterback at number 9. They were going to look at quarterback in round 2. And I'm like, really? I found that utterly bizarre. But again, when push comes to shove, we're going to see where the dust settles come Thursday night. Jared, let's go ahead and switch gears from the NFL draft to Major League Baseball. You're the Yerfy Nerfy daddy, after all. So you're well aware of some of the action we have on a nightly basis. We got one game left out there on the left coast this evening between the Giants and the Brewers, and Horvath and I are on different sides of the ledger. He is on team Milwaukee, and I'm saying San Francisco is going to win this thing straight up, though I don't really trust Robbie Ray. So tell me which team could potentially get off to a hot start. Are we going to see a Yurfie or a Nerfie in your estimation tonight in Giants and Brewers?
Well, the model says Yurfie slightly. It says 50.2%. So again, these are coin flips, but it is even odds to the Yurfie. So if you want to factor in maybe the weather, right? I am seeing the wind blow out to center. It's a chilly night, as it usually is this time of year in San Francisco, but you don't have that wind issue to deal with. And I don't, as you mentioned, I don't really trust Robbie Ray. I don't really trust Quinn Priester either. So I would say even odds, or if you can find another shop out there with plus money to a Yurfie, the model would favor that slightly.
All right, Yurfie it is. Jared will get you out here on this. Looking ahead to the full spectrum of baseball action, whether tomorrow's slate or the futures market. What additional bet or two has your attention and, more importantly, your dollar captured?
Well, it's funny because I actually think it's back in that same game, but it's a different side of it. I think the the same series, but the other side of the bet tomorrow. Because, again, if I flip the model at the tomorrow, right now it's early. We're going to adjust for lineups. We're going to adjust for weather. But it's early. It looks like the highest probability Nerfie on the board is that Milwaukee-San Francisco game. And, again, I don't really trust the pitching matchup in that regard either. But I think Quintana at least – actually, yeah, I trust a little more. Quintana's been slightly better than I think advertised. And Hicks has been good in the first inning. So, yeah, we'll go Yurfie tonight in San Francisco, Brad, and then we'll flip the script tomorrow. We'll go Nerfie tomorrow between the Brewers and Giants, as long as the pitching matchup stays the same.
I absolutely love the fact you go opposite in the same series, back-to-back opportunities. Well played, my man. Jared Smith is the man when it comes to Yurfie, Nerfies. He's the man when it comes to the NFL draft. He's just the man, period. Betting analyst for Fox Sports. And also right here on the BetMGM network. Make sure you give him a follow on X at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X at Jared Smith Bets. Good luck on your Yurfie Nerfie tonight, tomorrow, my friend. Enjoy the evening, and we'll talk soon.
Best of luck, gentlemen. Talk to y'all soon.
All
Thanks,
right,
man.
peace out. There he goes, Jared Smith. All right, let me give you an update what's going on because this is pertinent to you, my friend. The Braves are back in. They have tied it up 2-2 against the St. Louis Cardinals. Spencer Schwellebach was kind of swerving on the road a little bit, but he is straightened up and is now staying in his lane. Remember, I've got him peppered kind of all over a lot of parlays tonight, and what I need from him specifically is to complete 6 innings. Right now, 4 innings in the books, 57 pitches. That is a really good sign. He had a rough second inning. Gave up an earned run. He has given up 5 hits. He's not walked a soul, and he has 4 strikeouts. But most importantly, again, those 57 pitches. Tigers up 6-2. It's the same score as well. Guardians up 6-2 at the top of the 7th against the New York Yankees. Marlins up 3-0. It's going to go with the bottom of the 6th against the Cincinnati Reds and Nick Lodolo. The Mets are up 2-0 at the end of 3. Again, Cardinals and Braves knotted up at 2 in the bottom of the 4th. Blue Jays and Astros just started. 1 out, top of the first, 0-0 in the game. And, of course, earlier today, I believe it's Patriots Day in Boston. And you always have those, absurdly early games. It started, 11 o'clock Central. So it was noon Eastern time. Might have even been earlier than that. Might have been 11 Eastern, 10 Central. 4-2 was the final for the Boston Red Sox. Fading the White Sox continues to be the gift that keeps on giving. I was talking to Brando, working the board here on BetMGM tonight during the break. I am of the feeling that the Colorado Rockies are going to push the White Sox's loss record from last season. They dropped 121 games. I think the Rockies could lose in a very similar vicinity. I think, bar none, they're the worst team in baseball, and that's saying something because the White Sox absolutely stink.
Yeah, back home, I got a cousin, and he, no matter how bad they are, man, he watches every single game until last year. Now he's all the way out. And I was like, what about some prospects? I was like, how many games have you watched start to finish and completed? And he's like, none. He's like, I've been through like 4 innings this season. I just can't do it. And then, I was actually talking about the Rockies. I feel bad for Colorado, man, because I wanted it to work out. They're terrible every year. Every year, like a lunatic, I bet them like over 66.5 wins. Not this season. But I wanted them to be good because I'm a big Chris Bryant guy. The problem for him is his body is just falling apart. Yeah, he's got the degenerate disc disease. If you remember, he got hit in the head with a pitch a couple of years back and really just hasn't been the same player. He hasn't hit more than 10 homers in one season in his time at Colorado. He got $150 million. They finally they don't know who to spend the money on. That's the problem. So they're terrible. Sox are terrible. It's going to be a race to the finish to see who finishes in the basement.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, we got to exit stage up. We come back. Hoop Scoop. Stick around right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you miss the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday edition. We're going to talk some NBA playoffs here in this segment, another edition of Hoops Goose. Before we get to that, if you want to talk to Roundball, you want to talk a little pigskin with us, hey, it's NFL Draft Week. Maybe we want to talk some early fantasy football thoughts or just some of the props attached to the exercise going down in Green Bay, Wisconsin on Thursday, or you want to talk some MLB and maybe even dropping the puck and making some bucks. All of them are on the table right now. All you got to do, you got to hold a Horvey and eyes. You pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. It's NFL Draft Week. Hashtag Team Huevos. How many quarterbacks do you believe are selected in round one? Your options are 2 QBs, 3 QBs, or believe it or not, 4 QBs on nearly 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and fire off your comments. We're going to read them a little bit later on. I'm going to give you a shout out on air. So again, send those in to us on X at BetMGM Tonight, on X at BetMGM Tonight. With that business put aside, let's get after it with another edition of Hoop Scoops.
Let's hit the hardwood to bring in the cash.
Here's Michael at the foul line. A shot on Elo. Good! The Bulls win! They win it! Set the Cleveland Cavaliers!
And find the Cinderella story.
Clark in a straight check. Oh, he didn't need to do that. He threw it away.
It's Hoop Scoops on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, let's go in and get after it here. All NBA playoff edition, all the stinking time. So here are your options. You can obviously pick from the LA Clippers and Denver Nuggets game. Game 2, the Nuggets winning that one in overtime by a slim margin. Will they get out to a 2-0 lead? We shall find out. You can do a live dive right now if you want in Pistons and Knicks, or you could go to the futures market as well. So whatever poison you want to pick, have at it. Take a little sip, and hopefully your bet is going to cash. So, Harvey, you're going to be the first one up here. Give me your selection. Give me your reasoning, and when you're done, you go to Brandon. Hey, hit me with a hoops. He'll drop a little little basketball, either call or video game reference, and I'll take the baton from there and do the exact same thing with my selection. So let's go ahead and go back and forth. You're up first, my man, with your first Hoop Scoop.
All right, so we're just going to ride out the Pistons and hope that they could win this game. They could cash our +1.5 series price, hopefully, and just at least cover the 7. So that's looking good right now. And then later on, I like the Clippers, but I played some series prices because I love a good game 1 overreaction. And I could just be way off on this, man, because the Lakers, they have no rim protection whatsoever. They don't play a whole lot of defense. I was on social media last night. I was watching Wrestlemania, not going to lie, but I saw everybody, LeBron's washed. He's not. He's fine. And Luke is going to get this thing right. I do worry that they don't play a whole lot of defense. I think they beat Minnesota in 6 or 7 still. So right now, the Lakers, they went from -185 to -205, -210, I think, on the series price. They dropped game 1 in embarrassing fashion. And I was on Minnesota in that game last night. But now all of a sudden, the Lakers are +115. So I feel like that's too good to be true. Hopefully for Minnesota fans, they do just knock off this team, right? And put an end to this LeBron stuff. But I don't think it happens, man. History tells me it doesn't happen. Also, LeBron just notoriously not great in game 1s. So kind of figured that was going to go down. I like the +115 price on the Lakers, though, to win the series against the Timberwolves here in the first round. Brandon, hit me with the hoops.
The rim is crying.
Could be.
Excellent. Hopefully, I'm going to be crying tears of joy on this one. Give me the Joker. He's a joker. He's a smoker. He's a midnight toker. He's also a basketball stroker. That is Nikola Jokic. I say he gets a triple-double tonight against the LA Clippers. Plus 130. I'll roll their shoulders. It gets seduced by that juice if it indeed cashes in. Entirely on the table. He has triple-doubled against the Clippers earlier this season in 4 matchups, including there in Game 1. He only has the 1 triple-double, but a guy entering the playoffs has got a triple-double in 3 of his last 5 games. All he needed was 1 more assist, and that's kind of generally the case for him. In Game 1, went for 29 points, 12 boards, and 9 dimes. I'm hoping the 10th dime is going to catch tonight. You look at the Clippers, it's a horrendous matchup on paper, as they've allowed the fewest opponent rebounds per game for the last 15. The 14th fewest assists per game, so a little bit more loosey-goosey there, and though in the middle of the pack. And the 3rd fewest opponent points per game. But Jokic, all he does is pile up the production because he's the best player in the known damn universe. So I say tonight, he shows up, shows out there on his own floor inside Ball Arena, and scores that triple-double at a plus 130. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Buckle up for Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant just sucked the gravity out of the target center. What a play.
What a call. All right, let's go to tomorrow night. Let's go to, wow, is that right? So the Bucks were, I bet them earlier today, as 5-point dogs on our screenshot right now, down to 3.5. I like this one a lot if Dame plays. The Bucks got just absolutely embarrassed Game 1. Giannis, in typical Giannis fashion, was excellent. Nobody else could hit a shot. Like I said to start the show, I did bet Kyle Kuzma over 12.5 points, thinking he's going to be out there chucking. He went 0 for 4 from the floor, had no rebounds, no assists. Giannis got no help, but it got chippy at the end. These teams hate each other. Indiana beat the Bucks last year in this series. I do still like Milwaukee here if Dame's able to give it a go. He was talking some trash with Tyrese Halliburton. Even though Dame's, 34 years old. If he comes back, I like Milwaukee to at least be able to cover this number. He's questionable right now with this calf injury, so we'll wait and see if he's out there. Regardless, I at least like the Bucks to make this one a little bit more competitive after getting blown out. If Dame doesn't go, we'll be on the air, obviously, tomorrow night. Maybe I just play Giannis props because, I thought he was going to go out for 60 in that game. He was awesome. Brandon, hit me with the hoops.
All right, let's get some more plus money on the board. Yes, and let's go back to that Nuggets game and against the LA Clippers. I say Christian Brown. I'm not going to go with the rock chalk on the Jayhawk. The Kansas product, I'm going to live and land down under on 2.5 points. And it's a plus 100. So little baby seduced by the juice yet again there on that even juice. You look at the under, he has done this in 3 or 4 games against LAC this season. He's averaging 11.3 points per game, though he's shooting a robust 65.5% against the Clippers this season. The reason why he rarely cashes over on this prop when he's facing LAC, then a whole lot of threes, less than 2 per game, nor does he get to the charity stripe and convert often. He's shooting fewer than 2 free throws per game. So he can still go out there, have a decent game, be a contributor, play another, 35, 40 minutes in this thing. But the Clippers, as I already mentioned with Jokic, they've been outstanding defensively in their last 15. Number 3 in the entire the NBA over that stretch in adjusted defensive efficiency, giving up just 1.082 points per possession. So knowing the fact that Brown has been under this in 3 of 4, knowing the fact that he doesn't jack a lot of threes or hit a lot of them or get to the free throw line and convert, and knowing too the Clippers have been locked down defensively, I think the under 12.5 points, way too high. I think he's going to be in that 7 to 10 range tonight. Give me the under at plus 100. And Brando, give me another. Hit me with the hoops.
Sox for the win. Oh, yes. Unbelievable.
I was going to talk, you know what? I was going to bet the Grizzlies. I'm not going to do that. That was embarrassing. They lost by 52 Game 1. So I'll stay away. I don't know that there is a bounce back with that team. But I do like a prop tonight. Let's go with, since the Bulls have been eliminated per usual in the plan, let's go with former Bulls legend Chris Dunn. His PRA went from 10.5 to 11.5 points, rebounds, and assists. I like this. Chris Dunn, he's been getting minutes. He's averaging over 6 points per game this season, 3.4 rebounds, 2.8 assists, shooting 43% from the floor. Game 1, played over 30 minutes. Now, that game did go to overtime, but still, when he does play, at least 20 minutes, he averages over this number, 13.7 points, rebounds, and assists. He's went over this number in over 60% of his games this season, and he's been getting a lot of run. So we're going to go with Chris Dunn, actually. Soft number, went from 10.5 to 11.5, but it's still plus money, even money right now. Chris Dunn, over 11.5 PRA, coming up in the Clippers-Nuggets game at 10 p.m. Brandon, hit me with the hoops.
So let me ask you again. Do you love this game?
Yes.
Is there a newborn kitten purring in here right now? I couldn't hear you. Do you want to be in the NBA? Yes! Well, let's make that happen.
Good stuff there from the Sandman. All right, let's get another bet on the board that I like tonight. And I'm going to go with Kawhi Leonard in the matchup between the Clippers and the Denver Nuggets. And a guy that's got those active hands, those kleptomaniac hands, one of the best defenders that I've seen in my lifetime on the NBA floor. I say he gets at least a couple of steals. So give me the over 1.5 steals. A little bit heavier juice there at a minus 130, but I'm certainly interested in playing this one. Why? Well, he had 3 steals in game numero uno. And if you look at the regular season, he didn't even play the Denver Nuggets because remember, he was dealing with myriad injuries. But you look at Denver in their last 15, they allowed the 8th most opponent steals per game at 8.5. And a guy that I think is going to be, one of the best, he is one of the best on-ball defenders, and he's going to exert enough pressure, slap the leather away, collect it, and we're going to get at least not 1, but 2 steals, and that occurs, again, at a minus 130 over on that prop. One more time, Brandon! Hit me with oops.
Improbable! Unbelievable! Impossible! Magic Giddy! Good day, mate!
All right, let's get you an update on what is going down in the NBA game that is underway. And we got a barn burner right now, nearly halftime, as the Pistons are up 5 on the New York Knicks, 52-47. Giving you a stat update. Look at Kate Cunningham. He's got 17, 7 rebounds. Here's a shocking stat for you. He has no assists. Really? 0 assists. Yeah. That's kind of wild to me for a team that is leading right now. Harris has got 9 and 4. Duran's got 8 and 6 so far in the game. Schroeder coming off the bench has 9 points. And meanwhile, for the Knicks, they got 3 players in double figures. Of course, Jalen Brunson's one of them. He's got 15 points and 4 dimes in the first half. Bridges with 13. He also has 3 steals. And your boy Cat has 10 points. With Horby, you were on the over on 3-pointers made. Is that correct? Yeah, he's over 1. Not good.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
Anunoby, though. Anunoby's got a steal. He doesn't have a block, though. I need another steal and a block. That could be a wash of a game for us.
Yeah. Cat is getting buckets, man. But again, he is only taking 1 3, which isn't good. He only went 1 for 3 game 1. I like that plus money price. Should have just probably went with the points and rebounds. I don't really think that Detroit has an answer for him. And I feel all right about the Pistons, but again, now the Knicks are making this run, and this reminds me exactly of what went down game 1 when the Pistons had an 8-point lead in the 4th quarter, and then the Knicks go on like a 21-1 run. So that did scare me. You got a young team, and I almost felt like, that's kind of the way that you look at it. Hey, do the Pistons bounce back game 2? Or, that's hard to get over because you had a double-digit lead the majority of that game. You were up 8 in the 4th quarter. You let it slip away, and you lose that game to steal home court advantage game 1. That's what you worry about. How are they going to react game 2? So that one's going to be a sweat. Luckily, Capitals, no sweat there yet. Up 2-0 in the second period. Ovechkin already has a goal. Guy's the greatest of all time. But yeah, man, I'm going to have to sweat out the stupid Pistons. And I need Cat to start chucking some threes because the Josh Hart prop, I'm going to say that one's already dead. He's got 5 assists. And we're not even at the half, and I needed under 6.5. So cold streak's going to continue in the NBA. Thank God. The NFL draft's right around the corner, and I get all my money back.
Yeah, hopefully that will be the case. I hope you're going to be a pinpoint prognosticator in that exercise. I'm really irked right now. I had Nick Lodolo. I need the over on 17.5 outs. He was well on pace to get there, and then he got in a little bit of a trouble, got 2 outs in the 6th, and then got yanked. Oh, I hate that. So 5 2/3. Did not get the extra round needed for me to cash on that, but Schwellebach did hit the over on 17.5 outs. Unfortunately, the Cardinals are now up 3-2 on the Atlanta Braves. So we got to get some run support here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Hopefully get him a lead so he can get on top and be eligible for the win. All right, we got exit stage left here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, fantasy football talk. Yeah, insanely early ADPs, quarterback edition. You don't want to miss that conversation. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And in the house on this Manic Monday alongside Ryan Horvat. We're going to be talking more tackle football here momentarily. Fantasy football version. We're going to do some overvalued, undervalued, and properly valued. And an insanely early peek at average draft positions in the world of fantasy. And we're going to be focused on quarterbacks tonight, like we're going to have our eye on some of the first-year players and where they're going to land in Thursday night's round one of the NFL Draft. Friendly reminder on that front, if you want instant analysis, whether for fantasy football, sports betting purposes, we're the guys for you. You got to tune in to BetMGM Tonight. We're going to have you covered wall-to-wall live right here on BetMGM Tonight, night one and night two of this year's NFL Draft. So we're going to be spinning it forward across the gaming world to get you all the pertinent opinions and insights that we possibly can over our 3 and 4 hours on the show. Again, on Thursday and Friday, make sure you tune in to BetMGM Tonight for our coverage of this year's NFL Draft from Green Bay, Wisconsin. Also, if you want to talk some tackle football with us, maybe you want to talk some NBA, some Major League Baseball, drop the puck and make some bucks. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. It's NFL Draft Week. Hashtag Team Huevos. How many quarterbacks do you believe are selected in round one? Out of 2 quarterbacks, 3 quarterbacks, or 4 quarterbacks. Nearly 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show and give you a shout out on air. So drop those in on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. Once again, we're going to do a little insanely early ADP view from a fantasy football perspective. And here's how this segment is going to work. I'm going to throw out a quarterback. I'm going to give you where that quarterback ranks right now in terms of overall average draft position and the pecking order as well at the quarterback position. And then I'm going to simply ask Ryan Horvat, do you believe that player is overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued? We'll have a conversation, and then we'll move on to the next guy. Horvey, are you ready?
Oh, I am ready. Let's do it.
All right, let's start off with Jaden Daniels, a guy, your neck of the woods there in Maryland, that certainly had a breakout season for the Washington Commanders. A lot of Bears fans regretting the selection by the Bears, the number 1 overall last season of Caleb Williams. Thinking, oh my God, just think if we would have had Jaden Daniels, what we could have done last year. We could have been Washington right there, knocking the door of maybe making the Super Bowl, but of course they fell short. Jaden Daniels right now, quarterback 3 in average drafts, according to Fantasy Pros, with an overall ADP of 43.47. Now, again, this is based on a standard passing system, so that scoring system being 4 points for a passing touchdown, not that crazy 6 points for all touchdowns. And this does not include a superflex. It's a single quarterback format. Superflex, for those of you that may not be aware, essentially it's 2 quarterbacks. A super flex could qualify as a quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. So effectively you have a single quarterback that you're always playing, and like 99.9% of the time, at least bye weeks or injuries are really kicking in, you're going to have a second quarterback playing at all times. So again, standard format with the 4 points per passing touchdown. We're always going half-point PPR. Jaden Daniels, quarterback 3, 43.47. Horvat, overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued?
All right, so I wanted to say undervalued, but I'm going to go actually proper value just because we say always, right, second-year quarterback, and they add weapons, right? They bring in Deebo Samuel, even though that was not a great season for Deebo and he was all beat up. We love Terry McLaurin. And you always say, well, he's only going to continue to get better. But we also said the same thing about C.J. Stroud. I thought people were drafting C.J. Stroud way too high, at least in my leagues last year. People were betting him to win the MVP. And I'm not going to say he had a sophomore slump. He still had a pretty good season with a beat-up offensive line, but he did not win MVP. He wasn't an all-pro. But, man, I want to almost say undervalued. I'm going to say proper right now. I want to see one more year of sample size. I'm not going to get crazy and say the Bears made a mistake because I'm really high on Caleb. But as a fantasy quarterback, I'm higher on Jaden, right? He finished with 1,000 rushing yards, second only next to Lamar Jackson. Was second in designed runs, so they're going to have more design stuff you would figure in the Kingsbury offense. Also really good scrambling as well. And last year, quarterback 4 through 17 weeks in the regular season. In the playoffs, QB 6. 22 points per game. Like I said, rushed for over 1,000 yards. So I think he's properly valued. If anything, maybe a little undervalued.
I think he's a little bit overvalued, honestly, at QB3. I think you're buying at full market price. Josh Allen, by the way, for reference, is QB1. Lamar Jackson is QB2. So let me ask you this before I give you my reasoning on why I feel he's overvalued. Who would you rather have in a draft right now, Horvat? Because this is really justify where you're going to be ranking on Mr. Jaden Daniels. Is it Jaden Daniels or Jalen Hurts? Who would you rather have?
I would rather have Jaden Hurts. I would rather have Jaden Daniels over Jalen Hurts.
I would like to have a hybrid of the two as well.
Yeah, give me the combo of them. Yes.
I would rather have Hurts. I would rather have Hurts. Daniels or Joe Burrow?
I would rather have Joe Burrow, especially this season.
I would too. So if you view it that way, and I think both of us are on the same page, Josh Allen's going to be the one-of-ones at quarterback. There's an argument for Lamar Jackson to be the one-of-ones, but they're 1 and 2 in some order. So Daniels effectively on your board be like QB4 because you're going to have Burrow slightly higher. I'm going to have Burrow and Hurts ahead of him. So I got him right now at quarterback 5. So I think he's a little bit overvalued at the QB3 price tag. You got to remember last season, in terms of wins above replacement, he was number 22 overall, the 4th best quarterback. Okay, that's outstanding. But fantasy football purposes on a per game basis, he was number 6. So again, you're paying top market price for him at quarterback 3. Yes, he was excellent at adjusted completion percentage at number 10, but only number 29 in deep ball completion percentage, number 11 in red zone completion percentage. The rushing stats, of course, ballooned his overall value, averaging 52.4 rush yards per game with the 6 rushing touchdowns. I just think this is a little bit too much of a bullish market on him at QB3. So slightly overvalued is my call with Jaden Daniels. All right, let's go to Baker, the touchdown maker. Right now, QB6 in terms of ADP, overall ADP at 68.87. So Harvey, overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued on Baker Mayfield?
I'll say slightly overvalued just because I would have him closer to the 7-8 range. I think it's going to be a bounce back season for Mahomes, right? And I mean, last year, obviously 2024, he broke out. And I think a lot of people expected regression because Liam Cohen took over as play caller instead. I mean, that was his best season fantasy wise. Before that, finished 18th or worse, I believe, every season in his first 6 years. But I don't know if he's going to skip a beat, man, right? Like, Chris Godwin and Mike Evans both dealt with injuries last season. You hope that Mike Evans is at least fully healthy this year. Jalen McMillan, I think, is going to be awesome this year. And you look at Mayfield's numbers last year. He's only going to be 30 years old. He completed 71% of his passes, 3rd best in the league. So I'm going to say slightly overvalued, but I do think top 10, I would say like 7 or 8 for me.
Yeah, I think slightly overvalued is the right call. I think he's around 8 for me, quite frankly. I mean, you look at the guys that are going around the same vicinity, so it's like, who would you rather have, Mahomes or Mayfield? You're on Mahomes? I would go Mahomes. Would you rather have Mayfield or Jared Goff? I'd rather have Mayfield over Goff. What about Mayfield over Kyler Murray? I actually go with the Dachshund of the Desert and Kyler Murray, who I think is going to have an incredible year. Potentially down there in the great Southwest. So that's where I'm at on Baker Mayfield. His WAR last season was 25 overall, 5th best among quarterbacks. He finished quarterback 3 in fantasy in a points per game basis. He was number 4 in adjusted completion percentage. Amazing. Number 10 in total air yards. Number 10 in deep ball completion percentage. And numero uno in red zone completion percentage. He had 44 total touchdowns. You might say, well, he's got to get Chris Godwin back. Yeah, that's a plus. But losing Cohen, as you mentioned, the OC to Jacksonville, there's going to be some negative ripple effects there. So slight downgrade for Baker Mayfield for me. I'm going to have a quarterback 8. Not where he is going right now at quarterback 6. All right, let's go to Patrick Mahomes. A very disappointing year last year. Quarterback 7 right now is a current ADP. 69, nice. A 0.61 for the overall ADP. So overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued?
I'll say properly valued. I do think he's going to be top 5 this season. I'm considering playing some Patrick Mahomes MVP prices just because last year, even the year before that, man, weren't typical Pat Mahomes seasons, right? He's going to be 29 years old. He had 5 straight years where he was a top 5 fantasy quarterback, at least top 6, I know. And then last year, I believe, was 11th, just fell outside the top 10. The year before that was even worse. He was 13th. And it's because, now with the too high shell and no Tyreek Hill, it's a completely different Chiefs offense. It's more Dinkin and Duncan. His ADOT, a career low, 6.4, then 6.8 last year. So the last 2 years, not really pushing the ball down the field. But I was really excited last year going into the season because the Hollywood Brown pickup. And then we didn't see him till week 12, week 13. He was never fully healthy. Now, hopefully, fingers crossed, he's healthy to start training camp. You bring back Rashee Rice, and you have Xavier Worthy year 2. Plus Mahomes, the last couple years at least, he's been using his legs a little bit more. So I think he's going to be a top 5 quarterback. But I think right now he's properly rated, maybe even like a little overrated.
Yeah, the quarterback 7 is spot on with that 69.61 ADP. A guy that was quarterback 10 in WAR last year, which is un-Mahomes-like. Finished quarterback 11 in points per game in a down year, 16 adjusted completion percentage, 34 deep ball completion percentage, but still number 5 in red zone completion percentage with the 28 total touchdowns. Having a healthy Rice will certainly help him out tremendously this year. Xavier Worthy really turned on late in the year, and having Hollywood Brown on the field for most of the year as well will be a major upgrade for him as far as the position and targets go. All right, we got to head to stage left here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to be talking some more tackle football. Oh, actually, no, we're going to be talking NBA with Anthony Irwin. All Lakers all the time. So stick around right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
nuts tonight. The streak ends tonight.
This four-legger, let's come out of the gate strong.
With the sledgehammer, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action. They got to listen to the sharps. Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well.
Daddy gotta have it. I am Sledgehammer. How you doing, girl?
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
There was a pair of shoes for $200, and they went on sale this past week, and you had 3 days to get them for $60, and you didn't. Now they're back to $200. Would you buy them? And she's like, no. I said, then why would you bet the Mavs at 6.5?
Bringing you all the late night sweats and bets.
It's seduced by that juice, gentlemen.
Never forgive Al Horford. No, he's old. He's 6'10". Dunk the basketball. Instead, he tries to lay it in, and he misses a bunny.
And helping you win big in fantasy.
I think Baker, the touchdown maker.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. And in the house with me tonight, Ryan Horvat on this Manic Monday edition. And we're going to be talking some NBA playoffs, specifically the LA Lakers with Anthony Irwin here momentarily. Hey, a friendly reminder, if you want to talk some round ball with us, you absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole question of the day. And it's asking in this. It's NFL Draft Week. Hashtag Team Huevos. How many quarterbacks do you believe are selected in round one out of 2 quarterbacks, 3 quarterbacks, or 4 quarterbacks? Nearly 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and drop us a line. We're going to read that a little bit later on the show, and we'll give you a shout out as well. So keep them a coming on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Before we bring on Anthony, quick update. The playoff game is going on right now. Detroit up 62-53, about 7 minutes remaining in the third quarter in New York against the Knicks. Cade Cunningham is balling tonight. 22 points and 9 rebounds. He does have 5 turnovers. And oddly still, Horvey, he doesn't have an assist. But Cade Cunningham has been rather unstoppable so far this evening as the Pistons have a decent lead here midway through the third quarter inside the Garden. All right, let's go and bring on Anthony Irwin right now, host of the Lakers Lounge, a Lakers insider, and a guy you gotta follow on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Anthony Irwin LA, on X at Anthony Irwin LA. Anthony, welcome to BetMGM tonight. Straight away from me, my man, the Lakers were on the losing end of game one, 117-95. What was most alarming about what went wrong in that matchup against the T-Wolves? And in your mind, what seems to be the biggest hurdles in this series overall for Luka and LeBron?
Well, the fact that Julius Randle may be the worst modern playoff basketball player in the history of the sport is good now. That's a little alarming. And Rudy Gobert, somebody who Luka Doncic normally plays off of the court, he was a plus 14 in that game too. So if both of those players are plus players here for the rest of the series, might be a short one for the Lakers.
Wow.
Yeah, my worry, man. So I took a shot today. They're plus 115 to win this series. I went with the LeBron never really being that good in game one narrative. But the thing that scares me most, rim protection and defense, would that be your biggest concern? Like, what do you think the biggest adjustment is that they need to make here game two? Because I feel like everybody was just going off game one.
Well, you can't be smaller and slower than the team that you're playing against. And they were so clearly physically outmatched in this game. It was actually kind of wild to watch how faster Minnesota was to the basketball. Any kind of a 50-50 ball was going in Minnesota's direction. Everybody kind of harps on Minnesota shooting. They shot really well the second half of the season. They making 50% of their threes. Yeah, that's kind of an alarming number and stuff like that. But really, I thought what made me the most nervous was the Lakers' centerless basketball being as ineffective as it was against Minnesota. That is the Lakers' bread and butter. JJ Redick doesn't really trust Jackson Hayes in general, and I think specifically in the series. And if the Lakers' centerless basketball, if their approach like that isn't effective, and they allow Minnesota to stay big, then they're in big trouble. That is not a sustainable path for them to win the series.
Do you worry about, I mean, I don't know if this is like overblown or whatnot, but obviously like Chris Finch has playoff experience. JJ Redick does not. Do you worry about that a little bit in a series like this? Because I was actually a fan of the JJ Redick hire. But, I mean, obviously like game one, it's easy just to rag on the guy, but your thoughts on him, and do you worry a little bit about that here in the playoffs?
Well, he said after practice today that the Lakers need to play harder and be more organized. And that sounded way too much like Darvin Ham. That's a Darvin Ham quote that I saw that quote and it just, I started shaking. I was like, oh God, tell me he didn't say that with his hands in his pants. Please tell me he's capable of calling timeouts. But no, I think it is a little alarming. The lack of leadership there. You mentioned LeBron kind of feeling his way into series, and you kind of know that you might be getting some of that. His approach to game 2 is going to be really telling. But JJ Redick basically saying that the Lakers need to play harder and they need to be more organized. Those are things that you got to hammer home on your way into a series. The home games, that first home game is a lot more important to the Lakers than it is to the Wolves there. And for the Lakers to just they threw that first punch, it landed. Then the Wolves counterpunched, and the Lakers were like, oh, "You're not allowed to punch back. What's going on?" And it just in the rest of the game just played out pretty ugly.
Yeah, no question about it. We're talking to Anthony Irwin right now, host of Lakers Lounge. He is a Lakers insider. Make sure you follow him on X, would you kindly, at Anthony Irwin LA. Again, on X, at Anthony Irwin LA. Anthony, pinning out wide right now. If the Lakers somehow come from behind and oust the Timberwolves in this series, what team would be the better next round opponent? Would it be Houston or Golden State? And please support with a few reasons why, if you don't mind.
It's Houston by a lot. I think what we're learning, contrary to what Nico Harrison's trying to tell everybody, offense wins championships now. And if you can't score, you're putting a crazy ceiling on what you're capable of in a postseason. You see it with Orlando in that series against Boston. Orlando's a phenomenal defensive team, and they can't score. And I think we saw it last night between Houston and Golden State, where, Houston's capable of getting stops and suffocating even Golden State's offense. But eventually, Steph is going to happen, and Jimmy Butler is going to happen. And to me, I want to avoid those two guys in a playoff series like the plague. So I think Houston is a couple years away from being a couple years away, and it starts with their inability to score.
Anthony, getting back to game 2, the odds for top scorer in the contest are out. You got $100 running a hole in your pocket right now. Who's your pick out of Luka at -120 to be the leading scorer of the game? Anthony Edwards at +300, LeBron at +400, or maybe want to go further down the list with somebody else.
I have a weird feeling LeBron's going to have something to say about this series, and that's great. That's a great number on him. If you can quadruple your money if on LeBron James in the postseason, I mean, it's basically a must win for him. If they go down 2-0 in this series, then LeBron is on the verge potentially of being knocked out in the first round, despite having home court advantage. I don't think he's going to take that laying down. I know Luka is the safest bet, mathematically there, but getting that much money on LeBron James in essentially a must win for his team, I'll make that bet.
Yeah,
Anthony, one quick Yeah, that's a great price, 4-1. Let me sneak one in, man. I wanted to ask you about Luka because I couldn't believe those Nico comments that came out where he's like, I knew people liked Luka, but I didn't know they felt like him the way that they did. Do you think Luka? I mean, obviously, like money talks. Los Angeles, huge market. Do you think that that's ultimately where he'll want to stick around and be with the Lakers, especially when it's all said and done for LeBron? We'll see if JJ Redick if that works out. But do you think that that's where Luka's going to be here for years to come?
Yeah, I mean, he's a really loyal guy, and these European players in particular are very loyal to their teams. We see it with Jokic, we see it with Giannis to a certain extent, we see it now with Luka, and Luka was just absolutely downtrodden at the now eventuality that he is not going to finish his career in Dallas. So I think he doesn't want to be another, a 3-team player at this point. If there was maybe if the Dallas Mavericks and if Patrick Dumont basically came out and put Nico Harrison's head on a spike, maybe then Luka goes back to Dallas. But I don't see him playing in another city beyond LA.
Anthony, we'll get you out of here on this one. Give us who you believe is going to be playing in the NBA Finals, so the Western Conference, Eastern Conference, and who hoists Larry O'Brien in the end.
Man, it really pains me to say nice things about Boston. Yeah, I would really rather not. So the petty, spiteful person to me is like, yeah, it's going to be Cleveland and OKC. But no, I think this is heading towards, Boston. I think is just really well put together, and now you even have Joe Mazzulla being so comfortable that he's telling the trainer not to go out and help Jason Tatum off of the court and stuff like that. It's just a crazy situation over there. But I think Boston comes out of the East, and OKC profiles statistically as a juggernaut in the West. I'm still not all that comfortable betting against both Steph or Jokic. And so if it's not going to be Luka and LeBron, so I don't know. I'm pretty comfortable saying Boston. I'm fairly comfortable. I wish I was more comfortable saying OKC, and I think Boston wins that series.
Yeah, I think it's really consensus. We've interviewed a lot of NBA insiders, and number of them everybody's on the Boston bandwagon right now, and understandably so in the East. I think it's going to be a bit of a cakewalk for the C's to get to the NBA Finals, and they think they're going to end up winning the whole thing, and the ticker tape parade is going to commence there in Beantown. But the West, a little bit more wild, a little bit more wacky. Could be some more upheaval there. A lot of people, you're right. I mean, you look at the numerics, the advanced analytics, it's like OKC. But you match it up with the eye test. You look at some of the other teams and the mega superstars and their proven track records in the playoffs. And you're right, man. I think it's up for grabs completely in what is the Wild Wild West. So that is an excellent perspective there. Anthony Irwin, a tremendous job as always, host of the Lakers Lounge, Lakers Insider. Make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Anthony Irwin LA, on X, at Anthony Irwin LA. Anthony, we appreciate the time, my man. Enjoy the playoffs.
Thanks for having me, guys. Anytime.
All right, there he goes, Anthony Irwin. Keeping it real. I think he's entirely right. Yeah. And it was paining him to say anything positive about the C's, and understandably so. Being a Lakers guy, the storied rivalry, it's gone over decades and all that. But you got to give credit where credit is due. They're the team to beat in the East. And again, harping back on what I just said, OKC, they may be the consensus kind of chalk to take the West and represent as a top seed in the NBA Finals. But, man, I think it's totally up for grabs. And with Jokic, with Curry, and, people are probably sleeping way too hard on the Nuggets and way too hard as well on Golden State.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. Golden State's a scary team because Jimmy Butler in the playoffs is just a different dude. He's playoff Jimmy. Steph Curry, the greatest shooter of all time. Draymond, although many people hate him, could defend all 5 positions. They have depth. Steve Kerr, championship-winning coach. So they're scary. I'm still not ready to count out the Clippers after one bad game, or the Nuggets. Those are 2 teams. Yeah. It sucks that they had to match up in the first round, but love the Clippers, what they did really the last 2-3 months of the season, where they were top 10 in offensive and defensive efficiency. Kawhi's healthy. Hopefully he stops turning the ball over so much. And it's tough betting against Jokic. I just wish that team had more depth, man, because they really rely on him, and the non-Jokic minutes are disgusting. And then the Lakers are the ultimate wild card because they play not a whole lot of defense. It's weird that they got bullied like that because they actually fared decently against big teams this year, but they were just off game one. I still expect them to win that series. And then we'll see about OKC, man, because the case I keep trying to make against them is they don't have a whole lot of playoff experience, but that team is damn good, right? Like we saw game one. That was never a game. I tried to tune in the first quarter. It was already over. They won that game by 52 points. So they might just be the outlier, right? Like the team that doesn't need to get to the playoffs and lose a bunch of years before they make that deep run to the finals. Because I think this team might be just too good. But yeah, minus 135 or whatever they're at right now, crazy.
Yeah, totally crazy. All right, well, it's not crazy. We're going to talk more NFL draft props coming up next. Stick around. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably the Big Noise Heavens with Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday. We're going to talk some more NFL draft here and some more prop action as well. Covering some action on 4 teams. We've kind of dabbled about most of the teams so far in the draft, but we have a few curveballs that we have not yet addressed in this segment. We'll bring it out a little wide as well for some fantasy football conversation if we see fit. And hey, if you want to talk some fantasy football with us, hey, if you want to talk some NFL draft betting, maybe there's bets in the NBA. It's 68-58 right now. Around 3 minutes ago in the third quarter as the Detroit Pistons up on the New York Knicks. Maybe want some action in the Nuggets series against the Clippers. Maybe want to talk some Major League Baseball. We got another game upcoming is yet to start on the left coast between the Giants and the Brewers, or even dropping the puck and making some bucks in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Easy way to contact Horvey and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing. Poll question of the day, and it's asking you this. It's NFL draft week, hashtag Team Huevos. How many quarterbacks do you believe are selected in round 1 out of 2 quarterbacks, 3 quarterbacks, or 4 quarterbacks? Will Jalen Milroe find a way to sneak in to round 1? Nearly 250 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment. Again, we're going to read them in the next segment, and we're going to give you a shout-out on air. So keep those a-coming on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. Horvat, before we dive in to this round of NFL draft player props, how many tickets do you have open this year so far in the NFL draft?
I counted this weekend 18. I have 18 right now. Now my favorite, I have Travis Hunter plus 650 to go number 2 overall, and that's easily my favorite. Yeah, I wish I would have bet Cam Ward earlier, obviously, to go number 1 overall. But I got that, and then I got some darts like Shador to go number 3 to the Giants, which I tweeted out a mock draft today, or I put it on Instagram, and Costos left me a great comment. He said I had to stop scrolling after pick 3 because I had the Giants going Shador, which I was surprised because he's been wanting a quarterback the last couple of years. And then I got, Bills to go edge rusher, defensive line, Packers to go corner. But yeah, I got, I think 18, and I'll probably add 5 to 10 more before we get there. I'm still waiting on certain things that just haven't popped yet, or prices that haven't popped. But yeah, I'll probably have 23 to 25 when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I was going to set the line at 25 and a half. A truth be told.
Yeah.
So the fact you're at 18, you're well under, but we still have a few days before night 1. And there'll probably be a couple of props that surface after the opening night in round 2 of guys that have fallen in the draft. Maybe it is Shador Sanders. Maybe it's Jackson Dart. Where's that quarterback going to go in round 2? Are they going to go straight away? I always, wait to see if I can find props on over-under, how many trades on night 1 or how many trades on night 2. I haven't seen anything of that market yet. So I'm hoping that BetMGM opens up a prop line on the NFL draft of over under 3.5 or 4.5 trades. Do I have any inside information? No. I just like movement. I like curveballs. I like to be surprised, and I want to be entertained because I have covered the NFL draft. God, this might be my 12th or 13th. I remember I used to covering live at Radio City Music Hall when I worked at Yahoo Sports with Melanie Collins, who does a tremendous job working sidelines for CBS. Yeah, we worked together for a number of years. She's an amazing human. And Sean King, former NFL quarterback, Super Bowl winning quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers back in the day. We had Sean on just a couple of weeks ago right here on BetMGM Tonight. So that's how far back I go like when Jimmy Garoppolo was getting picked out of Eastern Illinois. That was that draft I was covering for Radio City Music Hall. So I've been all over the place. I've been to like Roosevelt College in Chicago. That was an interesting draft and location. A number of other places. I love the NFL draft. And I just, again, want to be thoroughly entertained. That's why we need some upheaval, some things that we're not expecting. And I think we're going to get that this year, given the marketplace and apparently the desire right now for one Ashton Genty, if it is indeed true. All right, let's go ahead and start diving in on some of these team props that I pulled from BetMGM. Let's start with the Baltimore Ravens, a team that just seemingly can't get over the damn hump in the AFC because of the stupid Kansas City Chiefs. I'm praying that, one day Lamar Jackson gets there, showcases his wares and the Super Bowl and hoists the Lombardi trophy. The man deserves it. He's a multi-time MVP. He's an amazing player and has been a centerpiece. But right now, the market leader for Baltimore at their number one pick in round one is that's number 27 overall. D-line edge at plus 110. So, Horvey, I'm going to ask you, would you fade or follow the Ravens going D-line or edge at plus 110?
I'm going to fade this, actually. So, Daniel Jeremiah a couple weeks ago put out his 3.0 mock draft, and he had the Ravens going at 27, Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon. Makes sense, right? That seems like a Baltimore Raven type pick. Fix up the defensive side of the ball, add more pieces on the defensive line to stop the run. But I think you got to get Lamar more weapons, man. So I'm going to go 13-1, shop around 15-1 to go wide receiver. And this is one that I've been waiting for. I want to see Emeka Egbuka to go to Green Bay, and I want to see Egbuka to go to Baltimore. Because Baltimore, obviously we're fantasy guys, right? And it was not a great year for Mark Andrews, and he looks completely washed. And then we like Isaiah Likely, but I think the Todd Monken offense, man, I think they want to do more 3 wide receiver set stuff. And Egbuka can block. He's really physical, as we saw at Ohio State, so he's good in the run game. And he's a solid route runner and pass catcher. Probably take some pressure off Zay Flowers, right? And Bateman, you could use more as that vertical threat. Egbuka could be kind of your underneath type guy. And like I said, he's really good blocking and has some really good man coverage routes, like especially from the boundary. So I kind of like 13-1, 14-1 Ravens to go wide receiver. Like they got to get Lamar more weapons, man. You cannot rely on Mark Andrews once again this season. I think he's a trade candidate. So I kind of like receiver, but it wouldn't shock me. So I'm going to fade this.
Yeah, I'm going to fade this too. I would love to see him go wide receiver. I just don't think they're going to go D-line edge because if you look at last year, they were number 1 in rush success rate defense in the NFL. Number 1. And they got a lot of those guys back. They're actually really sound on the back end defensively, too. They were number 8 in drop back success rate on defense as well. The only reason why this is a market favor, because you look at the NFL mock draft database, they have them projected for James Pierce out of Tennessee edge rusher, but only 15%. I think a number of options are on the table, and I think wide receiver is certainly one of them. They do need some help. Outside of Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, they need that like number 3 guy. They could do some additional dirty work underneath, much like Zay can. It would alleviate some of the pressure on him. I mean, Andrews can do that at times, but give Lamar another damn weapon because Patrick Mahomes has an endless supply of them when they're all healthy and maybe out of trouble with the law. See Rashee Rice. All right, let's go to Indy. Tight end is your pack leader right now at even money at plus 100. So Ryan Horvath, you got to fade or follow?
I will actually follow this one. I think it'll be a dumb pick. I think they go Tyler Warren. I don't think he's a dumb pick, or Colston Loveland. I don't think you could go wrong with either of those guys, or even Arroyo in the second round at the tight end position. But it's just like with the Colts, man, you already have 3 really good wide receivers that you can't get the football to because you can't figure out your quarterback situation. I don't think Anthony Richardson's that guy, and I'm pretty sure Daniel Jones is not that guy, but I think Daniel Jones might be their starter come like week 3, week 4. He might even be the starter week 1, man. Let's be honest.
Wow.
So I would follow. It's not something I want to bet at a plus 115 price. I would actually rather bet linebacker, which I don't even see on the board right here, but maybe take a oh, right there, 6-1. I think they should go linebacker, inside linebacker, get a green dot, but they most likely take Tyler Warren. And if he's gone, I think they go Colston Loveland. So I'll follow it, but I don't want to bet it.
Yeah, I'm going to follow it. I'm not going to bet it either. They need all the help they can get. They were number 24 DP per play offense last season, number 27 in drop back success rate offense. NFL mock draft database at number 14 overall has them going Colston Loveland. 37% of the prognosticators, the evaluators, have him going Loveland. So, yeah, if Warren's there, maybe Warren's top on the draft board. If not, it's going to be Loveland. That is a win-win situation in my estimation. But when you have Anthony Richardson, as you mentioned, he was dead last among all qualifying quarterbacks in adjusted completion percentage last year. He has got to tighten up, man. He is a guy that's really going to make some strides in terms of his accuracy. He was airmailing everything over Michael Pittman, who's like 6'5", continuously. So, Loveland's a big body. Warren's a big body. But you're right. The bigger issue there is a quarterback. They're going to go tight end. That would make all the sense. I'm just not going to be a heavy investor in a dynasty league. And you could be onto something about Daniel Jones. Is that an upgrade? Not really. But that could be a slight upgrade over Anthony Richardson. All right, let's go to Philadelphia, the world champs. D-line edge is the consensus chalk right now at plus 100 for Fly, Eagles Fly. Of course, picking at number 32 overall. What does Philly do? Are you going to fade or follow D-line edge to the Eagles at plus 100?
All right, so I'm going to follow this if I'm being smart, right? I faded it earlier, and I got a little bit better of a price, but 7-1 to go safety. I don't hate for the Eagles, but I think that they probably have to go defensive line, right? Because in free agency, you lose Milton Williams, defensive tackle, and you lose one of your edge rushers with Josh Sweat. And I still like the talent that they have there, but it's Howie, man. So I think you just go chalk. I think you follow this, and I think the Eagles have to go defensive line or edge rusher. You get them obviously on the same line. It's even money. I think that's the way to go. So I would follow this one.
Yeah, that's close. They're going to go defense. You might be able to find a market for that. It's probably going to be minus money. It might be on the back end, could be on the front end. They finished the season number 3 in EP per play D, number 6 in rush success rate D, and also a number 1 in pass success rate defense. I really don't have any weaknesses. NFL mock draft database has them going Nick Amenrory out of South Carolina at safety, but only 9% of the evaluators there have him going that way. So it's going to be defense. If you're going to find some at plus money, I mean, maybe the 7-1 ticket for them to go safety is really the way to go if you're looking to maximize investment. But it's going to be a defender of some sort. It's anyone's best guess as who it is. Let's go to New Orleans in the quarterback position. This has been all over the map, man. I think it was as high as I saw, like almost minus 200 a handful of days ago that they were doing that at number 9. It's back down to nearly even money. It's a minus 105 right now. I know we've been hearing from some of the Saints insiders and beat writers that they were going to wait on quarterback in round 2. What are your thoughts? I mean, with the Derek Carr situation, they almost have to go quarterback. And I think Shedeur Sanders does make a boatload, a bleep load of sense for this organization to head in that direction. Do they go quarterback? Is it Sanders or maybe even Jackson Dart?
I forgot who said it. It was somebody this week. I watched so much of this stuff, man. And they said Shedeur Sanders is Drew Brees with swag. And that's what I'm saying. Like, doesn't have the strongest arm, but is an intermediate passer, can make every single throw. Not the best athlete, but I think, he's a project. Might take a year or two, but I think they should go Shedeur or just pass on a quarterback until next season, to be honest. Honestly, dude, the Saints are so crippled with this Derek Carr contract and for kicking the tire down the road for the last 5-6 years with these bad contracts. Michael Thomas, a lot of guys on the defensive side of the ball. They should just go full rebuild and get your quarterback next year. Take the best available player. If it's Tyler Warren, if it's Colston Loveland, if it's Tet McMillan, I think you just build a roster and then get your quarterback next year in a deeper class. But knowing the Saints, man, I think that they'll either reach for Shedeur or Jackson Dart. So this would be the only bet that I would make. It would be quarterback for the Saints. So I'd follow.
Yeah, and it's a much better price right now. And then again, about a week ago, I was like minus 180 I saw there at BetMGM. Yeah, number 25 at EPA per play offense. They need the upgrade at quarterback position in a desperate way. You're going to get Chris Olave back and healthy. You still got Alvin Kamara and get it done as a dual threat rusher. I like some of the weapons there. Brandon Cook's another tour duty down there. They were number 31 in dropback success rate offense last season, so they got to get a quarterback. NFL mock draft database at number 9 has Shedeur Sanders at 42% of the mockers. So that's a hefty sum. So minus 105, definitely worth the sprinkle. I would love to see this get to even money, so I could get really excited about that investment. All right, we got exit stage left. When we come back here on BetMGM tonight, we'll get to be an update and Pistons next, and it's an exciting game, and review our cards as well. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably the big noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this Manic Monday edition. That's my final segment of the night. But hey, our phone lines are still open. If you want to talk a little NFL draft from a betting point of view or fantasy football point of view, you want to talk a little round ball in the NBA playoffs, so to drop the puck and make some bucks in the NHL or some Major League Baseball action as well, you can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our poll dancing. I'm going to shut that down right now. Poll question of the day, and it was asking you this. It's NFL Draft Week. Hashtag Team Huevos. How many quarterbacks do you believe are being selected in round one? Out of 2 quarterbacks, 3 quarterbacks, or 4 quarterbacks? Horvey, we had exactly 249 votes cast. What do you think led the way?
Oh, man. I'll go over 2 quarterbacks. I think everybody probably figures Shedeur or Dart, and then obviously Cam Ward. So I'll go over 2.
All right, so you're saying 3 quarterbacks in total, correct?
Oh, over 2.5. Yeah, so over 3. Yeah.
All right. Correct. A 59%, so a whopping winning margin, believe that 3 quarterbacks are going to be selected on Thursday night, followed by 2 quarterbacks at 29.3%. Dead last 4 quarterbacks. Not a lot of people believing that Jalen Milroe is going to sink in around 1, despite some of the rumors we heard just a few days ago at 11.6%. We had a couple of comments. One from our own Brandon, working the board here on BetMGM Tonight, and Brandon Combs said 2 quarterbacks or less. I can't believe that with how smart these NFL scouting departments are, that there will be that big of a reach for these quarterbacks who will not alter your franchise. Better question might be how many quarterbacks are taken this week are starters at the end of the rookie deal. Frankly, that's a really good question.
Yeah.
I don't think you have any surefire like all pros out of this group, but as a quarterback desperate and needy league, teams are going to look for that guy. They're going to clack, roll the dice. They don't give a damn what the price tag may be, and pray it comes through and they had a home run on that selection. James Russell said just 1 quarterback is going to be taken. So Cam Ward, and that's it. Which is on the table. I probably should have put that in as an option. Though you and I both believe that Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart are going to go in round 1. There's that's not consensus. There's a few evaluators and insiders that are out there that believe that Sanders in particular is going to fall in round 2. And maybe Jackson Dart is that number 2 guy. And I'm hoping that is the case because you and I both have tickets. Mine at like plus 200. I think you got yours a little bit better odds that Dart will be the 2nd quarterback selected on Thursday. We also got a comment from B. Mills. I'm going 1 quarterback. It's lying season. They're talking about Milroe being a first rounder now, question mark. Good luck to any team taking him that high. And the smiley faced emoji at the end of that. So another vote for 1 quarterback. Would it be at all outlandish if 1 quarterback only had their name called on Thursday, Horvey?
I think it would, to be honest with you, man. No, don't get me wrong. Like, even if I'm Tennessee, I don't know if this is a hot take. I'm taking Abdul Carter. Foot injury, shoulder injury, don't care. He's the best player in this draft, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to have a 6-7 year career minimum and be one of the better, top 15 at least edge rushers in this league as long as he stays healthy. So I would go Abdul Carter if I'm Tennessee because you have a lot of holes. And even if Cam Ward has a good season, what is he, man? Quarterback 15, quarterback 16. So I would go best available. But it's just like that's how it goes in the National Football League. You can't win without a quarterback, and everybody's always looking for their guy. Somebody's going to talk themselves into Shedeur Sanders. Somebody's going to talk themselves into Jackson Dart. And what's going to happen, I think at least, is one of those guys is going to go probably top 10, maybe early, maybe top 5, other than Cam Ward. and then the other teams are going to overreact. You know, if Jackson Dart is the second quarterback taken because the Saints need a quarterback, then the Steelers might say, hey, you know, we have this grade on Milroe, but we have this grade on Jackson Dart. We're sitting here at 21. We think Aaron Rodgers is going to be here July, August anyway. This allows Jackson Dart to sit and learn from Rodgers like Jordan Love did. Rodgers will take on that role. So we go Jackson Dart. I think that's what happens, man. You know, it wouldn't even shock me. The Raiders probably don't go quarterback because I think Pete Carroll wants to win right now. But who knows? Like, it is lying season. And also, let's not forget Shedeur Sanders for, 9 months going into the draft season. Everybody thought he was QB1. Now all of a sudden it's Cam Ward and everybody's got Shedeur just falling out of the first round. I don't see it happening. I don't see Dart falling out of the first round. I do think this, though. I don't think Milroe goes in the first round, man. I think early second, though. Somebody will take a shot. I mean, all of a sudden, there's all these Lamar Jackson and Mike Vick comps. Today he said he's faster than Lamar Jackson, which he probably is. He's also a lot younger. But I think he goes early second round. 3 in the first round, Milroe in the second, and then probably not another quarterback until the third.
Yeah, that makes all sense, and I see that entirely happening for sure. But that's why you got to tune into BetMGM tonight. We're going to be covering the draft wall to wall, not only on Thursday night, but also on Friday night. We're going to be sending things forward, not just for sports betting, but also for fantasy football purposes. And I, too, are going to have some impactful draft picks for your fantasy team this year. So, you got to get familiar with some of these prospects and how they could fit in their particular locales. Get all that info right here on BetMGM tonight, Thursday and Friday, as we're going to be covering the NFL draft live, not from Green Bay. I'm going to be here in Champaign, Illinois. Horvath's going to be his place there in Maryland, but we're going to be covering the draft from beginning to end both those nights. By the way, here's an update of what's going on right now at the Gatton. Detroit up 90-79 over the Knicks. Just over 6 minutes remaining in the game. Again, Kane Cunningham has gone nuclear. Unfortunately, he's not dishing dimes. He's got 10 boards and 2 assists. Remember, I had the over on 15.5 rebounds and assists. That still has a faint pulse, but again, it's faint. But he's got 31 in the game. Harris has got 15, 11. Duran's almost got a double-double of his own. Schroeder's off the bench in this game with 16. Even Malik Beasley hasn't really done much, but some of the other guys have really stepped up, showing up and showing out there for the Pistons. Meanwhile, for the Knicks, Brunson going off as usually does. 29 and 6 assists, but he has 6 turnovers as well. Bridges with 19. Karl Anthony Towns, your guy, only 10 points in 27 minutes, 0 for 2 from 3. And they really haven't got a whole lot of bench production outside of McBride. He's the only point off the bench. He's got 8. Nobody off the pine has scored for the New York Knicks in this game. They could be going down, and the series could be tied up there at 1-1, to say the least. So quite interesting what is already going down in New York. All right, 0-0, beginning of the Brewers and Giants. I had the under on 1.5 HRR for Yelich. Of course, he gets a single in his first at bat. I hate this. I really do.
Me too. Yeah.
It happens. All right, let's go ahead and review our cards this evening. What were our top 3 plays tonight? How are yours looking?
Yeah, you said it. Cat over 1.5 threes. He's 0 for 2 from 3. He's only got 10 points in the game, so I'm going to chalk that up as an L. Cap's money line was looking great, and then I took them to win in regulation. They were up 2-0 pretty much the entire game. Now we got back-to-back goals here, and it is 2-2, and there's 15 seconds to go in the third period, so that is also going to be a loss, unfortunately. Pistons +7, unless they have an epic collapse here, is going to be a winner. So looking at a 1-2 night on the card. Sledgehammer special is coming up still tonight. Clippers on the money line. Getting a little nervous, man. I haven't heard a whole lot of people on Denver tonight, but I'm going to ride it out with the Clippers. I have them winning the series. Hopefully they can even up the series. Right now they're 1-point favorites, minus 106, but I just went money line. And then the other one that I like a little bit tonight is still coming up, but it's down to +110. So Dallas went from +125 to +110 against Colorado. I like that one quite a bit in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And that's what we got.
All right, my card tonight. Loser was Spencer Schwellenbach. He did go 6 strong, but when he left the game, they were down 3-2. They're now up 7-3, but he was not in the game. He's not on the hook to get the win, so that's a loser. Hunter Brown made it to the over on 17.5 outs against Toronto, but he had 7 strikeouts because I had the under as well on 5.5 Ks, so that was a loser. Marcell Ozuna, though, a winner. I had the over on 1.5 total bases. Cha-ching, that came through at plus 105. So 1 and 2 for me tonight. Parlay P got a winner. I had Schwellenbach over 17.5 outs. And also Eric Fetty, 2 or more walks. Those Fetty walks, I think, came in the first inning. The guy is a walks machine. So that cash up plus 138. The Sledgehammer special right now at Oracle. San Francisco on the money line parlayed with San Francisco, Milwaukee on the under all total 11.5. That one at plus 110. Kate Cunningham, I doubt it's going to come through on the over 15.5. Rebounds and assists at plus 105. And OG Anunoby, my bonus time bet, that is not going to come through. He's only got 1 steal. I need 2 steals and a block unless a miracle happens here in the last 4 and change. That one is going to be a loser. I also like Nikola Jokic tonight. It's a triple-double. We'll see if that comes through. Christian Brown in that game that just got underway at Ball Arena, under 12.5 points against LAC. Kawhi Leonard over 1.5 steals. Thank God we're going to have like a full slate of Major League games to choose from tomorrow, Horvey, because I need more opportunities and options in my life.
Same here. And usually it's funny. Usually I do pretty, I do like decent sides and totals NBA playoffs, but I kill props. I think I'm like 1-8 right now betting props so far in the NBA playoffs. Sides have been pretty good. I've needed some backdoor covers, but I wish I would have bet the Pistons on the money line in this game. That was the one I was going back and forth on. I said I'm going to wait until game 3. I don't trust this Knicks team, man. But a full slate of baseball will be really good for us tomorrow night. And finally, the Cubs wrap up this season series with the Dodgers, thank God, and we get a really good pitching matchup. So I'll be on the under in that game if the weather's appropriate.
Oh, yes, and I think it will be appropriate. All right, I got extra stage left. Horvath's got to be sticking around for a bonus hour. Until tomorrow, adios, amigos! Let's go, Giants!
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Let the madness begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Happy Monday night. It's officially draft week. Thank God. Also, best time of the year. We got NBA playoff basketball going down. We got the Stanley Cup playoffs, which is always fun and exciting, unless your bet loses with like 35 seconds to go in regulation. Then not as fun, but still fun, right? Up late, watching some hockey, some postseason Stanley Cup playoffs, and then Major League Baseball also going down. I'm in the middle of a sweat right now. The Pistons have not made a field goal in the last 4 minutes, yet they still have a 92-86 lead over the Knicks, trying to steal home court, make this a 1-1 series before they go back to Detroit, where, man, I don't remember the last time the Pistons, they had that little mini playoff run against the Bucks years ago, but they didn't really have a shot. This Pistons team is fun, and I'm not just saying that because they hit their win total for me like 4 months ago. Big Cade Cunningham fan. I like this team quite a bit, but right now they're in a scoring drought, and we have a 92-87 game with 3:24 to go in the fourth quarter at Madison Square Garden. Again, the Pistons do lead by 5. They closed the 7-point underdog, 6.5 in some shops. Right now, they're 2.5-point favorites. Live total sitting there at 199.5. We got Josh Hart at the charity stripe. I believe he misses the first of 2. He's got 7 points, 7 dimes, 7 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 dimes. I also have Josh Hart under 5.5 assists. You guys don't care. I don't care. Who cares? We move on. Still to come tonight in the NBA playoffs. Game 2, first round out west. We got the Clippers. They were 2-point dogs. Then earlier today, 1.5-point favorites. Now, Denver takes some late money, and this game is pretty much a pick right now, -110 both ways. Total in the game, 217.5. There are actually a couple shops right now where you could get the Clippers as a 1-point dog, so Denver does take some late money. I'm on the Clippers, was on the Clippers game 1. I'm on the Clippers to win the series. I took some Clippers 18-1 to win the West. Second half of the season, this was one of the better basketball teams in the Western Conference. Kawhi Leonard's fully healthy. Norm Powell's given him over 20 a game. Zubats has been really good. James Harden played like pretty much every game this season, was excellent in game 1 in a losing effort. But again, they did cover tonight. I like them to win, but this late Denver money does scare me a little bit. The Nuggets now favored in that game in some spots. Total, again, 217.5. Detroit up by 5. We got 3:24 to go. We'll keep you updated what goes on at MSG. Stanley Cup playoff action. The Caps had a 2-0 lead. Ovechkin gets on the board first. I'm celebrating. I'm pumping my arms, doing the show. I look up. It's a 2-2 game, and we head to overtime. And right now, the Capitals -154 favorites. Montreal +120. Live total is off the board, obviously, going into overtime, but it's a 2-2 game. St. Louis trails Winnipeg's up 2-1 right now, and then Colorado, Dallas just getting underway, 13:57 still to go in the first period. I'm on Dallas. They closed actually as +110 dogs taking on Colorado, looking to even up that series in Dallas. Also still to come tonight, we got the Kings. They're -154 favorites over the Edmonton Oilers. Total in that game, 5.5, -115 to the under. Major League Baseball, we got Houston up 5-0 right now on Toronto. Milwaukee and San Francisco scoreless going into the second inning. Earlier today, small little sample, we got a Cleveland Guardians win, 6-4 over the Yankees. Guardians were +110 on the money line. Total goes over 8.5. Detroit beats the San Diego Padres. They lose for only the 7th time this season. The Tigers were -148 favorites. That was a market indicator for you right there. Total goes over 8.5. Miami beat Cincinnati earlier today, 6-3. The Marlins were -102 favorites. Total in that game was 8. The Mets get past the Philadelphia Phillies, 5-4. Mets today were -137 favorites. Total in that game was 8, so it went over. And then Atlanta does beat St. Louis, but St. Louis makes a late run. So if you had the Braves on the run line, that's going to be a loser. They do cash in on the money line with a 7-6 win. They were -216 favorites, and the total does go over 8.5. One last look in. We got the Detroit Pistons now only up 4, 94-90 on the Knicks. 2 minutes to go in this game. All right, let's look at some draft props. We're going to do a mock draft here every night until Thursday when we get to the draft, I should say. Right now, as I pull up the odds over at BetMGM and hit the refresh button, which I'm going to have to do here for some reason, I will pull those up here. Cam Ward's going number 1 overall. We know that to the Titans, right? Unfortunately, they don't have the best weapons in Tennessee, but still, you got to go quarterback, I guess, if you're the Titans, because never again do they want to see Will Levis take that field. And Cam Ward has the highest ceiling out of any of the quarterbacks. 2-3 months ago, a lot of people thought it was going to be Shedeur Sanders, but Cam Ward has the higher ceiling, right? I mean, the guy's a dual threat quarterback, can make every single throw, can throw the deep ball, balled out last year at Miami. Unfortunately for him, didn't play behind the best offensive line. And Miami's defense was a letdown the second half of the season. And I'm not really sure that Mario Cristobal is that guy. But Cam Ward balled out. He's going to Tennessee, number 1 overall. You can't even bet it. Right now, the odds, minus pretty much 100,000. Abdul Carter, second best odds. Second overall, we talked about this a month ago, and Travis Hunter was plus 650. The next day after we talked about it, he was all the way down to plus 210. Now he's a minus 1,000 favorite to go to Cleveland. And most likely, he goes to Cleveland, number 2 overall, as we talked about. I think he's going to play more receiver than he does defensive back, but you just get him to camp. You figure out what he is, and he's the best available player probably there at number 2 overall, and that's why he's minus 1,000 to go there. Abdul Carter is 6-1. Shedeur Sanders is 22-1. Of course, Cleveland could always go quarterback, but I think they look to do that in the second round, right? Like, you get the best available player because you're hampered right now contract-wise because you gave all that guaranteed money to Deshaun Watson. That was a nightmare on and off the field. You say goodbye to him. You still got to get a quarterback, but I think you do that day 2. Maybe they even look to move up. Probably not, though. Cleveland, I think they're just fine rebuilding this season and getting the best available player. Again, speaking of best available player, though, if I have the number 1 overall pick and I'm Tennessee, I draft Abdul Carter. He's the best edge rusher. He's going to be a double-digit sack guy as long as he stays healthy for the next 5 to 6 years. I know there's some injury concerns. He's dealing with that shoulder injury, or the foot injury, I think, is the bigger concern right now. I should say the shoulder injury is what he suffered against Boise State in the playoff game, but then he played with one arm against Notre Dame, losing effort, but he was the best player on the field for either team. So if I was Tennessee, I would go Abdul Carter, number 1 overall, get my quarterback either later on, round 2, day 3 even, and then I figure it out next year. Next year's quarterback class is going to be much, much deeper. That's why we have no idea where any of these guys are going, and I keep taking little mini stabs, like on Shedeur to go number 3 overall to the Giants. The Giants have been doing their homework on Shedeur Sanders for the last 12 months. And again, like any publication that you were reading, College Football Magazine, Draft Preview, a lot of people thought Shedeur would be the number 1 overall pick. The concerns, not the most athletic quarterback, doesn't have a rocket for an arm. That's why Cam Ward's going number 1 overall. But the Giants last year, as we've talked about plenty on this show, they go Malik Neighbors. He has over 100 receptions, but he does it on a bad football team. They got to get the quarterback position figured out. Daniel Jones is gone now. He's in Indianapolis, where weirdly he has a weird chance to start over Anthony Richardson this season. But right now, the favorite is Abdul Carter, minus 650 to go to the Giants. They were top 10 last year in pass rush. They have Kayvon Thibodeau, who they're going to have to pay. They made the move for Brian Burns a couple seasons ago. So, you could always make a strength, a bigger strength, and go Abdul Carter minus 650, and he's a hard guy to pass on. But I'm not laying a minus 650 price. That's why I bet Shedeur Sanders, and right now he's plus 750. All right, the Knicks have a chance to tie this game. They miss a 3 off the front of the rim, and now they're going to have to foul. We got 8 seconds to go. 97-94 Detroit, 8.1 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Keep you updated. Make sure this game does not go to overtime, because if it does, I have to live hedge and get off the Pistons, because this is what they did to me game 1. They had an 8-point lead with 9 minutes to go. The Knicks went on like a 21-3 run or something like that, and I lost the bet. Number 4 overall, over at BetMGM right now, Will Campbell. Here's another one where we talked about this last month, and it was plus money. I don't think this one's set in stone, though. I really do think that there are some concerns about his arm length, and that's why, if you're looking for a couple flyers, let's say Shedeur does go number 3 overall to the Giants. Or let's just say that somebody really wants him or Jackson Dart for whatever reason, or another player. maybe the Giants move out of pick 3 and move back in this draft. So I could see the Patriots going Abdul Carter if he's available. I mean, it's an 8-1 price. If somehow he slips past the Giants, I don't think there's any chance he slips past the Patriots. And I know that they made a bunch of signings and spent a bunch of money, I should say, on the defensive side of the ball for Mike Vrabel, but that's a hard guy to pass up on. And right now he's 8-1, Genty's 10-1, Jalen Walker's 15-1. The only other way that I would go, other than Will Campbell, and again, I'm not going to lay a minus 600 price because we gave this out on the show a month ago and even 2 weeks ago, and it was plus 250. Now you have to lay $6 just to win $1. The way I would go, Armand Membu, who right now is 18-1. He's the perfect size for a tackle, and he's got the arm length and the arm size. In fact, I drove home today from Chicago back here to D.C., unfortunately. My wife drove because I have one arm, as you can see if you're watching us on Twitch or on YouTube. So I watched about 8.5 hours of tape on Membu, and I'm in love with him. I still like Campbell more. I don't care about the arm length or the arm size. There's some bad tape. Like if you watch the 2023 tape when he was a freshman, he had some rough times, some rough games going against some really good edge rushers. And I know that tape's out there and people are overreacting to it. But again, he's 2 years older now. I love the press conference. We talked about that a bunch on the show. I think it's a bunch of BS. That's why you guys are NFL GMs. I like that attitude. I think Mike Vrabel's going to like that attitude. That was the reason we bet this plus 250. Now it's minus 600. But if I was looking for the Patriots to do something else, I would go Abdul Carter 8-1 just in case he slips, or I would go with Membu 18-1. I think that's a really good price at number 4 overall. Number 5 overall, here's where this one's picking up some steam. I tweeted this right before I drove back to Chicago on Friday, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a shot with Genty. He's 3-1, 4-1 in some spots right now to go number 5 overall. That doesn't mean he has to go to the Jags. It just means he's the 5th overall pick. Because, again, Jacksonville could move back in this draft. They got a lot of needs. Let's be honest. That defense was one of the worst in the league last year, but I really think it was because of the coordinator. They make the change. They try to play a ton of man coverage. Their top cover corner and Tyson Campbell gets hurt right away to start the season. But the thing about them, man, they could move back in this draft and then take Tet McMillan or Matthew Golden or Ibuka and get more weapons for Trevor Lawrence, or they could go defense, or they could go Ashton Genty. At 3-1 or 4-1, I think that's a good bet because you want to surround Trevor Lawrence with talent. As bad as the defense was last year, what were we talking about a month and a half, 2 months ago? There were rumors, and that's what they were. They were rumors. I don't think they were reports because I don't think Jacksonville was ever actively looking to shop Trevor Lawrence. But he hasn't lived up to the hype, right? So I almost think that this is like a make or break year for Trevor Lawrence. And you want to surround him with as many weapons as possible. And right now, they're kind of loaded in the backfield, you could say, with ETN and with Bigsby. But also, Liam Cohen takes over as head coach. Look how he used his running backs last year in Tampa. Bucky Irving was the star, but they found a role for Tucker. They found a role for Rashad White as the pass-catching back, the third down back. The thing is, though, are you going to take Genty off the field? I don't think that you have to because on third down, he's good in pass protection. 2 years ago at Boise State, I think he had 41 or 42 receptions. So he could run routes. He could catch balls out of the backfield. You could give him 20 to 25 totes per game. So I liked it at 3-1. I don't want to bet that at even money, though, because if the Jags do, and we know like how that ownership and their GM works, right? But if they do draft Genty, number 5 overall, talked about this a little bit earlier on in the show, he's already like the 3rd or 4th highest paid running back in the league. And I know last season was the resurgence of the running back because Saquon went to Philly, Derrick Henry went to Baltimore. A lot of the rookie backs like Bucky did ball out. But still, man, that's a lot of money. And the Jags have many, many needs, not just at the running back position. So unless somebody else is looking to move up, I just don't know that it's a lock enough to be even money. So I would probably look elsewhere. Mason Graham, who was the favorite just last week, is plus 140. I think Jacksonville really likes him. Jalen Walker is plus 750. I got to be honest, during the commercial break, I'm going to probably bet some Tet McMillan at 8-1. I don't think Jacksonville is going to bring back Gabe Davis. I don't think they should. I listened to Liam Cohen's press conference. He didn't bring him up once. So I actually think Tet McMillan would be a perfect weapon for Trevor Lawrence. And right now he's 8-1. I like Genty though on Friday at plus 400 or plus 350, but now he's even money. glad to see that steam come in. But again, I'm just wondering, like, do they really take a running back top 5 and then have to pay him all that money right away? Because the luxury of having a rookie running back is you don't have to pay him a whole lot of money, right? And in free agency, even, you could get some good backs. Like, I thought Joe Mixon was completely washed. Houston got him on the cheap. So, I don't know, even money, probably not worth a bet. 6 overall, Genty's minus 120. He did a press conference, and he said that's his range. He thinks he falls out of the top 5, goes 6 to the Raiders. That makes a ton of sense, man, because the Raiders, even though if you look at that team on paper and you say they're not ready to win, I think Pete Carroll thinks they are ready to win, and that's why he's coming back to coach them at 85 years old. So Genty at minus 120 is probably the smart pick. We'll take a look at more mock drafts, more draft props, and keep you updated as that game goes final. The Knicks do go down in game 2. It's BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
The Canadians have Demidov and Laine on the ice, a rookie and a player not known for his defensive play.
The puck is free, and a great chance for Pavilier. Ovechkin scores! Now he has that playoff overtime goal. What else can he do? Washington wins 3-2.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark. Ryan Horvat with you, solo hour. We got Mario producing the show back here in D.C. Brandon running the board out in Chicago. Matty Pisani on video. That right there, an OV game winner. This is, guys, I'm not going to lie. Sometimes what I miss, number one, could have went to the game tonight. That would have been cool if, we weren't here until 11 p.m. every single night. Thing, two, that I miss sometimes, just listening to a good call. And that's one of the best play-by-play voices right there. The great Sean McDonough on the call. 3-2, Washington gets the overtime winner from the greatest of all time, Alex Ovechkin. In WWE, the greatest of all time is now John Cena, who won his 17th world title. More on that coming up in about 18 minutes. So if you're not a wrestling guy, turn on B96 or something else. Kidding, of course. We're going to do a little mock draft action here on Pro Football Focus. Shout out to PFF. But Washington, the Caps, do get the job done. Unfortunately for Maddie and I, they don't do it in regulation, but minus 205 was the price on them on the money line. Total does go under 5.5, which was plus 102 over at BetMGM. Also earlier, Winnipeg beats St. Louis 2-1, so they take a 1-0 series lead. Winnipeg tonight, also big favorites, minus 198 they closed at, and the total goes under 5.5. I'm on Dallas, not a great start. Colorado, the Avalanche already up 1-0, minus 275 favorites. Total in that game sitting there right now at 5.5. Nathan McKinnon scores. Go figure. Guy's one of the best. 11-12. He scores on a power play. Cal McCarr had the assist. 1-0, like I said, Colorado. NBA action earlier tonight. We got a evened up series out in New York at Madison Square Garden. The Pistons knock off the Knicks 100-94. Pistons were 7-point underdogs. They were plus 220 on the money line. The total does go under 221.5. Great game for Cade Cunningham. Finishes with 33 points, 12 rebounds, 3 assists. Did have 5 turnovers, but 33 and 12 for Cade Cunningham tonight. The Pistons also get 15 points from Tobias Harris and 20 from Dennis Schroeder. 37 from Jalen Brunson for the Knicks in a losing effort. Josh Hart had 10 points, but more importantly, only 5 assists, so the under 5.5 does cash. Major League Baseball, not a whole lot going on right now. Houston up 7-0 on the Blue Jays, and Milwaukee up 2-1 on San Francisco. All right, let's do a little exercise here. Let's see if we could get through it. We got to break down some Wrestlemania for the real ones. We're going to do a little mock draft here on the show. And I'm going to go over to Pro Football Focus, and we're going to do the official BetMGM Tonight Horvat draft for 2025. So we're going to start the draft. We're going to do it for all teams. Number 1 overall, we got the Tennessee Titans on the clock, and we all know where the Titans are going. They are going to draft Cam Ward, number 1 overall. They need a quarterback. They never want to see Will Levis again. You never want to see Will Levis again. I sure as hell never want to see Will Levis again. Me and my buddies had to look this up on Saturday night. We all had this weird habit this season. The definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, right? And expecting a different result, but getting the same result. We kept betting Tennessee this year as 14.5, 17.5 point dogs. They were 2-15 this season against the spread. They covered in 2 games all year long. So they're going to go quarterback, and they're going to go Cam Ward, number 1 overall. On the clock, the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland's going to go Travis Hunter, and I think that they should go Travis Hunter. I think he is going to be a stud at the wide receiver position when he's a full-time wide receiver. In Colorado, he was in the defensive team meetings nonstop. And then he would go in the huddle, go to practice. They would tell him what route to run. He would do it. The only worry I have about Travis Hunter at number 2 overall is he's about 185 pounds soaking wet. I know they're going to tell you he's 195, 200 pounds. And it does look like in the last month or two since the workouts, he has gained a little bit of muscle and gotten a little bit bigger. But at Colorado, he ran over 90% of his routes on the outside. At the next level, is he a slot receiver? Is he going to struggle when teams, NFL defensive backs, play more press man coverage? That would scare me a little bit, but Whether he's a corner, a safety, a punt returner, a kick returner, a running back, a wide receiver, the quarterback for the Browns, he's going to be one of their better players and also seems like a good dude off the field. And the Browns could use any good publicity right now after the whole Deshaun Watson mess. Number 3 overall, in one mock draft, I had the Giants going Shedeur, which I really like right now because of the price, plus 750. They've done their homework on this guy for the last year. I think if they do take Shedeur, it means he probably fell out of the first round and they get him early in the second round after getting this guy, though, Abdul Carter. I know the Giants already have a top 10 pass rush. They have Kayvon Thibodeau. They have Brian Burns. But, hey, you're the Giants, right? And you can get your quarterback next year or the year after. The only thing that will worry me and the reason that I want to take a shot with Shedeur at plus 750, you got the management and you have the coaching staff trying to keep their jobs. They may, the owners, the suits may step in and be like, hey, Brian Daboll, we're getting a quarterback in this draft, man. I know Russ Wilson's there, and I know Jameis Winston's there, and Tommy DeVito, but this is the year 2025, not 2018, so we can't rely on Jameis and Russ, and Tommy DeVito has no business being in this league. So Abdul Carter, number 3 overall to the Giants. Here's where it gets interesting. We talked about this. Will Campbell right now went from plus 250 to minus 600 to be the 4th overall pick. The worry is the arm length. And there's some bad tape from 2 years ago when he was a freshman in college. Look at the quarterbacks he's blocked for, though, right? Jaden Daniels wins a Heisman. This year, Garrett Nussmeier. Not the year that I thought from Nussmeier. A lot of people were giving him some Heisman hype. The problem was LSU's defense stunk. The offensive line stunk. Do like LSU right now, over 9.5 wins. If they don't win 10 games, Brian Kelly, he's going to be gone. But we are going to go with Will Campbell, number 4 overall to the New England Patriots. Now the Jacksonville Jags are on the clock. Here's where it gets really interesting. Ashton Genty, now even money, plus 100 to go to Jacksonville. If he goes top 5, that means a running back is getting top 5 pick money. And Genty's awesome, but I don't see it happening. Did I bet it? Absolutely, because it was 4-1 and there was some steam picking up. Even money? I'm not betting that. I'm not going to bet 100 to win 100 that the Jags draft a running back when they already have ETN and Bigsby, right, in that backfield. But I wouldn't hate it, man. Like, get some weapons. And that's the question I think a lot of people are going to ask. Is he the best skill position player in this draft outside of, I guess, Travis Hunter? There's some love for Tet McMillan, of course. There's some love for Matthew Golden because he's the speedster. He ran the 4.340. I think Genty is the best player available, but I think that the Jags go right here with Tet McMillan as a top 5 pick at the wide receiver position. Raiders are on the clock. I think the Raiders are going to do what the Raiders are going to do, or what we thought the Raiders were going to do weeks ago, and I think that they're going to go defensive line, and I think that they're going to go Mason Graham. I think that Pete Carroll wants to win in the next 2 to 3 years because I think that's probably how long he's going to last in Vegas. We'll see. You know, he's getting a little bit older. I'm actually kind of surprised that he went back to the NFL level as a head coach. Thought it was probably all said and done for Pete Carroll, even though a lot of people were surprised when he was out in Seattle. The reason he was, though, is they had an opportunity to land Mike McDonald. So I think he's going to try to win. And I like their offseason, right? Bringing in Geno. Geno's not the reason that Seattle missed the playoffs last year. It was the offensive line. Geno has his strengths. He definitely has his weaknesses. One thing I love about that dude, though, he's going to stand in the pocket. He's going to take a hit. So they could, of course, go left tackle and try to protect his blind side. But I think they go Mason Graham out of Michigan. All right, number 7 overall is the Jets. Like how I'm skipping over them after they cost me $1,500 last year by not winning 11 games. The Jets are interesting. I think that they go tackle. I mean, the Jets could also go Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart. Justin Fields was asked about this 2 weeks ago, and he's like, I don't deal with hypotheticals, but are the Jets really going to rely on Justin Fields to play and start all 17 games this season? Is this finally the year that Justin Fields figures it all out? It's the Jets, and I think they are sold on Fields. I mean, we all saw the Aaron Rodgers interview on Pat McAfee when I was on vacation, where he told the story, right? He went there, meets with, the suits, meets with the coaching staff, and they're like, you want to play football this year? Yeah, I've been thinking about it. All right, well, we're going to cut you. So they could, of course, go quarterback, but I actually think they go tackle, and I think they're going to go with Membu. So we'll take him at number 7. Number 8 on the clock, we got the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers, for me, the last 4 years I've nailed, going back to Bryce Young, even when he was plus 250. I always figure this team out. I always have a good idea of what they're going to do. So we're going to go with, let me try to find them if we can. Jalen Walker is who I think that they're going to go with. Linebacker, let me see. I know this is great radio, but we got to do it. Linebacker for Georgia, Jalen Walker, to the Carolina Panthers at number 8 overall. Now we got the Saints on the clock. This is where it gets interesting. What should the Saints do? Take Ashton Genty, who I have available. Take Walter Nolan. Take Malachi Starks. Take, I was going to say Mike Green, but there's some off-the-field stuff there, so maybe you wait on Mike Green. But I think if you're the Saints, you get the best available football player because you've been kicking the tires down the road for way, way too long, man. Bad contract after bad contract, ending with Derek Carr, who you can't clear off the books right now. But I do think that they're going to have to go quarterback here, man. Now, Ashton Genty's available. It's funny because Kamara, obviously, member of the Saints. A lot of the comps are he's the next Alvin Kamara. I'm going to have the Saints go with Shedeur Sanders, not Jackson Dart here in this mock. You know, Shedeur, again, for the last year plus going into this summer session or combine season, lying season, whatever, was the top quarterback on most guys' boards. He wouldn't be on mine. Right. But again, you know, like the comps are a swaggy Drew Brees. He's a pocket passer, doesn't throw the best deep ball, but he can hit all the intermediate throws. And I don't really worry about the Dion stuff, right? Especially if I almost laugh when I say this, especially if like Kellen Moore is the guy. I don't know if I'm sold on Kellen Moore as a head coach, but if he is the guy and they're turning things around with the Saints, like what is Dion going to do? Show up at practice and demand that Shedeur starts year one? It's not going to happen. He's got enough pressure on him at Colorado to win this year. So we'll go with Shedeur, number 9, to the Saints. I'm tempted to go Jackson Dart, but we did that on the last mock, so let's go with Shedeur here. Now we got on the clock the Chicago Bears, and I'm the king of wishful thinking, so I'm going to go Ashton Genty at number 10. I just think that that would be too good for the Bears to pass up. Like the Bears, I love this draft for the Bears because they have picks, and I love their offseason. And I see the same tweets and people like on my videos, oh, you're going to do this again with the Bears, go over 8.5 wins. Absolutely. Oh, you're going to bet them at a damn near 5-1 price to win the NFC North. Absolutely. Like, I like what they did with the offensive line this offseason. Of course, they could go tackle here in the first round. You know, they could go with an edge rusher. They could go with a Mike Green, man, right? If it wasn't for the off the field stuff, they might. Or one of these edge rushers, fix up the defense a little bit. I think the defense is going to be just fine. I think a lot of the struggles last year on the defensive side of the ball came because they fired Matt Eberflus, who had no business being a head coach, but a solid defensive mind. I think he'll be a good coordinator once again. And I think there was a lot of quit. You know, there was 4 or 5 straight games where they gave up 30-plus points. But I don't really have a whole lot of concerns about the defense. They could use some pieces, but I think there's going to be some good value round 2, round 3. And the Bears have picks in this draft. So if Genty's there at number 10 overall, I know some of my buddies and some family back home will be down on this pick, but I think you guys are crazy. I think he's a 3-down, every down back. I think he's going to be able to catch balls out of the backfield. I won't be surprised if he catches 50, 60 balls, rushes for 1,200 yards. He's solid in pass protection. Look at this dude's workouts. He looks like the Terminator. If I looked like this guy, I would never wear a shirt. I would not own a shirt with sleeves if I look like Ashton Genty. So I'm going to go with him, number 10 overall, to the Chicago Bears. Ben Johnson gets his running back. Just like when Ben Johnson got his running back, when everybody in the world had Bijan Robinson, number 1 on their board, and he goes to Atlanta as a top 10 pick, and everybody's like, oh, we're not going to see a running back go until, you know, maybe pick 28 or early second round. People thought it was a reach for the Lions to go Jahmyr Gibbs. I think that was one of the better draft picks in that draft, man. And I like what the Lions did that year. They went and got Campbell at the linebacker position, you know, and I thought they knocked it out of the park. Going and getting Sam Laporta. You saw what he did as a rookie. So I think you got to go Genty here at number 10 overall. I think Ben Johnson gets his running back. I think you'd be crazy to pass on Genty. Like, Genty's not fallen to pick 11. I don't know that he's fallen to pick 6. So if he's there at 10, you take him 99.9% of the time. Unless Genty kills somebody or on Wednesday night has a gas mask and he's like inhaling, like, and he's like snorting cocaine through his earlobes, I want Ashton Genty. Like, I don't care what he does, to be honest with you. So number 10 overall, Bears go Genty. Number 11, it gets really interesting. So San Francisco could use help on the offensive line, of course, because Trent Williams isn't getting any younger. They could use a starting guard. They could also use some help on that defensive line, right? Like, Nick Bosa's still a stud, but they need some help there. I'm going to go Walter Nolan out of Mississippi Ole Miss for them at pick 11. So Walter Nolan, interior defensive lineman. Now we get to the Cowboys at 12. Like, we're all sitting there looking at the depth chart, like, outside of CeeDee Lamb, who the hell are these guys? You're really going to rely on any of these guys? I think Jerry's going to have to go wide receiver. Like I said, I think Tet McMillan goes top 5. So let's go with Matthew Golden to the Cowboys for pick 12. All right, we'll wrap up this a little bit. We got to hit on Wrestlemania, of course. We got some score updates for you as well as BetMGM Tonight After Dark with myself, Ryan Horvath, here on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark, wrapping up the show. Ryan Horvat with you. We're back tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Myself and Brad Evans for the first 3 hours, getting you set for a busy night in Major League Baseball, NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs. We got to get some mock drafts the rest of the week, so we'll have... Right now, I'll do a little on-air producing. We'll have Mario go tomorrow night. We'll have Brando go on Wednesday night. And then on Thursday, we're just going to have balls-to-the-wall coverage Thursday and Friday of the NFL draft. It's my Christmas. And we got a lot of good bets. You know, if Travis Hunter doesn't go number 2 overall, you guys may never see me again because I have that plus 650 and I've already spent that money. We talked about a couple of these other ones that we have bet and we got plus money on. The prices are long gone. And then you can still take some darts like Shedeur to go number 3 overall. Probably doesn't happen, but if it does, I'll be a rich, rich man and really happy. Will Campbell going to the Patriots. That was nearly 3-1. Now it's minus 600. So I do still think there's some good value, but a lot of it's gone. All right, let's wrap up this a couple more picks on the mock draft, and then I'll just finish it up and I'll post it if anybody out there really cares to my Twitter here on the BetMGM network, of course, at Ryan Horvat. But so I left off with the Cowboys taking Matthew Golden. Their needs, running back, wide receiver, guard, edge rusher, pretty much everything. I think they got to get a receiver to complement CeeDee Lamb. So I'll go Cowboys taking Matthew Golden at 12. The Dolphins are interesting, right? We were talking about this during the break, and Mario and Brando brought up that, you know, there's some reports, and even Daniel Jeremiah talked about maybe like the ultimate wild card being that the Dolphins blow it all up and they draft a quarterback here at 13, whether it's Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart, you know, anybody that's available, to be honest with you, not named Cam Ward. I would rather run it back with what you have one more year, and then if you have to blow it up, blow it up. But I would get blowing it up, right? Because like Tyreek Hill, the off the field stuff again this year, not great, Bob. You know, and Tua hasn't lived up to the deal yet, even though you just paid him a bunch of money. And his offseason's been weird. Every time I see Tua, he looks like he's a little thicker. He's on boats partying with like Darius Rucker. I'm not going to fault the guy for having a good time. It's the offseason. But like, come on, man. Like you missed the playoffs last year. Even the year you made the playoffs a couple of years ago with your 10-win season, you beat one playoff team. You were 1-6 against teams that made the playoffs. So it's a big year for that coaching staff and for Tua. 13 overall, I'm not going to have them go with a quarterback here. I really wanted to take Will Johnson because they're looking to move on from Jalen Ramsey. Still have no idea what they were doing, paying Jalen Ramsey all that money at this stage of his career. The thing that worries me about Will Johnson is this injury report, where they're like not worried about the short-term part of it with his knee, but they're worried about it long-term. That scares me a little bit. So I'm going to have the Dolphins go with Malachi Starks, who's the best safety in this draft. He probably falls more to like 27, 28, but they need some help in that secondary. Now's where it gets interesting, and I'll leave it at this. Colts are picking number 14 overall, and everybody has them mocked to take Tyler Warren. You know, I saw some mocks having them take Colston Loveland. And those tight ends, that's 1A and 1B. I don't think you could go wrong with either guy. I think they're both going to be studs. The question that I keep asking, though, like, look at what Shane Steichen likes to run. First off, they don't have a quarterback. Anthony Richardson can't throw the football, unfortunately. I know he's a hell of an athlete, but the guy can't throw the football. So big year for him. Big training camp for him. There's a good chance he's not the starter week 1, and Daniel Jones is, which I know sounds disgusting, but I honestly think in the Shane Steichen offense, Daniel Jones is a better option. Hopefully I'm wrong on that because I do have, Anthony Richardson on a fantasy roster. But I'm just wondering, if you like look at what they do, they run a ton of 4 wide receiver sets. They have Jonathan Taylor, a top 5, top 10 at worst running back in the league. And they can't get the ball to their 4 wide receivers barely, and they're a run-first offense. So what are they going to do with the tight end? Still, though, I feel like Tyler Warren is too good to pass, so I got the Colts taking him at number 14. All right, I'll wrap this up. I want to bring on Brandon really quick because, one, the Cubs had an excellent weekend. We're not going to worry about Sunday on getaway day for Arizona there. They had to take at least one in the series. But I bet the Cubs today, Brando, 25-1 to win the World Series. First off, your thoughts on the start to the season, what they need to improve on. Then we got to talk some Wrestlemania because this is the big story right now on social media. And I know you're able right now to watch Raw after Mania. I got to watch it after the show, but I was a little bit let down with Mania. First, let's start with the Cubs, though. You got the hat on. Your thoughts on this start to the season and their weekend against Arizona?
Look, the start to the season has been absolutely amazing. I mean, before the season started, I looked at the schedule here in May, and I was like, or in April, I should say, and I was like, man, if they're 12-18 heading into May, it's going to be great. Like I would like the look of that team with this vaunted schedule, but they've been really good, and for even with the problems of the bullpen, and that's probably the biggest fix that they need, right? And they went out and got Drew Pomeranz today, trying to revitalize his career and strike gold there. But I think that they've got some answers that are in AAA in the bullpen as well. So I think that as long as they can figure this out, it usually takes about a month and a half to figure out a bullpen anyway, especially when you got like 6 or 7 new guys in that bullpen. So I think they'll be all right there. This offense has just been, out of this world. Raise your hand if you had the Cubs as the best offense in baseball on your bingo card with the Dodgers and the Padres and the Atlanta Braves and the Philadelphia Phillies in this league. You know what I mean? So it's crazy to me. It's fun to watch. This team has been absolutely. Friday's game was insane. I'm disappointed for you that you didn't go on Friday.
I know.
But it was such a great game to watch. And look, I tweeted out when they blew it, I said that whether they come back and they win this or not, this blown game again and the way that this bullpen is needs to be the reason why Jed Hoyer does not come back next year. And look, regardless of all of that, I think that they are good enough to overcome what this is, and they've got a 2-game lead on the Reds. They've got a 1-game lead on the Brewers right now. I think they're going to be all right. I think they're going to be able to pull this thing through, and I might have been wrong. They might win this division going away.
Yeah, man. They're just a lot of fun. It's kind of sad, but right now they're already a top 10 Cub team all time for me. They run the bags well. They steal bases. Everybody could hit for the majority of the lineup. Everybody could hit. And other than the bullpen, they don't make me want to go insane every single time that I sit down to watch a 3-hour baseball game. So good start to the season. Then again, I'll pump the brakes a little bit because it is Check's Notes, April 21st here on a Monday night.
Yeah.
All right, we got to get to Mania, the real story here, because everybody's talking about it, man. Night 1, the main event I thought was awesome, the triple threat. I did call that, not going to lie. I knew Seth Rollins was turning heel. I knew he was finally going to get his big moment, and I knew Heyman was going with him. But still, even though I saw it coming from a mile away, and if you watch wrestling for 20 plus years, you do see like these things, before they happen. Still awesome, man. And watching CM Punk finally get the main event of WrestleMania as a Chicago guy, awesome. Other than that, though, I felt like I was watching like Backlash or like Extreme Rules. The card just not the best. Night 2, I was so jacked for Cody Cena, and I'm a Cody guy, but man. If you guys missed it, sorry, spoiler alert, it happened, 48 hours ago now, 24 hours ago. He wins by low-blowing Cody Rhodes, kicks him right in the junk, and then he hits him over the face with a belt, and that's how they end it. And John Cena breaks Ric Flair's record. He's now the 17-time world champ. Your thoughts on it? I haven't heard anybody like, you know what, that was actually a good finish. It's being called the top 3 worst main event in WrestleMania history. Do you agree with that?
I think it's one of the top 3 worst WrestleManias of all time. I was not impressed. I think, night 1, the fact that they had Jey Uso, they finally give Jey Uso a title, but they have him open up Mania and not even a co-main event for the title. I think that the way they did Jey Uso like that, I thought was crazy, was wild. He was drunk by the time they got to the, but yeah. And he was drunk and then Gunther came out tonight and tapped out McAfee. Spoiler alert. So it's one of those things where you like you watch this Mania and you were just like, second night too. Look, the women's triple threat match killed it. That was the match of the night, if you ask me. The women's triple threat match was really, really good. But if you're gonna tell me that we live in a world where Cody Rhodes can take on the entire bloodline, Roman Reigns, and everything, and beat all of these guys.
Yeah.
But can't survive John Cena and Travis Scott.
Yeah.
Travis Scott is the reason why Cody Rhodes drops. It was such a bad night of WrestleMania, and the way that it ended. The lack of creative in that match was insane to me. But I can't say that I expect more from a John Cena match, because John Cena, look, as much as John Cena has meant to this company, he's just not a great in-ring performer. He's fantastic on the mic, and he can do some things, and he's a great role model, and he does great things outside of the ring, but he's just not a great wrestler. He's not a guy who can put on a 45-minute match. And when that match started at 9:15 last night, local time, I was like, there's no way this is going 45 minutes. There's no way.
No.
And then when you had Travis Scott come out, I was like, all right, there's going to be at least 3 or 4 more people that come out just like last WrestleMania, and it was nobody. And it was just Travis Scott. What is Travis Scott doing here? Like,
I don't know.
It was so
then,
weird. I don't like the route they went with it.
Dude, and then the worst part about it was, like, Travis Scott went to throw a punch at Cody Rhodes, and it was like when the NBA players fight, right? And it's like, here, I'm going to throw this and wait for somebody to break it up, and you could tell, like, nobody ever taught them how to throw a punch. I told my brother immediately after, I go, Travis Scott's never allowed to rap about anything tough ever again. Like, that guy has never thrown a punch in his life. He weighs 135 pounds. And like you said, last year, if you're not a wrestling fan, Cody Rhodes, everybody remembers The Rock. Cody Rhodes goes through Roman Reigns, former Georgia Tech football player, The Rock, former Miami football player, their whole family, right? Like, and granted, he got the help, the services of, The Undertaker and whatnot, but he can't beat 55-year-old John Cena with the bald spot in his head and his hair transplant, and he can't beat 135-pound Travis Scott. So terrible storytelling. Yeah. Good for Cena, like you said, does a lot of good out of the ring, even though he is the heel now. But I'm with you, man. I thought that was a terrible WrestleMania. I felt like that was. What were you saying?
How much do you love Pat McAfee on the mic? When Braun Breaker spears Carlito through, my favorite part of the whole thing was Pat McAfee's reaction to that.
Yeah, I'm a McAfee guy. A lot of people, well, not a lot of people I watched with hate McAfee, man. They're like, we love McAfee, the show. We don't even hate him on game day, but as a wrestling announcer, you know how these internet wrestling community guys are, though. But yeah, I'm with you, dude. Yeah. I don't know if I'd go top 3. I might go with one of the worst of all time. We're back tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. We'll have another mock draft. Mario will do his. And we'll have some NBA playoffs, NHL Stanley Cup playoffs as well, Major League Baseball. BetMGM tonight here on the BetMGM Network.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
Tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Back to the future. And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Welcome on into Back to the Futures. I'm Will Ortner. No Brandon Sprague today. He's out doing his best Gino REM impersonation. He's coaching some youth girls basketball, so we wish the best of luck to him. I do want to say thank you to my co-host for joining us on this very special Sunday. Thank you, Corey Parson, for joining us. You got a Washington hat on. I'm in Washington. I know it's the different sides of the country, but I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. How's it going out there?
Everything going well. Thank you very much. And you opened up the show by mentioning Gino Auriemma. Now, I'm in the great state of South Carolina, so that's not really sitting too well right now. You know what I'm saying? Because we got some people that could we have a young lady that, well, I don't want to call her a young lady. We got a legendary head coach of women's basketball down here as well. But definitely a tip of the cap to the UConn Huskies on a great run and a great season, and they definitely deserve to win the championship. But as we talk about championships, that championship has already been settled, Will. We got to start looking forward to what's coming up in the NBA. So a lot of NBA talk to get into today on the program as we go back to the futures. You heard?
Yes, sir. Well, we might as well start by going back to the first game of today. We'll talk a little bit about the Thunder and the Grizzlies. Thunder absolutely handled Memphis in OKC 131-80. Thunder were favored in that one by 13.5. Hopefully you bet on them. Aaron Wiggins had a big game, 21 points, added in a couple boards and assists. SGA, he had a measly performance by his standards, only had 15 points, 5 rebounds. But this was a game where the Thunder, everyone seemed to be hitting. Everyone seemed to be eating. Chet Holmgren absolutely exploded, double-double, 19 and 10. it feels like, Corey, that we might as well already just chalk this series up. If I could and I had the Adam Sandler click remote, I would fast forward through this series and just push the Thunder on to game 2 and series 2. Is that where you're at right now?
Yeah, unfortunately, we got that came into the season well thinking that the Memphis Grizzlies were going to have a good run this year. It started off playing pretty well, and then that team kind of fell apart after the All-Star break. I knew Taylor Jenks was going to be in trouble, some of those crazy rotations he had, and obviously going into the postseason, trying to rely on a new head coach coming in at this time of the year. The Memphis Grizzlies team is still a good team. In the Western Conference, you're the 8th seed with 48 wins. So almost a 50-win team can be an 8th seed in the Western Conference, which is unheard of. But Oklahoma City Thunder right now, too deep, playing too well, a 51-point victory today. And I don't think every game will be that lopsided, but they came into the game as 13.5-point favorites. And you definitely don't normally see that in game 1 of an NBA series with two 40, well, who knows how many games the Thunder won. Sam Presti is the best executive in all of sports right now. The way this team was built, tore down, and built back again. And this is not New York. This is not LA. This is one of the smallest markets in professional sports in Oklahoma City. And they get them in there and they get them in that system. And it's not like we thought any of these guys were going to be superstars. They get the right coaching, the right organizational setup. And right now, at minus $1.50 to win the NBA's Western Conference for the Oklahoma City Thunder, that's pretty sick right now. But I tell you what, though, it's going to be some closer games in this series. I think you'll see some flashes from Memphis. Obviously, the grindhouse out there in Memphis is a tough place to play. So I can see them getting one there. But for the most part, I think Thunder in 5, if you want to bet on the series exacta, is probably the way to go. But the Thunder look very strong. What it comes down to with Oklahoma City is, what are they going to be able to do as they get deeper into the playoffs and face some more experienced teams?
Well, I think the most important thing for the Thunder is to put away Memphis early. As someone who has a future already on this Thunder team to win the West, I actually parlayed another one with Boston to win the East. So I've already got money riding on OKC, and I couldn't be happier that I placed that bet a couple weeks ago. You look at this series, it seems like the Thunder, the max this is going to go is 5 games, right? Memphis, they're going to win a game 3. They're going to win game 4. One of those games, they'll take care of business. They'll get a win so that they can have at least something proud of that they can bring home. But the Thunder are going to finish this off in game 5. If they finish this thing off in game 5 and the other series, right, you're looking at the Clippers and Denver, that's going to be the series that plays them next. That game in that series is going to go 6 games, 7 games. You can just look at the last one last night. It was back and forth the entire way. Westbrook was Westbrooking better than Westbrook's ever Westbrooked before, finding a way to get stuff done after all the mistakes that he can. Jokic looks unstoppable, but James Harden and Kawhi Leonard were playing at the top of their game. Zubac has been absolutely fantastic this year. You know that's going to be a grinded out series. They are going to be going to war for 2 weeks. The Thunder aren't. The Thunder are going to play a week, maybe 6 days, 7 days. I don't know the exact math on when game 5 is, but the Thunder are going to get a ton of rest that the rest of the teams in the West just aren't going to get. I know that this game hasn't happened yet between Golden State and Houston, but I think that's going to be another series that goes a long ways. I know that the Timberwolves, and we'll get to that game later, they came in and absolutely shot the lights out from beyond the arc, 50% from the three-point line against the Lakers. Guess what? They're going to cool off at some point as well. That series is going to go 6-7 games. So you're going to have an Oklahoma City Thunder team that's getting to rest their young players. They're getting to take care of some of those bumps, take care of some of those bruises that the other teams in the conference don't get to because their series are so much tighter. They're going to go so much longer. I think this is going to be huge in the Thunder getting out of the West. And right now, as you go through the odds, if you want to look at the Thunder to get out of the West, they are at minus 150, like you had said. I think it's the best time to bet them, even though it's at minus 150 odds. Yes, there's a world where these other teams could come out, Lakers, Nuggets, Clippers. But right now, with the way everything's shaping up, Corey, I think it's the Thunder, and I think that the series only helps them.
Quietly, this Thunder team has been one of the better teams that we've seen over the past decade. When you go probably to the Golden State Warrior runs, and guess who one of the teams that they were fighting against back then? the Oklahoma City Thunder team who was built a different way. As a matter of fact, Oklahoma City back then gave the Warriors their toughest run. They went into a game 6 with a lead versus that Golden State Warrior power squad. Once again, it goes back to the genius of Sam Presti and how they organizationally build in a small market. Now, this is a team really that's all year has been blowing teams out. So not only are they well rested going into the playoffs, they're kind of well rested from the regular season. And their depth throughout the course of the year. Injuries are going to be a big part of what happens in these playoffs. It always is. Obviously, it's a battle of attrition because we'll start to see the injuries pop up to some of these superstar players as we go through some of the tougher stretches of the season. But OKC is deep enough and young enough. And I know people talk about playoff experience and how important that is. Well, you know how you get playoff experience? By playing in the playoffs. And that's what Oklahoma City is doing right now. Still going to be interesting. At $1.50, I don't think I would buy yet. Honestly, I don't think I would buy yet. To me, that I wouldn't want to get some kind of plus money if I'm going to put up a bet or for a future bet that could end around Father's Day.
Gotcha. Well, how about this? We'll jump right into the next game, and that sees the Celtics beating the Magic 103-86. Celtics were 12.5-point favorites in that one. My quick math tells me that they covered that one. That one ended up hitting the under of 204.5. Celtics, Derek White absolutely dominates, 30 points, 4 boards, 2 assists, was shooting lights out from beyond the arc, 7 for 12. Tatum has a quiet Jason Tatum game, and it's the quietest 17-14 you've ever heard of, right? It just seems like whenever Tatum's on the floor, he does what needs to be done. If they need him to score in Boston, he's going to score. If they need him to rebound, if they need him to play defense, he's just going to do whatever the team needs. Peyton Pritchard was fantastic off the bench, probably going to be your 6th man of the year. What if we decided, and I've already placed this bet, so I'm a little cheating here because I would make this bet again. You said you didn't want to bet the Thunder at minus 150. What if we parlayed them with the Celtics? The way the Celtics took care of business against the Magic, seems like the East is going to be a much easier conference. Seems like them and the Cavs, who are playing right now against the Heat, are on a collision course, and those are the only 2 teams that really can beat the other one. If any team beats the Cavs, not named the Boston Celtics, I would be shocked. If anyone beats the Boston Celtics, not named the Cleveland Cavaliers, I would be shocked. Would you think about parlaying a future Celtics and Thunder, or Thunder and Cavs? Which one would you go with, Corey?
It definitely would be the Celtics. I think Cleveland is a regular season team. I think that they really got a good luck of the draw with the Knicks being the 3rd seed as opposed to the 4th seed. If the Knicks were the 4th seed and played them in the second round, the Knicks would beat them. The Knicks are a better team than Cleveland, in my opinion. And I might be saying that I'm a New York homer or whatever the case may be, but I think New York is more physical, plays a better brand of defense, and the Knicks can go into Cleveland and win. Now, the Knicks can't go into Boston and win. That's a problem. So we do look like we are on that collision course for Cavs Celtics, and honestly speaking, I think the Celtics will walk them. I don't think the Cavaliers are no match for the Celtics. I think the Celtics are going to cruise to the Eastern Conference Finals, so I will take you on that bet. Not the Eastern Conference Finals, to the NBA Finals.
Right. No, I completely agree. When I look at this team, I just went through the list of Derek White, Jason Tatum, and Peyton Pritchard. There's another night where you could go through the list of the 3 highest performing Celtics, and it could be 3 completely different names. It could be Kristaps Porzingis. It could be Jaylen Brown. You might throw in Sam Hauser in there as well.
Yeah.
If he decides to go absolutely off. Drew Holiday, he's a wily veteran. He's going to have a game or 2 throughout the playoffs where he comes up huge for this Celtics team. They just have so many different ways to beat you. And the one knock that's going to come against the Thunder is always going to be what? They're too young. They haven't done this before. In the NBA, you have to go through the bumps, the bruises. You have to lose a couple times before you can finally win. Well, the Celtics team, guess what? They've already gone through the bumps and bruises, and they've already won. And it's essentially the exact same team that they're running back. Al Horford seems to be like an ageless wonder. So when I look at this Celtics team, and this is why I parlayed them with the Thunder a couple weeks ago, was because of their depth. They've done it before, and they can beat you in a variety of ways. I think what's most impressive about both OKC and about Boston is if they need to go big, right? They get 2 bigs, they're going to beat you up down low. They're going to play a slower style. They can do that. If they need to go small ball and play Jason Tatum at the 5, or in OKC's case, if they need to play Chet Holmgren at the 5, they can absolutely do that. If they need to go run and gun and beat you with threes, they can do that. Now, the Celtics, they rely a little bit more on the 3 ball than the Thunder do. So don't be shocked when you see a game where they shoot 20% from the field and all of a sudden it's like, where'd this Celtics team come from? They just got absolutely blown out by the Knicks, or maybe even Orlando gets a game where they blow them out because the Celtics shoot bad from deep. Understand that for the majority of the games and the majority of the series that they go through, they are going to hit at a high enough level to where you don't have to worry about what they're doing. Right now, if you wanted to pick straight up the Celtics, their odds to win the East, they're at -140. Cleveland is at +185. Corey, does that surprise you a little bit? I would think that they would both still be plus money, but I would have thought that the Celtics were like +110, maybe +115, and the Cavs would be like +140, maybe +145, just because I feel like Cleveland has done enough to earn the respect of being closer to Boston. I don't think that they're going to beat Boston, but again, I wouldn't be shocked if they did.
In a playoff series versus a team like Boston, Cleveland just can't do it. They just can't do it. I don't think Donovan Mitchell is the kind of player, is the kind of lead dog that can take down the group that is the Boston Celtics. Like, you kind of saw from early in the season, like, okay, Cleveland goes out there and they put up this big, phenomenal record. Fine. So what? When it comes down to a 7-game series between the Cavs and the Celtics are going to win the series. So I think that -140 is the correct number, with Cleveland coming back at +185. So, and I don't never want to lay that kind of number in the postseason because you never know who could tweak an ankle or whatever happens. When I'm in the postseason, I'm going to look for a juicier odds, trying to get one of those underdogs to catch. But like if Boston was +110, I would definitely take that.
Yeah, I just would have thought with how Cleveland played in the regular season, Donovan Mitchell, absolutely fantastic, playing at a first-team All-NBA level. Evan Mobley really taking gigantic strides forward, adding in the deep shot to his repertoire has been huge. Right now, the Cavs are up 62-54 over the Heat. You're seeing a big game so far out of Tyler Hero. He's keeping Miami in it. He's got 17 points in that one for Cleveland. Leading the way, of course, Donovan Mitchell. Garland's at 12. Mitchell's got 15. They each have a couple assists as well. Seems like we're finally getting a little bit better matchups, better games going on. At least, the first 2 games were absolute blowouts. I don't know about you, but we were having a little nice Sunday dinner or lunch, I should say, over here. And it was like, okay, I can turn the game on. I can turn the mute on. And just every time I looked up, it's like, oh, yeah, now the Celtics are up by 12. Now the Celtics are by 14. Oklahoma City, I'm going to be honest with you, man. As soon as the first couple minutes got underway, it's like, all right, I don't need to really lock into this game. This one's over. This series is over. We can move on. Speaking of moving on, we're not going to move on too quick, though. I'm looking right now at the 4 games that went on yesterday, and I really want to jump in, Corey, into what was going on in the LA Clippers Nuggets game. It felt like to me, and maybe this is a hot take, maybe I'm coming in a little ahead of my skis here on this one, but it felt like that was a game that the Clippers could not lose. They were up the entire way. The Nuggets were fighting, scratching, clawing, doing everything that they could to get back into it. But for whatever reason, when the Clippers needed a big play, a big stop most, it felt like they just found a way to get a turnover. What was your thoughts going into that Nuggets-Clippers game?
Yeah, definitely thought that this was the one that the Clippers had to get. And the Clippers are a very well-coached team. This is going to be a long series. This series is going to come down to the wire. But Denver winning that game yesterday was critical, and I think that one's going to come back to haunt Los Angeles.
Yeah, I think it's going to be huge. My hot take on that one is when you blow a game where you're leading basically the entire way, you cannot blow that game. The Clippers, even though I bet on them, I don't see them winning. We're going to be back here on Back to the Futures here on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Brendan Sprague and Will Ortner on the Bet.
No, that's all good. I started to try and get out of there, and then I was like, oh shoot, it's 12:45 and not 15, 20. It's all good. We're working through it. I'm not the best at that all the time. Are you still doing both shows? You're good, dude. You're good, man.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
We're back over on Back to the Futures. Will Ortner, no Brandon Sprague today. Like I said earlier, he's doing his best Gino Auriemma impersonation. I think he's got a bunch of the youth girls that he's coaching. They're running back picks right now. I think they're in the championship game. So our fingers are crossed to them. Hopefully they can come out with a Sunday victory. Hopefully they're wearing that Tiger Woods red. Joining me, we've got Corey Parson. And Corey, we talked a little bit at the very end of the last segment, we're talking Nuggets and Clippers, and we're doing a full deep dive right now in the NBA playoffs. And I didn't want to let this fact go when we were talking about this series. Obviously, back and forth affair. Clippers were basically leading the entire way. James Harden has a huge game for the Clippers. He had 32 points. If I remember correctly, 15 of those were in the first quarter, 11 assists for him. Huge day. But it just felt like whenever they needed a big play, old James Harden came back. Even Kawhi Leonard had a weird turnover late on in that game. Ball gets knocked out of his hands, hits off his legs, goes out of bounds. All of a sudden, the Nuggets get the ball back. I felt like in the moment, and this is a knee-jerk, instant reaction, very upset. I have money on the Clippers. I had them to win that series. I got them at -110. I wish I'd bet them earlier last Sunday when I'd said I was going to. I could have got them at plus money over on BetMGM, right? I bet the Clippers to win this series. The minute that game was over and the Clippers lost, Nuggets won, I don't think that is a series now that the Clippers can come back and win, because I do not think the Nuggets will let the Clippers get that close to them again in Denver. And if the Clippers are going to win this series, they have to win on a game on the road. That was your opportunity, and they let it slip by. Is there any way, Corey, that you can talk me off the ledge? Is there any way that the Clippers can get back in this series and find a way to win a game in Denver?
They're going to have to win a game 7 in Denver. I think this is a 7-game series. I think that game 7 in Denver is going to be the one that they're going to have to win now. Now, they have, like you mentioned James Harden earlier. You said, the old James Harden. When you say the old James Harden, what are you referring to? Good or bad?
Both, where he looks awesome, but in clutch moments, he makes a mistake, a critical one, a missed three-pointer that's wide open. In this case, in this game, it was a bad late turnover. He had a couple, actually.
Yeah, I think Harden has had a great season this year, right? And I think this team really gelled and clicked because you got a veteran bunch with an excellent coaching staff. That's Jeff Van Gundy over there on that bench, and that's Tyronn Lue. You know what I mean? So that's a lot of legendary coaching right there. And then guys like Leonard and Harden who know how to prepare for the big moment. It's just that you got the best player in the league on the other side with a dominant home court advantage. Now, I know they changed the coach late in the season, but the Denver Nuggets really don't lose too many playoff series. They're a team that go, and they always go deep into series as well. And they know how to win big games, particularly in their building. They've been playing in the playoffs for a lot of years now, this bunch right here. And so as this Clipper team, the X factor are some of these aging stars. Harden and his mistakes in clutch moment. Westbrook is not always going to be as good as he was in moments yesterday. And not to mention the fact, when is Kawhi Leonard's knee going to give out? Like, that's coming at some point in the postseason. So, but if everything stays square the way it is right now, this is probably going to be the most fascinating series of a first round. And I can see a game 7 with 3 minutes left to go with one team having less than a 5-point lead. So I do think we're going to get a big Sunday game 7 coming up probably in 2 weeks from now from these two teams right here. One of the more fascinating series. As far as betting it, you would want to see, like, if Denver was to grab game 2 and go to LA with a 2-game lead, I probably would hop back in there and sprinkle on the Clippers, because when it comes down to that game 7, you're going to have the best price. So that's basically what they're not going to be a 10-point dog. So if you can get them at, say, like plus 425 after game 2, or even 5-1 after game 2, and they push it to game 7, then you got the best odds on the board.
Right now, that series, it has gone towards the Nuggets. Nuggets are minus 155. Clippers are at plus 130. No chance I can get you to take them at plus 130. You're going to wait till game 2, hoping it goes Denver's way?
Yeah, wait till game 2, hope it goes Denver way, get that number pushed up, and really what you're trying to do is hedge against game 7. So when you get that game 7, like I said, you got the best price on the board, because they're not going to be minus 500 in game 7. At least you would hope not.
Right. Well, I'll tell you right now, I'm hoping it's going to go the way that you were talking about, Corey, because after that first initial game, I'm not going to lie, and every bettor's been there. Everyone has had this moment where you bet a long series, you bet a future bet, And as soon as game one in a playoff series happens, you instantly go, well, it's over. The series is done. My bet is over. I might as well go cash out for however much money I can get. And of course, I never cash out because that's no fun. You might as well ride it all the way out. But I am not ashamed to admit ice cream was bought. Ice cream was not eaten. It was thought about being eaten, because when I get sad about my bets losing, I eat a lot of ice cream. So ice cream was bet. There's Ben and Jerry's. It's in the fridge. It's in the freezer. Maybe it gets broken out if it doesn't go
That's
my
not
way
bad.
in game two. Dude, I'm
not
telling
bad.
you right now, I go ice cream. Have to. It soothes my sadness. It helps me.
Beer soothes my sadness. That's what I do after I lose a bet. Hell, that's what I do after I win a bet. You know what I mean? So regardless of what happens, you know what I'm saying? There's going to be some cold ones getting popped.
Hey, look, we both go for cold ones. I just go for food. You just go for ice cream, and there's nothing wrong with that. Look, speaking of the other LA team, let's get into that one. This was the weirdest game to me, Corey. T-Wolves, they come in, they win on the road. You know, they always say the series doesn't start until the road team, underseeded team, they win a game on the road. T-Wolves have started the series. They win 117-95. T-Wolves were plus 4.5 in that one. Hopefully you took them on the money line. They were plus 165. The T-Wolves went absolutely nuclear from deep. They ended that game as a team shooting 50% from the three-point line. Jaden McDaniels, he didn't miss a single shot from deep. He was 3 for 3, 25 points, added in 9 boards. And Edwards, he did miss a little bit of time, had a weird cramp situation going on. He had a big game, 22, 9, and 8. He was 4 for 9 from deep. And I felt like in this one, he really picked his spots. Like Edwards didn't force any threes. He didn't force any drives. Last year at times, as good as Edwards was, it felt like there were moments, where he just tried to force things. And it went their way for the Timberwolves more often than not, specifically in Game 7 of their series last year against the Nuggets. It felt like in this game, he took a step back and he knew, hey, I've got my teammates. They're stepping up for me. The Lakers seem to be faltering. They go on a big run in the second quarter, and the Lakers are never able to get back close into it. Luka Doncic, he had 37, 8 rebounds in that one. He shot 5 from 10 from deep. But when I look at this game, and I bet the Timberwolves, I bet them early on to win this series. I liked the plus money value. Not necessarily that I thought they would beat the Lakers, but I liked the value that I was going to get from them. It feels like this was an anomaly game. This is the game where they go nuclear from 3. I'm not saying they can't win the series. In fact, this obviously puts them in a much better situation to win the series. But to expect this Timberwolves team to shoot 50% from the three-point line, you just cannot expect that for the rest of the series. I feel like the Lakers are nowhere near hitting that panic button. They might be hitting the worried button, but I don't think they're hitting the panic button just yet.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. You see, what the Timberwolves did, they did what what the Clippers didn't do. They got up there and they stole game 1, and they was able to get it done and bring the victory home in a very impressive fashion as well. Listen, Anthony Edwards is becoming one of the more bigger moment players in the NBA. He really steps up in the postseason. I believe his point per game average in the postseason might be around 27, even though he only had 22 yesterday. His 3-point prop normally opens up at 2.5. I would hammer the over on that every single game because he's going to fire off about 9, and when he gets rolling, that kid can light it up. Listen, everybody's all over this Laker team, Luka and LeBron. And this is, like you said, this is by no stretch of the imagination a indoctrination that team is going to lose. But Minnesota is not just going to come on here and roll over. They're relishing playing in the underdog role. Obviously, everybody's Lakers in 5. But you know what I'm saying? And doing that whole thing, you don't think the Timberwolves hear that? You know what I mean? You don't think that they see that? You know what I mean? You don't think the Timberwolves are sitting back saying, Luka Doncic, LeBron James, hell, you could have Shaq and Kobe, Wolves in 5. But the bottom line of the matter is, it's going to be a close, fun, back and forth series. And you got some of the most exciting players in the game, and Anthony Edwards and Luka Doncic. So it's going to go back and forth with this one. I always, when it comes to the Timberwolves, I worry about their coaching. I worry about the coaching when it comes to the Timberwolves, and I think that can bite them in moments. But this is going to be a fun series, and every game should be very close and very fun from here on out.
Right now, you can get the Lakers at plus 115. If you want to bet on the Wolves, you can get them at minus 140. I bet on the Wolves at the beginning. I got them, I'd have to pull up my phone. I believe I got them at plus 130, maybe plus 140. Would it be against gambling code to now place the same bet on the Lakers? Like,
No.
is that bad as a gambler?
Not at all.
I know, like,
Not at all.
it's about going out and winning money, and sometimes it's more fun to just ride with the horse that got you there, stay with the Timberwolves the whole way. But when I look at plus money already bet by me, and I look at plus money on the other side, there's a little bit of a part of me who didn't hedge when I accidentally bet $55 instead of my typical $5 on North Alabama to win the Atlantic Sun. I accidentally double hit the button. I bet it. I let it ride instead of hedging out. And all of a sudden, that didn't go my way. Lipscomb ended up winning that one. When I look at the Houston-Florida final, I had a bunch of money riding on the Houston win. I didn't hedge out. I rode with the horse that got me there. And obviously, that didn't go my way. Would it be ungamblery of me is how I'm going to phrase this to you if I went with threw a little bit of money on the Lakers, and that way I guaranteed at least some profit back my way.
It depends on the odds and how you want to hedge against it, what you got the price for, how you want to come back with the money. I listen, I would never say that. Any way that people decide to bet and use their own hard-earned money, go ahead and go for it. But in these playoff series, what I like to do is look for hedge equity. So when you start getting deeper into the series, I'm looking, like I said, with Nuggets and Clippers, I'm looking for that one game where I got the best number on the board. Or I'm looking for that one series that I can see further down the road. Right now, it hasn't really started to develop yet, but I think, kind of having some ducks in a row on both sides. I don't have a problem with that unless you're just trying to break even. You know what I mean? Then, okay, what the hell are you doing? But if you're trying, even if it's an extra $5, you know what I'm saying? That's an extra pint of ice cream.
Right. That's some extra Ben and Jerry's. And now I don't have to buy it. It's celebratory. It's all about the wins. Right now we've got some updated series prices. We just went through the Wolves and Lakers. Lakers plus 115, Wolves minus 140. In the Nuggets Clippers series, you got Nuggets minus 155, Clippers plus 130. Knicks, Pistons. Knicks absolutely dominate the Pistons. They go on a crazy 20-plus point run in the last little bit of the fourth quarter to win that one. Knicks are minus 700, Pistons plus 500, and then Pacers absolutely dominate the Bucks. Pacers 275, Bucks plus 220. Sorry, Corey, I keep cutting you off. Which bet are you going with?
No, that's me cutting you off, but I wanted to hop in right quick there. I would take, and I consider myself a fan of the New York basketball team, the Knicks. Now, because Brooklyn is not a New York basketball team. That team played in Long Island, and then they played in New Jersey. That team was an ABA team. I'm not on here. Brooklyn ain't a New York basketball team. Real New York basketball fans root for the Knicks. With that being said, I think this could be a long series too. If the Knicks don't go on that 21-0 run, they could lose that game one in Madison Square Garden. So the Pistons are going to be a tough out. And at plus 500, if you get it to a game 7, remember, the Knicks lost a game 7 in the Garden last year in the playoffs. Right. If they can get it to a game 7 in the Garden, then you got Pistons at plus 500. Now, that would break my heart, you know what I'm saying? But, you still got to, I still got, my daughter still need, nice sneakers and, pocketbooks, all the things that little girls like, you know what I'm saying? All the things that teenage girl likes, lip gloss and all that foolishness, you know what I'm saying? So I try to make sure she get that stuff, you know what I mean? So my heart would be broken, but I would have a plus 500 cash.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. As someone who jumped on the Pistons at plus 300, that game also got the ice cream broken into a little bit. The Clippers got the ice cream bought. The Pistons game got the ice cream broken into a little bit. It was a heartbreaker. I was talking to my buddy Trainer Tay is what I'm going to call him. Trainer Tay and we both felt like the Pistons were undervalued in this series. Yes, the Knicks are the better team, but whenever you watch a Tom Thibodeau team in the playoffs, for whatever reason, it seems like an injury pops up. Someone isn't able to continue to keep going. For whatever reason, they just seem to get tired. So the hope right now is that the Pistons are able to outlast them. It does, after last night, kind of feel a little bit, though, like maybe the Pistons are still too young. They made their mistakes early on in that one. That was a game that they needed to win. I don't feel like anyone needs to watch the Bucks Pacers. Unless Damian Lillard comes back and he goes absolutely nuclear, that one seems to be done. We got one segment left on this fine Sunday afternoon, we're going to be jumping into the draft. Ole Miss's quarterback, he's not going to head to the draft. Would you attend the draft, Corey, if invited? We've got a list of some attendees. Where do we think some guys are going to end up? All that and more as we wrap up this episode of Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go Back to the Futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to the Futures. Will Ortner here, rocking with Corey Parson. No Brandon Sprague today, doing his best Gino Auriemma impersonation. And right now, we want to tell you to step into the batter's box with BetMGM. You can snag this odds boost token and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your MLB bet this season. I'll tell you right now, I've been watching Cal Raleigh absolutely rake since he got the torpedo bat. I know he has 9 home runs on the year. I think in the last week, he's hit 7 of them. Right now, Corey. Cal Raleigh, if you are not watching this man when he's up at the plate, the best part, he does it from both sides. He's a switch hitter, only uses the torpedo bat on the left side, but he's been absolutely raking. Had another home run today. Last time I looked, he was tied for the lead in the MLB with 9 home runs. If you're not watching the Seattle Mariners, what are you doing? Go watch them. They're awesome, and they're only going to get better. All right, we teased a little bit of the NFL draft. That's obviously coming up on Thursday. It kind of seems right now it's a foregone conclusion of who's going to go 1. Seems like it's going to be Cam Ward. So right now the draft may start at 2. You've heard some inklings of Travis Hunter going to Cleveland. You've heard some inklings of possibly that could be a spot for Abdul Carter. There's even a little bit of smoke around Shedeur Sanders, although not as much as there had been previously. Corey, when you look at this draft, what team are you most excited to see make their draft pick? Is it early on in this draft, or are you looking later on at a specific team? Are you looking at your Dallas Cowboys and who they might get?
I want to see how the Giants mess it up. That's 100%. That's what I'm looking for. Let's see what the New York Giants do to continue to push their franchise back. That is 100% what I'm most interested in seeing coming up on Thursday night when we kick off the festivities on one of the high holy days in sports, when we celebrate the draft and the New York Giants doing something stupid. Now, when it comes to betting the draft, right, I want everybody to remember something right here. You're not going to make a ton of money betting the draft unless you're willing to lay heavy juice, because anything that you see is only going to be a couple of nice, juicy plus money bets that's going to hit, because Vegas really gets all over these numbers. I can remember thinking to myself back in February after the Super Bowl when Cam Ward was minus 300 to be the first pick of the draft. That was the time to bet that. Even at minus 300, that was the time to bet that. The way to play the draft is to lay the heavy juice early in the game, because it's really going to be hard to hit on some plus money bets unless you got some kind of inside information, or unless you're really locked in with your team. You got to get on draft bets early, because the books really don't make no money on the draft. So if you're a gal with a bigger bankroll and you want to lay a big number, you're going to have to do that on draft night, because the chalk normally hits on draft night.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, I tried to go anti-chalk. This was back in January, and I went in and I was like, you know what? Abdul Carter's fantastic. Abdul Carter is the best player in this draft. Why would anyone not take Abdul Carter number 1 overall? Of course he has to go to Tennessee. I put some money down on him. I think by the time I grabbed him, he was plus 200, but at certain points he was plus almost 1,000, I believe. He might have been even north of that. And I can already tell you right now, Corey, that's a loser. I lost that bet, and that's unfortunate. I should have just bet Cam Ward. I should have stayed with the juice. Should have followed in your ideas. Now, I do have this question when I look at the draft, and I'm going to stay away from my Seahawks because I have questions. I have some very drastic concerns, especially with a certain quarterback going over there and working out the other day for a private workout. Don't love that. Please don't take him. It's nothing against him. It's just he's not a big need that you need right now. But there's someone who's been in the news basically since he decided to transfer. And of course, I'm talking about Shedeur Sanders, transferred from Jackson State to Colorado, just got inducted into the Colorado Ring of Honor, just got his number retired. A lot of people seem to have a lot of different opinions on that, including his father, where he doesn't seem to think it's that big of a deal. But the question has arisen, Where will Shedeur Sanders end up? There are mock drafts that have him as high as the number 2 pick. There are mock drafts that have him falling out of the first round entirely. Where, Corey, do you think we could see Shedeur Sanders end up, and what could be the best fit for him?
I think he is definitely the wild card of this draft, because if I'm Cleveland, I pick him. If I'm the Giants, I pick him. If I'm the Raiders, I pick him. If I'm the Jets, I pick him. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't understand. He's the wild card. That could be the plus money bet right there, is to sprinkle a little something on Shedeur. Don't go crazy. Is to sprinkle a little something on, some different locales for Shedeur. Because this guy is the second best quarterback in this draft. And to me, it's not even close. And they're talking about character issues. He doesn't have any character issues. What's Shedeur Sanders' character issue? He act like his pops? Well, his pops got a gold jacket in Canton. So you don't want players that come from gold jacket legacies or gold jacket lineage? I don't get the whole thing with Shedeur Sanders. It's wild to me. I think there could be some smokescreen around Sanders. Everybody says he's going to the Saints at 9. That'd be interesting. Then they say the Saints are backing off. The Raiders, I think, are interesting as well, even though I'm hearing that they're kind of locked in on Ashton Genty. I think Sanders is the wild card of this draft because he's too good of a player for him to fall out the first round of the draft. That's wild to me.
I think it's interesting with the QBs in this draft. I don't see him falling outside of the first round. I've never understood, unless you don't want to take him and you're saying it's character issues, really what you're saying, it's not that it's character issues, because there have been people that have been drafted high in the NFL draft. There have been people drafted as high as number 1 overall that have had worse character issues than Shedeur. My thought process is when they say character issues, it's we don't want to deal with the media talk around Shedeur. He is going to be a circus because of who his father is. And his father is going to be asked questions at Colorado that he has proven time and time again. Love him or hate him, Deion is going to be honest about what his opinion is. If he doesn't think that Shedeur is being used right, he will say something, and that will then lead to getting into the media circles. And all of a sudden, we'll be talking about it on this fine show here on Back to the Futures. Other Odyssey shows will be talking about it. Other BetMGM network shows will be talking about it. And so you'll have this circus surrounding him that you might not necessarily want to deal with. For me, with Shedeur, I don't see how he gets outside of the top 10. You said the Saints at 9. That seems like the perfect spot for him and for that team. If Derek Carr can't go this year, Derek Carr is in his mid to late 30s.
Derek Carr ain't going to be able to go. I guarantee you that.
Right. When you're talking throwing shoulder issues, he's done, man. He's done. He's old. He's not a young pup anymore. He had a great career, but it's time for him to move on into that Andy Dalton mentorship backup role. Yeah. And that would be perfect for him to mentor Shedeur Sanders. And he'd be at a spot where he's going to be a little bit more out of the limelight. Like, you're not dealing with a New York. You're not dealing with an LA. You're not dealing with a
You don't know about the Saints fans. The Saints fans is off the chain. He's not going to be out the
spotlight. They're a little crazier than I'm giving him credit for?
Saints fans is crazy. And listen, is Arch Manning going to have the same type of circus around him next year? Probably so.
Yes. Yeah, I'd agree with that. It might not be as loud because I don't think that his uncles or his dad or his grandpa are going to be in front of the mic as much as Deion just has to be at Colorado. But I do think that Shedeur can go to a spot and help them win. I'll be interested to see how his completion percentage translates. It was very high at Colorado. He also had a lot of very talented wide receivers around him, not just Travis Hunter. And he also utilized this quick screen game and quick passes in